Fantasy, starting with signing in the 18 Riders of Yanmen, decisive and killing, competing for hegemony, starting flow, signing in, system, crossing, fantasy Luo, who is not favored by his family, becomes the beacon keeper of the watchtower. When his beloved is captured, he awakens the signing in system. Signing in on the battlefield of 100 people, he gains the loyalty of the 18 Riders of Yanmen. Signing in on the battlefield of 1,000 people, he gains the loyalty of Luo Cheng. Signing in on the battlefield of 10,000 people, he gains the loyalty of the Xuanjia army. Chapter 1. System activation in the Great Zhou Dynasty on the northern battlefield. On the vast wasteland, a few strands of withered yellow grass are scattered, swaying in the wind and sand. A tall figure trudges forward, wearing tattered brown leather armor stained with mottled blood. His resolute face is drenched in sweat. He drags a corpse, leaving a long trail of blood across the wasteland. The corpse is that of his comrade. Not one can be left behind. Behind him, there are 6 or 7 other soldiers, equally determined. Though they walk in unison, their resolve is extraordinary. It gives a sense of tragic desolation. Ding! The energy storage progress of the sign-in system has reached 99.9, expected to activate officially at noon today. At that time, the host will receive a mysterious gift package. As the voice echoed in his mind, Luo let out a breath of frustration. He unconsciously exerted more strength in dragging the corpse. After just crossing over to this world called the immortal Martial Continent, he became aware of the system's existence. However, the system had been storing energy all this time, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Now, it was finally about to activate, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation, because this was his only hope. After arriving in this world, he became the grandson of General Jingbian, Luo. 3 months ago, during a family ritual, he couldn't help but retort when the eldest grandson of the Jingbian general's residence disrespected his mother. As a result, he was directly dispatched to the border by the general's residence and became a squad leader stationed at a beacon tower. In just 3 months, through the tempering of yellow sand and warfare, a youthful boy was forged into a fierce warrior. Just recently, while Luo was leading his brothers to gather firewood, they unexpectedly encountered a scout from the barbarian tribe, leading to a small-scale conflict. This resulted in the death of 6 out of the 12 soldiers stationed at the beacon tower, while the blood barbarian tribe only lost 1 scout. It is evident how strong the barbarian tribe is. Saying they can fight 10 to 1 is not an exaggeration. If the next time they come, it is not a scout but a squad of knights, the entire beacon tower might be destroyed. In such a dangerous place, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the general's residence is sending Luo to his death. Lu Sun is a direct bloodline, possesses a high-quality spiritual body with cultivation potential, and has been recommended to the academy. After completing his studies, he can be appointed as a 5th-grade official, and his fiancée is the daughter of a 4th-grade general. And I, being a son-in-law, am to be cherished and killed. What a cruel heart, Luo muttered to himself as he walked. The northern border has always been the place with the highest mortality rate, relying on the 8,000-mile Yunjing mountain range as a barrier, along with the Iron Blood City of the northern border. The Great Zhou Dynasty and the Blood Barbarian tribe have been at odds here for 30 years, with countless soldiers dying on the northern battlefield every year. The Tianqing Beacon Tower, where he is stationed, is located 1,000 miles away from the Tianshi Pass at the western edge of the mountain range. Although it is not the most dangerous place, there are still occasional elite barbarian raids, requiring the Beacon Tower to be rebuilt 3 times a year, indicating the high level of danger. The Luo family is truly pushing him to his death. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Luo's eyes. The more adversity he faced, the more he had to persevere. He still has his mother, who has been cast out of the family, waiting for his return in a cold cave. He once promised to earn her a title. I must persist. Luo spoke to himself with the last of his strength, arriving at the base of the beacon tower. Though called a beacon tower, it is actually a small fortress, only as large as an ordinary courtyard, but the walls are 5 meters high and 1 meter thick, built from nearby yellow stone. The surface is covered with marks from blades and axes. There are also traces of blood, said to be left by the previous soldiers stationed at the beacon tower. Now, the body of his comrade is to be buried beneath this fortress. This is nearly the fate of every generation of beacon guards. Bang! Exhausted, Lu Yu fell to the ground with the body of his comrade. Then, he addressed the other equally exhausted soldiers around him. After a short rest, we need to bury the body quickly, otherwise we might attract sandwolves, and we could be trapped for days. Upon receiving Lu Yu's order, the others nodded. They then enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Looking at their youthful faces, Lu Yu felt a twinge of reluctance. He had lived 2 lives. But what about them? They might not know that one day they could be buried beneath this beacon tower. But then he shook his head, deciding to focus on himself, first perhaps after the system activates. He could bring them all to safety. Moments later, everyone stood up voluntarily, starting to bury the body, and the atmosphere became very somber. Because, looking at the corpse, they couldn't help but think of themselves. When they came, they had the same passion and fervor, as if titles and ranks were within reach. But after experiencing blood and fire, who among them isn't the foundation of this beacon tower? Just as Lu Yu and a few soldiers finished burying their comrade's body in the heavy atmosphere, a commotion arose behind them. The sound of a rolling cart echoed, like raindrops hitting the stone slabs, and under the scorching sun, an elegantly designed cart appeared. Surrounding the cart were exquisite silks covering it to shield against the wind and sand, with gold-studded windows veiled by a light blue gauze, exuding an air of mystery. 2 smoke beasts, covered in black scales, pulled the cart, their muscles taut as they moved across the wasteland as if walking on flat ground, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day. Now, to harness such beasts is an extravagant luxury. In any case, this cart exuded an air of nobility, forming a stark contrast with the desolate border, making it feel out of place. On either side of the carriage stood 8 knights, their red-scaled armor flashing with a cold light, appearing like flickering flames from a distance. The red iron spears were subtly aimed at both sides, ready for battle at any moment, their aura causing the surrounding beacon soldiers to hold their breath and stand nervously. Aside, if they had encountered these armored soldiers earlier, even facing just one would have likely led to their demise. Although the carriage bore no family crest, everyone knew it must belong to a noble from the northern border city. As the weary soldier's eyes flickered with unease, a woman stepped down from the carriage. The first thing that caught the eye was her red long dress, which seemed exceptionally striking in the desolate desert. As Lu Yu looked closely, he saw the woman's long black hair cascading down like a spring. A translucent jade hairpin was loosely placed in her hair, accompanied by a gold hairpin adorned with dangling pearls. As her hair flowed, her stunning beauty was revealed. On her glistening forehead, tiny beads of sweat dotted her skin. When she lifted her head, Lu Yu realized it was someone he knew. "Ling Jia, what are you doing here?" As the voice sounded, he instinctively took a few steps forward. However, he stopped a foot away from the woman, his leather armor, unwashed for half a month, covered in blood and dirt, making the contrast between them too stark. His approach felt almost like an act of desecration. This woman is not Lu Yu's biological sister, but she had given him warmth he had never felt before. Her name is Xiao Hongling, and they have known each other for 3 years. She has always treated Lu Yu very well. Every time he was beaten by the disciples of the general's residence, she would apply medicine for him and gently comfort him. In Lu Yu's heart, Xiao Hongling felt like family. He never expected to be exiled to this place, and that the other party would actually come see him. At this moment, his nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour. "Sister Ling, what are you doing here? The border is very dangerous, and it must have taken you a long time to get here in such a bitter and cold place. Isn't it your fault? You left without saying a word, so I had to come here with a thick face," Xiao Hongling said gently, while brushing the dust off Lu Yu's clothes with her delicate hands, showing no sign of disdain. A hint of heartache appeared in her beautiful eyes. This tenderness left Lu Yu's brothers dumbfounded, and after realizing what was happening, they slowly retreated back to the fortress, leaving time for the 2 of them. The knights around them formed a distant circle, carefully on guard, trying not to let the surrounding dust disturb the couple inside. Lu Yu didn't pay attention to any of this. He just looked at Xiao Hongling with some embarrassment and said, "Sister Ling, it was wrong of me to leave without saying goodbye, but I am the son of a son-in-law, and now I've been exiled to the border." "Where don't say those things? We've known each other for 3 years. Do you think I would disdain your identity?" Xiao Hongling interrupted Lu Yu, not allowing him to continue. She knew his temperament too well and was worried he might say something irreversible. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Hongling's voice, Lu Yu quickly shook his head, his face showing an eager expression as if he wanted to explain. But Hongling didn't give him a chance to explain. Looking at his awkward demeanor, she revealed a triumphant smile and said, "All right, let's not talk about unhappy things. I'm here this time to bring you some clean clothes and your favorite food." As she spoke, she took a large bundle from the carriage, filled with clothes. What touched Lu Yu the most was when he saw several pieces of underwear peeking out from the corner. Xiao Hongling's thoughtfulness and care were fully evident at this moment. Then came a huge food box. This time, Lu Yu didn't keep it all to himself aside from a few small stir-fried dishes made by Xiao Hongling. He shared the rest with his brothers, causing a stir of excitement. Within the fortress, then, under Xiao Hongling's watchful gaze, Lu Yu finished all the food. He knew this was what she liked to see the most. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Xiao Hongling's face. Then she took out a delicate handkerchief. Lu Yu didn't hesitate after wiping his mouth. He returned it to Xiao Hongling's hand. She accepted it without any disdain, looking at him gently as she said, "This time, besides coming to see you, I have another task. The North Border Academy has arranged for many disciples to come to the border for training, and I am one of them. So I have to leave soon to meet with the teachers and classmates from the academy. After the training is over, I will definitely find a way to get you back to the city for a position. Just hold on for a few days." The North Border Academy is the largest academy in the northern border, not inferior to the academy in the imperial city. Those who can study there are either rich or noble. Hearing this, Lu Yu slowly said, "Sister, although I don't know what your family does, please don't feel burdened because of me. You shouldn't come to such places in the future. It's too dangerous. Wait until I become a marquis and a general one day. Then I'll come and find you," Lu Yu said, lowering his head. Then, a fragrant breeze brushed by. Such ambition. I'll wait for the day you become a marquis." When Lu Yu looked up, he found that Xiao Hongling had already gotten into the carriage without him noticing. At this moment, she waved at him again. "I'm just worried that if I wait too long, I won't be able to hold on. So you should obediently listen to my arrangements. This handkerchief is left for you. It's a 1,000-year silk handkerchief from my mother, meant for me to give to my husband. Take good care of it, and when you miss me, you can take it out to look at. If one day you don't like it anymore or regret knowing me, remember to return it to me." After saying this, a blush appeared on her face. Then the carriage slowly left. Watching her retreating figure grow longer, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. The kindness of a beauty is the hardest to bear. Xiao Hongling's appearance was like a warm room in the icy cold, making it impossible for him to betray her. After Xiao Hongling and her group completely disappeared, Lu Yu returned to the fortress. Under the envious gazes of the other soldiers, he found a comfortable place to lie down. Holding the handkerchief, feeling the warmth and fragrance it conveyed, a smile unconsciously appeared on his resolute face. "Boss, is that noble lady your wife? She's truly unmatched. If old Yuan had such a beauty, it would be worth dying for her." Old Zhu, who was nearby, chuckled, his voice a bit hoarse, as he leaned in with his jagged head, revealing a toothless grin that left Lu Yu feeling a bit suffocated. He was the only one who had lived for 2 years on the beacon tower without dying. Even when the tower was broken, he could survive every time, definitely a seasoned veteran in the borderlands. His most important task here was to maintain the sky mirror, a treasure that could reflect scenes from thousands of miles away, equipped at every beacon tower. It was also the most precious thing that ordinary soldiers could access. Just as Lu Yu was annoyed that this old veteran interrupted his daydreaming and was preparing to teach him a lesson, old Yuan's expression suddenly changed. "Not good, they're enemies." Then, they saw the sky mirror hanging on the high platform, emitting a faint light. Lu Yu didn't dare hesitate and jumped up, heading toward the sky mirror with old Yuan. After the latter adjusted the angle, an image appeared on the sky mirror, which had a diameter of nearly a meter. Boom! In their ears, there was a faint sound of iron hooves, and the entire fortress trembled slightly. On the sky mirror, blood clouds rolled, and dozens of miles away from the beacon tower, a black torrent surged forward, unmistakably the barbarian cavalry. The numbers were incalculable. Not good. If I'm not mistaken, the direction the barbarians are heading is the same as where Miss Xiao is. Old Yuan exclaimed, his face turning pale. The entire fortress fell into silence, and everyone's heartbeat was clearly audible. Finally, they all turned their gaze to Lu Yu, wanting to know his decision. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. The sign-in system is officially activated. The host has received a system gift package. Would you like to open it now? Chapter 2. Opening the big gift package, the long-awaited voice of Lu Yu rang out. But at that moment, there was no joy. Only a chilling feeling in his hands and feet. Sisterling, you must not be in danger. He roared in his heart, without daring to hesitate. He leaped down from the beacon tower and mounted the warhorse. Although it was not a good horse, it was the fastest means of transport available at the moment. At the same time, he shouted to the soldiers on the beacon tower. Light the signal fire. Warn Tian Shiguan. Boss, we're going with you. Old Yuan's fierce head poked out from the battlements, covered in dust, but filled with sincerity. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu waved his hand. My own woman. I will save her myself. If I die, I will die alongside her. You all stay here and wait. No one is allowed to leave without orders. After his voice rang out, he fiercely swung the whip in his hand and galloped away. Watching his receding figure, old Yuan slammed his thigh. He turned to the other soldiers and said, What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and light the signal fire. I hope the reinforcement from Tian Shiguan can arrive soon to save the captain's life. At this moment, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. His target was the direction where Xiao Hongling had gone. Along the way, the mounted horse seemed to sense its master's anxiety and dared not stop for a moment, galloping for dozens of miles. Eventually, the aged warhorse could not bear the burden any longer. Bang! Just after spotting Xiao Hongling's carriage, the horse collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and lost its last breath. A trace of sorrow crossed Lu Yu's eyes, but with no time to spare, he rushed towards the carriage. When he got closer, his face turned pale. The elite knights around had all become cold corpses, their horses scattered nearby, licking the withered grass, stained with the knight's blood. A shocking sight, but Xiao Hongling was nowhere to be found. Just as Lu Yu felt at a loss, a hand grabbed his leg. Lu Yu was filled with excitement. It was Xiao Hongling's bodyguard, who was now pierced through the chest by a long knife but still clinging to life. Lu Gongzi informed the Northern Grand Commander Xiao Tianyi that Miss Hongling has been captured by the Blood Barbarian Tribe's Barbarian Dragon Army. As he spoke, he trembled and handed over a blood-stained communication jade talisman. The moment Lu Yu took the jade talisman, the bodyguard's neck tilted and he breathed his last. Almost at the same time, sounds of breaking air came from a distance. Lu Yu looked over to see several teachers from the Academy of the North, dressed in white robes, arriving with exceptional skill in wind manipulation, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the scene, their expressions turned grim. Among them, an elderly man, tall and thin, with a golden-edged cloud pattern embroidered on his white robe, stepped forward and said with a dark expression, I am Zhang Lingyin, a training instructor from the Academy of the North. Tell me what happened. His words carried a hint of iron-blooded killing intent. Although he was a teacher, he had once been a fierce general on the battlefield, a part of the most elite corps in the northern frontier, the Northern Defense Army. He had entered the academy only after being injured. As his words fell, Lu Yu was startled. The Academy of the North held a transcendent status. It was said that the academy master had once served as an imperial teacher, showcasing the academy's profound heritage. He never expected to meet a teacher from the academy today. Perhaps this was the hope of rescuing Xiao Hongling. After thinking this, he said without hesitation, Xiao Hongling has been captured by the Barbarian Dragon Army. I ask you, sir, to save her. His voice carried a hint of urgency, and he did not notice the expressions of the academy people. However, at that moment, Zhang Lingyin and the teachers behind him all gasped. After a moment, Zhang Lingyin said solemnly, although the Barbarian Dragon Army is not numerous, they are the elite of the Barbarian tribe. Years ago, with only a few thousand men, they swept out of the Wolf's Nest Mountain, pushing 3,000 miles with no one able to match them. I think this matter should be considered carefully. Are you going to watch her die without doing anything? Lu Yu's face changed upon hearing this, and his voice turned icy. The atmosphere in the scene became somewhat awkward. But soon after, a teacher stepped forward and said, How dare you? Do you want us all to go to our deaths? Xiao Hongling has a noble identity, even if she has been captured. She is not in immediate danger. If we pursue, we will be walking to our doom. Moreover, given the sensitive identity of the academy, It could even provoke the barbarian king to take action. How can we take such risks lightly? No one wanted to die, and these teachers from the academy felt the same. Since the barbarian dragon army emerged from the northern frontier, they had been an invincible symbol for 30 years. Strength and brutality were their trademarks. Even the 200,000 Northern Defense Army could do nothing against them. How could they? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face became incredibly calm. He tightened his grip on the handkerchief in his hand and said firmly, "If you won't go, I will." As his voice rang out, he jumped onto a batch of bodyguards' horses, galloping unhesitatingly toward the direction of the barbarian dragon army. The whip fell again and again, fearing the speed would slow down. Watching his gradually lengthening figure, Zhang Lingyin displayed a complex expression filled with both shame and admiration. He realized he didn't have the courage of even a small soldier. Alas, such a brave warrior is likely to perish in this northern frontier. If only I had known him sooner, I would definitely have brought him into the academy. He would surely become a fierce general of our great Zhou dynasty in the future. After all, though it's easy to say I will go against millions, very few dare to do so. At the very least, Zhang Lingyin, the most straightforward instructor of the training institute, had retreated in the face of the barbarian dragon army and the fearsome barbarian emperor. Too many concerns held him back from death. However, even with 1,000 reasons, retreating was still retreating. From Lu Yu's courage, it could be seen that he at least had the potential to become a general. Courage may seem ordinary, but it is one of the hardest qualities for a qualified leader to cultivate because it pertains to human nature. However, now is not the time to think too much. After his words fell, he led several teachers to prepare to leave. The capture of Xiaohongling was a matter that would shake the northern frontier. It had to be reported, otherwise the Grand Commander would likely blame them, which was truly a headache. At this moment, Lu Yu, filled with fervor, ran for a distance and remembered the system. It was his only hope of saving her, otherwise he would truly have to die alongside Hongling. Thinking of this, he tried to respond in his mind. System, open the big gift package. Chapter 3 Rewards Ding. Congratulations to the host. The big gift pack has been opened, and you have received the system reward, Dragon Scale Black Steed. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system reward, Ancient Title Battle Body. Attributes. King of War. Can exert 300 strength in group battles. Next level, Blood Overlord Battle Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system reward, Blood Refined Dragon Spear. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received the system reward, 5 Emperor's Dragon Control Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received 20 years of cultivation. As the sounds echoed, Lu Yu underwent a tremendous change in an instant. First, the steed transformed into an even more majestic warhorse, covered in black dragon scales, measuring about 2 zhang in length. As it galloped, dark clouds appeared beneath its feet. Though thin, they were real clouds. This was a true exotic beast. Lu Yu felt the howling of the wind and sand around him and understood that this dragon-scale black steed could travel thousands of miles in a day. Legend has it that the mount of the northern Grand General Xiao Tianyi is an exotic beast, the azure cloud python bull, which causes the ground to quake as it runs. A distance of 10,000 miles seems like mere inches, incredibly extraordinary. However, his dragon-scale black steed was also quite impressive, perfectly suited for his current needs. With the change in his steed, Lu Yu's body also began to change. His original form expanded noticeably, yet he did not appear bulky. Instead, his physique became more balanced. The blood flowing within him quickened, like the mighty Yangtze River rushing endlessly. Is this the ancient battle body? The physical qualities of the world are categorized from low to high as mortal body, spirit body, ancient spirit body, battle body, ancient battle body, divine body, and ancient divine body. Each type can be divided into lower, middle, upper, and peak grades, as well as title bodies. The difference with title bodies lies in their unique attributes, which greatly enhance combat power. However, since ancient times, not to mention battle bodies, even spirit bodies are extremely rare. Saying they're 1 in 10,000 is not an exaggeration. Otherwise, Lu Yu's cousin, the legitimate grandson of the general's mansion, would not have been directly recommended to the academy just because he possesses an upper-grade spirit body, nor would a fourth-grade general personally propose marriage to him. It is said that the nobles of the great Zhou dynasty are merely titled battle bodies. This is already quite remarkable. Now, Lu Yu has already become an ancient title battle body. Such a physique is likely top tier in the entire Luo dynasty. And what is more important is that his physique can continue to improve. Thinking of this, he felt a renewed sense of confidence in rescuing Hong Ling. Next, his gaze fell upon the blood-refined dragon spear hanging from his mouth. This is a true divine weapon, crafted entirely with scales, and feels icy cold to the touch. The spear is about 1 zhang long, with a menacing dragon head at the tip, its mouth spitting out a sharp spearhead. It is indeed a weapon for charging onto the battlefield. Then, there is the 5 Emperors Dragon Control Technique. The martial arts of the world are categorized from low to high as mortal level, yellow level, profound level, earth level, heaven level, divine level, and emperor level techniques. Each of these techniques is also divided into lower, upper, middle, and peak grades. This technique is extremely precious, only controlled by family members, making it almost impossible for ordinary people to encounter. A mortal level technique can dominate among ordinary folks. Yellow level techniques are in the hands of local gentry. Profound level techniques belong to prominent families. Encountering earth level techniques would be considered lucky. It is said that the academy has them, but Luya is not very clear. Heaven level techniques are controlled by lords and ministers. As for divine and legendary emperor level techniques, they are likely only found in the royal library. Yet, Lu Yu has actually obtained the 5 Emperors Dragon Control Technique, which is a true royal classic. As the obscure martial arts were imprinted into his mind, his body automatically began to operate. Coupled with 20 years of cultivation, his aura instantly surged. The cultivation levels of the world are divided from low to high into body refinement realm, blood moving realm, chi training realm, Dan condensation realm, purple mansion realm, God transformation realm, divine ability realm, law form realm, and indestructible realm. Each level is further divided into 9 stages. Lu Yu had originally reached the 3rd stage of body refinement. At this moment, his cultivation was rapidly ascending. Body refinement 4th stage, body refinement 5th stage, body refinement 9th stage. Bang! With the ancient battle body, combined with 20 years of cultivation and the explosion of the emperor level technique, his cultivation continued to rise. Instantly, he reached the blood-moving realm. Upon reaching the 1st stage of blood-moving, he could already serve as a school officer in the army. With a shake of his arms, he possessed a strength of 100,000 jin, qualifying him as a powerful figure. However, Li did not stop there. He continued to elevate his cultivation until he reached the 5th stage of blood-moving. At this point, the essence, chi, and spirit within him had been refined to the extreme, significantly different from when he first emerged. Yet, his temperament remained unchanged. As the dragon-scale black steed galloped, the image of Hong Ling lingered in Lu Yu's mind, her every frown and smile deeply etched in his memory, making him increasingly anxious. At that moment, the communication jade talisman on him flickered with a burst of light. Then, a dignified voice rang out. Hong Ling, have you gone to the northern frontier for training? Come back immediately. I just received news that the Blood Barbarian clan has invaded the border. It's very dangerous there. Hearing this voice, Lu Yu shouted. Xiao Hong Ling has already been captured by the Blood Barbarian clan's barbarian dragon army, and the other guards have been killed. On the other end of the communication jade talisman, the northern Grand General Xiao Tianyi was taken aback. The barbarian dragon army is one of the strongest elite forces of the Blood Barbarian clan, with each soldier being at least at the 9th stage of body refinement. 30 years ago, they ventured north from the wilderness, pushing 3,000 miles into the Luo dynasty without resistance after plundering vast territories, ultimately forming the current borders. This has always been a sore point for the great Zhou dynasty. Now, with the barbarian dragon army mobilizing again and capturing his daughter, how could he not be alarmed? He immediately shouted, What exactly happened, and who are you? Lu Yu gritted his teeth and replied, I am Lu Yu, the commander of the Tianqing Beacon Tower, currently tracking the barbarian dragon army. The warhorse galloped rapidly, and the fierce winds whipped up sand and dust around him. Xiao Tianyi exuded a vast killing intent. Xiao Hong Ling was his only daughter. At this moment, he let out a low growl. Luo, you are my daughter's friend, right? Return to your beacon tower immediately. The cavalry of the Blood Barbarian clan are elite. A few scattered soldiers can easily kill you. Let me handle this. As one of the only 3 princes of the Great Zhou dynasty, his demeanor was grand, and he did not lose his rationality due to his daughter's capture. Instead, he urged Luo to return, hoping he could preserve his life. However, Luo, at this moment, gritted his teeth and said, I will not leave until Xiao Hongling returns. The entire wilderness will be my battlefield. Upon hearing Luo's response, Xiao Tiany's figure shook. It's rare for you to have such determination. If Hongling can return this time, and you do not perish in battle, I will not oppose you becoming her friend. After receiving this reply, the communication Jade Talisman in Luo's hand shattered instantly. At the same time, the figures of the Blood Barbarian clan cavalry had already appeared before Luo. This was a patrol unit guarding the surroundings for the army. Though not part of the Barbarian Dragon Army, they were also notorious Blood Barbarian riders, not weak in strength, clad in blood-colored leather armor and wielding cold weapons. As Luo approached, he could almost see the ferocious expressions on the faces of these Blood Barbarian riders. It is said that last year, a team of thousands in Iron Blood City was killed in the wilderness by merely 100 Blood Barbarian knights. However, today, I want to see if these Blood Barbarian knights are truly formidable. Without hesitation, Luo charged towards the Blood Barbarian knights. For Xiao Hongling, he had no retreat. At this moment, the centurion of the Blood Barbarian clan, upon seeing Luo charging in, allowed a shout and showed an excited expression. The human race is weak. This is a common belief among the various clans. Moreover, Luo is just one person. At this moment, they did not take him seriously. The cultivation of the blood transformation first level was already impressive, and the Blood Barbarian knights behind him had reached the 5th level of body refinement. It is worth noting that in the northern frontier, ordinary lieutenants have only just reached the blood transformation realm. However, just when the barbarian people thought this was merely a form of entertainment after their meal, the system voice echoed in Luo's mind. Ding! The host has initially stepped into the battlefield of 100 people. Would you like to sign in here? After the system was activated, Luo could sign in on battlefields across the world, and the larger and more brutal the battlefield, the more generous the rewards would be. After hearing the voice, Luo didn't hesitate at all and directly responded, Sign in. Chapter 4. Experience. After Luo issued the command, the system's voice rang out instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and gained 100 loyalty from the Yanmen 18 Riders. Strength. Chi Refinement Stage 1. Physique. Famed Spirit Body. Greedy Wolf Trait. Armor. High-quality Spirit Artifact. Black Gold Soft Armor. Weapon. High-quality Spirit Artifact. Blood Condensing Curved Blade. Mount. Black Scale Beast. Would the host like to summon now? Summon. Luo declared decisively, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. The elite of Jizhou, the Yanmen 18 Riders, had once, under Luo Yi's leadership, wiped out 20,000 alien tribes in a single night. With them, there might be hope to rescue Hongling, gazing at the Blood Barbarian knights charging ahead. Luo seemed to envision them wailing under the blade of the Yanmen 18 Riders. As his voice fell, 18 figures appeared behind him in an instant, as if emerging from hell. Their mounts were 2 zhang long, covered in black scales, with crimson light flashing in their beastly eyes. As they galloped, faint black mist swirled around, adding a touch of mystery. On their mounts were none other than the renowned Yanmen 18 Riders. They wore the blood-condensing curved blade at their waists and carried 6 javelins on their backs, their sharp tips glinting coldly in the sunlight. Black robes concealed their armor, and the Shura masks obscured their true faces. Upon their appearance, all 18 raised their curved blades in unison. For our Lord, we shall serve. Then, they charged towards the Blood Barbarian knights. Hearing the rallying cry, the fierce gleam in Luo's eyes was matched by satisfaction in his heart. After all, his cousin, who was directly admitted to the academy, was merely a high-quality spirit body. But now, all of Luo's subordinates were renowned spirit bodies. What was there to be dissatisfied about? With this thought in mind, looking at the Yanmen 18 Riders around him, he commanded, Follow me into battle. As his order was given, the Yanmen 18 Riders collided with the Blood Barbarian knights. At that moment, In the governor's mansion of Iron Blood City in the northern border, a general who had, 30 years ago, advised the late king to resist the barbarian invasion when the entire dynasty was on the brink of collapse, now had some gray in his hair. His dark golden armor flickered with a light under the candle's glow, making him appear significantly older in an instant. Even his tall figure seemed slightly hunched. Hong Ling was the only daughter left by his deceased wife. She had been his precious jewel since childhood. He had even refused the proposal from the late king because he did not want Hong Ling to be embroiled in conflict and simply wished for her to live happily. But who would have thought that she would be captured by the barbarians? Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that his daughter's life and death rested in his hands. He did not believe this was a coincidence, nor did he trust that Lu Yu could truly bring his daughter back. After struggling internally for a moment, he finally made a decision. Xiao Taiyun. As his voice echoed, a figure walked into the hall. This person was dressed in dark-colored barbarian lion armor, tall and with sharp features, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee. Adoptive father, looking at his adopted son, Xiao Taiyun. Xiao Qian closed his eyes and slowly said, "Go to Tianshi City and, with your adoptive brother Xiao Taishi, take men to track down Hong Ling's whereabouts. If you encounter the barbarian dragon army, tell them not to harm my daughter. Everything else can be negotiated. If a single hair on Hong Ling is harmed, I will make the entire barbarian dragon army pay with their lives." The barbarian dragon army was too strong. Even if the entire northern border launched an all-out assault, victory was uncertain. Therefore, he did not expect Xiao Taishi to rescue Hong Ling. He just needed him to deliver the message, and the other party would make their own decisions. Understood, Xiao Taiyun replied in a deep voice before stepping back. He would not overthink the meaning behind Xiao Tian's words. He would focus solely on completing the command. This was a habit developed over many years. Just after exiting the governor's mansion, Xiao Taiyun rode off towards Iron Blood City. Established in the center of the Yunling mountain range, also known as the Iron Blood Fortress. Although it was far from Tianshi Pass, Xiao Taiyun's mount was exceptional. The distance of several thousand miles was covered in half a day's time due to the speed of the beast he rode. Upon arriving at Tianshi Fortress, Xiao Taiyun entered the lord's mansion with familiarity. Moments later, the northern general, Xiao Taishi, led his elite subordinates out. When the city gates opened, a great cloud of dust rose as they rushed towards the direction of the barbarian dragon army, not daring to pause for a moment. At the same time, on the battlefield of the wasteland, Lu Yu thrust his spear down towards the charging blood barbarian centurion, producing a thunderous sound as it sliced through the air. The centurion, not daring to be negligent, raised his wolf fang club to defend. However, how could he withstand Lu Yu? Crack! The wolf fang club, forged from fine iron, shattered upon colliding with the spear, splitting in two. The spearhead then cut down, cleaving both the centurion and his mount in half. Blood mist erupted, adding a splash of color to the expansive wasteland. The Yanmen 18 Riders became even more frenzied. With their blood-condensing, curved blades raised, a blood barbarian knight charging towards them seemed to be presenting himself to their blades. Swish! As the blade passed, a head flew into the air, its eyes filled with disbelief, while the panicked warhorse dragged its body away. This was cold-blooded slaughter, with no fancy moves, just a single lethal strike. Then, more blood barbarians rushed forward, but the Yanmen 18 Riders' gazes remained icy. They were true war machines. The curved blades swung as if chopping vegetables. If an outsider were to witness this, they would see the blades resembling a blood moon hanging in the air. And with each descent, a blood barbarian knight's head would fall. In a short time, the 100-man team was wiped out, unable to even escape. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed again in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin 11 killed 9 enemies, gaining 90 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin 13 killed 7 enemies, gaining 70 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin 9 killed 8 enemies, gaining 80 experience points. The summoned characters gained experience points for killing enemies, allowing their strength to improve. In the Qi refinement stage, every 100 experience points could elevate one realm. Understanding the value of these experience points, The joy on Lu Yu's face intensified. Without hesitation, he led the Yanmen 18 Riders forward again. He noticed another group of barbarians appearing ahead, seemingly larger in number. If they could be defeated, the strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders should increase. Just as they approached the enemy, the system's voice sounded once more in his mind. Ding! Host, would you like to sign in on a battlefield of 500 people? As the voice rang out, a gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He immediately spoke up. Sign in. Chapter 5. The Black Iron Battlefield Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the top-grade spiritual weapon, Dragon Scale Heavy Armor. Please receive it. As the voice echoed, a set of dark golden armor appeared on Lu Yu's body. The entire armor was covered in dragon scale iron leaves, adorned with mysterious patterns, emitting streaks of crimson light. Behind him was a large tiger skin draped over his back, with a tiger head covering his chest and tiger claws resting on his shoulders, accentuating his imposing presence. Coupled with a warhorse beneath him, he truly resembled an invincible general. At this moment, he charged directly into the battlefield. The 500 blood barbarian cavalry, if placed elsewhere, could easily wipe out thousands of Great Zhou warriors. However, when faced with Lu Yu and the 18 Riders of Yanmen, they seemed insufficient. The blood-refining dragon spear flashed with a sharp light. As Lu Yu thrust it forward, it roared like a rampaging dragon. Swoosh! The cold blade pierced through the forehead of a centurion, lifting his body and flinging him away, showcasing an invincible demeanor that astonished the barbarian experts present. They had never imagined that such a fierce general could emerge from Great Zhou. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the 18 Riders of Yanmen drew their short spears from their backs and threw them in unison. As the sound of air breaking echoed, the elite blood barbarian troops lined up in front were instantly pierced through their bodies and fell from their horses. Such a scene was shocking to everyone. As they turned killing into an art form, the 18 Riders of Yanmen gave the blood barbarian cavalry no time to think. They rode their warhorses almost simultaneously charging into the blood barbarian formation alongside their spears. The curved blades moved, bringing endless sharpness, and the slaughter continued unabated. After an unknown amount of time, when all 500 blood barbarian cavalry had been slain, a hint of fatigue appeared in the eyes of the 18 Riders of Yanmen. At that moment, the system voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin Yi has gained 200 experience points, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin Wu has gained 200 experience points, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin San has gained 200 experience points, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining. As all the members of the 18 Riders of Yanmen broke through, the system voice in Lu Yu's mind sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the experience value boost from the 18 Riders of Yanmen, reaching the breakthrough standard. Would you like to break through? It turned out that a portion of the experience points gained from the enemies killed by the characters summoned by the host would feed back to the host. Therefore, Lu Yu's cultivation also reached the breakthrough limit. Breakthrough! Lu Yu responded without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a tremendous energy emanating from his body. His cultivation began to break through in an instant. Blood transport level 6. Blood transport level 7. When he reached blood transport level 8, he finally stopped. Although it was only blood transport level 8, with his physique and the addition of an emperor-level technique, he had the strength to fight against those who had just broken through to the Qi refining stage and could even kill them. However, now was not the time for idle thoughts. The most important thing was still to save Xiao Hongling. After breaking through, Lu Yu and the 18 Riders of Yanmen continued to pursue the barbarian army. The blood barbarian cavalry was only responsible for perimeter surveillance. His greatest enemy remained the barbarian dragon army. That was the real challenge. As he led the 18 Riders of Yanmen in pursuit, General Xiao Taisher of the northern town also caught up with the army and arrived at the first battlefield left by Lu Yu. He looked at the hundreds of corpses of the blood barbarian cavalry, and the astonishment in his eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. Even more horrifying was that there was hardly a complete corpse among the scattered remains. Xiao Taiyun stepped forward to investigate. After flipping through all the corpses, He took a deep breath and said, "The enemy of this blood barbarian cavalry team cannot be more than 20 people, but undoubtedly they are all elite among elites. Each one is capable of killing in a single strike. Moreover, during the battle, they exhibited formations such as all-out thrusts, wedge formations, and peripheral raids. The battle lasted no more than a quarter of an hour, and not a single blood barbarian cavalryman survived. I truly cannot imagine when such elite troops emerged. Even the most elite iron armor camp in the Northern Town Army would struggle to achieve such results. Has my adoptive father sent any other people?" Hearing Xiao Tianyun's inspection results, Xiao Taisher asked, a hint of doubt on his face. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Taiyun hesitantly replied, "It is said that after the incident with Hongling, a captain named Liu pursued them. There has been no news of him until now. I wonder if it could be him. Impossible. How could a mere captain have such strength? Regardless, killing 100 blood barbarian cavalrymen is a great achievement. It has been a while since anyone in the northern frontier has gained such merit. Let us note it in the military merit book and discuss it further when we see the person," Xiao Taisher said slowly. He then continued walking forward. At the same time, chaos erupted within the barbarian dragon army. The failure of 2 consecutive teams to return was a significant issue. The barbarian dragon general, towering at a height of 10 feet, sat atop a giant beast. His crimson eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light, and a blood flame totem was tattooed on his cheek, making him look exceedingly fierce. He spoke in a low voice. "The outer blood barbarian scouts have yet to return for so long. There must be trouble. Monhu, you lead 1,000 barbarian dragon troops to check. If there are any pursuers, kill them without mercy." "Understood," with the barbarian dragon general's order. His deputy Monhu cautiously responded before stepping back. Moments later, he gathered 1,000 barbarian dragon troops together. Each of these warriors rode the unique savage beasts of the barbarian race, each over 10 feet long, pitch black, with sharp teeth protruding from their lips, panting heavily. On the savage beasts sat the barbarian dragon riders, clad in armor, their faces covered with blood-colored totems, each holding a blood-colored spear. Their solid muscles gleamed with a metallic sheen. "Let's go." With Monhu's command, 1,000 barbarian dragon troops surged toward the rear. Meanwhile, the barbarian dragon general's gaze turned toward the center of the formation, where a horse-drawn carriage wrapped in steel was located. Inside was the daughter of Xiao Tianyi, the northern grand commander of the great Zhou dynasty. As long as he brought her back, it would be a significant achievement. As he contemplated this, Liu, from a distance, had already spotted the traces of the barbarian dragon army. However, he did not feel fear. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to see how the legendary elite warriors of the barbarians compared to his 18 riders of Yanmen. As both sides drew closer, Liu could even smell a strong, pungent scent of blood entering his nostrils. Just then, the system voice echoed again. "Ding! Would the host like to sign in at the black iron battlefield with 1,000 people?" Hearing the voice, Liu was taken aback. He now had a general understanding of the various battlefields. From low to high, they are unranked black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and so on. The higher the battlefield level, the greater the danger. However, the rewards are also more substantial. Unexpectedly, fighting against the barbarian dragon army actually triggered the black iron battlefield. "That's quite interesting." Without hesitation, I directly said, "Sign in." Chapter 6. Confronting the barbarian dragon army. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the absolute loyalty of Luo Cheng. Strength, first layer of Dan condensation. Weapon, 5-up divine flying spear. Armor, cold jade azura armor. Physique, azura battle body. Mount, cold mist white dragon steed. Please accept host. As the system's voice faded, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Liu's eyes. Although the jade-faced cold spear Luo Cheng wasn't considered a top general during the Sui and Tang dynasties, he was certainly a first-rate commander. His strength was formidable, intimidating various lords, and he was capable of standing alone in battle. Moreover, the 18 riders of Yanmen belonged to his household. Summoning him now was perfectly suitable. Then, a figure appeared behind Liu. Dressed in silver armor and wearing an azura mask, he stood 8 feet tall, with eyes shining with divine light. The cold mist white dragon steed beneath him was exceptionally majestic, surrounded by wisps of white mist that drifted out, appearing both ethereal and powerful, giving off a mysterious and strong aura. Upon his appearance, he followed closely behind Lu Yu and charged forward. The vice commander of the barbarian dragon riders, upon seeing Lu Yu and his men rushing toward them, showed a flicker of seriousness in his fierce eyes. Just a handful of Lu Yu's men had managed to annihilate the blood barbarian riders, a display of strength that commanded his respect and warranted his caution. It was important to note that the barbarian dragon riders could sweep across the land not only due to their own formidable strength, but also because of their carefulness, caution, and cunning. As the two sides were about to close in on each other, the voice of the vice commander of the barbarian army rang out. Heavy armor formation. Charge and crush. In his view, the 18 riders of Yanmen, numbering only in the dozens, had wiped out nearly 1,000 blood barbarian riders, which should have been a cunning and agile maneuver, picking off the blood barbarian riders one by one. Therefore, he planned to maximize his advantages, overwhelming the 18 riders with 1,000 heavy cavalry, not giving them a chance to divide and conquer. One must admit, this vice commander had some skills. At the very least, his tactics were sound. With a crash, as soon as he gave the command, the masks of the barbarian army were lowered, obscuring their faces. The bronze masks not only enhanced their imposing presence, intimidating the enemy, but also amplified the combat power of the barbarian army. This was considered a low-grade spiritual weapon, and it was quite a feat for the barbarian tribes to equip their army with such items. In an instant, a fierce and brutal aura spread out. The scaled behemoths beneath them roared as they watched Lu Yu and his men approach closer. The vice commander's wolf-toothed club slowly lifted. The killing intent emanating from it was enough to startle anyone. At this point, the two armies were almost close enough to see each other's faces. Luo Cheng gallantly charged ahead, shielding Lu Yu. The five-hook divine spear was thrust directly at the vice commander of the barbarian army, its movement cutting through the air with a deafening sound that vibrated the eardrums. Meanwhile, as they were battling in the wilderness on the other side, Xiao Taisher had arrived at another battlefield left by Lu Yu. The ground was littered with corpses, making a shocking sight. The battle flags of the blood barbarian riders were carelessly thrown in the mud, trampled upon. The battlefield was incredibly brutal. Xiao Taiyun slowly spoke. 500 blood barbarian riders were all killed in less than a quarter of an hour. From the methods used to kill them, it appears to be the same group as before. How could just a handful of people possess such formidable strength? If my brother's iron-armored camp were to battle those 500 blood barbarian riders, the outcome would be uncertain. As he said this, the amazement on his face was hard to conceal. Meanwhile, Xiao Taisher, as the commander, was thinking more strategically. His voice, now somewhat stiff, said, "The entire northern border hasn't seen such a large number of enemy kills in years. This is a great victory. It's not just the glory of those who fought, but also the glory of the northern border." After his voice echoed, he turned to the secretary beside him and commanded, "Record this military achievement." Then, his gaze fixed on the scout camp's officer beside him. "Let the scout camp proceed first, and be sure to uncover the identity of those who engage in combat. If they are from a northern border, I must meet them personally." Understood. Upon receiving the command from the northern general, the scout camp officer quickly withdrew. However, just as he left, after a short while, he unexpectedly returned. "General, the scouts have discovered a piece of armor discarded on the plains. Although it's somewhat damaged, it's not severe. It should have been changed out. Hand it over," Xiao Taiyun said quickly. When he took the armor in his hands and examined the tag at the collar, a gleam flashed in his eyes. "Tianqing Beacon Tower, Officer Lu Yu. It really is him. He's not dead." This was the armor Lu Yu left behind when he changed, and it was eventually found by the scouts of the Northern Army. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taisher slowly spoke. "Moreover, I smell the blood of barbarian tribesmen on this armor. It seems this battle was very likely caused by Lu Yu." At this point, a hint of emotion appeared on his face. If it is indeed him, then a young star of generalship will rise in the northern border. To have achieved victory against a larger force, traveling hundreds of miles and killing nearly 1,000 blood barbarian riders. The military achievements accumulated are enough for Lu Yu to ascend to the ranks of mid-level generals in the northern border. However, Xiao Taiyun expressed disbelief. "Let's wait and see. After all, It's just a piece of armor. Even if it is him, killing so many blood barbarian riders would certainly have exhausted him. We must catch up with him quickly to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taisha nodded. Indeed, the most important thing now was to catch up with the barbarian dragon army, not only for this rising star generalship, but also for Hong Ling. Then, they mounted their steeds and rode forward. At the same time, Xiao Taisha used a projection jade talisman to record everything on the battlefield, ordering someone to send it immediately to Xiao Qiani. Regardless of the circumstances, such a significant military achievement could not be concealed. The military achievement system was rigorously strict. This was also the reason why the Great Zhou dynasty could withstand the barbarian tribes for so many years, prompting countless individuals to risk their lives in battle. As Xiao Taisha and Xiao Taiyun were both astonished by the massacre and continued to lead their forces forward, preparing to see who had accomplished such a shocking feat. Lu Yu was also leading the 18 riders of Yanmen into a formal battle with the barbarian dragon army. At this moment, the most dazzling figure was Luo Cheng. With a 5-hook divine flying spear in hand, he thrust it forward like an ice dragon extending its claws, targeting the leading vice commander. Behind him, the 18 riders of Yanmen closely followed. Although the heavy cavalry of the barbarian army was not weak, most of them were only at the 9th level of body refinement. Compared to them, they still fell short. Swish! The next moment, as Luo Cheng's cold spear pierced through the head of the barbarian army's vice commander. Lu Yu's command rang out. Pyramid formation, break through. With the sound, the 18 riders gathered, their weapons turned outward, resembling a dagger as they charged into the barbarian army's ranks. Facing this legendary invincible battalion, Lu Yu's heart was as steady as a mountain, showing no fear. Feeling the faint fragrance from the scarf on his chest, he had only one thought. As long as he killed these barbarian army men, he would be one step closer to Hong Ling, Chapter 7. Breakthrough under the leadership of Lu Yu and Luo Cheng. The 18 riders of Yanmen charged like a small boat into the towering waves. Yet this boat, at this moment, rode the winds and broke the waves, intent on annihilating everything. Hiss! The outwardly curved blades, like the scythes of death, expertly guided the necks of the barbarian dragon knights onto their own edges. They were the most precise killing machines, using minimal effort to slay the maximum number of enemies. The battle cries of the barbarian dragon riders rang out. It must be said, they were indeed elite. Even after their deputy was slain, they still launched the wildest charge under the leadership of their centurion. Without a hint of fear beneath their cold masks, only a chilling, killing intent. 100-man leader of the barbarian dragon army swung a heavy hammer towards Lu Yu. The mounted beast beneath him roared, but before he could get close, this cold-faced general had already pierced the air with his cold spear, piercing the 100-man leader's neck. The towering body fell backward, while the mount continued to gallop. Blood splattered forth, dotting Luo Cheng's armor with crimson stains. This was war, cold and cruel. Under the scorching sun of the wilderness, even the wind that blew was searing hot, yet no one could feel its temperature. Only a chill from the heart remained. Luo Cheng dared not linger. He was the tip of the conical formation and had to maintain the charge to allow the 18 riders of Yanmen behind him to unleash their most powerful attack mode. Sizzle! When Lu Yu's blood-forged dragon spear cleaved a barbarian dragon soldier in half. The 18 riders of Yanmen finally broke through the heavy armor formation of the barbarian dragon army. Not a single one was harmed. If this scene were witnessed by others from the Great Zhou dynasty, they would surely be shocked. For years, the barbarian dragon army had looked down upon and dominated the entire northern frontier, unmatched by anyone. Yet today, their renowned heavy armor formation was pierced by 20 men, leaving a ground strewn with corpses. As the formation was breached, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 230 experience points, reaching the 2nd level of the Condensed Dan realm. After reaching the Condensed Dan realm, each level requires 200 experience points. However, the 18 riders of Yanmen, still in the Qi refinement period, do not require this. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin 12 has gained 70 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin 15 has gained 80 experience points. The system's upgrades made Lu Yu's eyes sparkle with excitement. With one more charge, the 18 Riders of Yanmen would break through. With this thought, he turned his horse's head and issued a cold command. Central assault, flanking hunt. Deploy the Bu Chuan formation. As the words sounded, he and Luo Cheng led a few men to charge into the midst of the barbarian dragon riders once more, leaving a few Yanmen riders on either flank to hunt down enemies. This tactic astonished the barbarian dragon army. To use 18 men to encircle and kill over 1,000 of them was indeed a bizarre strategy. But it was happening right before their eyes. In fact, they did not know that the 18 Riders of Yanmen had once killed 20,000 without leaving a trace. Had they known, they would not have been so surprised. This battle was destined to be remembered for centuries, a classic fight in the northern frontier. Lu Yu, moving through the center line, directed his spear towards the barbarian dragon riders, who fell in response. His blood-forged war spear, like the scythe of death, harvested all life. On both sides, there were lines of soldiers. The flying spears were like lightning, and the curved blades fluttered, spraying blood mist. As their figures passed through the barbarian dragon army, 1,000 barbarian dragon soldiers had died, with not a single survivor. The ground was littered with shattered limbs, not a single intact body to be found. Under the blazing sun, the untethered wild beasts stood frozen in place, afraid to move, while injured giant beasts let out mournful howls. But Lu Yu could not concern himself with these. He had to rescue Hongling. In his mind, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 450 experience points, reaching the 4th level of the condensed Dan realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin 2 has gained 380 experience points, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Yin 5 has gained 390 experience points, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 650 experience points, reaching the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Experience point bonuses have been gained for subordinates. Would you like to break through? The already formidable 18 Riders of Yanmen, after continuous battles, had their strength elevated to an even more powerful level, capable of matching any elite force. Lu Yu was even more excited, not knowing how far he would break through. With this thought, he did not hesitate and directly said, "Breakthrough." As the voice fell, the 5 Emperor's Dragon control technique within his body instantly activated. Golden light shone brightly around him, and behind him, a shadow of an emperor faintly appeared, but it was too illusory to see clearly. If one day all 5 emperors appeared behind Lu Yu, they would likely unleash earth-shattering power. However, it seemed that day was still very far off. Nevertheless, his speed of breakthrough was already quite remarkable. With the boost of experience points, an immense magical power surged in like a raging flood. Bloodshift 8th level. Bloodshift 9th level. Boom! The powerful vitality broke through the bottleneck, stopping only when he reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. Feeling the surging blood power within his body and the true energy that had already manifested, Lu Yu could not afford to rejoice. He turned to the 18 Riders of Yanmen behind him and commanded, "Continue the expedition." The war horses roared out, kicking up a cloud of dust in the wilderness. The 18 riders followed closely behind. At that moment, within the Iron Blood City, in the great commander's residence, Xiao Tianyi looked at the jade talisman in his hand, an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Who is helping me? Could it be that His Majesty has learned of Hongling's situation and sent the Great Zhou Royal Guard?" Because, aside from the Great Zhou Royal Guard, he really could not think of where such elite troops could come from. Speaking of the Great Zhou Royal Guard, it was indeed formidable. Established by the first ancestor of Great Zhou 800 years ago, it consisted of only 300 men, but could take on 10, even 100. When the barbarian dragon army invaded back then, it was precisely because the Royal Guard descended upon the wilderness and fought for 3 days, along with Xiao Tianyi's efforts, that the barbarian dragon riders did not set foot in Iron Blood City. Thus, the Royal Guard was the pride of the entire Great Zhou. However, Xiao Tianyi quickly shook his head. A single Xiao Hongling was not worth the Royal Guard's intervention. Who could it be? Could it really be Lu Yu? He then revealed a wry smile. It seemed he had been overly worried about his daughter, actually placing his hopes on him. He did not deny Lu Yu's excellence and courage, but it was indeed a bit unbelievable. However, no matter who it was, this credit could not be erased. Especially in recent years, when the northern frontier stronghold had been powerless against the blood barbarian tribe. Killing hundreds of enemies was enough to uplift spirits. This must be strongly recognized. With this thought, he handed the jade talisman in his hand to the strategist beside him and said, "Submit this military merit to His Majesty." The current great Zhou desperately needs some good news. Chapter 8. Dispute before the palace. Yes, General. The person beside him did not dare to be negligent and bowed before retreating. He then picked up the jade talisman and transmitted the message. This was a celestial artifact that could convey messages from thousands of miles away. Whenever there were significant military achievements in the northern border, this was used for communication. Meanwhile, inside the longevity palace of the royal palace, the queen of the great Zhou dynasty sat on her dragon throne. The resplendent decorations with gold and jade made her feel no warmth, but rather a sense of coldness. The flickering candlelight swayed wildly, casting a long, menacing shadow of the Duke of Southern Defense beneath the dragon table. This was her uncle, who once doted on her, just like Xiao Tianyi, guarding the borders of the great Zhou dynasty from the north and south. However, since her ascension to the throne, this relative had become like an enemy. Not only did he feign compliance, but he also created various obstacles for her, causing her immense distress. "Uncle, the lonely king knows how hard you have worked in guarding the southern wilderness all these years. However, this time, the citizens of a town have been devoured by the demon race. As the king of the great Zhou, I must give them an explanation. Therefore, we must send troops. Otherwise, we will be betraying their support." As the queen spoke, she raised her head. The pearl curtains on her heavenly crown swayed, revealing glimpses of her appearance. A hint of fatigue showed in her beautiful eyes, and her delicate nose glimmered with a radiant light. Her pearly teeth lightly bit her lips, and the crimson royal robe she wore trembled, clearly indicating her agitation. The Duke of Southern Defense, as the head of the noble lords, had disregarded royal orders more than once or twice, relying on his lineage and noble status. However, with no one in the dynasty able to restrain him and commanding hundreds of thousands of Southern Defense troops, he had become increasingly arrogant. Upon hearing the queen's voice, the Duke of Southern Defense revealed a faint smile. His tall figure, clad in a purple brocade robe, rustled as he spoke in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, you have long resided in the palace and are unaware of the hardships at the borders. To safeguard the dynasty's security, the current Southern Defense troops are utterly exhausted. It is not that I refuse to send troops. It is simply that I lack the strength to do so. Moreover, the Iron Blood City of the Northern Defense troops reportedly has soldiers who dare not leave the city. The borderlands have almost become a stronghold for the barbarians. They come and go as they please. I can still hunt some demon beasts occasionally, but has the Northern Defense ever exterminated any barbarians? The last time they killed a few dozen was over a year ago. I know the blood barbarians are strong, even more troublesome than the demons. However, the achievements of the Northern Defense troops are even less commendable. You do not pressure them, yet you keep blaming me. This seems overly targeted at the Southern Defense troops. Does it not?" His voice carried a hint of coldness. Upon hearing this, the nearby Divine Martial Duke showed some dissatisfaction. He hailed from the northern wilderness and had risen through military merit to his current position, making him a legendary figure in the Great Zhou beside Xiao Tianyi. He coldly remarked, "What does the Duke of Southern Defense mean? Are you questioning the loyalty of the northern border, or are you questioning its capability? If you're dissatisfied, let us swap the station troops between the north and south. How about you guard the northern wilderness? If you can single-handedly suppress the barbarian dragon army, I, Wu Tong, will personally bow to you." The tone of the Divine Martial Duke was filled with a metallic resonance, his eyes blazing with anger. In the great Zhou dynasty, the upper echelons were largely divided into two factions, the noble lords and the commoner lords. The noble lords were born into nobility, with ancestors who followed the founding emperor to establish the dynasty. After the founding of the Great Zhou, they became natural nobles, enjoying glory for hundreds of years. In contrast, the commoner lords rose to nobility later due to military merits. The former looked down upon the latter, considering their bloodline inferior, which led to a significant increase in conflicts between the two sides. This was well known throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. The Duke of Southern Defense's remarks not only rejected the Queen's orders, but also belittled the birthplace of the Commoner Lords, the northern border, and the leader of the Commoner Lords, Xiao Qiani. Although this was a two-birds-with-one-stone situation, it naturally stirred the displeasure of the divine Martial Duke. After his words fell, the Duke of Southern Defense disdainfully replied, "Divine Martial Duke, you are already a marquis. It would be wise to choose your words carefully. Hundreds of thousands of troops cannot simply be swapped at will. What I mean is that as long as the northern border can present some decent military achievements, there's no need for you to take the initiative to attack. Just kill 100 or 200 barbarian cavalry outside the city, and I will send troops." You. Upon hearing this, the divine Martial Duke shouted angrily. But soon after, a look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. The barbarian cavalry was too difficult to deal with. To eliminate 100 or 200 of them often required 10 times the cost on their side. No commander was willing to do so, nor could they afford to. Maintaining the integrity of the northern border was already quite challenging. Taking the initiative to hunt them down was simply impossible. Seeing the divine Martial Duke in such a predicament, the Duke of Southern Defense smiled. "What? Is it impossible? Then I naturally cannot send troops." As his voice echoed, even the Queen of the Great Zhou was at a loss. The Duke of Southern Defense was truly a master of shifting concepts. The barbarian cavalry was not only well-trained, but also had unified command. One misstep could lead to falling into their trap. On the other hand, the demon race occasionally had a few powerful demons causing chaos, which could easily be exterminated by the Southern Defense troops. However, the opposing side always used the northern border as an excuse, leaving her unsure of how to respond. The old maid beside the standing queen, seeing her weary face, quietly retreated. A few days ago, the northern border had sent some blood ginseng as tribute. It would be nice for the queen to brew some for drinking. Just as she stepped out of the hall, a palace attendant from the Council of State hurried over, his face flushed with urgency, holding a jade talisman, as if something significant had occurred. The Great Zhou's Council of State was responsible for receiving reports from various places. Seeing the attendant so anxious, it must have been a major event. Therefore, she immediately asked Xiao Zhang, "What has happened that you are in such a hurry?" "Your Majesty is currently discussing matters with several lords. If there is no significant issue, do not make a fuss." Upon hearing the voice, the attendant named Xiao Zhang did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, "A joyous event. Lord Palace Order. The Council of State just received a report. There has been a great victory at the border. The northern border cavalry launched a surprise attack for hundreds of miles, first killing 100 blood barbarians and then slaying 500 enemies. The heads of 6 centurions are on their way back to the royal city. As soon as I received the news, I rushed over, knowing that your Majesty is concerned about the borders, so I wanted to report it as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the queen's eyes. She knew that this time, she could finally hold her head high. Without hesitation, she said, "Such a significant matter. Why not proclaim the merits in the palace, so that all the officials know? I was anxious to report to your Majesty, so I forgot. I will proclaim the merits right away." Proclaiming the merits meant that after a great victory at the border, the Council of State would be responsible for running around and shouting the news, honoring the border soldiers and rewarding the dynasty. After the attendant's voice rang out, he did not dare to delay and immediately shouted, "Great victory!" The northern border cavalry rushed for hundreds of miles, killing hundreds of blood barbarians. "Please, your Majesty, review." The voices rang out one after another. In the great hall, upon hearing the sound, the Queen of the Great Zhou immediately stood up. A flash of excitement crossed her eyes. In her heart, a sense of gratitude for this person who had achieved merit arose, like seeing a stream of clear water in the desert. Then, her gaze focused on the somewhat pale-faced Duke of Southern Zhou. She knew that her opportunity had come. Chapter 9. The Queen's Reward. At this moment, the inner servant of the Council of State entered the Grand Hall. After sensing the strange atmosphere in the room, he swallowed hard and steadied himself. Kneeling on the ground, he said, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived of a great victory in the northern frontier. A warrior has traveled hundreds of miles, killing 600 blood barbarian cavalry. Please take a look. As he spoke, he raised the jade token with both hands. Sweat droplets fell from his forehead, but he dared not move an inch. The returning female official carefully took the jade token in hand and presented it to the queen. After inputting a strand of true energy, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of the great Zhou queen. Show this jade token to the lords present. After her voice fell, the female official took the jade token and stepped down carefully. The Lord of Yanmen was the first to take the jade token into his hands. Upon seeing the message contained within, his complexion turned ashen. In the past, he could use the lack of action in the northern frontier as an excuse, but now the excuse was gone. The idea of preserving strength was likely to be shattered. However, there was no choice. It was not yet the time to confront the queen openly. Meanwhile, the Lord of Shenwu did not care about his expression. After taking the jade token, a smile appeared on his face. Haha, a great victory indeed. The blood barbarian cavalry is considered an elite among the barbarian tribes. Although they are not as formidable as the barbarian dragon cavalry, they are not to be underestimated. Who accomplished this? I must meet them in person. As his voice rang out, even the Lord of Yanmen revealed a curious gaze. A general capable of such feats must be extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the queen waved her hand and said, "Our general is too impatient. He has been running without pause, and the army behind him has not yet caught up. However, we should know his identity very soon." After her voice fell, she turned to the inner servant again. Convey the will of the lonely king. After knowing this general's identity, regardless of his rank, promote him 3 levels. Build a residence in the northern frontier city and celebrate his military achievements for 3 days. Additionally, reward him with 100 high-grade spirit stones. As her voice echoed, several lords in the Grand Hall gasped in astonishment. Such a reward was indeed excessive. However, it was justified given the military achievement. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty desperately needed a victory. For decades, hundreds of thousands of troops in the northern frontier had not dared to step outside the Iron Blood City, which had almost become a laughingstock. Now, this situation had finally been broken. It was truly a monumental event. At this moment, the inner servant, having received the order, dared not think further. His most important task now was to fulfill the queen's command. Therefore, he immediately said respectfully, "As you command," and then retreated. At this time, Luo was unaware of all this. He was getting closer and closer to the barbarian dragon army, even able to see their silhouettes clearly. According to the traces left by the barbarian dragon army, they had deployed 3,000 barbarian dragon soldiers to seize Shaohongling. This already accounted for 1/3 of the entire barbarian dragon army, sufficient to rival the tens of thousands of warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the last battle, Luo had killed 1,000 barbarian dragon soldiers, meaning there were still 2,000 remaining. Although the enemy's strength was formidable, Luo did not take it to heart. For him, these barbarian dragon soldiers would all become stepping stones. The dragon-scaled black steed beneath him galloped even faster, just as Luo was relentlessly pursuing. The general of the barbarian dragon army furrowed his brows. He had been waiting in place for a while, and his deputy had yet to return, making him somewhat anxious. In the past, such a situation had never occurred. At this moment, the centurion guarding the prisoner cart of Shaohongling approached. "General, that great Zhou woman wants to see you." "I understand." Upon hearing this, the barbarian dragon general nodded and walked toward the cart where Shaohongling was. "Barbarian dragon general, my great Zhou soldiers have pursued you, right? Let me go, and I assure you they won't trouble you." Just as the barbarian dragon general arrived beside the cart, Shaohongling leaned out and said. Her stunning face bore no trace of fear. The setting sun's afterglow illuminated her face, making it appear crystal clear, and there was even a smile on her lips. The barbarian dragon general, upon hearing her voice, maintained a blank expression. Not even the slightest fluctuation could be seen in his gaze, as if the woman before him were merely a stone. He then spoke coldly. "Our barbarian dragon army has roamed this northern frontier for decades, and no one has ever dared to utter such words. Not even your father, Xiao Tianyi, would dare. If you don't believe it, you can wait and see," the barbarian dragon general said sternly. Just then, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, A look of disbelief appeared in Xiao Hongling's eyes. She had spotted a figure charging through the thousands of soldiers toward her. She shook her head vigorously, realizing it was not her illusion. It was indeed him. Yes, Liu caught up. At this moment, his eyes shone with unmatched brilliance. The blood-refining dragon spear in his hand waved, stirring up a vast military aura. He was determined to rescue Hongling. Each time his weapon struck down, it would unleash a mist of blood. The barbarian dragon soldiers were taken aback, never expecting someone would charge directly into their camp so brazenly. The barbarian dragon general roared, "Kill them. Leave not a single one alive." He was furious, as dozens of men had charged into their camp. This was a humiliation the barbarian dragon army had faced for decades. Just as his roar fell, the previously calm expression of Hongling turned pale. She did not expect Lu Yu to chase after her, much less to this location. However, she did not cry out, for she understood that if she acted like a helpless girl now, it would only hinder Lu Yu's performance. What she needed to do was quietly wait for Lu Yu to rescue her. Yet, she also understood that this opportunity was exceedingly slim. Therefore, if Lu Yu lived, she would live. If he died, she would die. With this thought, she calmed down instead, merely watching the battlefield. After a moment of chaos, the barbarian dragon army quickly regrouped. It must be said they were indeed elite. The barbarian dragon general, wielding a massive axe, sat atop his mount, coldly observing Lu Yu charging ahead. Kill him. Then, the surrounding barbarian dragon cavalry surged forward toward Lu Yu and the 18 riders of Yanmen. Although they were only 2,000, they charged like a stampede of horses. This was the true strength of the barbarian dragon army, which had roamed the northern frontier for decades. Even a grand commander Xiao Tianyi could do nothing against them. The cold light flashed on their iron armor, and the fierce visors made the barbarian dragon army appear demonic. This was true elite. However, at the same time, a voice from a system echoed in Lu Yu's mind once again. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the black iron battlefield with 2,000 people? Sign in. Lu Yu responded without hesitation as he continued to charge forward. Chapter 10. The Palace Shakes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The Yanmen 18 Riders have gained the Blood Moon Greedy Wolf phenomenon. Note, after activating the phenomenon, the Yanmen 18 Riders can unleash 300% of their combat power during battle. As the voice echoed, Lu Yu noticed a thick blood cloud rising above his and his companions' heads. A blood moon flickered in and out above the clouds, its light shining down on the Yanmen 18 Riders. At that moment, a rich smell of blood wafted through the air. Even the general of the Manlong army had his pupils constrict at such a sight. His towering figure trembled slightly, and a hint of sorrow appeared on his face as he looked at the army that had already charged out. Then, he saw Lu Yu leading the Yanmen 18 Riders in the battlefield. The spear and curved blade shone dazzlingly under the reflection of the blood moon. Slash! A sergeant who had just charged and was directly pierced by Lu Yu's spear, which broke through his armor and pierced through his chest. The spear was swiftly retracted, and the body of the Manlong army sergeant fell to the ground, instantly trampled into a pulp by the warhorse. As Lu Yu prepared for the final battle, Xiao Taisher stood on the battlefield that Lu Yu had just vacated, unable to speak for a long time. The battlefield, with over 1,000 people, was drenched in blood, staining the yellow sand. The air was filled with a salty and bitter taste. Even this general of the Northern Army was shaken. This is the Manlong Army. 1,000 Manlong soldiers. The total number killed in the northern frontier over the past 30 years is not as much as this one time. How could he not be astonished? The horror in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Such a scene, if witnessed, would surely shock the entire dynasty. Xiao Tailong muttered to himself. He knew that this was the Manlong Army, an invincible existence in the northern frontier. But today they were killed, blood spilling on the battlefield. Then, Xiao Tailong rushed into the battlefield. After a moment, he said it was still the last group that did the killing, but this time, many of their tactics are beyond my understanding. They strike fiercely and move like the wind. 1,000 Manlong soldiers were still defeated in a quarter of an hour. I actually can't discern where their strength's bottom line is. Xiao Tielong's voice carried a hint of shock. In response, Xiao Taisher recorded the images from the battlefield once more and sent them back to Xiao Tianyi. This time, He did not dare to delay even a moment and said directly, "Continue onward. We must find out who possesses such strength today." After the voice sounded, he rushed forward, followed closely by 20,000 Northern Army soldiers. At the same moment, receiving the news, Xiao Tianyi stood up directly. He held the jade talisman glowing in his hand, and the excitement on his face was difficult to conceal. "Heaven bless our northern frontier." As the voice sounded, he personally made an imprint of the jade talisman. After adding his own comments, he sent it to the Hall of Memorials. Then, he slowly sat down. "Luo, could it be you? If it really is you, perhaps my daughter will be saved." At this point, his gaze fell on the strategist beside him, and he slowly said, "This person who swept through the entire battlefield, annihilating thousands of man-long soldiers. Who could he be?" At this moment, even the Grand Commander of the Great Zhou dynasty sensed the complexity of the situation, which exceeded his control. Upon hearing the voice, the blue-robed scholar beside him slowly stepped forward and looked at Xiao Tianyi, saying, "Commander, the best outcome would be if this matter was indeed done by someone from our Great Zhou dynasty. Then everything can be discussed. However, there is another scenario. If this is the work of another force, then the young lady would fall into an even more dangerous situation." The strategist's voice revealed a hint of complexity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianyi instantly became tense. However, after a moment, he slightly closed his eyes and slowly said, "Everything depends on Hongling's fate." As his words fell, the hall fell into silence. At the same time, within the palace, the queen of the Great Zhou sat on the dragon throne, propping her forehead with one hand, appearing quite lonely. Although the northern frontier had killed many blood barbarian cavalry to silence the Duke of Southern Town, they were about to face the frenzied attacks of the blood barbarian tribe. The northern frontier would undoubtedly fall into continuous battles again. Some nobles and lords, led by the Duke of Southern Town, were probably already eyeing the situation. Once the northern frontier was breached, they would likely seize the opportunity to split the Great Zhou. This was her greatest worry. After all, the man-long cavalry was a true symbol of invincibility. If they truly retaliated, it would be a catastrophic event. As she pondered her concerns, the voice of the palace attendant in the Hall of Memorials suddenly rang out again. "Great victory! Great victory! A great victory in the northern frontier. The northern frontier warriors have annihilated 1,000 man-long soldiers. The northern frontier warriors have annihilated another 1,000 man-long soldiers." The attendant's voice trembled. This time, it captured the attention of everyone in the palace. Regardless of the officials on duty or the palace maids and attendants, they all displayed expressions of astonishment at this moment. The name of the Man-Long army was well known, even to those who had long resided in the royal city. In the past, even the former king had been unable to deal with them. Now, to hear that 1,000 had been annihilated, how could one not be shocked? When the attendant rushed into the main hall, the queen actually descended from the dragon throne and took the memorial. At that moment, her voice even carried a hint of tremor. For 30 years, the Great Zhou dynasty had been shrouded in the shadow of the Man-Long army. Now, to hear that someone had annihilated 1,000 Man-Long soldiers, how could she not be excited, even unable to believe it? The attendant did not dare to hesitate and quickly presented the jade talisman. When the queen held it in her hand, it took a long time for her to calm her emotions. Then she slowly said, "Transmit the order of the Lonely King. We must find out who this Great Zhou soldier is. I want to personally reward him." As her voice sounded, it carried a hint of excitement. The attendant involuntarily gasped. They did not even know which general had accomplished such a great feat. This person might be on the verge of joining the ranks of the Great Zhou's powerful figures. Not only him, but even others in the palace understood that the Great Zhou dynasty was about to rise with a new power that could not be obstructed. As everyone speculated about the identity of the person who had charged hundreds of miles, causing rivers of blood among the barbarian tribes, Luo had already engaged in fierce combat with the Man-Long army. The blood moon hung high, displaying endless ruthlessness. His blood-refined dragon spear, alongside Luo Cheng's cold spear, radiated infinite sharpness. The Yanmen 18 Riders followed closely behind them, with the blood-colored greedy wolf reflecting above their heads as they raced towards Xiao Hongling's carriage. That was Luo's ultimate goal. Killing enemies was merely a matter of convenience for him at this point. Chapter 11. The soul of the army at this moment. The Yanmen 18 Riders appeared as if covered in blood and fire. Above their heads, wolf howls occasionally echoed, showcasing endless ferocity in this desolate land. Luo charged at the forefront, his blood-refined dragon spear thrusting straight ahead. A man-long army soldier who had just charged and was directly pierced by the sharp spear. The impact was so strong that the soldier's body was pinned to Luo's hand, which he then flung away. Behind him, Luo Cheng was equally ferocious. As he thrust out with his cold spear, it surprisingly emitted a whistling sound. The Mangan soldiers that collided with him were instantly pierced and exploded. Blood splattered onto his armor, filling his face with a grimace. At this moment, the combat power of the 18 Riders of Yanmen skyrocketed. Their offensive was nearly invincible. The entire battlefield was engulfed in the strange aura they radiated. If someone were watching from the side, they would notice that in the blood and fire-streaked battlefield, the 18 Riders of Yanmen were continuously charging forward. Each time they swung their curved blades, a beastly roar would resonate from the blade's edge, transforming into a blood wolf that directly pounced on the Mangan army. The blessing of the blood moon made them almost invincible in this territory. Clop, clop. As the war horses galloped, Luo rushed to the side of the carriage. The Mangan general's eyes gathered a cold light. He had been waiting for this moment. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air. The muscles in his arms bulged like hills, shining with a metallic glow. Roar! He let out a beastly roar and smashed directly towards Luo. The air was torn apart, and a sharp current surged, almost visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Cheng did not dare to delay. He instantly blocked beside Luo, also leaping into the air, his five-hook divine spear instantly positioned above his head, trying to block this strike. However, the Mangan general was indeed powerful, being the commander of the most elite army of the Blood Mangan tribe. His strength had reached the 9th level of Dan condensation. Thus, even Luo Cheng was at a disadvantage. Boom! When the battle axe struck the cold spear, Luo Cheng's figure was sent crashing down. The ground cracked beneath him, and his feet sank into the earth. At that moment, the Mangan general took advantage of the situation and kicked out in midair. Boom! Luo Cheng was ultimately kicked away, his face pale, even spitting out blood. However, he did not show fear and charged up again. The cold spear danced, transforming on the battlefield into a silver ice dragon. Luo, not daring to hesitate, approached the carriage. The blood-refined dragon spear in his hand instantly thrust out. Slash! The iron-made carriage was instantly split into fragments. After seeing Hong Ling's incredulous gaze, he directly pulled her onto his horse. Feeling the warmth behind him, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. At this moment, Hong Ling did not scream or get excited. She simply leaned against Luo, feeling incredibly at ease just being beside him. Although she was surprised by his immense strength, she understood that now was not the time for questions. Just then, Luo Cheng was once again sent flying. Boom! This time, it was even more dangerous. If it weren't for his armor, he might have been seriously injured. This scene made Hong Ling's expression change. She could see that Luo Cheng's strength was not weak. Yet he was still defeated by the Mangan general. At the same time, the Mangan general's voice rang out. He looked at Luo with a grim expression and said, "This general admits your strength is not weak. To have killed your way here is enough to rival the world's elites, perhaps even surpass them. But your enemy this time is the Mangan army, so you will surely die." As his voice echoed, he stepped forward, releasing a mighty aura. His eyes shone with a bloodthirsty gleam, preparing to personally kill Luo and the others here. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan Yi has gained 820 experience points, and his strength has risen to the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan San has gained 950 experience points, and his strength has risen to the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yen Wu has gained 810 experience points, and his strength has risen to the 4th level of Dan condensation. As the voices echoed, one after another, Luo looked around and realized that, unbeknownst to him, the Mangan cavalry had already been killed off in large numbers. The current 18 Riders of Yanmen had become even more powerful. The blood moon above their heads had completely revealed itself at some point. Moreover, a massive blood wolf silhouette appeared behind the 18 riders of Yanmen. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Cheng slowly stood up. At this moment, he was also unknowingly stained with blood fire. He then roared, "Greedy wolf, return to position. Yanmen in charge." In the next moment, he leaped high into the air, his cold spear pointing directly at the Mangan general. The 18 riders of Yanmen had originally been established by the Luo family. Even though they had come to another world and were summoned by Lu Yu, their connection could not be severed. As he shouted, almost as if a divine inspiration struck, the 18 riders of Yanmen simultaneously soared into the sky, finally converging with Luo Cheng to form a military formation in the air. Then in the sky, a bloodthirsty, greedy wolf appeared, charging directly at the Mangan general. Its giant teeth were like blades, and its claws like hooks. This was a true weapon of the human realm. Even Hong Ling at this moment covered her mouth and nose in shock, exclaiming, "The military soul." This is the manifestation that top warriors reach when their spirit and essence are concentrated together in their strongest state. As the daughter of the dynasty's grand commander, she had seen this in ancient texts. In the past, human warriors who condensed the military soul followed the human emperor to conquer the heavens. She never expected to witness it today. At this moment, not to mention Hong Ling, even the Mangan general's eyes showed an expression of disbelief, completely shocked. As the greedy wolf approached, he instinctively raised his giant axe to defend. But in the next moment, boom, the axe was sent flying, and the wolf's claw landed directly on the Mangan general's chest. The sharp claw pierced through his chest and abdomen, and blood mist erupted. His towering body fell straight onto the yellow sand, still with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Yu's mind rang with the system's voice again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has gained experience points, and his strength has reached the 9th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Host has gained an experience point bonus. Would you like to break through?" The voice sounded, and before Lu Yu could respond, clop, clop. A series of hoofbeats sounded from the distance. Then, they saw General Xiao Taisher of the northern town appear on the battlefield. However, the army did not advance, merely staring blankly at everything, their eyes filled with disbelief. After a moment, Xiao Tiexin slowly spoke. "Looking at these corpses, there must be 2,000 or 3,000, right? Not much difference. And I see that the Mangan general's standard has fallen. This is a monumental event." Xiao Taisher trembled as he spoke. Even as a third-ranked general of the Great Zhou dynasty, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers, he was utterly astonished at this moment. The supposedly invincible Mangan army had actually met its end here. Although he knew this was not the entirety of the Mangan army, he could be sure that from now on, the Mangan army's combat power would be greatly diminished. Once the myth of invincibility was broken, regaining its peak would be impossible. "Let's go take a look." After calming himself down, Xiao Taisher finally decided to go forward and take a look. He urged his warhorse and moved towards the front. However, just as he stepped forward, the Yanmen 18 riders had encircled Lu Yu. The horses' heads turned outward. With a whoosh, the blood-condensing blade that had just been sheathed was drawn out again. The cold light of the blade was released, causing anyone who saw it to feel a chill in their hearts. In an instant, a chilling and tremorous killing intent spread out, instilling fear in people's hearts. Seeing such a scene, Xiao Taisher felt a tightness in his heart. He realized he was being watched by the Yanmen 18 riders, giving him a sense of being trapped in hell. At this moment, he had no doubt that if both sides went to war, he would definitely be the one to die. Thinking of this, even the iron-blooded warrior revealed a hint of deep apprehension in his eyes. He knew there had been a misunderstanding. The people across from him were already bloodthirsty and were about to explain when Hong Ling, who was on Lu Yu's horse, poked her head out at this moment. Shi Tuye. Her bright eyes showed a hint of joy. Upon seeing Hong Ling, Xiao Taisher finally breathed a sigh of relief. These people had indeed come to rescue his sister. Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Miss, are you all right? I was sent by your adoptive father to rescue you." Although he seemed to be speaking to Xiao Hong Ling, his true intention was to explain to Lu Yu. He was genuinely worried that the Yanmen 18 riders would rush up and chop him and his subordinates down like cutting vegetables. If that happened, it would be truly unjust. At this moment, although Lu Yu was somewhat annoyed that Xiao Taisher and the others interrupted his breakthrough, he didn't dare to neglect them after knowing that the other party was the general of the north. After all, in theory, the other party was his superior. Coupled with Hongling's relationship, he couldn't afford to be careless. Thinking of this, he immediately jumped off his horse and stepped forward, clasping his fists in salutation. "Greetings, my lord." However, before Lu Yu could bow, Xiao Taisher had already jumped off his horse, avoiding Lu Yu's greeting. He hurriedly spoke, "Quick, don't be so formal. I have a general understanding of the situation regarding Hongling. You must be Lu Yu, right?" "Exactly." Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Taisher finally relaxed. Then, his heart was secretly shocked. Of course, there was also a deep admiration. As for Xiao Taisher, he was now a bit unsteady on his feet because he had never thought that Lu Yu would really rescue the young lady. Not to mention him. Even the Grand General wouldn't dare to think so. As for Xiao Hongling, she sat on the horse with a charming demeanor and couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Taisher's nervousness. It was the first time she had seen her usually calm Ji so flustered. To avoid Lu Yu's greeting, he almost fell off. At that moment, her laughter brightened the battlefield filled with blood and fire, bringing a rare touch of lightness that dissipated much of the oppressive atmosphere. After seeing Hongling laugh at him, Xiao Taisher couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But he quickly said, "You little girl, what do you know? Lu Yu has traveled thousands of miles for you these past few days." While the Grand General was feeling a severe headache, he fought his way through blood, first defeating the Blood Barbarian Riders and then the Barbarian Dragon Army, just to rescue you. It is said that even Her Majesty the Queen was alarmed by this. Such a person, not to mention me, who in the entire North Border would dare to receive his greeting besides the Grand General. As he spoke, Xiao Taisher couldn't help but clench his fists, clearly moved by Lu Yu's deeds. He understood that the young man in front of him would undoubtedly have a bright future after returning, barring any accidents. He might even become a pillar of the entire dynasty. The admiration in the gazes of the surrounding soldiers revealed that Lu Yu had already gained considerable prestige in the Northern Border Army. Meanwhile, Hongling's smile faded. Everything sounded pleasant. But in reality, it was incredibly difficult. It could even be said to be a matter of life and death. However, Lu Yu did not hesitate or retreat and fought his way to her side. From that moment on, there was no one who could separate them in her heart. Nevertheless, she did not express her gratitude. She simply held Lu Yu's hand and looked at Xiao Taisher proudly, saying, "It was I, Xiao Hongling, who has good taste to find a husband." She spoke with grace, showing no hint of shyness. At this moment, Xiao Taisher gave her a thumbs up. What Xiao Hongling said was indeed not wrong. Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Yu and asked, "Can we leave now?" His voice carried a hint of negotiation, clearly indicating that he now regarded Lu Yu as his equal. "As you command, General," Lu Yu replied with a smile. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Xiao Taisher was Xiao Hongling's brother meant he couldn't be rude. After hearing Lu Yu's response, Xiao Taisher hurriedly said, "Then let's leave. We have already deeply entered the territory of the barbarians. If we don't leave, the barbarian army will likely encircle us soon." After hearing this, Lu Yu did not hesitate and mounted his horse again. Before leaving, Xiao Taisher directly threw out the jade talisman, reflecting the situation on the battlefield. He knew that if this scene were spread, it would cause a tremendous stir. Then, he instructed his subordinates to bring back the head of the barbarian dragon army's general. In Xiao Taisher's view, obtaining a title for this man who had oppressed the northern border for many years was certainly not an issue. As for Lu Yu, he didn't care about these matters. He was just talking to Xiao Hongling about what had happened in the past few days, as it was what she wanted him to share. Meanwhile, the Yanmen 18 Riders and Luo Cheng tightly surrounded them, not allowing anyone else to come close. In a vast desert, a long line under the setting sun radiated a unique sense of tragic grandeur. At this moment, after finishing everything, Xiao Taisher transmitted the scenes from the jade talisman directly to Xiao Tianyi. The dignified general's hands trembled slightly, as if he was imagining the expression of his adoptive father upon receiving this news. Chapter 13. The indifference of the general's mansion as an adopted son. Xiao Taisher clearly understood his adoptive father very well. Just when he was lost in thought, the image on the jade talisman had already been transmitted. At this moment, Xiao Tianyi's eyes shone with dazzling light. The barbarian dragon army, which had been his enemy for many years, had actually suffered a defeat. Even the general of the barbarian dragon army had died on the battlefield. The complexity of his emotions at this moment was beyond words. What shocked him even more was Lu Yu. A mere squad leader had actually accomplished such a significant feat, not to mention Xiao Taisher. Even he, at this moment, felt his hands trembling slightly. After watching it several times, he transmitted the image to the Queen of the Great Zhou. This time, Lu Yu had risked his life and traveled thousands of miles to save his daughter. This kindness must not be forgotten. As for the military merit, it certainly could not be buried just like that. Such a great achievement could be considered unprecedented. He had to give Lu Yu an explanation. Thinking of this, he began to personally write a letter, addressing it to his friends who held positions in the royal city. There are still some civilian marquises. He needs to exert his strength to secure the greatest benefits for Lu Yu. Just after the news was transmitted, the entire royal city erupted in a frenzy within a short time. The once dominant barbarian dragon army had actually met its match, and the one responsible for this was a young man from the northern frontier. Moreover, he only brought a mere few dozen riders. It should be noted that the barbarian dragon army had once suppressed the entire Great Zhou, making it unable to lift its head. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. As excitement spread, some prominent figures in the dynasty began to consider their own interests after calming down, especially among certain noble marquises, who represented the powerful families of the Great Zhou. They represented the interests of all nobility, and recently, the queen seemed to be wary of them, vigorously cultivating officials from the northern frontier to counterbalance their influence, which made the nobles anxious. If Lu Yu were to rise, such a fierce general would be a valuable asset to the queen, and they feared being overshadowed. Therefore, in the following 2 days, nobles frequently entered and exited the southern town marquis' residence. Their goal was to prevent the officials from the northern frontier from elevating Lu Yu too highly. Finally, the time for the court meeting arrived. The entire Wanshou Palace appeared solemn and dignified. The unique fragrance of dragon saliva incense permeated the great hall, invigorating everyone present. Clearly, the queen knew that this debate would not conclude quickly, so she specifically arranged for refreshing items. When all the ministers entered the great hall, the queen's voice slowly rang out. This time, the barbarian dragon army has met its end. Let us discuss the rewards for Lu Yu, the commander of the northern frontier. With the queen's voice echoing, a debate began in the hall. Meanwhile, within the general's residence of Jingbian, the old general had just returned from the barracks and happened to encounter his daughter kneeling outside the residence, who was also Lu Yu's mother. He allowed her to enter the residence with him. He was tall and wore bronze armor, sitting in a commanding position in the great hall. His large hand patted his thigh, coldly gazing at his daughter kneeling at his feet, appearing extremely stern. "What are you doing here?" His voice carried impatience and a hint of disgust. Clearly, the news of Lu Yu's achievements had not yet spread among lower-ranking officers, so the general was unaware, let alone the common people. Lu Yu's mother, though not very old, looked haggard. Her coarse clothing had several patches. Upon hearing the general's voice, she choked up and said, "Father, I did not listen to your advice back then and married Lu Yu's father. However, since the child was born, my husband has been missing, and I listened to you and changed the child's surname to Lu. He is, after all, a part of the Lu family. You cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. I cannot lose this son. It was you who sent him to the border. Now, I hope you'll bring him back. I am willing to pay any price to ensure Yu's safety." In recent days, unable to contact her son and hearing of the blood barbarian tribe's incursions, she had been kneeling outside the general's residence daily. It was only today that she entered the residence. Upon hearing her voice and seeing her in tears, even the iron-hearted general could not help but feel a bit soft-hearted. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. However, at that moment, a figure entered. The person was tall, with neatly combed long hair. A translucent jade hairpin nestled among the strands. Dressed in a white academy robe, he was handsome, none other than Lu Yu's cousin, Lu Sun. Upon entering and seeing Lu Yu's mother kneeling on the ground, he first frowned. Then, without waiting for the general to speak, he said disdainfully, "Aunt, since you've moved out, it's best not to come to the general's residence. If outsiders see, they might think anyone can be taken in here. As for Lu Yu, let me tell you the truth. It's impossible for him to come back. Besides, he is old enough to know better. He publicly defied me. Sending him to the border was already very lenient. It's just a way to toughen him up." While speaking, he sat down casually. He was now a student of the academy and the prospective son-in-law of the fourth-rank general of Jinyuan, making him a core figure in the family. Although he was speaking to his aunt, the disparity in status made him disregard the fact that she was his elder, instead speaking in a condescending tone. Upon seeing Lu Xun's attitude, the general said nothing more. After all, he was his legitimate grandson and would not allow his grandson to be wronged for a daughter who had already left the family and fallen into such a state. Thinking of this, he looked at his daughter and slowly said, "What Lu Xun has to say is also what I want to say. You should go back. Since you vowed to leave the general's residence back then, why come back now? Moreover, the resources of the Lu family will not be wasted on Luyu. It's quite troublesome to transfer a beacon keeper back." With a bang, as he spoke, a silver ingot was thrown onto the ground. He continued, "Take the silver and leave." Lu Yu's mother, her hands gripping tightly, rubbed her fingertips against the ground until traces of blood appeared. Gritting her teeth, she stood up and said, "Since the general has said this, I will not disturb you any longer. Although I lack silver, I will not come here to beg." Lu Yu's mother was inherently strong-willed. Otherwise, she would not have insisted on marrying Lu Yu's father. This time, her desperate plea was all for her son. Now, since hope was shattered, she would rather die than beg for mere silver. With that, she trembled as she walked toward the door, her back appearing exceedingly lonely. Her stooped figure seemed even more aged than the general. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xun expressed his disgust again. "My fiancé, he is coming to visit today. This old woman has dirted the ground." Saying this, he commanded the servants around to clean the floor. However, at that moment, a soldier holding an order rushed into the general's residence, shouting, "The Grand General has commanded that all officials in Iron Blood City gather at the city gate within a quarter of an hour to welcome the returning hero from the northern expedition. Those who do not come will be dealt with according to military law." Upon hearing this, the general's face showed surprise. Not daring to hesitate, he quickly dressed and headed towards the city gate. Meanwhile, not far from the city gate, Lu Yu walked slowly with the army, feeling extremely excited. The thing he most wanted to do now was to see his mother. Chapter 14, Return. The cold armor, the heroic figure. Luo Cheng guarded on both sides, and the 18 riders from Yanmen lined up in 2 rows, guarding Lu Yu's side. Although he was not the highest-ranking official in the crowd, he was certainly the most dazzling. Xiao Hongling's gaze was almost entirely fixed on him, unwilling to look away even for a moment. As they approached the city gate, the officials who had gathered long ago gazed at the slowly advancing army in the distance, their eyes filled with confusion. They could not understand who had achieved such merit, but the Grand Commander had made such a significant move. At this moment, Xiao Qianni was quite excited. His daughter had returned, and even his longtime rival had been defeated. How could he not be thrilled? The dark golden armor he wore made his tall figure appear even more imposing. Although his hair was graying at the temples, it did not diminish his mountain-like aura. As the army approached, thud thud, the Grand Commander stepped forward, parting the marching soldiers to reach Lu Yu's side. Just as Lu Yu was about to dismount to pay his respects, the Grand Commander directly stopped him, personally taking the reins of his horse. This scene caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Who was the Grand Commander? He was known as the God of War in the northern border, the pillar of support in everyone's hearts. Yet now, he was personally leading someone's horse. How could this not astonish them? At that moment, the Grand Commander spoke, gazing at the surrounding officials. "You must be wondering why I have gathered you all here. This young man on horseback has accomplished a great feat in the past few days. He traveled over 1,000 miles across the desert, killing 600 blood barbarian knights and annihilating 3,000 barbarian dragon troops, establishing an unprecedented merit for our great Zhou. He deserves my personal service in leading his horse." As his voice echoed, it shook the surroundings. The other officials bowed at this moment. However, the general of Jingbian's pupils contracted. He naturally recognized Lu Yu and had personally ordered him to be sent to the border. He never expected that his own grandson would achieve such a great accomplishment. The anxiety in his heart was beyond words. Until Lu Yu entered the city gate, following the Grand Commander toward the Grand Commander's residence. He looked at the officials who had already dispersed, not daring to show any signs of negligence. He went directly back to the general of Jingbian's residence. Seeing his grandson standing at the door, he said, "Don't just stand there. your fiancée, E1TB coming. I saw her go to the Grand Commander's residence with General Jinyuan. You should come with me to your aunt's house. Otherwise, it will be too late. His voice carried a hint of urgency, leaving Lu Sun somewhat puzzled. Why are we going to her house? Lu Yu has gained merit on the battlefield, and when he returned, the Grand Commander personally took his horse at the city gate. Moreover, I heard he rescued the Grand Commander's daughter. Why do you think we should go? After hearing this, Lu Sun was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. What's impossible? Shut up. Come with me now. Seeing his grandfather's angry expression, Lu Sun ultimately did not dare to say more. He followed the general of Jingbian toward Lu Yu's mother's residence. That was a cave dwelling located in the slums of the North City, a very harsh environment. When the general of Jingbian arrived, a trace of compassion appeared in his eyes. Although he knew his daughter was living poorly, he did not expect her to be residing in such a place. After asking a passerby for the specific address, he hurried over. At this moment, Lu Yu's mother had just returned and was still unaware that her son had come back and achieved merit on the battlefield. She appeared somewhat despondent, sitting outside the door with a vacant expression in her eyes. Thud thud. When she heard the sound of horse hooves outside, she discovered that her father and nephew had appeared in the courtyard. The general of Jingbian did not dare to delay. After dismounting, he quickly stepped forward to support his somewhat bewildered daughter, saying, Yun'er, I've made you suffer all these years. Lu Yu has returned, and I've decided to let you come home to live, right in the general of Jingbian's residence. Who dares to stop you? Your father will speak for you. His voice was filled with kindness. Along the way, after the general of Jingbian's persuasion, Lu Sun also changed his attitude. Although he still unconsciously showed a hint of disdain at the sight of his aunt's shabby clothing, he still said, Yes, Aunt, my cousin has returned, and he just entered the city. You should come with us to the general's residence. This place is too chaotic and really isn't suitable for you to live in. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun frowned and prepared to assist Lu Yu's mother. This left her feeling as if she had fallen into a dream. But she still gritted her teeth and said, Is you really back? Absolutely. If you go to the general of Jingbian's residence, you'll naturally see him. Now, the general of Jingbian was extremely anxious. Lu Yu must have accomplished great things upon his return, and he had even befriended the Grand Commander with an unlimited future ahead. If they reconciled with the Lu family, the entire Lu family could potentially become a major clan in the northern border overnight. He certainly would not miss this opportunity. Therefore, his daughter was the only bridge for reconciliation between the two parties. How could he let slip by? As he spoke, he called the carriage closer and helped Lu Yu's mother into it. At this moment, after hearing about her son's news, she did not hesitate. After all, the general of Jingbian was her father. Blood is thicker than water. Seeing him like this, she did not say more and directly got into the carriage, heading toward the general's residence. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. After entering the Grand Commander's residence and attending the celebration banquet, he was sent out by Xiao Taiyan. Just as he stepped out the door, two servants in blue approached him. Looking at Lu Yu, they said, Young master, you finally came out. The old madam is waiting for you to return at the general's residence. The general sent us to pick you up. Let me take your horse. As they spoke, they prepared to lead Lu Yu. However, he frowned and asked the two servants, What general's residence? Where's my mother? It's the general of Jingbian's residence. The old madam is now settled in the residence. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. His grandfather was indeed quick. He had just returned after achieving merit, and they had already started to use his mother as a pawn. After thinking this through, he did not refuse and slowly said, All right, then lead the way. Lu Yu was also curious about how the general of Jingbian's residence would treat him. Chapter 15. Reunion. As Lu Yu walked toward the general of Jingbian's residence, the general looked at his daughter and said, Yun'er, these years have been hard on you, but you must understand your father's difficulties. Father, I don't resent you, but when will you be back? Lu Yu's mother said anxiously. Having just changed into the splendid clothes sent by the general's residence, she felt a bit awkward. But the general of Jingbian smiled and said, Yu is now at the Grand Commander's residence. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to wait for him. As soon as he comes out, he will return. But there are some things I need to clarify with you. Seeing the look of confusion in his daughter's eyes, the general of Jingbian pondered for a moment before continuing. This time, Yu has achieved tremendous merit at the border, and the court will surely reward him. Promotion is inevitable. Your good days are coming. I know you has grievances against me, but if he wants to develop in the officialdom, he needs allies. And who is more suitable as allies than family? Although my position isn't high, I have been in this officialdom for many years. It is still somewhat helpful to him. So after he returns, I hope you can persuade him not to resent me. You have been smart since childhood, so you should be able to understand the pros and cons. I must say, this General Jingbian has survived in the officialdom for many years and knows how to grasp people's weaknesses. He understands that it's somewhat impossible for his daughter to directly forgive him. Instead, at this moment, he brought up the interests involved. After all, a mother can do anything for her son. Sure enough, after his words fell, Lu Yu's mother, who understood the situation, fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, General Jingbian left, knowing that his daughter needed some time to think alone. However, just as he stepped out the door, a servant rushed in. Looking at General Jingbian, he quickly said, "General, the young master is about to return." Hearing this, he did not dare to delay and directly walked towards the main door. At this time, other members of the Lu family also came out. When Lu Yu returned, the Grand Commander personally led the horse, which caused quite a stir in Iron Blood City, let alone the Lu family. When Lu Yu just arrived outside the door, General Jingbian was first startled by the Yanmen 18 Riders beside him. At that moment, he could feel the iron-blooded killing intent emanating from these warriors. If he encountered them on the battlefield, he believed that he would be the first to die against them. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Yu coldly said, "Where is my mother?" His tone was very impolite. Just as Lu Hong was about to respond, Lu Sun couldn't hold back first. From the beginning, his grandfather's change in attitude towards Lu Yu's mother had made him uncomfortable. Now, seeing Lu Yu, whom he used to bully, so proud, he wouldn't hesitate. He shouted angrily, "No matter what, grandfather is your maternal grandfather. How can you speak like that?" As his voice rang out, the scene instantly fell into silence. Many members of the Lu family wanted to see how Lu Yu would react. But at that moment, before Lu Yu could speak, Luo Cheng had already moved. Dare to be disrespectful to the Lord. How audacious. As his voice rang out, he kicked out at that moment. Although Lu Sun's strength was not bad, how could he be a match for Luo Cheng? Bang! One kick sent him flying. General Jingbian wanted to stop it, but Luo Cheng's speed was faster. While knocking Lu Sun down, the sharp sword in his palm was also drawn out, ready to strike down directly. Lu Yu watched all of this calmly, showing no intention of stopping it. This scene made the Lu family truly recognize Lu Yu's methods, no longer daring to underestimate him. Just as Luo Cheng's sharp sword was about to fall, a slightly trembling voice came from a distance. "Yue, stop." The speaker was Lu Yu's mother, who came out trembling and looked at her son with tears in her eyes. Although Lu Yu did not want to, he would not disobey his mother's words. He said to Luo Cheng, "Stop." At this time, the tip of the opponent's sword was already at Lu Sun's nose, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Had he been a moment slower, he would have probably died on the spot. General Jingbian also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his daughter had come out. Otherwise, Lu Sun would have undoubtedly died, but more shock filled his heart. One of Lu Yu's subordinates could actually crush Lu Sun, whose cultivation was even above his own. How could he not be astonished? Reflecting on his previous actions, regret surged in his heart like a tide. Then, disregarding Lu Sun, he hurriedly said, "I was inconsiderate in the past. Since you have returned today, I apologize to you as your maternal grandfather. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me. After all, we are family." His voice was sincere. However, Lu Yu only coldly looked at all this, and after a moment said, "In the past, you didn't treat me as family." After his words fell, he dismounted and prepared to support his mother away. But at that moment, the other party slowly said, "Stay for a meal before you leave. Blood is thicker than water. You should consider your mother." Hearing this, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, looking at the flattering faces of the Lu family, and ultimately nodded in agreement. If it weren't for his mother's words, today, not to mention Lu Sun, even other people wouldn't have survived. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu saw his mother, the disputes in the palace had also reached a boiling point. Everyone knew that after discussing for several days, Today was the final deadline. The issue of Lu Yu's official position must have a result today. Chapter 16, receiving the edict at this time, the godly martial marquis, as a commoner marquis, naturally supported Lu Yu and stepped forward. Your Majesty, the barbarian dragon army has been harassing our great Zhou for 30 years. It is our greatest hidden danger. Now that they have suffered defeat, such a merit, if not rewarded generously, is not enough to commend the soldiers who have made contributions at the front. Therefore, I believe it is not an overreach to grant him a marquis title. His words were firm and resolute. Following his words, the head of the Ministry of War also stood up and said, I also agree with the godly martial marquis. They were all generals who had emerged from the northern frontier and had received letters from the Grand Commander, so they naturally supported Lu Yu at this time. However, at that moment, a figure stepped forward. Everyone looked and saw it was the Mu Yun Marquis, who hailed from the Li family of the Great Zhou. Since the time of the Great Zhou's ancestors, the Li family had been a noble family, and now they had accumulated an astonishing foundation. In the court, their voice held great weight, incomparable to the commoner marquises with shallow roots. At this moment, the Mu Yun Marquis slowly said, the dynasty once established a rule that every time a marquis is conferred, only one book of gold plans can be submitted. However, if I am not mistaken, the old dowager's nephew is about to come of age, and he must be conferred a marquis. If Lu Yu were to receive a marquis title, how would the old dowager's grandson be arranged? Have you all thought about this? The old dowager's surname was Zhang, from the Zhang family of the Great Zhou dynasty, and everyone knew that she took great care of her maternal family. Even when the former king was alive, he could not do anything about her mother, so the noble marquises brought this matter up for discussion. This statement made everyone in the court fall silent. Even the queen of the Great Zhou frowned. She was certainly aware of the old dowager's nephew's coming of age, but at this moment, she deliberately chose to forget it, not expecting that someone would eventually speak out. Since her ascension, the noble marquises and family clans had colluded, maintaining a facade of loyalty while secretly opposing her. The old dowager also liked to interfere in politics, which made her very troubled. Only these officials who had made contributions were willing to help her. Originally, she wanted to strongly promote Lu Yu, but she never expected the Mu Yun Marquis to directly stand up and present the greatest obstacle. Just as the great hall fell into silence, the godly martial marquis would not easily yield. He stepped forward and said, the old dowager's nephew is inherently noble. Can military merit go unrecognized? If so, who would be willing to risk their lives for our great Zhou? How would we owe it to the soldiers at the border? He, the godly martial marquis, speaks incorrectly. The old dowager, coming from the Zhang family, is already of noble status, and their foundation even surpasses that of the Great Zhou. Their contributions are evident to all. Moreover, it is said that the old lady's nephew possesses extraordinary talent, being a top-tier spiritual body, and has already reached the Dan condensation realm at such a young age. Isn't someone like that suited to be a marquis? Marquis Mu Yun said with a smile, a hint of disdain appearing at the corners of his thin lips. You. Hearing this, the god of war marquis was infuriated. However, looking at the silent crowd in the court, his heart was filled with ice. Matters of a dynasty have always been like this. Although military achievements are valued, nobility always comes first and military merit second. Today, especially against the backdrop of the most prominent family among the nobility, the Zhang family of the Empress Dowager, no one dared to speak further. After a moment, the god of war marquis continued coldly, with Lu Yu's achievements, isn't it reasonable to be granted the rank of a third-grade general? God of war marquis, don't be impulsive. Which of the current third-grade officials did not go through countless life-and-death situations to earn their rank? As far as I know, Lu Yu is only 18 years old. Such merit is too ostentatious for him. It's easy to become arrogant. It's just too high. Marquis Mu Yun's voice rang out, and the other noble lords echoed. Exactly. Being so young and holding such a high position is detrimental to him. It risks praising him to death. As the chaotic voices rose, the neutral ministers who had remained silent could no longer bear it. Such great merit, and not being granted a marquis title is one thing, but not even a third-grade title. It's worth noting that a student graduating from the academy without any military achievement starts at the 4th or 5th grade. But can they compare with Lu Yu? Moreover, The Empress Dowager's nephew is also only 18, just coming of age. Isn't it too high for him to be named a marquis? At this moment, they all felt that these noble lords were going too far. The queen furrowed her brows even tighter. She understood in her heart that if this discussion continued, Lu Yu's merit would likely be dismissed by these noble lords. Therefore, she immediately waved her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Once the hall fell silent, she slowly said, "How about this? Appoint Lu Yu as a third-grade tiger general, to lead the army alone in the northern frontier." As her voice echoed, the officials below exchanged glances. Although the noble lords were somewhat reluctant, since the queen had spoken, they did not dare to say more. Bang, bang. Just then, a series of banging sounds came from the back of the hall. Then, an old woman with white hair, dressed in a dark golden phoenix robe, entered while holding a cane. Beside her, the Marquis of Southern Town was carefully assisting her. "Be careful, mother," he said as they walked. Indeed, the person who emerged was none other than the grandmother of the great Zhou queen and the mother of the late king. Upon seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. The Marquis of Southern Town had really gone all out to prevent Lu Yu's rise by bringing out the old lady. However, others did not dare to hesitate. They immediately bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager." The great Zhou queen also quickly said, "I pay my respects to grandmother." However, the old lady did not respond. After standing still, she looked at the great Zhou queen and slowly said, "When your father wanted to pass the throne to you, I once said to keep your second uncle in the royal city to assist you. You insisted on sending him to the border. I didn't want to dispute with you, but now you actually want to appoint a young man as a third-grade general? This is simply a joke. I heard from your second uncle that this person is only 18 years old. At such an age, even a sixth-grade rank would be about right." After her words fell, even the noble lords felt a little pity. Sixth grade is indeed a bit low, but there's nothing to be done. This old lady is notoriously stubborn, and even the late king used to avoid her, let alone them. The great Zhou queen wanted to speak, but the old lady would not give her the chance. Coldly, she said, "No need to say more. Am I not even able to make this decision?" Then, turning her gaze to the Marquis of Southern Town, she continued, "You just mentioned that there is a vacancy in the northern frontier. The Beiwu fortress is lacking a guard, and it just so happens to be a sixth-grade position." After her words fell, everyone gasped again, because the Beiwu fortress had been abolished 30 years ago. It was the first stronghold for reclaiming lost territories and was also the most dangerous place in the entire northern frontier. This Marquis of Southern Town intends to use Lu Yu as cannon fodder. The queen wanted to say more, but the old lady directly said, "Since that's the case, let's leave it at that. I am tired and will return." However, just as the old lady was preparing to leave without giving the great Zhou queen a chance to speak, a flash of brilliance appeared in her eyes, as if she had thought of something. Then, she said to the inner servant beside her, "Send down the decree. Appoint Lu Yu as a sixth-grade Jinwu general, stationed at the Beiwu fortress, overseeing the lands beyond the borders." Then, she took out a carved dragon sword from behind the dragon throne and slowly said, "Grant this carved dragon sword to Lu Yu. He can make decisions regarding military affairs as he sees fit. Apart from me, he need not heed anyone else's commands. The officials under him can be appointed by him, and he just needs to report the results to the Grand Commander, and I will approve." After issuing all the orders in one breath, the inner servant did not dare to hesitate and directly took the carved dragon sword. The ministers below had expressions of astonishment. This carved dragon sword was the queen's beloved item, and once it fell into the northern frontier, its significance would be different. It was equivalent to wielding the emperor's sword. Apart from the emperor, no one could control him. But the most important point was that Lu Yu would oversee the lands beyond the borders. At this moment, Marquis Mu Yun and the others seemed to have remembered something. Although the Jinwu general was only a sixth-grade position, the power was immense, equivalent to the queen's eyes and ears on the front lines, with the entire northern border under their supervision. They actually forgot about this. Marquis Mu Yun thought to himself. Had he known, he wouldn't have obstructed Lu Yu's appointment as a third-grade general. Moreover, he had been given the power to make decisions independently. After all, among the commanders outside, who could do the same? Also, Lu Yu's mother was granted a second-grade title, something that even the wives of marquises had not received. It seems that although Lu Yu was suppressed by the nobility and did not get promoted, he had gained the queen's trust and even obtained power surpassing the third grade. The inner servant, not daring to hesitate, after taking the carved dragon sword, respectfully said, "As you command." Then he withdrew. At this moment, the old lady seemed to realize something. When she turned around, she found that the Marquis of Southern Town also had a face full of astonishment, and then displayed a look of regret. As an elder who had been in the palace for so long, although she did not understand military affairs, she was adept at reading people's expressions, and at this moment, she understood in her heart that she had made a blunder. However, having already spoken, and the queen had indeed granted a sixth-grade position, and the royal decree had been issued, it was already too late to correct it. Although she felt regretful in her heart, she could only leave. The god of war Marquis and others breathed a sigh of relief, because in the past, those who could become Jinwu generals were all trusted confidants of the emperor. Usually, after a period of time, they could rise to great heights. Although it was a bit dangerous and arduous, for someone like Lu Yu, who could fight 1,000 miles, it was nothing. They seemed to see a rising star in the military. A few days later, in the Iron Blood City, Lu Yu was staying in the residence of the General of Border Peace. Since the inner servant had not yet come to confer rewards, he naturally could not return to his own residence for the time being. One day, the General of Border Peace invited Lu Yu to attend a banquet at noon. The eunuch responsible for delivering imperial edicts finally arrived. If anyone recognized him, he was the one who conveyed messages to the queen right beside her in the court. As soon as he arrived outside the general's mansion, he shouted, "The king's decree has arrived. General Lu Yu, come out to receive it." The voice echoed, shaking the entire Jingbian Marquis mansion. It should be noted that this was a royal decree, something that many people might never see in their lifetime. Even the Jingbian general had never seen one. Chapter 17. A shocking change at this moment. The Jingbian general had already stepped out and arranged for an incense table, personally leading his family out to prepare to receive the decree. Regardless of Lu Yu's official rank, the fact that it was personally conferred by the king was enough to make people feel honored. Lu Yu also walked out with his mother. Everyone in the Lu family looked at them with envious eyes. Of course, not everyone felt the same way. For instance, Lu Sun had a gloomy expression, though he didn't dare to show it. At this time, the eunuch, seeing the display at the Jingbian general's mansion, felt quite satisfied. He slowly said, "By the command of His Majesty, Lu Yu has made contributions in battle and is hereby appointed as the 6th-rank Jinwu general, taking command of the Beiwu fortress starting today." Upon hearing this, the members of the Lu family were stunned. They had thought Lu Yu would receive a high-ranking official position. Being just a Jinwu general was even less prestigious than the current position of the Jingbian general. More importantly, guarding the Beiwu fortress was a much more dangerous task than the previous beacon tower. The Jingbian general frowned, while Lu Sun showed a look of glee. If this was the case, after he graduated from the academy, wouldn't he become Lu Yu's superior, putting him in a position to look down on him? However, the eunuch continued, "The Jinwu general has the authority to appoint military officers and control the land beyond the borders, with the power to directly report to His Majesty. He is only responsible to His Majesty." Gasp! After this statement, everyone in the room took a sharp breath. The queen had treated Lu Yu's army as her personal guards. This meant that although Lu Yu was in the northern frontier, he was not subject to anyone's control. If he found the other people in the northern frontier displeasing, he could directly report them to the queen. Most importantly, the control over the land beyond the borders was vast, and once he left the borders, everything would fall under the Jinwu general's jurisdiction. Although the rank was not high, the power was immense. At this moment, the Jingbian general's frown relaxed. The eunuch still had more to say. "Lu Yu's mother, Lu Yun, has made contributions to our great Zhou in cultivating talent, and is hereby conferred the title of 2nd-rank Ronghua Madam. His Majesty rewards General Lu Yu with a dragon carving sword, granting him the authority of life and death in the army. His Majesty also bestows General Lu Yu a mansion, 10,000 spirit stones, and 100,000 gold." As the various rewards were announced, the smile on the Jingbian general's face could no longer be concealed. Although Lu Yu's official position hadn't seen a significant increase, he had gained the trust of the queen, and the power he received was something even the northern general could not compare to. This was something that could not be exchanged for any official title. Not to mention, having control over life and death was something no other general could possess. Moreover, his daughter had become a second-rank Rongwa madam. This was a status comparable to that of a marquis's wife. If you remembered correctly, the wives of the Grand Commanders were only given second-rank titles. This meant that Lu Yu's mother had now become the most esteemed woman in the northern frontier. Furthermore, this also indicated another layer of meaning from His Majesty. She was telling Lu Yu not to rush. Due to some uncontrollable factors, his official position could not be promoted immediately. But his mother was already a second-rank official. Only the daughters of noble families could be worthy of such a title. This hinted to Lu Yu that he would eventually be granted the status of a marquis. How could the Jingbian general not be excited? After all, being in the officialdom, he quickly understood all the connections. Once the eunuch's voice fell, he stood up and personally handed a bag of gold to the other party, causing the smile on the eunuch's face to grow even more pronounced. The Jingbian general cautiously said, "I wonder how the queen has been lately? It is truly rare for you, my lord, to still think of the queen from so far away. The queen is well and is very satisfied with General Lu Yu." The eunuch, having received a bag of gold, did not hesitate to directly reveal some information, though he did not elaborate. Nevertheless, this made a smile appear on the Jingbian general's face. Then, the eunuch approached Lu Yu, suddenly changing his previous attitude, and speaking respectfully, "I have met the general." At the same time, he held the dragon carving sword with both hands and presented it to Lu Yu. The moment Lu Yu took the dragon carving sword, he felt its weight. With a flash, as he drew the sword, a cold light illuminated the room. This was a thick-backed straight sword, with a golden dragon carved on the back. The blade was about 3 feet long and extremely sharp, making Lu Yu very satisfied. He couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards the queen. His own official position was inconsequential, but his mother's title was what he had been looking forward to the most, and now she had been promoted to second rank. What more could he want? The eunuch, seeing Lu Yu accept the dragon carving sword, smiled and asked, "Does the general have any words to convey to His Majesty?" "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great favor. Lu Yu will not let this dragon carving sword go to waste." After his voice fell, the eunuch nodded and then exited the Jingbian general's mansion. As for the Jingbian general, he looked at Lu Yu's mother and said, Today is truly a day of great joy, worthy of celebration." However, just as his voice fell, Lu Yu slowly said, "No need, since His Majesty has bestowed a mansion. I will move directly there. I plan to head to the frontier in a few days, so I won't disturb you here." This time, Lu Yu's mother did not stop him, but smiled and said, "All right, then let's go home." After her words, Lu Yu supported his mother and walked out of the mansion. Luo Cheng and the 18 riders of Yanmen, who had long been following them, followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, the Jingbian general sighed and then slowly said, "Lu Jia, you go with Yuer and see what they need. Help them prepare." Lu Jia was Lu Sun's father and Lu Yu's mother's brother, but he was somewhat weak-willed and usually did not concern himself with family matters. He couldn't even manage his own son. Hearing his father's voice, he did not dare to hesitate and quickly said, "I will go now." He then took several servants and went out. At this time, Lu Yu had already arrived at his new mansion. This general's mansion could truly be considered a grand residence, with a spacious 8-courtyard layout. In the following days, Lu Yu began to purchase furniture and hire servants. One day, Hong Ling even brought over a dozen guards, telling Lu Yu that these were elite veterans who had survived the battlefield, selected by his father to serve as guards for Lu Yu's household. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Lu Yu felt for the first time that he should settle down and start a family. However, the easy days were always short-lived. As several days passed, the time for Lu Yu to head to the border arrived. At the city gate, the Jingbian general came. Hong Ling was also there. They were both there to see Lu Yu off. At this moment, the Jingbian general looked at Lu Yu and said, "Biwa Fortress is the key to reclaiming lost territory. Although it is dangerous there, it also provides opportunities for merit. I have learned from some old friends that your position was highly sought after when Biwa Fortress was still around. Only princes and noble heirs could attain it. This time, as long as you can achieve merit again, no one will be able to stop your rise. Your grandfather can't help you now, but I will take good care of your mother, so you can focus on guarding the border." After hearing General Jingbian's advice, Lu Yu nodded, but did not say much. His gaze then fell on Hong Ling. "Do you have anything to say? I will wait for your return, forever." Hong Ling's voice was gentle yet filled with determination. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu leaped onto his horse, waved his hand, and galloped away into the distance. With this departure, he was destined to make a name for himself in the world. Hong Ling watched his figure fade away, standing at the city gate for a long time. However, just as Lu Yu's figure completely disappeared, when Hong Ling was about to return, the sound of urgent hooves echoed. A knight covered in blood shouted, "Emergency report from 800 miles away. The barbarian tribes are launching a massive attack on the border, and in one night. They have taken down 18 fortresses in our northern frontier." As the voice rang out, it rushed into the city like the wind, causing Hong Ling's expression to change. At this moment, Lu Yu was already galloping towards Baiwuan. The vast desert was still home to 20 men. According to General Zhenwu's rank, he could have commanded 3,000 troops. However, since he was personally appointed by the Queen and not subject to the northern frontier's control, replenishment of troops could only be done by the Ministry of War. But the Ministry of War was controlled by those noble lords, who merely claimed that the court had a new, unparalleled marquis, the emperor's nephew, who was to form an unparalleled army, thus prioritizing troop supplies. If Lu Yu could not wait, he could recruit soldiers himself. Lu Yu didn't take the Ministry of War's excuses to heart. With his signing-in system, he had no worries about finding an army. If there were outsiders, it would be uncomfortable. Just as they were moving forward, Luo Cheng propped his forehead with one hand and looked into the distance, then spoke, "General, there's a troop charging towards us ahead. It seems to be the barbarians." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu frowned. However, he was not afraid and responded, "Let's go take a look." As the voice sounded, he urged his horse forward. Luo Cheng and the 18 riders of Yanmen followed closely behind. The sound of hooves kicked up clouds of dust. At the same time, the barbarian centurion also spotted Lu Yu and his men. He held an impressive long knife, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, slowly saying, "The ones charging over should be from the Great Zhou. They are becoming increasingly arrogant, daring to clash with our army with just a few dozen men. They simply do not know how to live." A nearby 100-man commander, however, said in surprise, "General, could it be the army that killed the barbarian dragon army?" This time, the barbarian army's attack was proclaimed to be for revenge against the barbarian dragon army, gathering hundreds of thousands of troops, determined to fight the Great Zhou to the death. As the leader of the scout camp, this barbarian army naturally knew of the exploits of the 18 riders of Yanmen. However, just as the 100-man commander's voice fell, the centurion coldly replied, "With our hundreds of thousands of troops surrounding them, I don't believe that the one who just caused the barbarian dragon army to suffer such a loss would dare to appear outside of Ironblood City. If he really has such courage, let him come and kill." After the voice sounded, he urged his warhorse forward, clearly preparing to engage Lu Yu and his men in battle. At this moment, the other side also confirmed that the charging troops were from the barbarian army. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind again. "Ding! Would the host like to sign in at the battlefield of 1,000 men?" Disappointed that it wasn't even at the black iron level, Lu Yu still replied, "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have gained the loyalty of 300 Xuanjia troops. Strength, Qi training level 1. Warhorse, Xianlin heavy beast, belonging to the exotic beast category, travels 3,000 miles a day. Armor, Xianlin heavy armor, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Weapon, breaking edge spear, medium-grade spiritual weapon. Please accept, host." As the voice fell, 300 iron cavalry suddenly appeared behind Lu Yu. They wore black-scaled armor and rode on a beast that resembled a horse yet was not a horse, over 1 meter long and 2 meters tall, exhaling white columns of air from their mouths. The riders on these exotic beasts were even more intimidating, clad in heavy armor engraved with mysterious patterns, wielding battle spears that emitted a sharp light. Their sudden appearance gave a heavy, oppressive feeling, as if they were grim reapers from hell. Feeling the aura emanating from the soldiers behind him, Lu Yu's face showed satisfaction. He immediately shouted, "Formation! Iron wall formation! Charge!" As his voice rang out, the Xuanjia troops instantly changed formation, lining up in a row, charging forward with Lu Yu. As they galloped, It was as if they had transformed into a copper wall and iron bastion, ready to crush everything in the world. They collided with the barbarian army in an instant. Swoosh! A barbarian warrior who had just approached the army was pierced through the body by a spear. Gazing into the cold eyes of the Xuanjia army, he lost consciousness. Similar scenes were unfolding in other parts of the battlefield. With just one charge, hundreds of barbarian warriors had already been killed under the onslaught of the Xuanjia army. The brutality shocking all. Even the centurion couldn't help but be startled. He realized he was wrong, having become accustomed to the weakness of others in the Great Zhou. When facing Lu Yu's army, he was destined to suffer misfortune. The 100-man commander beside him exclaimed, dressed in black armor, wielding curved blades. Yes, it's them without a doubt. They are the ones who killed the barbarian dragon general. His voice even trembled slightly at this moment. The centurion's face turned ugly. However, at this moment, it was too late for him to escape. After the Xuanjia troops disrupted the formation of the barbarian 1,000-man team, they were given orders again. Free hunting, with his command. Aside from the 18 riders of Yanmen following him, the Xuanjia troops, led by Luo Cheng, scattered and prepared to begin the slaughter. The centurion, who had just turned his body, didn't have time to whip his horse when Luo Cheng charged up, his hooked spear flashing like the blade of death, instantly shooting out. A chilling mist rose around. Feeling the fierce wind approaching from behind, the centurion sidestepped to avoid it. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a hook flashing with cold light coming towards his face. There was no time to dodge. Swoosh! His neck was instantly pierced, and he was dragged down from his warhorse. Blood flowed out, staining the ground red. This scene instilled fear in the barbarians. At this moment, without any thought of resistance, Luo Cheng's ferocity had completely extinguished their fighting spirit. However, the Xuanjia army would not spare them. Now was the time to enjoy this feast. A Xuanjia soldier rode forward, extending his spear. Swoosh! In an instant, a fleeing barbarian warrior was pierced through the back. The opponent's body was lifted high on the lance of the armored knight, then smashed down towards the crowd, knocking several barbarian warriors directly to the ground. This was true domination. Even Lu Yu did not expect to earn another merit just after stepping out of the fortress. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Each of the Yanmen 18 Riders has gained 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Each armored soldier has gained 120 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. With the increase of experience points from subordinates, would you like to break through? Breakthrough. After hearing the voice, Lu Yu said without hesitation. The last breakthrough was interrupted, so Lu Yu did not succeed then. This time, the accumulation of experience points instantly made him feel a vast energy erupting from within his body, making him feel like a volcano bursting forth, radiating infinite brilliance. His momentum was rapidly increasing, and within a short time, he broke through the bottleneck, reaching the 4th level of Qi condensation. This level of cultivation was already enough to rival the unparalleled genius known as the unmatched Marquis, praised by the officials of the Great Zhou. After Lu Yu's breakthrough, his subordinates in the armored army also broke through to the 2nd level of Qi training at this moment. By this time, the battle had completely ended. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground, Lu Yu directly took out the military merit jade talisman and reflected it down. Then he said to Luo Cheng behind him, "Clean up the battlefield and take everything that can be taken." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Cheng did not hesitate and immediately ordered the armored army to start cleaning up the battlefield. After all, the nobles in the court held many important positions. Not to mention that Lu Yu's troops were not replenished. Even the supplies were only 1/3 complete. Therefore, anything that could be confiscated on the battlefield must be taken. The armored soldiers moved swiftly, and in a moment, the battlefield was cleaned up. Luo Cheng also presented the records of the spoils. 53 spirit stones, 300 stones of grain, 621 taels of gold. Looking at the recorded spoils, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. With these things, he could hold out a bit longer. After thinking this, he looked at Luo Cheng and said, "Let us continue our journey." Then, they headed towards the Northwu fortress. This time, they did not encounter the barbarian army again. However, they did come across the remnants of the great Zhou army retreating from the battlefield. It was said that the barbarian army had gathered not far from Iron Blood City and had engaged in small-scale battles with the Northern Town army, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Although Lu Yu was eager to kill enemies, he could only head to the fortress first. After several days, they finally arrived at the Northwu fortress. However, it was too dilapidated. The fortress, within a radius of 1 mile, now only had the outlines of city walls, and most of the buildings were covered by yellow sand. Such a fortress for him to defend made the nobles truly fear that he would die too late. However, since they had arrived, they had to settle down first. Therefore, he immediately said to Luo Cheng, "Let everyone set up camp first, rest for a day, and we'll discuss other matters tomorrow." "Yes, sir." After receiving the order, Luo Cheng naturally would not disobey. He immediately commanded the soldiers to start setting up camp. Just as Lu Yu was contemplating how to proceed next, within the territory of the Great Zhou, a vast army was slowly approaching Iron Blood City. The momentum was immense, with flags fluttering in the wind. Each wave made one feel an overwhelming power. In the center was a palanquin, pulled forward by 8 exotic beasts, surrounded by armored soldiers providing strict protection. Sitting in that palanquin was none other than the Queen of the Great Zhou. Upon learning of the barbarians' large-scale offensive, the nobles in the royal city could no longer sit still and urged the queen to lead the army personally, hoping to follow behind and gain military merit, thus strengthening their family's foundation. After Lu Yu's achievements, these nobles were extremely eager. They believed that a mere captain like Lu Yu could traverse and dominate among the barbarians, indicating that the strength of the barbarians had declined compared to the past, and if they went, it would be hard not to gain merit. However, they did not know that some things seemed simple for others, but would be incredibly difficult when it came to their own hands. The queen, not at ease with the battlefield in the northern border, decided to personally visit Iron Blood City. Now, after several days of travel, a hint of fatigue appeared on her face as she slowly said, "How much longer until we reach Iron Blood City?" Her voice was crisp as she spoke, her gaze scanning the surroundings. A young general in silver armor, who did not dare hesitate, rode up. He looked quite young, similar to Lu Yu, wielding a Fantian Huaji, appearing quite heroic. However, his thin lips gave a sense of harshness. He respectfully said, "Your Majesty, we should be able to enter Iron Blood City in half a day." After receiving the reply, the queen nodded and then looked at the silver-armored general, saying, "Zhang He, how is your unmatched army training going?" It turned out that this young general was the nephew of the old lady who had taken Lu Yu's spot. He had now become the unmatched marquis. Among the nobles clamoring to come to the border this time, he was also one of the main forces. Hearing the queen's inquiry, a proud look appeared in his eyes. "Your Majesty, I heard that a mere captain from the border can charge 1,000 miles in the northern territory and kill thousands of enemies. I have come this time to let him see the gap between us, the true aristocrats of the dynasty." As he spoke, he emanated a layer of silver light, appearing mysterious and powerful. However, upon hearing his words, the queen said lightly, "I hope so." Then, she continued to walk forward. The unmatched Marquis, Zhang Yi, who had originally wanted to say something, saw the queen's demeanor and couldn't help but show a hint of malice in his eyes. "Lu Yu, this time my military merit will definitely surpass yours. You killed thousands of enemies. I will kill 10,000, letting everyone know that the dynasty grants me the title of Marquis because of my abilities." With this thought, he spurred his horse forward, causing the Marquis Mu Yun, who was driving the war chariot, to flash a hint of amusement in his eyes. He then said to his accompanying retainers, "Remember, this time we must achieve more military merits. Only then can we ensure the long-lasting prosperity of our family. Based on the military achievements that Lu Yu has made, I dare say the strength of the barbarians has significantly decreased. We must not miss this opportunity." "Yes, sir," the retainers around him quickly responded. Meanwhile, in the dynasty's army, everyone harbored their own thoughts. At this moment, the newly camped armored army at the Northwu fortress, led by Lu Yu, had not yet had time to rest. Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from the distance. Lu Yu, who was washing up, looked up and saw a black line approaching him on the horizon, with endless dust swirling behind them. As they got closer, he realized that the figures wrapped in dust were actually a cavalry unit, clad in blood-red leather armor and wielding bronze, curved sabers. The war horses galloped, raising clouds of dust. It was the bloodthirsty barbarian knights. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in on the battlefield of 5,000 people? Chapter 20. Personal Expedition. Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have gained the loyalty of 500 Xuanjia troops. Strength. Qi training level 2. Warhorse. Xinlin heavy beast, belonging to the exotic beast category. Travels 3,000 miles a day. Armor. Xinlin heavy armor. Mid-grade spirit artifact. Weapon. Puffing spear. Mid-grade spirit artifact. Please accept, host. Hearing the voice, a sinister smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. Immediately, 500 Xuanjia troops appeared behind him. It turned out that the subsequent summoned army was based on the strength of the previously summoned troops. With this in mind, Lu Yu felt no pressure. Although the city had not yet been built, facing the enemy head-on should not be a problem. Without hesitation, he spoke up. Everyone, mount up and face the enemy. His cold voice echoed as if it came from hell. At the same time, behind the barbarian army, the leading bloodthirsty knight, the centurion, stood in formation, his eyes revealing a cold light. His towering figure, as solid as granite, gleamed with a metallic sheen. The deputy beside him cautiously said, General, we have received news from inside that the people ahead are the ones who annihilated the barbarian dragon army. With our strength, can we really kill them? There was a hint of worry in his voice. Upon hearing this, the centurion replied coldly, This time, our 10,000-strong legions are surrounding the enemy. If our bloodthirsty knights are slow, the credit will be taken by others. Besides, our bloodthirsty knights are not necessarily inferior to the barbarian dragon army. They were just lucky back then. All these years, they have flaunted their military achievements in front of us. Now, if we kill the ones who sank them, let's see what face they have left to act arrogantly in front of us. After this declaration, the deputy could only nod. However, he always had a feeling that this matter was not that simple. Nevertheless, he steadied his mind while looking at the surrounding army. Just as they were speaking, Lu Yu had already led the Yanmen 18 Riders and the Xuanjia army into battle against the bloodthirsty knights. If someone were watching from a distance, they would notice that the team led by Lu Yu had blood clouds and dark clouds intertwining above them, accompanied by roars like ferocious beasts. The scene was shocking. Below the clouds were the armored warriors of the Xuanjia army, heavy and resolute, spear in hand, charging straight ahead under Lu Yu's command. The sound of hooves thundered like a storm, shaking the eardrums. Meanwhile, the Yanmen 18 Riders, under Luo Cheng's command, took a more agile approach, darting around. Where their curved blades passed, the bloodthirsty knights' necks gushed blood. The golden desert was gradually stained red by the battle. A fight with thousands of people was no child's play. The level of brutality was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. At that moment, even the centurion of the bloodthirsty knight's pupils contracted. He had never expected that Lu Yu, leading merely a few hundred men, could fight against his large army to such an extent. At this time, Lu Yu was also covered in blood. Boom! After sweeping his spear and turning a charging bloodthirsty warrior into a mist of blood, he looked around the battlefield and found that the bloodthirsty knights had already been killed off by his side for more than half. However, the Xuanjia army was clearly a bit fatigued. After all, they were up against several times the enemy. Although the Xuanjia army was elite, they could not compare to the likes of the Yanmen 18 Riders. Just as he was thinking of a solution, the system's voice rang out again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The average experience of the Xuanjia soldiers has reached 500, and their strength has broken through to Qi training level 7. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has accumulated 1,200 experience points, and his strength has broken through to Golden Core level 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Yanmen 18 Riders have gained 300 experience points, reaching Condensed Dan level 5. With the sound, the once fatigued Xuanjia army suddenly burst forth with astonishing dark light, instantly becoming revitalized. The sharp aura emanating from their spears seemed ready to pierce through the sky. Boom! A charge knocked down hundreds of bloodthirsty knights, directly unseating them from their horses. The astonishing transformation was something even Lu Yu found hard to believe. Luo Cheng's performance was even more remarkable. At this moment, after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, a white mist enveloped him, swirling around like a faint cloud python, making him appear even more mysterious and majestic. It was known that reaching the Golden Core realm made one an absolute powerhouse anywhere. In the Great Zhou, except for the peerless Marquis, everyone else had reached the Golden Core realm. Such existences were considered to have entered the ranks of the strong in the cultivation world, marking a qualitative change compared to the past. This was clearly manifested in Luo Cheng. As soon as he broke through, he leaped high into the air. His cold spear transformed into a white dragon, shimmering with cold light, crashing into the battlefield. A silver streak plunged into the fray. Hundreds of bloodthirsty knights were instantly killed in that strike. This scene shocked everyone. Luo Cheng's bravery shook the entire bloodthirsty army. At the same time, the Yanmen 18 Riders followed closely, charging through the battlefield like greedy wolves. Such a battle had surpassed the imagination of the bloodthirsty warriors. Watching nearly half of his troops being slaughtered, the centurion could no longer contain himself. He turned to the army behind him and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, follow me to kill." He had to annihilate Lu Yu's army before the other two legions arrived. Otherwise, how could he seize the credit? Just then, on the other side, the Queen of Great Zhou had already entered Iron Blood City and personally stepped onto the city wall. The royal banner flapped wildly in the strong wind, and behind the queen followed a large number of armored marquises, exuding a powerful aura that showcased the might of the Great Zhou army. However, a grave expression appeared in her eyes, for in the distance, a cavalry force of tens of thousands was slowly approaching. They wore blood-red armor and held bronze scimitars, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. From afar, they looked like a sea of blood advancing, instilling terror. At that moment, Xiao Tianyi slowly said, "Your Majesty, these are the bloodthirsty knights of the barbarians. Although they are slightly weaker than the barbarian dragon army, they are definitely elite among the barbarians. The leading Blood Knight general is a rare powerhouse. This time, we choose to hold the city walls. What do you think?" However, as soon as his voice fell, the peerless Marquis stepped forward, his eyes flashing. Why should the Grand General diminish his own prestige? Back then, the border captain Lu Yu could make a surprise attack 1,000 miles. Today, our army is at the northern border. I do not believe we cannot defeat a mere bloodthirsty tribe. I request permission to fight, Your Majesty. As his voice echoed, the gazes of others fell upon this newly appointed peerless Marquis. Chapter 21. Luring the enemy, even the queen furrowed her brow at this moment. She gazed at the unmatched Marquis and slowly spoke. "Are you confident?" As her voice fell, the unmatched Marquis replied firmly, "Your Majesty. My unmatched army consists of the elite I selected from the military. I have absolute confidence in my strength, so I ask for your approval." Upon hearing this, the queen wanted to see the strength of this blood barbarian after 30 years. After thinking this, she no longer hesitated and directly said, "Approved." With her words, excitement appeared on the unmatched Marquis's face as he declared, "I will ensure that these barbarians are wiped out completely." He then walked towards the city gate. Boom! At this moment, the city gate suddenly opened. The unmatched army charged out of the gate. The sound of hooves pounding the ground kicked up dust that obscured the sky. The most dazzling figure was the unmatched Marquis himself, clad in white armor and riding a white horse, wielding a halberd. He truly exuded heroism. Behind him, tens of thousands of unmatched soldiers, also in white armor, held battle spears that glimmered sharply in the sunlight. As he stood in the field, the unmatched Marquis felt what a true battlefield was like. Even with his cultivation at the condensation stage, he felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. The yellow sand and desolate land stretched before him with a neatly arranged army ahead. The pressure hitting him made him feel nervous. He instantly understood that the opponents here were not like those he had encountered in the arena before. This was a fight for life and death. He couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Perhaps he had indeed been too impulsive, he thought to himself. However, at this moment, it was not time to hesitate. The enemy army was pressing in, and he had already made a military oath. If he couldn't measure up to Lu Yu, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thinking this, he shouted to the army behind him, "Charge!" With his command, he led the unmatched army straight into the fray. When tens of thousands of troops surged onto the battlefield, it was no exaggeration to say that the mountains shook and the earth moved. However, the Grand Commander, witnessing this scene, changed his expression. He immediately said, "How can you be so reckless? The rear army hasn't even been left behind, and you charge directly without any support from the sides. If the front army fails in battle, they will be like lambs to the slaughter." Angry voices erupted. Even the nobles and marquises who had previously supported the unmatched Marquis did not speak up, for they could see that the unmatched Marquis knew nothing of military strategy and had never been on a battlefield. Such a reckless charge was no different from suicide. The Queen of the Great Zhou, upon hearing the voices, slowly said, "Is there any other way? The army has already charged. It's too late to retreat, or else the losses may be even greater." The Grand Commander closed his eyes and said, "At this moment, I believe the unmatched Marquis is undoubtedly doomed." However, just then, Marquis Mu Yun spoke up, "Not necessarily. That Lu Yu, in battle, was also quite formidable, wasn't he? With only a few dozen men. I don't believe he had rear support or side assistance. Can he compare to Lu Yu?" The Grand Commander immediately retorted. Marquis Mu Yun wanted to say more, but remembering the Grand Commander's temper, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration within. While they were speaking, the unmatched Marquis had already engaged in battle with the barbarians. He swung his halberd, unleashing endless sharpness. After sending a barbarian warrior flying, he charged straight towards the blood cavalry general, feeling that these barbarian warriors were not that impressive. He forgot that, as a Marquis, defeating a few ordinary barbarian warriors was not something to boast about. When the blood cavalry general saw the approaching unmatched Marquis, he leapt high into the air, his curved blade shining with sharpness, and slashed down instantly. The unmatched Marquis's pupils contracted as he sensed a hint of threat from the opponent's blade. Not daring to hesitate, he abandoned his horse and retreated. Bang! The curved blade fell, splitting the horse in two amidst its cries, blood and flesh flying. At this moment, the unmatched Marquis felt a twinge of fear. He had never experienced such a scene before. But before he could think, the cavalry general charged again. The curved blade swung, creating a vortex of blades around his body. Wherever it passed, unmatched soldiers were instantly cut down. A terrifying display of carnage that made the unmatched Marquis even think of fleeing. Thus, he extended his halberd, preparing to feint a thrust and withdraw. However, he never expected that with this thrust, the previously ferocious blood cavalry general was directly broken through the vortex. Even more unexpected for the unmatched Marquis was that the opponent seemed to charge towards him, shattering his armor. Then, a glint of cunning flashed in the blood cavalry general's fierce eyes as he said to the surrounding barbarians, "This great Zhou general is too strong. Everyone, retreat." With that command, he led his subordinates in a direct escape. At this moment, the unmatched Marquis, realizing what had happened, showed a look of surprise on his face. Was defeating the barbarians this simple? He thought. He couldn't help but scoff. No wonder Lu Yu could charge through thousands. If it were me, I would have reclaimed lost ground. This battle gave the unmatched Marquis immense courage. On the city walls, cheers erupted. Defeating tens of thousands of enemies was enough to rival the merits established by Lu Yu, wasn't it? Marquis Mu Yun seized the opportunity to say, "After 30 years of wear and tear, the barbarians are truly pathetic. No wonder Lu Yu could kill thousands. If it were me, I could have killed tens of thousands." They were lucky not to have granted him a title. Otherwise, after this battle, wouldn't everyone be able to receive a title? As these voices rose, other noble lords nodded in agreement. Many of them came from prestigious families and had opposed Lu Yu's title back then, even facing complaints from colleagues in the court. Now, however, they finally had a chance to hold their heads high. Even the queen furrowed her brow, lost in thought. The Grand Commander wanted to speak, but didn't know how to begin, for the unmatched Marquis had truly won. At this moment, the blood cavalry general returned to his camp. Just after returning, a figure surrounded by a dense blood mist appeared beside him, and slowly said, "How did the plan go? How could I go against the high priest's orders? Naturally, we were defeated, but this was the hardest battle I fought. The great Zhou general was too weak. If I hadn't taken the initiative, they might have all fled in fear. If the great Zhou queen doesn't pursue us, I would have suffered a great loss." The blood cavalry general complained. The high priest and the blood mist replied, "Hee, rest assured, they will definitely pursue. After holding back for 30 years, do you think they can be content? Tonight, the army will retreat overnight and set an ambush at Fulong Mountain, 300 miles away, waiting for that great Zhou queen to come to her death." His voice carried a hint of eeriness and a strong, killing intent. At the same time, Luo, due to the vanguard leading the rear troops charging forward, heard the system's voice echo in his mind once again. "Ding, has the host signed in on the battlefield of 7,000? Chapter 22, Expansion. Sign in." Without the slightest hesitation, Luo spoke directly. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the loyalty of 700 Xuanjia troops." As the voice echoed, another army instantly appeared behind Luo. The dark armor exuded a thick aura. Boom! Then, with the sound of a rumble, they charged forward. Their combat power was enough to shock anyone. The blood barbarian cavalry captain on the opposite side realized how strong the enemy was only when he got close to the Xuanjia army. The hard armor, the wind-sweeping spears, the battle horses like giant beasts, and the warriors comparable to the captains in his own army made him feel a sense of powerlessness for the first time. However, it was too late to have regrets now that he had entered the battlefield. Luo Cheng rode in on horseback, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The cold spear in his hand thrust out, followed by a sound of breaking air. The cold python on his body roared, nearly driving the captain to the brink of collapse. Just sensing the opponent's aura made him realize he was no match. But it was already too late to say anything. Swish! Luo Cheng didn't give him a chance to speak. The sharp spear pierced through the captain's skull in an instant. The surrounding barbarian warriors were unable to hide their shock upon witnessing this scene. However, Li would not give him a chance to escape, because, in the eyes of others, these barbarians might be extremely fierce, but to him, they were merely piles of experience points. An opportunity to enhance the strength of his subordinates and himself. How could he let them leave easily? He immediately commanded, "The Yanmen 18 Riders, hunt on the periphery. The Xuanjia army, engage in internal cuts. Not a single one is to escape." As he issued the order, the surrounding soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Then they scattered, each choosing their own battlefield. The dark clouds of Xianyun covered the sky. The aura of death spread at this moment. Thick blood mist occasionally drifted up. With the awakening of battle, the system's voice rang again in Luo's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yanmen 18 Riders have gained 520 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 1,000 experience points. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Xuanjia army has gained 500 experience points." The sounds rang out from time to time, along with the fallen blood barbarian warriors, igniting a sense of ambition in Luo's heart. He wanted to avenge his brothers who had died on the battlefield. He also aimed to earn military merit and become a marquis, because he had once said that on the day he was conferred a title, he would marry Hong Ling. Now this was just the beginning. It was unclear how much time had passed. When all the soldiers were covered in bloodstains, the blood barbarian warriors had all perished. The boundless Gobi was covered with blood and corpses. Masterless warhorses stood in place, displaying fear in their eyes. The injured horses emitted wailing sounds. At this moment, the desert appeared desolate and filled with a killing intent, as if it were a demon ready to devour everything. The only thing that made Luo feel better was that this battle allowed his subordinates to break through again. The Yanmen 18 Riders reached the 6th level of Dan condensation. This cultivation level was nearly catching up with the Marquis Wu Shuang who had been conferred title. The Xuanjia army had broken through to the 1st level of Dan condensation. Due to their weaker strength, the experience points gained this time could significantly enhance them. As for Luo Cheng, he had now reached the 2nd level of Golden Dan cultivation. However, what made Luo happiest was that these deceased barbarians had brought a large amount of resources. With these resources, he could slowly develop here. However, he was eagerly looking forward to the next war. After perfecting the 3,000 Xuanjia troops, he wondered what kind of large army would appear. Clean up the battlefield. After surveying the battle situation, Luo said slowly, "Yes, my lord." Upon receiving the order, Luo Cheng quickly began to organize the troops and clean up the battlefield. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again in Luo's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. Experience points have reached the breakthrough standard. Would you like to break through?" Breakthrough. Without hesitation, Luo spoke directly. Then, the energy in his body began to surge. At this moment, atop the Iron Blood City, the Queen of the Great Zhou rarely revealed a smile. Looking at the triumphant return of Marquis Wu Shuang, she said, "Marquis Wu Shuang is mighty, achieving a great victory this time." Upon hearing this, the just-arrived Marquis Wu Shuang showed a hint of pride on his face. Then he looked at the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, these barbarian people are too easy to defeat." As soon as I made my move, the so-called powerful blood cavalry general mentioned by the Grand General had his defenses broken and fled in panic. I didn't believe that Luo could march 1,000 miles and slay thousands of enemies, but now I truly believe it. While his words seemed to acknowledge Luo's contributions, they were actually belittling him. At this moment, Marquis Mu Yun chuckled and said, "How can a mere Jinwu general compare to Marquis Wu Shuang? Almost all the lords of the great Zhou have gathered here. I think with the strength of those barbarians, recovering lost territory is not impossible." The two of them sang in harmony, belittling Luo to the point of being worthless. The other lords around also nodded in agreement. Only the Grand General frowned, sensing a hint of conspiracy. Just as he was about to remind everyone to be cautious, Marquis Wu Shuang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army and take the initiative to attack, driving away the barbarians and recovering the lost territory of our great Zhou." This battle had already inflated his ego, making him believe it was a free reward, and that if he didn't go to battle, it would be unfair to himself. After his words fell, other marquises also stood up at this time. "Please, Your Majesty, allow us to go to battle and recover the lost territory for our great Zhou." At this moment, not only the lords, but even the Queen was genuinely tempted. Her father had passed away due to the loss of a large amount of territory when the barbarians attacked back then. Over the years, although she had been diligent, many still doubted her. Just like the Empress Dowager, who always believed that as a woman, she couldn't achieve great things, and the throne should be occupied by the Marquis of Zhennan. Now that the barbarian army was not strong, perhaps it was truly time for her to recover lost territory. If she succeeded, it would shut everyone's mouths. After thinking this, she spoke up, "All right, today scouts will investigate the barbarian camp, and tomorrow I will personally lead the expedition to the northern border to reclaim everything that belongs to our great Zhou." "Your Majesty, you cannot. You are a treasure of 1,000 gold. It's better to stay in Iron Blood City," the Grand General exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, he sensed that something was off, but he had no evidence, so he could only choose to lead the battle himself. However, just as he finished speaking, the Queen of the Great Zhou said, "Grand General, you have guarded the northern border for many years, with you stationed in Iron Blood City to support me. I can rest assured. Moreover, what everyone says is right. Luo can lead just a few dozen men to dominate the northern border. So what's wrong with me leading hundreds of thousands of elite troops of the Great Zhou? Perhaps we have truly mythologized the barbarians in the past. They may not be that formidable." After the sound rang out, he looked deeply at the Grand Commander, clearly harboring some doubts about the others in action over the years. This made the Grand Commander involuntarily show a bitter smile, and he could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo's bottleneck was completely broken at this moment. His aura surged steadily, reaching a critical point for a breakthrough. Chapter 23. Surrounded. Foundation Establishment 5th Layer. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer. When he reached the Foundation Establishment 6th Layer, Luo's breakthrough finally came to a halt. At this moment, his aura was incredibly powerful. His magical energy flowed within him like the Yangtze River. With the Foundation Establishment 6th Layer cultivation, he might not be among the top in the Great Zhou, but he was undoubtedly a strong figure. As he looked at the battlefield, which had been mostly cleaned up, Luo slowly said to Luo Cheng, "Send a few people to check around. I always feel something is off." When his voice rang out, it carried a hint of helplessness. The main issue was that the fortress had not been built. Otherwise, he would not fear the enemy having a backup plan. As you command. After receiving the order, Luo Cheng retreated at that moment. Moments later, a team of armored soldiers rushed out. Their speed was extremely fast, evidently sent out as scouts. Luo had sunk the barbarian dragon army, and this time the barbarian tribe's large-scale attack would certainly not end so easily. Therefore, caution was necessary. At this moment, the current queen also led her army out, leaving Shao Qianni to guard Ironblood City. This decision received unanimous approval from the various lords. They joyfully left the city, believing this was an easy achievement to gain. Along the way, small groups of barbarians occasionally approached. However, as soon as the generals of the Great Zhou went to pursue them, they would scatter in a panic. When they passed by the military camp left by the barbarians, the peerless Marquis rode his warhorse, patrolled around, and then came to the queen's side, saying, "Your Majesty, the barbarian army has retreated overnight. They left behind some supplies. Truly, they can't withstand a blow." The dazzling silver armor shone under the sunlight, making it quite eye-catching at this moment. The queen, who had just gained an achievement, could not treat the peerless Marquis coldly, but she only nodded. However, she breathed a sigh of relief inside. It seemed the barbarians were truly frightened by the defeat. Otherwise, they would not have retreated. Little did she know, this was precisely the scene that the Blood Barbarian tribe wanted them to see. Then, she slowly said, "Since the barbarians have fled overnight, they must be exhausted. We should take this opportunity to pursue them." As you command. After receiving the order, the generals would not hesitate. They accelerated forward, and this time their speed was even faster. After all, such an opportunity for achievement was rare in 100 years. Now that they encountered it, who wouldn't rush forward? The barbarians were also very accommodating. Occasionally, a team would harass them from the front, seemingly trying to block their advance, but in reality, they were leading the way. After leaving behind a few corpses, they would flee forward, appearing extremely disheveled. This made the lords laugh heartily. By the second day, they had already approached the Fulong Mountain. However, just then, a team of messengers came running. They appeared quite anxious, shouting as they ran, "Urgent report from 800 miles." When the voice sounded, a hint of confusion appeared in the queen's eyes. The barbarians had been driven into chaos in the desert by her. How could there be an urgent report? At that moment, the messenger had already jumped off his horse and knelt before the queen, saying, "Your Majesty, the Grand Commander has sent an urgent report. The barbarian army of 30,000 is besieging the North Fort." Upon hearing this, the queen frowned. 30,000 troops were no small number. With only 3,000 under General Lu Yu's command, they would likely be unable to hold out. However, she did not know that Lu Yu not only had fewer than 3,000 men, but also lacked sufficient supplies and provisions. Just as she was preparing to send someone for rescue, the Marquis of Miyun stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, according to the route the barbarians have taken, they should be heading near the North Fort. In my opinion, we should first pursue and eliminate the main force of the barbarians. After that, we can go to support the North Fort. This would be better. Otherwise, splitting the army will lead to scattered forces on both sides, which is not favorable." The queen, who did not understand military matters, felt a bit uneasy upon hearing his words. But since it did not seem too problematic, she could only nod and say, "It has to be this way." After her voice fell, she looked at the messenger and said, "Tell General Zhenwu that the main force of the barbarians is being pursued by this king. After the battle, immediately go for rescue." As you command. The messenger did not dare to hesitate and directly retreated. After he left, the queen led her army to continue forward. At this moment, cheers erupted from the front. The peerless Marquis was surrounded by a dazzling silver light, reflecting against the bright sun, shining brilliantly. Standing on horseback, he drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot through the air, even tearing through space. Then, carrying endless sharpness, it struck a fleeing barbarian centurion, piercing through his head. All of this was done in one breath, drawing cheers from those around. The Marquis of Miyun cautiously approached and said, "Your Majesty, we have now reached Fulong Mountain, which was once the territory of our Great Zhou. Once we pass Fulong Mountain, we should be able to see the main force of the barbarians. Yesterday, Scouts reported that they encountered the barbarian army here. After hearing this, the queen nodded and did not say much more. However, just as they arrived at the center of Fulong, they suddenly saw flags waving and a dense mass of barbarian troops emerging from below the mountain. A black flag with a blood dragon fluttered, stirring up a foul wind among the troops. That was the banner of the barbarian dragon army. Under the battle flag, thousands of barbarian warriors, with white cloth wrapped around their heads, were present. Surrounding the barbarian dragon army were countless other barbarian legions. Seeing the scene, how could the queen of the great Zhou not understand that she had fallen into an ambush? However, neither she nor the lords appeared overly panicked. Clearly, the previous scene with the peerless Marquis had given them great courage. The peerless Marquis even shouted, "How dare these mere barbarians set an ambush here? Your Majesty, I will break their formation." As his voice sounded, his aura burst forth. The Fong Tianhua halberd danced, producing a series of sharp sounds as it cut through the air. The queen did not refuse and nodded. After seeing the queen agree, the peerless Marquis, without hesitation, flew out, followed closely by the peerless army. As they rushed forward, their momentum was grand, making the Marquis of Muyun involuntarily exclaim, "The peerless Marquis is brave, unprecedented in history. That mere north border Luo is truly worlds apart." His voice carried a hint of admiration, causing the surrounding lords to nod in agreement. Just when everyone in the Great Zhou believed the peerless Marquis would surely win. On the other side, Luo also received reports from scouts about the incoming news. Not far away, an army of 20,000 was encircling the North Fort. The military formation was strict, with the front and rear troops supporting each other. A surprise attack was no longer possible. However, upon hearing the news, Luo smiled. 20,000 troops? What surprise attack? He could just sign in directly. Therefore, he was quite looking forward to it. I'm not sure what level of battlefield this large momentum belongs to this time. What kind of existence can be signed in? Chapter 24, Tiger and Leopard Soldiers. At this moment, Luo immediately ordered everyone, "Rest in place. Do not remove your armor." Understood. The surrounding soldiers responded immediately upon hearing the command. The sunlight overhead fell on the ground, reflecting on the soldiers' armor, creating a darkened scene. The army was eerily silent. Apart from the sounds of drinking water and eating, there were no other chaotic noises. Everything appeared orderly. Just then a rumble. In the distance, two armies approached, each forming a semicircle. Their armor reflected various colors of light, and the bronze curved blades in their hands gleamed sharply. As they charged forward, the ground trembled. From afar, under the setting sun, they appeared like a copper wall and iron bastion. The atmosphere was fierce and bloody. Even Luo felt a slight sense of pressure. This army was unmatched by any team he had seen in the Great Zhou. Even the northern army under Xiao Tianshi was somewhat inferior. Various shouts erupted, resembling a pack of wolves ready to hunt. This was the barbarian tiger army and the barbarian leopard cavalry, each led by a captain of 10,000. It seemed the barbarians had invested heavily this time. According to their intelligence, there were only dozens of Luo's men. Yet the barbarians did not dare to be careless and sent a full 30,000 to attack, which showed their seriousness. Moreover, the generals leading the assault were also composed individuals. What they did not anticipate was that as the battle progressed, Luo's subordinates would increase in number. More importantly, their cultivation would also improve. Therefore, looking at the charging barbarians, there was not a trace of fear in Luo's eyes. Instead, a hint of excitement emerged. He wanted to see what kind of battlefield this would turn into. At that moment, a system voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the Black Iron battlefield?" Hearing the voice, Luo was taken aback. The last time he signed in at the Black Iron battlefield was when facing the barbarian dragon army. Their combat power was incredibly strong. If it weren't for the explosive strength of the 18 Riders of Yanmen and Luo Cheng, he might have already dyed the northern frontier with blood. He didn't expect to encounter the bronze battlefield again this time. Without hesitation, he directly said, "Sign in." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of 2,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. Strength, 3rd level of Dan formation. Weapon, superior spirit, tool, tiger leopard blade. Armor, superior spirit, tool, tiger leopard armor. Mount, tiger leopard beast. otherworldly beast. Travel 7,000 miles a day. Please accept. As his voice rang out, an astonishing killing intent spread at that moment. Then, a large army revealed itself behind Luo. Their pitch-black armor was engraved with tiger and leopard patterns. Holding a giant blade nearly as tall as a person, they shone with dazzling light as they raised their weapons. Under the sunset, they still glimmered brightly. Just as they appeared, the barbarian tiger cavalry and barbarian leopard cavalry also arrived simultaneously. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo did not hesitate and directly commanded, "Kill with me." As his voice echoed, the blood-refining dragon spear thrust forward at that moment. The fierce blade's brilliance flashed, and the barbarian tiger cavalry warrior at the front was instantly thrown into the air. Then, the tiger leopard cavalry's long battle blade came crashing down. The blade cut through the air, splattering blood mist. The frontmost barbarian tiger cavalry was directly killed, falling beneath their horses. A skilled hand reveals itself in a single move. This scene made the barbarian tiger cavalry's captain show a trace of seriousness on his fierce face. What was happening before him exceeded his expectations. While Luo was engaging the barbarian army, on the other side, the queen of the Great Zhou at Fulong Mountain was intensely watching below. She saw the unparalleled marquis leading the unparalleled army charging down. This time, they were still facing the blood barbarian cavalry general. The opposing side surprisingly showed no signs of fear. Instead, they wore fierce expressions. Upon seeing the unparalleled marquis, they leaped off their horses, and a battle blade in their hands flashed with bloodlight. Then, they struck down with a piercing whistle, showing no mercy. The blood cavalry general, with a 9th-level cultivation of Dan formation, seemed capable of annihilating everything. Crack! At the moment of collision with the unparalleled marquis, the Fangtian Huaji in the opponent's hand was directly split apart. This scene left the unparalleled marquis unable to react. Then, the blood barbarian cavalry general kicked out, their dark gold battle boots stained with blood. Bang! They directly kicked the unparalleled marquis away, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground, appearing utterly helpless. At that moment, he was afraid. The blood barbarian cavalry general advanced again, their towering figure resembling an iron tower, exuding endless pressure. This time it feels good. Last time, I lost to you to fulfill the sacrificial order, and I was frustrated for several days. I didn't expect you to come so soon. After saying this, they prepared to strike and kill the unparalleled marquis. However, at that moment, the family guard in the marquis's residence charged forward recklessly, shouting angrily, "Marquis, run! We'll hold him off." Dozens of high-level chi refining experts rushed out, creating a grand momentum. But unfortunately, they encountered the blood cavalry general. Upon seeing the rushing figures, they swept their battle blade horizontally. The bloody blade light emitted a crystalline glow. Boom! Those family guards that charged up were immediately cut into blood mist. However, the unparalleled marquis was, after all, at the Dan formation level. In an instant, he managed to escape. His figure transformed into a stream of light, directly rushing toward the mountain peak. Everywhere he looked, he saw the barbarian cavalry slaughtering the soldiers of the unparalleled army. The sight of bodies being tossed into the air was unbearable to watch. This battle could not be described as anything less than brutal. Meanwhile, the barbarian side would not allow a marquis to escape easily. A shaman enveloped in thick blood mist soared into the air, instantly appearing behind the unparalleled marquis, reaching out with hands that looked like withered leaves, attempting to grab him. "Save me!" The unparalleled marquis finally couldn't hold back and cried for help. He didn't want to die. As long as he reached the Golden Dance stage, he would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Moreover, he held boundless power. How could he bear to die? Upon hearing his voice, the windy marquis immediately broke through space, charging toward the shaman. His flying technique was among the best among the various lords. The blood barbarian shaman looked at the rushing windy marquis with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Blood mist poison. With that voice, thick poisonous mist enveloped the windy marquis, instantly turning his complexion crimson. The shaman then stopped chasing, retreating backward. The Great Zhou is indeed as useless as before. What I look forward to the most is to fight that person who killed my barbarian dragon general. I wonder if the Queen of the Great Zhou has conferred a title to him. Can I see this warrior now? The voice rang out, loud and clear, shaking the Fulong Mountain. Chapter 25, Breakthrough. The officials of the Great Zhou, upon hearing the voice, all looked pale. At this moment, they finally realized that they had fallen for the barbarian's trick. The other side was deliberately feigning weakness. The queen looked at the flustered and pale-faced Wushuang Marquis, who still hadn't gotten up, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding marquises of the Great Zhou remained silent, and a trace of regret finally emerged in their hearts. Marquis Muyun's face turned waxy yellow. He had not expected such a turn of events. The strength of the barbarians exceeded his expectations. Just as the battle began, one Marquis was terrified to the point of losing his courage, while another was poisoned. The high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou were all trapped here. The dynasty could be overturned in an instant. If that were the case, their actions in inciting the queen to personally lead the charge would be recorded in history, leaving them with a legacy of infamy for thousands of years. How could they not feel distressed after thinking about this? At this moment, the god of war Marquis, who had followed them, immediately commanded, "Everyone, prepare for defense. The morale has already dropped today. It is clearly not suitable to continue fighting. We can only retreat and defend and break out tomorrow." No one dared to refuse the god of war Marquis' orders. They all began to prepare for defense. Meanwhile, Liu was unaware of all this. Right now, facing the attack of two 10,000-strong barbarian troops, his eyes sparkled with a cold light. His body swayed with the galloping warhorse, and the blood-refining dragon spear in his hand radiated a vast blood glow as he swung it. Any barbarian warrior who collided with him would be killed in an instant, especially Luo Cheng, who was simply leading the Yanmen 18 Riders, encircling Lu Yu's side to ensure his safety. As someone approached, the blood-red curved blade slashed, creating bursts of blood mist. The surrounding Xuanjia army and tiger leopard riders also formed two lines, resembling two sharp blades, cutting through the barbarian army formation. If someone were watching from the outside, they would see that amidst the torrent of barbarian cavalry, the Xuanjia army and tiger leopard riders, clad in dark armor, charged back and forth in that torrent, repeatedly sending the nearby barbarians flying. The expressions of the two barbarian centurions turned extremely grim. At this moment, the centurion of the barbarian tiger riders slowly said, "This great Zhou warrior is indeed as renowned as they say. With such numbers, they can fight us to this extent." When he spoke, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. However, the centurion of the barbarian leopard riders laughed sinisterly and said, Their numbers are a shortcoming. Can't you see that they are much weaker than when they first charged? As long as we wear them down a bit longer, I don't believe we can't kill them." As he spoke, he urged his horse to take a few steps forward, clearly wanting to wait until Lu Yu's army could no longer hold on before charging in to kill them. However, Lu Yu could not be judged by common sense. As the battle progressed, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The tiger leopard riders have gained experience. Their strength has reached the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Xuanjia army has gained experience. Their strength has reached the 1st level of Dan condensation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yanmen 18 Riders have gained experience. Their strength has reached the 7th level of Dan condensation." With the sound, the army that had appeared slightly fatigued suddenly emanated a powerful aura. Cold light flickered in their eyes, and as the battle progressed, blood mist and strands of murderous aura intertwined around them, making them look like demons emerging from hell. At this moment, they directly entered slaughter mode. Although there was a difference in numbers, it should not be forgotten that in the cultivation world, cultivation level cannot be compensated for by quantity. Boom! The soldiers under Lu Yu lined up and charged out. At this moment, the barbarian riders could not even think of resisting. Anyone who got close would be directly smashed in a blood mist by the Xuanjia army. Such a battle was unimaginable for ordinary people. Lu Yu's forces were simply too strong. Compared to the barbarians, it was like comparing a rock to an egg. In Lu Yu's eyes, a glimmer of light flashed. If he annihilated these 30,000 barbarians, his rank might rise again, bringing him one step closer to being conferred a title. He had promised Hong Ling that he would find her after being conferred. As time passed, once all the barbarian warriors on the battlefield were killed, the desert had already been dyed red with blood. The ground was covered with corpses. It would not be an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river. He also let out a sigh of relief. The victory was in hand. He and his army should be able to rest for a while. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! The host has gained experience points. Do you wish to break through? Break through. Upon hearing the voice, Luo did not hesitate and immediately spoke up. At this moment, on top of Fulong Mountain, the great Zhou Queen, who had been besieged for a night, showed a worried expression. Just now, she had explored some breakthrough points with several marquises, but found that the barbarians had completely surrounded Fulong Mountain, leaving no suitable escape route. They had high cultivation levels and could hold out for a while longer, but with hundreds of thousands of troops, they could not hold out forever. With the current supplies and logistics, they would be exhausted in 10 to 15 days. By then, these troops would be left waiting for death. That would truly be the end of the world. How could she not feel anxious? Just as they were worried, the barbarian army had gathered together. The high priest of the blood barbarians appeared slowly in front of the formation, sitting on a war chariot. He wore a long black robe and was tall. Even while sitting, he was comparable to an adult's height. However, he was extremely thin, looking like a skeleton wrapped in human skin. His eyes sparkled with a green light. Upon seeing him, the faces of the great Zhou kings and marquises changed drastically. This high priest had single-handedly defeated the various marquises of the great Zhou 30 years ago, winning every battle and leaving behind a fearsome reputation. He had fought against the late emperor without falling behind. Now that he had appeared on the battlefield, how could one not feel fear? Behind him followed 9 priests, each having reached the Golden Dan realm, as well as a densely packed army. As the great Zhou marquises felt their hearts pounding in fear, the high priest's hoarse voice rang out. Back then, you relied on an iron blood city and Xiao Tianyi to block our barbarian advance. Today, I want to know who among you can stop me. As his voice echoed, the sparse, messy hair on his head flew in the wind, and combined with the endless army behind him, a fierce aura spread, making it feel suffocating. Chapter 26. Panic. The noble lords had lost the excitement they had at the beginning. Now, they were in a state of panic and somewhat disheveled, surrounded by the army. They might very well perish here. After hearing the high priest's voice, they were even more at a loss for what to do. At this moment, the great Zhou Queen spoke up. This time, we underestimated the enemy and fell for the barbarians' tricks. However, with hundreds of thousands of troops here, you want to annihilate us. And it's not that easy. The voice that spoke had a hint of stubbornness. The wide royal robe rustled in the mountain wind, making her appear quite slender. Yet, the determination in her eyes remained unchanged. I've long heard that the queen of the great Zhou is like a fierce horse, hard to yield. I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems the words are not false. In that case, let's wait a month before fighting again. I have plenty of time. After the high priest's voice echoed, the war chariot slowly retreated backward. Clearly, he had no intention of launching an attack, because as long as they surrounded for a month, the hundreds of thousands of troops on the mountain would be like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. There was no need to exert effort now, making that great Zhou Queen grit her teeth in hatred. But there was nothing she could do. At that moment, she realized how difficult it had been for the Grand Commander to fend off the barbarian invasions all these years. What kind of miracle had Luo created to charge 1,000 miles in the north border? A day passed. At the foot of Fulong Mountain, countless barbarian tents were set up, densely packed with dazzling lights. Warriors occasionally passed through. The queen of the great Zhou stood on the mountaintop for a whole day, accompanied by other lords who appeared cautious. They had all unanimously agreed to pursue, but now, trapped in a desperate situation, they dared not speak much. At that moment, the queen slowly spoke. Lord Muyun, you are wise and resourceful. Think of a way to break out. Her tone was stiff. This was the first time the queen spoke to her lords in such a manner. Lord Muyun shivered and stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, in this situation, we can only wait for reinforcements. It would be very difficult to break out. Clearly, the battle against the barbarians had shattered everyone's confidence. Then, the queen turned her gaze to Lord Wuxuan. What about you? Do you have any ideas? I have heard you say that killing barbarians is like slaughtering dogs. Do you have the confidence to break out now?" Upon hearing the words, Lord Wushuang showed fear in his eyes. He was not afraid of the queen, but feared the barbarians. At that moment, he was afraid the queen would order him to break out. After a moment, he said, "Your Majesty, I was careless before. The barbarians are too strong, and I am truly no match." After he spoke, he lowered his head and said no more. Just as the lords were pushing blame onto each other, Lord Shenwu stood up at that moment. He looked at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Shenwu army to attempt a breakout." When his voice sounded, all the lords' gazes fell on Lord Shenwu, especially the noble lords. Their expressions were complex, mixed with a hint of admiration. A trace of relief appeared on the queen's face as she said, "Lord Shenwu, what equipment do you need? I will have someone gather it right away. We must try to break out. Otherwise, in a few days, the morale of the army will be completely worn down. I need nothing, just light and simple. If I can carve a bloody path for your Majesty, I would die without regret." After his words, he turned and left. Moments later, an army was assembled. 50,000 Shenwu soldiers, all donned in dark golden armor, wielded sharp weapons. This was the foundation of Lord Shenwu's title and one of the finest elite troops of the Great Zhou, now ready for a bloody battle. Without fear, their eyes only revealed a hint of killing intent, vastly different from the luxurious, noble lord's troops. Lord Shenwu sat atop a strange beast, wielding a golden-backed battle knife. Looking at the army behind him, he said decisively, "Everyone, charge with me." As his voice rang out, the army charged down the mountain. It could be said that the Shenwu army was one of the strongest elite troops brought by the Queen of the Great Zhou. As they surged downward, it was like the earth was splitting apart, especially since everyone held the thought of certain death. Meanwhile, inside the military camp, the high priest stepped out of the tent and stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the charging Shenwu army. Let the newly appointed barbarian dragon general take the field. The opportunity has been given. Whether they can avenge themselves depends on them. Upon hearing his words, the messenger beside him quickly retreated. Before long, the heavily armored barbarian dragon army charged out to meet the Shenwu army. The leading general was over 10 feet tall, robust and imposing, emanating a metallic sheen. Wielding 2 large hammers, as he swung them, they whistled through the air, frighteningly so. He shouted, "Everyone else get out of the way. Let me deal with these great Zhou people." At the same time as the battle commenced at the foot of Fulong Mountain, Luo officially broke through. He had reached the 8th level of the condensing Dan realm. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he spoke to Luo Cheng beside him. "If there's nothing urgent in the next few days, lead the soldiers to start building the walls. This dilapidated fortress needs some organization." Upon hearing his words, Luo Cheng did not dare to hesitate and immediately nodded, then retreated. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's thoughts were racing, wondering how Hong Ling was doing. Now, being in the fortress, he wanted to know the other situation, but found it impossible. Moreover, with the barbarian invasion in full swing, he was unsure whether the front lines had achieved victory. Lu Yu felt isolated by a faction within the court. Breathing in the salty, bitter air made a sense of helplessness rise in his heart. Just then, a tattered team was seen approaching the fortress from a distance. As they got closer, it was discovered to be the Great Zhou army. However, as soon as they entered the camp, they were controlled by the Xuanjiao army, only bringing the leading person to Lu Yu's side. "What happened? Why are you here?" Lu Yu coldly asked the lieutenant. At this moment, the person looked somewhat miserable and said, "General, the Great Zhou is finished. Our troops have been scattered, and Her Majesty the Queen and numerous nobles are trapped on Fulong Mountain. They can't come down at all. If we don't act within a month, hundreds of thousands of troops will likely die at the hands of the barbarians." His voice carried a hint of despair, having resisted the barbarians for 30 years, yet still unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Chapter 27. Tragic. Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected such a thing to happen. Hundreds of thousands of troops gathered. This was no small battlefield. Then, a blazing light emerged in his eyes. If he could sign in among the main forces of the barbarians, what kind of reward would he receive? With this thought, he directly commanded, "Everyone, rest for a night. and follow me to Fulong Mountain. The North Wu fortress was quite far from Fulong Mountain. They had to set off early to make it in time. Otherwise, even if they wanted to rescue the queen, they would likely miss the opportunity. After all, this queen had treated him quite well. As you command. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding soldiers respectfully replied and began to organize their gear. As for the remaining troops, they supplemented some supplies before leaving. They could not stay here indefinitely. He was still searching for his main force. Just as Luo was preparing to rush to Fulong Mountain for support, the battle at Fulong Mountain was also nearing its end. The scene could be described as tragic. The god of war Marquis wanted to break through, but his 50,000 god of war troops had already dwindled to a mere 10% during the battle, being directly crushed by the barbarian dragon army. Yet they still fought to the death without retreating. Bang! The blade of the god of war Marquis struck down on a barbarian dragon soldier. Turning around, he saw his deputy surrounded by dozens of curved blades, and in an instant he was hacked to pieces. Although there were still a few thousand soldiers with him, they were all exhausted and injured. Such a scene brought a flicker of desolation to the eyes of the god of war Marquis. He feared he would die on the battlefield today. Meanwhile, the nobles and lords watching the battle could not hide the fear in their eyes. They knew how strong the god of war army was, but now, under the charge of the barbarian dragon army, they had been decimated in a short time. This once mighty army, which they had previously dismissed as insignificant, now made them feel truly ashamed. The Queen of the Great, Zhou, clasped her hands together, her pallid complexion showing no trace of blood due to the force of her grip. She bit her lips stubbornly. The shock this battle brought her far exceeded the defeat of the unmatched army. After all, the god of war Marquis was known for his integrity and was a seasoned veteran, his soldiers being elite troops. Yet they still faced defeat. She really couldn't fathom how Luo had once crippled 3,000 barbarian dragon soldiers with only a handful of men. However, now was not the time to consider that. Just as the queen was deep in thought, the ongoing battle below interrupted her contemplation. For the sake of his majesty, kill. The god of war Marquis roared. Despite the injuries on his body, he did not retreat. Leading the remaining troops, he charged forward. The war horses trampled the ground, splattering blood everywhere, exuding a tragic aura. Upon witnessing this scene, the barbarian dragon army's general wore a sinister smile. In his hands, he casually swung a pair of black giant hammers. Everyone hunt freely. Leave not a single one alive. As the command was given, he charged forward. The newly appointed barbarian dragon general was much stronger than before. As he approached the god of war Marquis, he swung a hammer down. Boom! The giant hammer collided with the air, creating a thunderous sound that made the god of war Marquis's pupils contract. He dared not hesitate at that moment. He raised his battle blade directly. Bang! The two forces collided, both staggering from the impact, clearly evenly matched. The barbarian dragon general grinned and said, "Your strength is impressive, but to break through my army is wishful thinking." Then the giant hammer swung out again. The god of war Marquis's cultivation of the 5th level of golden core was displayed. The battle blade in his palm danced like a wheel, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, making it impossible to evade. For a moment, it was a fierce exchange with the barbarian dragon general. However, his subordinates were suffering at that moment. The barbarian dragon army charged into the formation like ferocious tigers, clashing with the god of war army. A large number of god of war soldiers were struck down by a single blow, then trampled into meat paste by thousands of horses. The air was filled with a salty scent. As one soldier after another fell, the continuous charges nearly wiped out the god of war army. But now they could no longer find a way back, deeply trapped among the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops. All they could do now was charge forward, trying to kill more enemies. Swish! When a blood-soaked soldier had his throat slashed by a curved blade and fell to the ground. The last god of war soldier also perished. At this moment on the battlefield, only the god of war Marquis and the barbarian dragon general were still fighting. Even the high priest, unbeknownst to Wen, sat on a war chariot, observing the battle below with a smile on his face. Hee. I've heard of this god of war Marquis. He was conferred a title by the old emperor of Great Zhou and is said to have expanded territory by 700 miles in battles against the demon race. He is indeed a talent. His voice was a recognition of the god of war Marquis. Just then, bang! The god of war Marquis was distracted and was struck by the giant hammer. His body was thrown out. The deaths of his subordinates left him at the end of his hero's journey. Without hesitation, when he stood up again, he found his left arm had turned into a mist of blood. Now, holding his sword with one hand, he gazed at his surroundings, ready to launch another attack at any moment. Despair shone in his eyes. All around him were barbarian troops, riding war horses, surrounding the god of war Marquis in the center. They shouted from time to time, as if a swarm of demons were dancing. The barbarian dragon general stepped forward and said, "God of war Marquis, if it were a different location, you might not lose, but unfortunately today, the home field is mine. Therefore you must die. If you want to kill, then kill. My great Zhou has plenty of fierce generals. You kill me today, and one day your barbarian dragon army will be destroyed by my great Zhou commanders. Do you remember the general who sank your barbarian dragon army? He will surely kill you." The god of war Marquis roared. "Hee, you are mistaken. Originally, he had the potential to contend with my barbarian race, but your great Zhou is incompetent. Such a capable general was actually sent to the most dangerous place. Moreover, he wasn't given reinforcements, relying on only a handful of men to guard a dilapidated fortress. Do you think he can hold it? To be honest, my barbarian race has already dispatched 30,000 troops to conquer, and he is likely dead by now. It's a pity I got the news too late. Otherwise, I should have gone to Beiwu Fortress instead of wasting time here with you useless people." Upon hearing this, the god of war Marquis felt his eyes about to burst. He knew Lu Yu was in a difficult situation, but he never expected the Ministry of War to be so heartless. He immediately roared, "Mu Yun Marquis, you are cutting off the pillar of my great Zhou." His voice was filled with endless sorrow and unwillingness. Then he prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, the barbarian dragon general raised his hammers once more. However, just then rumble. In the distance, an army charged in. Although they were not numerous, they were incredibly brave. Chapter 28. Rescue. The newcomer wore dark golden armor and wielded a wind thunder sword, which emitted bursts of wind and thunder light as he swung it, stunning everyone. His tall figure swayed on the back of the warhorse, as if riding on clouds. Though his temples were grayed, his majesty remained undiminished. "Get lost." He instantly charged into the fray. The two swords met the giant hammer. Bang! A visible shockwave rippled out, scattering the surrounding soldiers. There's no need to say, the newcomer was naturally Xiao Tianyi. After he received the news that the queen was surrounded, he left a large army to guard the city and brought a small elite force to come to the rescue without hesitation. Although he knew that once he left Iron Blood City, he would have no support and could very likely die here, the call of loyalty and righteousness did not allow him to retreat. After clashing hard with the barbarian dragon general, even his steed could not withstand the impact and slightly bent its front legs. But it was worthy of being the 10,000-mile beast, quickly adjusting its stance. Xiao Tianyi took the opportunity to grab the divine martial Marquis and charged directly towards the mountain peak, with the northern army following closely behind. Despite heavy casualties, they eventually regrouped with the Empress's army. As soon as Xiao Tianyi saw the Empress, he jumped off his horse and knelt on one knee on the ground. "This humble general, Xiao Tianyi, has arrived late to rescue the Empress. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." His voice carried a sense of iron-blooded resolve. As his words fell, a trace of emotion appeared on the pale face of the Queen of the Great Zhou. Remembering her doubts about this old general during her time in Iron Blood City, she was now moved by his willingness to come to her aid, fully aware that he might face death. How could she not be touched? She immediately replied, "General, please rise quickly. You're not only innocent, but have also rendered great service." After receiving the Queen's command, Xiao Tianyi stood up, looking cautious. At that moment, the Queen eagerly asked, "General, do you think we still have a way out?" He was a veteran recognized throughout the Great Zhou, not only powerful, but also exceptionally wise. His arrival surely reassured many. Even some noble lords turned their attention to him. "Yes," the general answered without hesitation. As his voice rang out, everyone's eyes brightened. They hadn't expected the general to actually have a plan. He slowly continued, "Hope lies in the North Wu Fortress with Lu Yu. Back then, he could look down on the battlefield and slay thousands of barbarian troops with just a few dozen men. If he could lead a team to break in from outside, We could coordinate from within and attempt a breakout. After his words, hope rose on everyone's faces. However, at that moment, the divine martial Marquis, despite enduring his injuries, stood up and glared at the Mu Yun Marquis, shouting, "What hope? What hope do we have? Our hope has been dashed by the Mu Yun Marquis. He oversees the military department and didn't supply reinforcements when Lu Yu went to the fortress, leaving him with only a handful of men. He didn't even bring all the supplies. Now, with 30,000 barbarian troops surrounding the dilapidated North Wu fortress, do you think he still has any hope of survival?" As his voice rang out, the Mu Yun Marquis wanted to retort, but opened his mouth only to choose silence. He hadn't expected that his attempt to send Lu Yu to a dead end would lead him to the same fate first. He glanced at the unparalleled Marquis, who had always received priority supplies back then, and could only shake his head in disappointment. Even the other noble lords now bowed their heads in shame. Some even displayed regret on their faces. The general was right. Lu Yu had once used a few dozen men to defeat the barbarian dragon army. If there were 3,000 fully equipped troops, they might not be unable to break a gap in the barbarian army below and coordinate with those on the mountain. But it was too late to say anything now, as the decision regarding Lu Yu had been made collectively. At that moment, the queen's gaze focused on the Mu Yun Marquis, seeing him, usually eloquent, surprisingly silent. She understood that this must be true. Well, Mu Yun Marquis, I didn't expect you to have such means. I'll remember this debt, and when I return, I will settle it with you. Her voice carried an astonishing killing intent, causing the Mu Yun Marquis to tremble. It was known that the queen rarely lost her temper in the past, but now she was genuinely angry. However, her gaze soon shifted back to Xiao Tianyi. "General, do you have any other plans?" This time, even her voice carried a hint of anxiety. After all, this concerned the lives of hundreds of thousands. If the elite from Fulong Mountain were to perish, there would be no Great Zhou left. The ancestral temple would collapse, and how could she face her ancestors? Thinking of this, the queen's face paled again. Xiao Tianyi could only smile bitterly and say, "Then there really is no other way. Now all the elites of the Great Zhou are here. The Southern Marquis is far in the southern frontier, and even if he wishes to rescue us, by the time he arrives, we may already be annihilated. Are we just supposed to wait?" The queen said, her royal robe swaying violently. Xiao Tianyi helplessly responded, "Yes, we can only wait and hope that the barbarians will reveal a flaw here. If so, we might have a chance." Thus, in the following days, Fulong Mountain was extraordinarily quiet. If any barbarians challenged them, they ignored it and certainly did not take the initiative to attack. In high-level battles, whoever revealed a flaw first would give the other side an opportunity. Xiao Tianyi spent each day on the mountaintop, observing the terrain, but he kept frowning, seemingly unable to come up with a good plan. However, Lu Yu, who had rushed over, had made considerable gains. On their way to reinforce, they encountered several small groups of barbarians. After signing in on a battlefield of 500 people, he obtained a detoxification pill that could dissolve all poisons. After signing in on a battlefield of 3,000 people, he received a mirror break pill, instantly raising his cultivation to the first level of golden core. At this time, they were gradually approaching Fulong Mountain. As they got closer, it was night. In the distance, numerous tents stood erect with flickering lights. The military camp was meticulously arranged, and within 30 miles of the camp, barbarian knights patrolled. Now, Lu Yu, leading his men, had just entered the patrol zone of the barbarians. At that moment, a cavalry unit came galloping over. They seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Listening to the sound of hooves, Lu Yu roughly estimated that there were about 5,000 people. Sure enough, just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Would the host like to sign in on the battlefield of 5,000 people?" Chapter 29. Abundant Gains Sign In. Lu Yu said without hesitation. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and gaining the loyalty of Cheng Yaojin. Strength, first level of golden core. Weapon, superior spirit weapon, golden back flower axe. Warhorse, thunder beast, a rare beast, travels 6,000 miles a day. Armor, superior spirit weapon, enchanted armor. Please accept, host." As the voice rang out, a tall and stout figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Yu. This person had a fierce expression, with violent light flashing in his eyes. He wore a dark armor, seemingly surrounded by a faint demonic aura, resembling a cloud of demonic energy. It gathered around him, making this chaotic demon king appear extremely fierce. The giant axe in his hand gleamed with sharp light. He rode a war horse that was also exceptionally robust, covered in scales, resembling a giant beast. As soon as he appeared, Cheng Yaojin looked at Lu Yu and said, "Greetings, my lord." His voice was deep and resonant, but carried a hint of respect. Lu Yu smiled, not expecting to sign in and gain this existence. He was famously a lucky general. He immediately replied, "No need for formalities." Just then, the patrolling barbarian army in the distance was drawing near. As soon as they appeared, Lu Yu showed no hesitation and directly commanded, "Kill," as the voice rang out. In the next moment, the Xuanjia army and the tiger leopard cavalry behind him charged forward directly. The battle spears and battle knives emitted an overwhelming sharpness, shining brilliantly at this moment. The barbarian leader opposite had just opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you?" Before he could finish his words, Cheng Yaojin had already ridden the thunder beast and charged forward. The giant axe in his hand came down directly. When the blazing axe light flashed out, the barbarian leader didn't even have time to scream before he and his mount were split in two. As the blood mist spread, the Xuanjia army and the tiger leopard cavalry engaged in battle with the blood barbarian warriors. Just one collision killed over 3,000 barbarian warriors. After all, the cultivation of Lu Yu's soldiers was far superior to theirs. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 5,000-strong force was scattered. Some began to flee, their eyes revealing a look of horror. However, Lu Yu never left survivors. The Xuanjia army soldiers directly blocked the retreat of the barbarians. The battle spears stabbed out, and in the pitch-black night, the only sounds were the screams and the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh. It was bloody and terrifying. In less than a quarter of an hour, the battle was already resolved. "Leave," Lu Yu ordered directly. The surrounding soldiers showed no hesitation and quickly retreated to the rear. Under the cover of the night sky, they vanished from the spot. Just after they left, a team of barbarians arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing their fallen kin on the battlefield, the leading commander revealed an expression of disbelief. Have they been gone for less than a quarter of an hour? How could all 5,000 be killed in such a short time? What on earth happened? His voice contained a tone of incredulity. Even though this barbarian leader was extremely bold, looking at the pitch-black night sky around him, he felt a chill in his heart. Then, he turned to the soldiers beside him and commanded, "Retreat." After his voice sounded, he ran toward the direction of the main camp to inform the high priest. Moments later, inside the high priest's tent, the opposing side sat in the upper position with a gloomy expression. The cold light in his eyes flickered, revealing no joy or anger. He looked at the reporting barbarian general and said, "Are you saying that the patrol team of 5,000 was annihilated in less than a quarter of an hour?" The high priest's voice carried a hint of killing intent, making the generals below dare not hesitate and hurriedly respond, "Yes, my lord," and the deaths were tragic. Almost all killed in one blow. At this moment, all the barbarian people in the hall revealed expressions of disbelief. They could not imagine what kind of existence could achieve such a feat after a moment. The high priest slowly said, "From today onwards, expand the patrol range to 1,000 miles. As soon as these people are discovered, immediately notify me." "Yes, my lord." With the high priest's command, various barbarian generals began to retreat. Teams of 10,000 started to roam around. They wore armor and held sharp blades, their eyes revealing fierce light. At this moment, the Grand Commander on the top of Fulong Mountain revealed a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. These barbarians have finally moved. But why are their movements extending outward? This puzzled him. The Queen of the Great Zhou beside him quickly spoke. "If that's the case, do we have a chance?" The Grand Commander shook his head and sighed. "I'm not surprised that they are attacking Fulong Mountain. However, without being able to discern their intentions while they are running outward, we cannot break through recklessly. It could very well be a trap they set on purpose." His voice carried a hint of helplessness. After such a long time, the army had almost fallen into despair. Morale had plummeted to the extreme, and supplies were about to run out. Where should the hundreds of thousands of troops go? This was the thought troubling everyone. Even the queen's face showed a look of helplessness. She had never felt such despair before. According to her subordinates' estimates, with the current supplies, they could only hold out for less than 10 days, and that was under the condition that everyone was not well fed. If they were to eat freely, the army would run out of food within 3 days. After a moment, she said, "It's all because we didn't listen to the Grand Commander's advice initially, being too anxious, that we ended up in this situation." Her voice carried a hint of regret. Just as they felt despair, Luo had already circled to another battlefield. He gazed at a team of barbarian warriors of 10,000 in the distance and said, "Hee, do they think that just by increasing their numbers, they can withstand our attack?" As his voice sounded, he swung the blood-refining dragon spear in his hand and urged his warhorse to charge forward. The barbarian warriors opposite, upon seeing the charging army, were first taken aback. They naturally recognized this was the army of the Great Zhou. However, they had no idea how such a team could suddenly appear. Moreover, the most important thing was that there were only a few thousand of them daring to charge at their 10,000-strong team. Were they seeking death? Just as he was astonished, Luo had already reached the front of the battlefield. The blood-refining dragon spear in his hand pierced out instantly, piercing through the body of the centurion and sending him flying. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in Luo's mind. "Ding, host, would you like to sign in at the battlefield of 10,000? Sign in." Luo did not hesitate and replied directly. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of 1,500 Xuanjia soldiers." With the sound, a new troop suddenly appeared behind Luo. In an instant, a vast aura emanated from this place. Then, the system voice surprisingly sounded again. "Ding, Xuanjia army is at full strength, unlocking the death trample soul of the army. Would you like to use it?" Hearing the voice, a fleeting joy appeared in Luo's eyes. He immediately replied, "Use it." It should be noted that the Xuanjia army was a heavy cavalry unit, also a weapon that once subdued the seas for the Great Tang. Now, upon reaching completion and unlocking the army's soul, he was even a bit excited. As the voice sounded, the Xuanjia army suddenly underwent a transformation. Their momentum became towering like mountains, and their mounts resembled colossal beasts that could crush the earth. With every hoofbeat, the ground trembled. As the iron cavalry thundered down, the sound was like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting. Then, the barbarian army that charged up behind them immediately became disoriented due to the ground's tremors. Some warriors' mounts even lost their balance and fell directly to the ground. When a centurion's mount fell to the ground, he struggled to stand up, wanting to fly into the air. However, the ground was shaking more violently, making it impossible to even stand, let alone fight. But the Xuanjia army would not let him leave easily. As the hooves trampled down, that centurion was as if he was locked in place and could not ascend to the sky. In an instant, countless hooves trampled over him, turning him into a pile of flesh. This scene made even Luo gasp in shock, because in his eyes, the battlefield centered around the Xuanjia army resembled a magnitude 9 earthquake. The ground was constantly shaking, and the Xuanjia army, clad in black armor, moved as if they were a legion from hell, traversing the trembling ground with ease. In contrast, the barbarian army was staggering and disorganized. It was a realm of its own. Such power, in his view, meant that even a golden core realm expert entering would likely face certain death. This time, it may have taken a while to explain, but the battle ended with remarkable speed. In a brief period, the fighting was over. The system's voice echoed in Luo's mind once again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xuanjia army has gained experience points, reached the breakthrough standard, and their strength has increased to the 4th level of condensed Dan." This breakthrough brought a smile to Luo's face. He then led his army to retreat directly. It was not yet time to engage the barbarian army in direct combat. In the following days, he launched surprise attacks on the barbarian forces almost daily. The enemy's patrol team grew from 10,000 to 20,000 and finally to 30,000. Yet it was still ineffective. Meanwhile, Luo reaped tremendous rewards. By signing in at the battlefield of 10,000, he obtained another breaking mirror pill, boosting his strength to the 3rd level of Golden Core. At the battlefield of 20,000, he gained the loyalty of 2,000 Tiger Leopard Riders. At the battlefield of 30,000, he received a spatial ring. With several days of sign-ins, his team grew to 7,000. But the barbarian army was suffering. The army led by Lu Yu arrived without a trace and left without a trace. They were hard to capture and possessed great strength. With fewer numbers, they couldn't win. With more numbers, they couldn't catch up. There was simply no solution. Today, the barbarians returned to their camp. They no longer ventured outside easily, instead staying obediently within the camp. They dared not go out at this time, as it was the command of the high priest. Now, the enemy sat in their camp, playing with a jade talisman in hand, his expression very grim. After a moment, he said to those beside him, "This jade talisman was brought back by scouts from the North Wall Fortress. Take a look." Saying this, he tossed the jade talisman down. The blood cavalry general was the first to take it in hand, and after viewing the images within, his expression changed drastically. It was a battlefield, next to a ruined fortress that only had some foundations exposed. There were numerous corpses and blood-soaked sands of the desert. Moreover, they were all barbarian corpses. They had been carelessly discarded on the side, mangled by beasts that had devoured them beyond recognition. The barbarian battle flags were carelessly tossed aside, trampled by foraging wild animals. Such a gruesome sight made even the notoriously fierce barbarian warriors feel cold all over. After the blood cavalry general finished looking, he passed the jade talisman to others. After a moment, the high priest said, "You all see, the tribesmen sent to the North Wall Fortress are dead. This means that the losses we've suffered recently must be due to that general from the Great Zhou who defeated the barbarian dragon army. His name is Lu Yu, and he is now the general of Jinwu in the Great Zhou." As his voice echoed, there was a tinge of gravity on his face. This was the first time the barbarian generals had seen the high priest speak with such seriousness. Just then, the newly appointed barbarian dragon general stood up and said, "High priest, I am willing to lead the barbarian dragon army to exterminate them." His voice was low, laced with a hint of ferocity. After his words fell, the high priest waved his hand and said, "With the strength of the barbarian dragon army, can you match their speed, as swift as the wind and fierce as fire, leaving destruction in your wake?" His voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian dragon general's crimson eyes revealed a hint of defiance. "My barbarian dragon army slaughters great Zhou people like dogs. But Lu Yu's forces are elite barbarians. Moreover, our numbers vastly outnumber his." As his voice rang out, the people in the room fell silent. The tent was engulfed in silence. After a moment, the barbarian tiger cavalry general coldly spoke, "Then what should we do?" His voice carried a trace of indignation. The great Zhou queen was already besieged. If they returned like this, it would be too humiliating. The high priest pondered for a moment and said, "Initiate an attack on Fulong Mountain. The great Zhou army is already out of ammunition and food at their last gasp. If we launch an offensive, they will surely be unable to withstand it. Since Lu Yu came to rescue the queen, he will definitely show up. He can kill tens of thousands of us, but I do not believe he can escape from my hundreds of thousands of troops." His voice contained a hint of ruthless determination. It must be said that this high priest of the barbarians was indeed a master of warfare. Intending to use the queen on Fulong Mountain to force Lu Yu into a direct confrontation with them, the ordered barbarian generals immediately sprang into action, stepping out of the tent to mobilize their troops. The sound of armor clashing rang out. Woo! Moments later, the melodious sound of horns rang out. The barbarian army instantly began to gather. They prepared to charge towards Fulong Mountain. Chapter 31. Brutal in the main tent, the great Zhou queen, who had been resting with one hand on her forehead, stood up directly upon hearing the horn. She recognized it as the barbarians' assembly horn. Then she felt a faint aura of murderous intent spreading at that moment. At the same time, the Grand Commander walked into the main tent, his face extremely grim. Looking at the queen, he said, "Your Majesty, the barbarians are about to launch an attack." The morale of the great Zhou soldiers had already reached its lowest point, and their supplies were nearly exhausted. The barbarians attacking at this time would be catastrophic for them. What they did not know was that if Lu Yu had not arrived, the barbarians' plan was to besiege them to death. Upon hearing this, the great Zhou queen instead calmed down. She slowly said, "In that case, let's go out and meet them." As she spoke, she walked towards the entrance of the main tent. At this time, the various lords had gathered outside, each looking at the queen, holding their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. Their ancestors had fought for the great Zhou, leaving unparalleled glory for their families, which made their bloodlines noble. Now, when facing despair, although some were afraid and some regretted, no one proposed surrender or capitulation. Lord Mu Yin stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, our great Zhou army is assembled and ready to follow your orders. From now on, all troops will fall under the Grand Commander's leadership. Even if we die, we must show the might of our great Zhou." The Queen slowly said, and then stood on a newly constructed high platform, looking at the surrounding soldiers. "Today, this lonely king stands with you." Roar. As her voice rang out, everyone erupted in a furious roar. They vented the anger that had built up over the past few days. When the battlefield fell silent, the Grand Commander issued the order. "Everyone, return to your designated positions. Even if we cannot leave this northern border, we must make the barbarians pay a price." Understood. The surrounding generals immediately responded upon hearing the command. They then began to lead their respective armies, preparing to confront the barbarians. At this moment, atop Fulong Mountain, a sense of tragic heroism pervaded the air. Just as the soldiers of the Great Zhou were getting ready, the Blood Barbarian army also began to charge. They surged from all directions like a tidal wave, rushing towards the mountain. The Marquis of Xuanwu, clad in golden armor and standing tall with a cold spear in hand, positioned himself at the forefront of the army. Red light flashed across his body. The Xuanwu army, controlled by his family, had once followed the Great Zhou's founding emperor to expand territory, holding their own glory. At this moment, the Marquis of Xuanwu looked at the charging barbarian army and declared, "The Marquis of Xuanwu is here. You shall not pass unless I die." As his voice rang out, the cold spear was held horizontally in front of him. The Xuanwu army behind him raised their weapons, emanating a dazzling cold light. Meanwhile, the barbarian general revealed a ferocious smile. He was General Monhu, powerful and ruthless. Upon hearing the challenge, he slowly replied, "Then you shall die." As his words fell, a priest beside him suddenly leaped forward. Among the barbarians, while the strength of these generals might not reach the Golden Core stage, every priest was a Golden Core powerhouse. They could rival, or even suppress, the marquises of the Great Zhou. Seeing the barbarian priest charging forward, the Marquis of Xuanwu did not dare to hesitate and stepped forward. He thrust his cold spear directly out, creating a ripple of energy, and in the moment the spear light splashed out, his body soared into the air. Like Mount Tai pressing down, he aimed his spear at the priest. The barbarian priest, sensing the energy above, bizarrely dodged this blow and slapped down on the spear shaft, forcing the Marquis of Xuanwu to retreat. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, General Monhu led his army forward, roaring, "Kill!" The barbarian army charged with incredible speed, crashing into the Xuanwu army. Blood mist rose instantly. It should be noted that while the Xuanwu army was not weak, they had been eating nothing but bland porridge in recent days, lacking even decent food. Consequently, their combat effectiveness had inevitably declined. Now, facing these barbarians, they were naturally no match. In the first clash alone, a large number of soldiers were slaughtered on the spot by the barbarian army. A soldier from the Xuanwu army clashed his long knife against a barbarian warrior. Then he felt a tremendous force surge, and his weapon was knocked away. The barbarian's bronze curved blade came down viciously, producing a piercing sound. The Xuanwu soldier was directly slain on the spot. This was a massacre. One side consisted of barbarians who had long been prepared and ready for battle, while the other side was the starving soldiers of the Great Zhou, and the outcome of their conflict was evident. Thus, the defeat of the Xuanwu army was merely a matter of time. Once the northern position was breached, none of the 50,000 Xuanwu soldiers survived. Even the Marquis of Xuanwu was pinned to the ground by his own spear, his eyes revealing a look of unwillingness. Other areas fared similarly. The head of the divine fallen Marquis was severed and hung on a barbarian spear. Marquis Miyun was pierced through the chest by a long spear. Fortunately, he managed to drag his heavily injured body back to the mountaintop. However, the army led by his family was completely annihilated. The pride he once had was replaced by endless sorrow. At this moment, he realized the strength of the barbarians. It was truly not easy for Xiao Tianyi to hold back the enemy for 30 years. He also understood how remarkable it was for Lu Yu to lead a mere few dozen men to slay thousands of barbarians across the desert. The great Zhou queen watched her subordinates fall one by one into pools of blood. From the mountaintop where she stood, she could even see the savage faces of the barbarians halfway up the mountain. At this moment, she slowly closed her eyes and then spoke. How much longer do the barbarians need to reach the mountaintop? She understood that she was already powerless to turn the tide. Xiao Tianyi sighed, looking at the weary queen. Your Majesty, given the current situation, our army can hold out for at most 2 hours. In other words, in 2 hours, I will die here, just like these soldiers. Right? As she said this, the queen's expression became remarkably calm, though her eyes revealed unwillingness. At this moment, she hoped for a miracle. Chapter 32. Military formation. At this point, Xiao Tianyi did not speak. He simply tightened his grip on his weapon. As long as he was there, the queen would surely be safe. He bore the royal family's grace and had now reached the time to show his loyalty. However, the image of his daughter kept appearing in his mind. If he died, what would happen to Hongling? Moreover, she had always been thinking about Lu Yu. Now, he was probably already shedding blood at the Beiwu fortress. With 30,000 barbarian soldiers attacking, how could he hold them back with just a few dozen men? With this thought, he could only let out a sigh. At this moment, the sounds of battle and killing could already be heard around them. The once not so high Fulong Mountain was stained red with blood. The battlefield was completely out of control. The army responsible for holding the position had already begun to retreat, moving from the mountainside closer to the mountaintop. This meant that the barbarians were about to storm the summit. The acrid smell of blood spread everywhere. The battlefield was extremely brutal. Meanwhile, Lu Yu also noticed the fighting on Fulong Mountain. He knew that it was no longer suitable to maneuver around. It was time to confront the barbarians head-on. Behind him, the Xuanjia army and tiger leopard cavalry stood quietly, like warriors from hell. Kill! Moments latte. Lu Yu issued the order and charged directly at the barbarian army. A mere few thousand men, faced with the barbarians' hundreds of thousands, showed no fear at this moment. All that remained was an unstoppable momentum. Within the barbarians' central camp, the high priest sat in a war chariot, his gaze fixed on the rear, waiting for Lu Yu's appearance. When he saw an army charging into the right flank of the barbarian forces, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then ordered, let the barbarian leopard cavalry block them. Kill without mercy at all costs. As his voice rang out, the messenger immediately rushed out, shouting as he went. The high priest has ordered, kill Lu Yu at all costs. As the command was issued, the right flank army surged forward. At this moment, Lu Yu heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, does the host wish to sign in at the bronze battlefield? Hearing the voice, Lu Yu felt a rush of nerves. This was his first time entering the bronze battlefield, but without hesitation, he replied, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian-level military formation, the Long Snake Formation. As the sound echoed, a wealth of information flooded into Lu Yu's mind. The battlefield formations are categorized from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven levels. On the battlefield, formations are an invincible weapon. It is said that in ancient times, someone arranged a military formation that could slay gods. However, as time passed, many valuable things have disappeared in the river of history. Especially for dynasties like the Great Zhou, the inheritance is even scarcer. Where would there be military formations? Even in the imperial court, it is said that there are only some yellow-level military formations. But even so, those generals who mastered military formations were conferred titles and became generals, receiving rare honors. Because military formations are indeed too powerful, legend has it that a general from the Feathered Emperor dynasty once arranged a military formation that suppressed a divine transformation expert with his cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm. This shows just how strong they are. Now, Lu Yu has obtained a Xian-level military formation with quality elevated to a higher level, and its power naturally becomes even more immense. Then, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Please choose. Does the host accept the formation for the army? Xuanjia army. Without hesitation, Lu Yu spoke directly. In the next moment, a beam of light flashed from the 3,000 Xuanjia army. Then, their aura suddenly changed. The army that received the formation would have a fundamental difference from ordinary troops. At this moment, the barbarian army also charged forward. The man-leopard army was responsible for the right flank of the central army. At this time, the man-leopard general stared at Lu Yu's thousands of troops with a fierce look in his eyes. Standing a full 10 feet tall, he sat atop a giant beast, looking even more terrifying. His exposed muscles resembled steel. Holding a blood-red battle knife, he had previously killed countless soldiers of the Great Zhou. Now, he commanded his warriors behind him, "Kill them all." With his voice echoing, 80,000 troops surged forward in an instant. Wherever they passed, the ground echoed with rumbling sounds. At this moment, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with disdain. One word, long snake formation rise. As his voice rose, the 3,000 Xuanjia army quickly formed the formation. After receiving the system's memory, it was as if they had used it countless times. Then, in the incredulous gaze of the man-leopard general, he saw that what had just been a heavy cavalry unit transformed into a giant python. Its enormous body had scales the size of doors, and its head could rival a hill, exuding a bloody and violent aura. It then charged directly into the enemy ranks. The giant python coiled and weaved through the crowd, surveying all around. The barbarian warrior's weapons struck against its body, only sparking off flames, unable to inflict any harm. Instead, countless barbarian warriors were crushed by the giant python, turning into mush. The man-leopard general's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Damn it, how can there be a military formation?" he said incredulously, then fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. But at that moment, Cheng Yaojin had already appeared in front of him without him noticing. Looking at the man-leopard general, he shouted, "Take a chop from Grandpa Cheng." As his voice rang out, the man-leopard general saw a fat man charging towards him, his face full of flesh. Then his hand was already swinging round, accompanied by a strong gust of wind. The man-leopard general dared not hesitate, raising his weapon to block the blow. Bang! The two sides collided. Cheng Yaojin's immense strength was not something just anyone could withstand. The man-leopard general instantly lost his grip on his weapon, and even his steed knelt down. Cheng Yaojin showed no mercy. His giant axe swept across again. The man-leopard general was utterly unable to resist, his eyes filled with fear. In an instant, he was cleaved apart. At the same time, Luo Cheng had also plunged his cold spear into a priest preparing to ambush Lu Yu. Blood droplets rolled down the spear shaft, finally falling to the ground, creating a peculiar beauty. The tiger-leopard cavalry charged from another direction, with their shining battle knives dancing. Any barbarian who got close would be shattered along with their horse. Their ferocity was truly formidable. The 80,000-strong right flank army was quickly decimated. Most importantly, these were the elite of the barbarian tribe. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding, the host has received feedback experience points, reaching the breakthrough standard. Would you like to break through?" Chapter 33, Rescue Breakthrough. After hearing the voice, Lu Yu had no hesitation and spoke directly. In the next moment, a vast energy surged around him. His eyes glimmered with a dark light. Even his steed sensed the change in its master and became extraordinarily quiet. Vast magical power rolled through his meridians like the Yangtze River, surging endlessly. Around him, the Yanmen 18 Riders tightly surrounded Lu Yu. Anyone who approached would be ruthlessly killed. As time passed, it was hard to tell how long it had been. When the right flank of the barbarian man-leopard army was completely dispersed, Lu Yu also broke through to the 5th level of the Golden Core. The blood-refining dragon spear in his palm became even more vibrant. At that moment, the great Zhou queen on Fulong Mountain found herself in a precarious situation. The barbarian army had already charged up. The scene was filled with battles against the great Zhou soldiers. The Grand Commander wielded a sharp sword, skillfully dancing it as the Northern Defense Army followed closely behind, protecting the queen. However, countless soldiers kept falling. The barbarian's man-dragon general and the blood barbarian cavalry general attacked the Grand Commander in unison, ready to launch a fatal strike at any moment. The great Zhou queen's gaze was exceptionally cold. She had a long sword in her hand, which had appeared at some point, shining with a chilling light. With every swing, a sword ray would cut through, and each time it fell, a barbarian expert would be directly killed. The battle had reached a critical juncture. The people of the Great Zhou had no idea how much longer they could hold out. The seventh priest of the barbarians was fighting against the national guardian Marquis, sneering disdainfully. Then his thin hand fell on the Marquis's head. Bang! The noble Marquis had yet to let out a scream before his head was crushed. He died on the battlefield. On Fulong Mountain, blood mist filled the air. The great Zhou army, aside from some marquises and strong warriors, had almost no power to resist. After days without food, being able to fight now was already a tremendous feat. The bloody battle continued. Meanwhile, the high priest among the barbarians remained seated in the war chariot, seemingly able to control the entire situation. He slowly said, "How goes the battle on the mountain?" Reporting to the high priest, "We have already attacked the mountain." "It won't take long to end the battle," said the messenger standing beside him. His eyes filled with endless respect. "What about the right flank's battle?" The high priest's voice carried a note of gravity. In his view, Lu Yu's threat was even greater than that of the great Zhou queen. Upon hearing this, the messenger's face turned somewhat grim as he replied, "The right flank army has been dispersed. General Man Leopard was killed following the military sacrifice. The loss should be around 50,000, with another 30,000 scattered in the surroundings, unable to regroup for a time." Upon hearing the sound, the high priest's eyes emitted a sharp light. "I have tried my best to overestimate Lu Yu, but I didn't expect to still underestimate him. Has the sacrificial army made a move?" "They have already gone to the right wing," the messenger said cautiously. "The sacrificial army is a force controlled by the barbarian priests. There are as many as 100,000, and although they are not as strong as the barbarian dragon army, they are still elite troops. The leading sacrificial general is also not inferior in strength to an average priest. Among the barbarians, this is considered a powerful force. This is also a trump card of the high priest, specifically used to deal with Lu Yu. However, I didn't expect the man-leopard army to be defeated so quickly." At this moment, just after breaking through, Lu Yu heard the system's voice in his mind again. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The experience of the Yanmen 18 Riders has reached the breakthrough standard, and their strength has increased to the first level of golden core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The experience of the Xianjiao army has reached the breakthrough standard, and their strength has increased to the 6th level of condensed core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The experience of the Tiger Leopard Riders has reached the breakthrough standard, and their strength has increased to the 7th level of condensed core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's experience has reached the breakthrough standard, and his strength has increased to the 3rd level of golden core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's experience has reached the breakthrough standard, and his strength has increased to the 5th level of golden core. With the improvement of his subordinate strength, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. With such a lineup, let's see how the barbarian army can withstand it. Just then, rumbling, a large army unexpectedly rushed from afar. These people exuded a strange aura, wearing black armor and black iron hats, each armed with a battle knife. A dark light spread around their bodies, with a decaying and sinister aura permeating the air. This made Lu Yu frown. This army is clearly stronger than the man-leopard army. Ding, does the host want to sign in at the bronze battlefield? Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained the loyalty of the Mo Dao army. Strength, condensed core, level 5. Armor, mid-grade spiritual weapon dragon scale heavy armor. Weapons, mid-grade spiritual weapon, wind, thunder, Mo Dao. Quantity, 10,000. Affiliated formation, Mo Dao formation. Please accept host. Lu Yu did not expect that this time he would sign in for infantry, and it was the renowned Mo Dao soldiers. It is said that this army broke the tradition of infantry being invincible against cavalry. Where the blade light passes, both man and horse are shattered. Now, let's see if that is really the case. In the next moment, behind Lu Yu, the figure of a large army appeared. They wore black heavy armor, each wielding a massive blade. Under the blazing sun, they shimmered with brilliance. Each of them stood over 2 meters tall, formidable, not inferior even to the barbarians. As soon as they appeared, Lu Yu's voice rang out. Mo Dao formation, rise. Roar. Just as his voice sounded, 10,000 Mo Dao soldiers raised their blades to block the front. The Mo Dao emitted a chilling light, seemingly transforming into a mountain of blades, fierce and terrifying. The sacrificial army, which had just rushed up at full speed, originally intended to use their momentum to inflict significant damage on Liu Yu subordinates. But who would have thought that they would now become a death knell, crashing directly into the Mo Dao formation? No matter how strong the barbarian warriors are, facing such an existence, they only have a dead end. The warriors in front rushed into the forest of blades, instantly turning into a mist of blood. However, more people soon surged forward. If someone were watching from a distance, they would see that in front of the Mo Dao soldiers, the blood mist was continuous, evoking endless fear. Retreat. Seeing his subordinates suffer heavy casualties in an instant, the sacrificial general directly ordered a retreat. The barbarians are brave, but that does not mean they are willing to die. This place has already become a hell on earth. If they do not leave, they can only leave behind more vengeful souls. After casting a fearful glance at Liu Yu, he led the remaining troops to run towards the center without stopping. High Priest, I have been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Liu Yu's subordinates are too strong and can also form military formations. The sacrificial army has lost more than half in such a short time. Just as the sacrificial general entered the large tent, a mournful voice sounded. At that moment, even the high priest could not remain calm. His emaciated figure stood up, staring at the sacrificial general and asking, "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely true." The sacrificial general gritted his teeth and replied. The scene on the battlefield was too tragic. He could not bear to recall it. He dared not think much about it. It would likely become his nightmare in the future. The high priest no longer hesitated and instructed the messenger, "Order the army from Fulong Mountain to retreat immediately. Tell them not to care about anything else. Just kill Liu Yu first." "Yes." The messenger's voice rang out, and he retreated. Meanwhile, at Fulong Mountain, the people of the Great Zhou could no longer hold on. Xiao Tiany's left arm was broken by the huge hammer of the barbarian dragon general, with bones protruding from his back. The already injured Marquis Mu Yun was now lying on the ground. Although he was still conscious, he found it hard to move. The divine martial Marquis was covered in knife marks, but continued to fight bloodily. As for the Great Zhou Queen, she was also in a precarious situation, surrounded by several priests. Although she had obtained the royal inheritance and had great strength, her combat experience was not rich enough, and she had not absorbed all of the inheritance. Now, she was in a fluster, just when the people of the Great Zhou thought they might die in battle. The sound of a gong rang from the mountain below. All the faces on the battlefield showed a look of astonishment. Then they saw the barbarian army retreating like a tide at that moment. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to defy the order. This shows how high the high priest status is among the barbarians. The now disheveled people of the Great Zhou slowly gathered together. Under the queen's organization, they began to gather information and count their numbers. After all, the barbarian retreat was too strange. However, moments later, Xiao Tianyi excitedly walked over. Although he was injured, his eyes still shone with joy. Looking at the queen, he said, "Your Majesty, I just received news that General Jinwu Liu Yu has led the army to reinforce us and is now fighting with the barbarians." Chapter 34 Elite Battlefield. The moment they heard the news, the surviving nobles on the mountaintop showed incredulous expressions in their eyes. They looked down the mountain and indeed saw that the originally well-disciplined barbarian army was now in chaos on the right wing. Moreover, there were shouts of killing echoing. It seemed that a powerful presence was preparing to charge into the center. At this moment, even Marquis Mu Yun and others became excited. They finally had hope for rescue. The queen spoke up, "Take out the Xianguang mirror. I want to observe the battle." The Xianguang mirror is a one-time treasure that allows viewing scenes within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was also prepared by the queen for critical moments. Unexpectedly, it was now going to be used directly. The Marquis Mu Yun, responsible for safeguarding the treasure, did not hesitate at this moment. He excitedly took out an ancient, simple bronze mirror. When magical power was infused, Liu Yu's figure appeared in the mirror. At this moment, he was sitting on a dragon-scaled black steed, holding the blood dragon spear. The army behind them, although not all visible, was discovered to number in the thousands. The aura they emitted was so imposing that it instilled fear in people. At this moment, it seemed that someone was watching when their gaze swept over. It caused the recently approached Mu Yunho's eyes to sting painfully. The queen then expressed her confusion, saying, Wasn't it said that Luo had no troops? Xiao Oceanii slowly replied, Your Majesty, in battle, one fights to sustain the war. These soldiers must be the remnants of the great Zhou that Luo has taken in. The other lords remained silent, as such events often occurred on the battlefield. When an army was scattered, they would be absorbed by other commanders. However, this made the lords feel increasingly ashamed. They were well-equipped and had plenty of personnel, yet they were defeated by the barbarian tribes. On the other hand, Luo managed to reorganize the remnants and could defeat the barbarian tribes, shaking the entire army. What a stark contrast! Reflecting on how they had once obstructed Luo's promotion, it now seemed truly laughable. As they pondered, the Xianguang mirror revealed changes on the battlefield once again. The troops withdrawing from Fulong Mountain were gradually encircling Luo. 6,000 barbarian dragon troops were arrayed in the south, led by the barbarian dragon general. Advancing slowly on horseback, resembling a towering mountain, their eyes glinting with hatred. Clearly, Luo's killing of their former general had shamed the barbarian dragon army, and this time they were ready to avenge their humiliation. 60,000 blood barbarian cavalry were positioned in the north, led by a blood barbarian cavalry general who had just killed a great Zhou lord, now radiating tremendous power. 60,000 barbarian tiger troops were arrayed in the west, with the barbarian tiger general exuding arrogance, and the army displayed endless murderous intent. The thick malevolence, forming black clouds, still lingered in the air. The newly gathered barbarian leopard legion and the remnants of the sacrificial troops also appeared on the battlefield, wielding sharp blades, totaling a staggering 80,000. Such a formation would make even the great Zhou tremble in its heyday. With over 200,000 troops, plus a barbarian dragon army, how could Luo, with only a few thousand men, possibly fight? Xiao Oceanii, atop Fulong Mountain, gazed around at the lords. If I had been in command of a strong army back then, we would have had a chance to turn the tide today. As his voice echoed, the lords' gazes flickered, afraid to speak. After a moment, Muinho said, Great General, let us not talk about us. Everyone knows we were wrong. If we survive this time, we owe General Luo our lives. His voice carried a hint of sincerity. The queen's eyes also flashed with guilt. If she had insisted back then, perhaps she could have secured some benefits for Luo. The lack of subsequent attention led to him fighting with only a few thousand remnants. As queen, she bore some responsibility as well. At that moment, however, Shen Wuho spoke up. He looked at the Xianguang mirror and said, The barbarians are beginning to encircle us. When his voice rang out, everyone's gaze converged on the battlefield. The blood barbarian cavalry general was slowly advancing towards Luo, staring at him intently. I've heard that aside from one brave general in the great Zhou, today I shall meet you. His voice was cold and laced with disdain. This scene further deepened the lord's worries atop Fulong Mountain. The gap between the two sides was too vast. Could Luo really hold out? However, as his words faded, Luo showed no intention of responding. Instead, he called his army behind him. Everyone, charge with me. Target the central army. It turned out he had no intention of entangling with the surrounding armies, but was preparing for a direct assault on the central army. As long as the central army was shattered, the barbarian forces would surely collapse without a fight. With the order given, the first to charge was at this moment. The surrounding Yanmen 18 Riders provided support. On the periphery were the Xuanjia troops, while the Tiger Leopard cavalry held the rear. Despite only having a few thousand men, the momentum they exuded was akin to that of hundreds of thousands. As they rushed into the battlefield, the blood barbarian cavalry general led his troops to block the front. But with his strength, how could he withstand Luo's assault? In an instant, Luo Cheng thrust out his cold spear, and the curved blades of the Yanmen 18 Riders descended. It should be noted that this was a formation at the Golden Corps level. The once ferocious blood barbarian cavalry general, in front of the great Zhou leaders, was swiftly toppled to the ground, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. His body was trampled by war horses, turning into flesh and mud. Such a scene shocked everyone. This blood cavalry general had once been incredibly fierce in battles against great Zhou generals, yet now, before Luo, he couldn't withstand even a single exchange. Following the death of the blood cavalry general, the blood barbarian cavalry was next. Facing Luo's charge, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. This demonstrated the change in quality. Just as tens of thousands of sheep could never match even 1,000 tigers in battle. As Liu led the cavalry to charge into the blood barbarian cavalry, his subordinate, the Mo Dao army, set up a mountain of blades in the rear. Other legions attempting to provide support at this moment were unable to break through this blade formation in a short time. The barbarian tiger legion, upon nearing, was cut down, raising a blood mist. Wherever the blades passed, both men and horses were shattered. Even the most elite barbarian dragon army suffered losses. The battlefield had now completely turned into a meat grinder. With more and more armies encircling, the number of casualties increased. At this moment, the system's voice echoed again in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite bronze battlefield? Upon hearing the sound, Lu Yu did not expect to sign in for an elite battlefield. Each level of battlefield had a chance to produce an elite battlefield, and the rewards gained here would be more abundant than those of the same level. Chapter 35, Unmatched Bravery. At this moment, he, of course, would not hesitate and directly said, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining a collective enhancement card. After use, it can elevate all summoned individuals by 1 realm. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu's face displayed an unmistakable look of disbelief. He hadn't expected such a treasure to emerge from the system. Not hesitating now, he immediately declared, "Use." Just as his words fell, in an instant, the warriors beside him, including Luo Cheng, experienced another enhancement in their cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Yanmen 18 Rider strength has risen to the 2nd level of golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Xuanjia army strength has risen to the 7th level of condensed Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Tiger Leopard cavalry strength has risen to the 8th level of condensed Dan. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Chung Yaojin's strength has risen to the 4th level of golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 6th level of golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao army strength has risen to the 6th level of condensed Dan. As the strengths of the experts beside Lu Yu were enhanced, the blood barbarian cavalry blocking the front found themselves in an even worse situation. They were being overwhelmed, and the army of tens of thousands was instantly trampled into disarray. In front of Lu Yu, they were simply too weak. The high priest at the center of the standing army finally became anxious at this moment. Usually gloomy, he was now filled with immense anger. He roared at this moment, "All priests strike together." As his voice echoed, several priests who had accompanied him surged forward. Apart from those who had been killed, there were still 7 remaining. Each of them exuded a powerful aura, wrapped in black robes. As they flew through the air, they resembled phantoms. Around their bodies, various dense mists flickered, some black and some red, appearing extremely eerie. In fact, these were already top experts of the barbarian tribe. As these priests charged forward, the barbarian dragon army had also approached Lu Yu, proving themselves to be the elite of the barbarian tribe. In this battle, the gap immediately became apparent, and they were the first to break through the blockade. As they got closer, an astonishing killing intent emerged on Lu Yu's face. At this moment, he understood that if he did not instill fear in these barbarian troops, it would be quite difficult to suppress the high priest. After thinking this, his cold voice rang out. The Yanmen 18 Riders as the vanguard, the Tiger and Leopard Riders in the rear, form a wedge formation and break the barbarian dragon army. As his voice sounded, "Yes, sir," Luo Cheng immediately responded and led the Yanmen 18 Riders, charging out like a dagger. The Tiger and Leopard Riders followed closely behind, their blades shining fiercely, just as they collided with the barbarian dragon riders. Even the powerful barbarian general felt immense pressure at that moment. It was as if he had entered a field from which he could not escape. Above him, blood clouds filled the sky, and the angry howls of greedy wolves echoed within. An elite of the barbarian dragon army, riding a warhorse, cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The field was now shrouded in blood mist, making it difficult for him to distinguish directions. But at that moment, whoosh, a knight wearing a bronze mask and a black robe pierced through the thick mist, slashing his curved knife. In that instant, the neck of the barbarian dragon soldier was directly cut, Such scenes were continuously unfolding on the battlefield. When the battle ended and the mist cleared, all the barbarian dragon soldiers, including the barbarian general, lay dead on the battlefield, leaving only a ground littered with corpses, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. On Fulong Mountain, the marquises of the Great Zhou gasped at this moment. They realized how strong Lu Yu's military command truly was. 6,000 barbarian dragon soldiers, in a situation of fighting against a larger force, had all been killed in a short time. It was known that these 6,000 barbarian dragon soldiers had rampaged through Fulong Mountain, almost without encountering any opponents. Looking at Lu Yu, there was even a hint of awe. Only Xiao Qianni could not conceal the smile in his eyes, as he seemed to see hope. Meanwhile, several priests who had charged and were also engaged in battle with the Xuanjia army. Death trampling. Cheng Yaojin roared, and then led the Xuanjia army forward. In the next moment, centered around the army, the heavens collapsed and the earth sank. Thud! Each time the hooves of the Xuanjia army hit the ground, the heavens and earth shook. A tremendous energy instantly tore down the several priests in the air. Beneath the military formation, the power of these priests appeared very insignificant. One priest had just landed when countless war spears simultaneously thrust towards him. Not daring to hesitate, he released his energy, transforming it into a protective barrier to resist. However, just as the energy burst forth, he realized that under the tremendous shock, the barrier shattered instantly. Thus, facing the spears, he could only use his body to block. Bang! As his body was pierced and blood flowed out, the priest fell unwillingly. The other priests fared no better, being pulled into the military formation. And unless they reached the Purple Mansion level, they could not escape the bindings. Otherwise, it would be certain death. Therefore, in a short time, all those priests were killed. It should be noted that they were all at the golden core level of cultivation. Boom! However, the Xuanjia army showed no signs of stopping. They continued to charge forward at an incredibly fast pace. This time, their target was the central army, the high priest. Wherever they passed, the guards preparing to resist were simply no match. Cheng Yaojin's dual axes spun like wheels. Wherever he went, thick blood mist-spread. Barbarian warriors who encountered him would be instantly killed. Like a madman, he instilled immense terror. Not only was there a military formation, but it also nurtured a military spirit. The high priest slowly spoke, his face showing shock. Such an army, at this stage, was absolutely invincible. He was not their match. Even the barbarian king might not be able to withstand them. A trace of horror flickered in his eyes as he watched the army charge forward, finally feeling a hint of fear. At this moment, the high priest finally spoke. On his war chariot, his emaciated figure appeared even lonelier. He shouted to Lu Yu, "General Zhenwu, as far as I know, with your strength and talent, you are merely a 6th-grade officer in the Great Zhou. Such suppression of talent is something I have never seen in my life. If you spare me and join the barbarian tribe, I will request the barbarian king to appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the army. At that time, who could stop you? The world will be ours." His voice was filled with a hint of excitement. On Fulong Mountain, including the queen, all present changed their expressions dramatically. At this moment, whether it was the queen of the Great Zhou or the other lords, it was false to say they were not worried. From their battle with the barbarian tribe, Lu Yu's achievements were truly excessive for just a General Zhenwu. They feared they had left an unfair impression on the other side. Now, the barbarian tribe actually directly offered the position of Grand Marshal of the army to Lu Yu, which made the people of the Great Zhou extremely anxious. At this moment, their hearts were in their throats. If Lu Yu agreed, the Great Zhou would be finished, and all of this was caused by them. However, the other party did not speak at this moment. He simply raised the spear in his hand, pointing it forward. The meaning was already clear. At this time, the high priest of the barbarian tribe was completely anxious. He shouted, "Prince Bingsheng, I can strongly recommend you to become the Prince Bingsheng of my barbarian tribe. With your strength, there will be no problem." But as soon as his voice fell, Lu Yu finally spoke. He slowly said, "I am of the human race. I fight only for the human race." Just a single sentence pierced the hearts of everyone, rendering the high priest of the barbarian tribe speechless. Meanwhile, the queen of the Great Zhou stepped forward at this moment. She slowly spoke, "I will drum for the general," cheering him on. After her voice rang out, she approached the war drum. Boom, boom. Her delicate hand struck the drumstick directly against the war drum. The sound was like thunder. At this moment, the surrounding lords also began to pound their chests with their fists. With a clang, the iron armor collided, producing a series of loud bangs. Luo, without hesitation, addressed the army behind him. Target, the barbarian high priest, kill. Following his command, Cheng Yaojin swung his giant axe without a moment's pause. Bang! He cleaved a barbarian general, blocking the way directly through the neck, leaving a bloody and brutal scene. Yet on the battlefield, he was feared by all. The Xuanjia army followed closely behind. Boom! The death march was not something just anyone could withstand. Wherever they passed, those barbarian warriors were directly slaughtered on the ground. At that moment, they had already approached the high priest. Realizing he had to fight, his black robe fluttered as he uttered obscure and unintelligible syllables. Blood sacrifice. As his voice echoed, the blood of the fallen barbarian warriors began to flow slowly, gathering at the feet of the high priest. Bang! His luxurious war chariot shattered at that moment, transforming into an altar. The blood flowed beneath the altar, gradually forming a small lake. Roar! Then, a blood-colored figure emerged from the altar, as if skinned alive, covered in blood, with fierce light flashing in its eyes. 1, 2, 3. In a short time, thousands had gathered, each exuding a powerful aura, comparable to the Dan realm. This sacrificial army, if unleashed in the outside world, would be truly invincible. Even the barbarian dragon riders would be left in the dust. Upon witnessing this scene, Queen of the Great Zhou on Fulong Mountain couldn't help but exclaim, "The Blood Sacrifice Legion." As she spoke, her face turned pale. The Blood Sacrifice Legion was the most terrifying existence among the barbarians. A desperate measure used by the high priest. By sacrificing a large number of lives, they gained the assistance of a formidable army from the unknown. Legend has it that the barbarians were once invaded by an army bold enough to oppose the dynasty. Forced into a corner, they resorted to blood sacrifice. When that army appeared, it was as if they came from hell. An army that could rival the dynasty was swiftly slaughtered by the Blood Sacrifice Legion. Even their flesh devoured clean. Since that battle, the barbarians became synonymous with difficulty, and few forces dared to provoke them. Unexpectedly, they encountered them today. This made her anxious. If Luo were to fail, they would all perish. Even the Grand General Xiao Tianyi wore a serious expression at that moment. After all, the Blood Sacrifice Legion was different from others. It was truly sinister. After considering this, he slowly said, "As far as I know, no one has ever defeated the Blood Sacrifice Legion. They bear much of the responsibility for the formation of the barbarians. If the barbarian dragon army is a real powerhouse, then the Blood Sacrifice Legion is a legend. The two cannot be compared. If I were to lead the Northern Defense Army into battle during my peak, and faced such a force, I wouldn't hesitate to flee." His voice rang out, causing the surrounding lords to gasp in shock. The Northern Defense Army, led by Xiao Tianyi, had a fearsome reputation. Now, for him to say such words meant that Luo was in great danger. If that were the case, they would all be doomed as well. With this thought, how could they not feel fear? Meanwhile, Luo did not take the Blood Sacrifice Legion seriously. Moreover, the army facing the Blood Sacrifice Legion was not an ordinary one. They were up against the Xuanjia army. In terms of both cultivation and numbers, they were now overwhelming. Therefore, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate. Seeing the blood-sacrificed monsters roar at him, he swung his axe directly. The Xuanjia army behind him would not hesitate either. For others, the terrifying presence was merely a means for Luo to gain experience. Thus, the battle at this moment was extremely intense. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was a strange spectacle. Blood-colored monsters, resembling peeled monkeys, charged at the Xuanjia army. However, as the opposing cavalry charged through whoosh, the war spear in their hands pierced directly, instantly penetrating the heads of those monsters. The Blood Sacrifice Legion was utterly unable to exert any strength before the Xuanjia army, like a group of ordinary people facing a well-equipped army. They were completely powerless to resist. Roar! Just as the blood-colored figure leaped up, bang, the war spear struck it, sending it flying. When it hit the ground, it splattered into a puddle of flesh. This scene was unexpected not only for the exhausted high priest, but also left the queen and lords on Fulong Mountain dumbfounded. In their minds, the seemingly unbeatable blood sacrifice legion had been defeated just like that. Kill. When Cheng Yaojin brought down his axe and killed the last member of the blood sacrifice legion, the high priest was utterly despairing. At that moment, the system voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, hidden task achieved. You have received a black iron gift box. Would you like to open it? Hearing the voice, Lu Yu did not hesitate. He immediately spoke, open it. Chapter 37. The General Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received a battle body pill. After consumption, it can transform your physique into an ancient battle body. Hearing the voice, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Although this pill was considered precious, it felt somewhat useless to him. He was already an ancient battle body. However, saving it for Hong Ling would be a good idea. It would help her cultivate faster and give her some self-defense power. However, if someone knew he was dissatisfied after receiving such a precious pill, they wouldn't know how to react. One must know that pills that can change one's physique are always incredibly valuable. In the Great Zhou, they belong to the realm of legend, and no one had ever seen one. At the very least, if someone knew that the Great Zhou had a pill that could directly make one an ancient battle body, they would likely send powerful beings to annihilate this dynasty. However, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His gaze had already shifted back to the high priest. He saw that the high priest's energy and spirit had been completely drained, with no trace of life left in him. Now looking at Lu Yu, he said, in my lifetime of military service, I never expected to die here. However, dying at your hands is not unjust. Can you kill me now? I do not wish to be humiliated by a weakling. His voice still carried a hint of arrogance. The high priest was a figure of great status among the barbarians, rivaling even the barbarian king. This time, leading the army into battle, he had been full of confidence. Who would have thought he would end up in such a predicament? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu furrowed his brow and slowly said, at this point, you have no qualifications to negotiate terms. Don't forget how many of my people the barbarians have killed. This debt must be settled. It won't do for you to die so easily. After the sound rang out, he commanded the soldiers around him to take the high priest away. They would hand him over to the queen for disposal shortly. After dealing with the high priest, Lu Yu looked around. He saw that the endless barbarian army had already scattered and fled. With so many troops, it was impossible for the few people Lu Yu had to chase after them. Therefore, even though it was a bit painful, he had to give up. When everything calmed down, Lu Yu headed towards Fulong Mountain, where the high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou were gathered. It was time to meet them. At this moment, the queen of the Great Zhou had a beaming smile on her face. The high priest was dead, and the hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops had collapsed in an instant. For the queen, nothing could be more joyous than this. Beside her, Xiao Tianyi spoke up. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on a great victory. After his words, the other lords chimed in. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on a great victory. Their voices were filled with endless excitement. This victory not only saved them, but, more importantly, after this battle, the barbarians would likely lose the strength to fight the Great Zhou again, ensuring the safety of the borders for decades to come. Hearing this, the queen's smile grew even more radiant. However, at that moment, a soldier ran over, covered in blood, but showing excitement in his eyes. Your Majesty, General Jinwu requests an audience. Upon hearing this, the queen's body shook. She quickly said, everyone, please personally welcome General Jinwu. Upon hearing this, no one said more. After all, in this battle, Lu Yu had saved everyone. Without him, they would have already died in battle. These nobles, though sometimes cunning and oppressive towards others, still had a legacy of nobility that prevented them from being ungrateful. Thus, they immediately followed the queen and headed towards Lu Yu. When they reached the mountainside, Lu Yu also walked up. This was his first time meeting the queen. Although she had experienced bloody battles and looked somewhat disheveled, it must be said that she was definitely a beauty, on par with Hong Ling. Moreover, she exuded an air of nobility. After their initial meeting, Lu Yu prepared to kneel in greeting. However, at that moment, the queen stepped forward and personally blocked Lu Yu from bowing to her. Then she slowly said, in this battle, General Lu Yu not only has the merit of rescuing the throne, but also has preserved the foundation of our Great Zhou for hundreds of years. From now on, you shall not bow. As her words rang out, everyone around gasped in shock. No one in Great Zhou had ever received such an honor. However, thinking of Lu Yu's contributions, they did not say more. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Liu also spoke up. In fact, he had not intended to kneel before others. So this was the best outcome. However, he did not expect that immediately after, the queen would say again, this time, "It should be I who pays my respects to General Lu Yu. At first, I was deceived and underestimated your contributions. But today, you still came 1,000 miles to slay generals and seize flags, defeating the barbarians. You have merit not only to me, but also to the Great Zhou. You deserve my bow." As she spoke, she actually bent down. "Thank you, General, for protecting our Great Zhou." After her words fell, the other lords also bent down. "Thank you, General, for protecting our Great Zhou." Their voices were quite solemn and mixed with a hint of gratitude. This was the highest level of gratitude for Lu Yu. The queen bowed, and the lords followed suit. Even Xiao Tianyi from back then did not receive such treatment. Seeing the scene, Lu Yu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Rescuing the throne is what I should do as a subject. Your Majesty need not be so formal." His voice was surprisingly a bit awkward. The queen straightened up and smiled, saying, "If it weren't for you, we would all have died. It is only right. From today on, I officially appoint you as the first-ranked general of the cavalry, in charge of the armies of our Great Zhou. As for the title of Duke, I will definitely report it to the royal family after I return to the royal city." Where her voice rang out, Lu Yu's body shook. He did not expect to be directly appointed as a general and to command the armies of the world. If that were the case, wouldn't he become Xiao Tianyi's superior? However, he did not dare to be neglectful and quickly cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." At this time, the other generals also stepped forward to salute. "We pay our respects to the general." Each one appeared very respectful, knowing that the position of General of the Great Zhou had only been granted once in the past. They did not expect that this time, the queen would directly appoint Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Yu only smiled lightly. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "Your Majesty, I suggest leading the army to recover lost territory. Now that the barbarians are in defeat, they will surely be in a panic. If we recover the lost land now, they probably won't dare to stop us. They might even voluntarily cede territory to avoid provoking us." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fixed on the queen, because this was truly an opportunity for expansion. Moreover, with Lu Yu still present, it was practically a sure win chance for merit. After pondering for a moment, the queen said, "If that's the case, then let General Lu Yu personally lead the team to recover our Great Zhou's lost territory. You may choose the personnel you need. In this battle, many of the Great Zhou soldiers have been scattered, and not many had actually died. Now that they gathered together, it could still be a considerable force." Hearing this, Lu Yu did not hesitate and immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." However, the other lords were all watching him eagerly. The queen had said to let Lu Yu choose the troops. Whether they could achieve merit this time depended on Lu Yu's mood. How could they not be nervous? Chapter 38, Sealing the Wolf and Living in the Sioux. At this moment, Lu Yu did not dilly-dally. After scanning the surroundings, he spoke. "Then let General Xiao Taisher of the Northern Army come with me. The others are injured and should rest first." "Yes." Upon hearing Lu Yu's voice, the queen smiled and said. Now, she had no objections to Lu Yu's words. This time, Lu Yu not only rescued the throne, but also heroically saved the beauty. Especially with his heroic demeanor on the battlefield, any woman who saw him would be enamored. Even the queen of the Great Zhou was no exception, especially since she usually did not see even normal young men in the Deep Palace. This time she came out, and beside her was only someone like the unmatched Marquis, which made her feel quite displeased with the outside world. Compared to both sides, Lu Yu's appearance had a powerful impact on her, causing her to involuntarily develop a slight fondness for him. Of course, for now, it was just a slight feeling. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was unaware of this. Now that he had received a response, he led Xiao Taisher to set off. Following behind Lu Yu, Xiao Taisher could not help but sigh. Thinking about what Lu Yu had just said, he was still one of his subordinates. But now, in such a short time, he had transformed from a watchman into a general of cavalry. Truly, the world is unpredictable. However, at this moment, she did not dare to say much. She simply followed behind Lu Yu and walked forward. As for the current queen, she was no longer determined to personally lead the charge. After experiencing this battle, she understood many things. Therefore, after Lu Yu set out, she also led various lords back to Iron Blood City. Along the way, Xiao Tianyi guarded her side, clearly no longer trusting those noble lords. After several generations of wealth, they were all thinking about how to preserve their current riches. If it came to competing on the battlefield, most of them had likely lost that skill. Looking at the unmatched Marquis, the once spirited lord had lost his former pride. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Marquis Mu Yun stood on the other side, constantly giving orders to his subordinates. It was obvious he was making some arrangements. The queen observed all of this, but did not take it to heart. After this battle, these noble lords suffered heavy losses, and their foundations were significantly depleted. Meanwhile, she had the loyalty of Xiao Tianyi and Lu Yu, which firmly kept these noble lords in check. From now on, if these people dared to be reckless, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on her face. Then, she looked at Xiao Tianyi beside her and said, "Great General, I've already notified the palace to prepare the decree, which will be sent to the dynasty soon. At that time, Lu Yu, as a champion marquis, won't be able to escape." She continued, "I heard that your daughter has a good relationship with Lu Yu?" The queen said slowly. Xiao Tianyi did not dare to hesitate and quickly replied, "Reporting to your majesty, my daughter was once captured by the barbarians. And it was thanks to General Lu Yu, who traveled 1,000 miles to drive away the barbarian dragon army, that she was rescued. A hero saving a beauty. That indeed makes for a good story," the queen said with a smile, although a trace of envy inadvertently crossed her eyes. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. He was now rushing deep into the barbarian territory. As he had expected, the current barbarians had become like startled birds, not daring to resist at all. Many of the originally fortified positions surrendered immediately upon hearing of his arrival. Often, when he reached a stronghold, it was already deserted. Xiao Taisher couldn't help but sigh that the current Lu Yu's might in the northern frontier had completely surpassed that of the great general. Just a name could make the once ferocious barbarians tremble in fear. Such might was something any border general would envy. Until half a month later, when they arrived at the border of the Great Zhou at Wolf Jushu Mountain, they encountered only a few small barbarian forces. There was even no need for Lu Yu to take action. Xiao Taisher handled them himself. However, Lu Yu also signed for some good items. When facing 1,000-strong cavalry, he signed for a broken mirror pill, breaking through his original realm and reaching the 6th level of the Golden Core. On a battlefield of 3,000 people, he signed for a pair of beauty-preserving pearls, which was definitely a treasure for women. On a battlefield of 5,000 people, he signed for a god-level combat skill. True Dragon Claw. This technique belonged to the top-level combat skills, and when used, clouds and mist would rise all around him. His hands would transform into dragon claws, falling from the sky like the hand of heaven. It was a truly inheritable skill. It is said that the powerful imperial families of the human race have their unique techniques capable of destroying heaven and earth. Now, Lu Yu also had a combat skill he could show off. Although his gains were considerable, what made Lu Yu happiest was the Wolf Jushu mountain in front of him. This mountain wasn't a famous mountain, but merely piled rocks. However, it was a place that every general of the Great Zhou wished to visit. To seal Wolf Jushu and recover territory was the dream of every great Zhou general. He never expected he could accomplish this. Standing at the foot of the mountain, it felt as if what lay ahead was not just a mountain peak, but a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Xiao Taisher approached carefully and said, "General, shall we offer sacrifices to heaven now?" When his voice rang out, Lu Yu did not hesitate and directly replied, "Let's begin." "All right." After receiving Lu Yu's approval, Xiao Taisher said excitedly, this was of great significance to him. Participating in the heavenly sacrifice would be a unique honor for him. And although he was not the main character, he would definitely be recorded in history. This not only meant recovering territory for the Great Zhou, but also expanding the domain of the human race, carrying immense commemorative significance. The altar had already been set up. Lu Yu stood above, lighting 3 long incense sticks the thickness of his thumb. Pages of sacrificial text were placed into the copper cauldron beneath his feet. The blue smoke rose straight up into the sky. A stone tablet was reinstalled atop Wolf Jushu Mountain at this moment. At this moment, an unprecedented smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. Simultaneously, the system voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, hidden task completed. Would you like to open the bronze treasure box? When the voice sounded, Lu Yu said without hesitation, open it. At this moment, on the other side, within a majestic palace wrapped in gold, the third prince of the feathered transformation dynasty sat at a high table in the royal department, holding a page of the decree and lost in thought. In his youth, he was reckless and full of vigor. He had once encountered a girl from a small family in the northern frontier of the Great Zhou. Having seen many princesses and noble ladies, he was captivated by the gentle and delicate charm of the girl. After months of infatuation, he ultimately had to choose to leave quietly for the sake of his future. To inherit the position of crown prince, he needed the support of his fiancée, Yi's family. Such romantic entanglements could not be known by his then fiancée, Yi. Thus, he had not deliberately contacted her over the years. However, who would have thought that the girl he had encountered back then was actually pregnant? Moreover, she had raised the child alone. Now, she was repelling the barbarians for the Great Zhou and expanding territories, and she was about to be conferred a marquis title. Indeed, this third prince was the father of Lu Yu, who had never shown himself. Every decree of conferment would record everything about the person being conferred. The third prince was responsible for the royal family of the dynasty, and thus the decree naturally fell into his hands. With a hint of scholarly elegance on his face, his brows furrowed at this moment. After a moment, he picked up the golden pen beside him and directly wrote his name. He approved Lu Yu's marquis conferment decree. At this time, an elder who had been following him approached cautiously. He remembered the gentle and graceful woman from the Great Zhou. She was a good woman, but her status was too lowly. Otherwise, it would surely have been a good match. Your Highness, should we bring the royal grandson back? The elder was the third prince's confidant, having followed him since childhood to protect him. He was also a witness to all of this. Hearing the voice, the third prince thought of his wife and sighed. The royal family's door is hard to enter. Although Lu Yu was quite good, his mother's status destined to limit his future. Even if they were to recognize each other, what difference would it make? It would only stir up trouble. It's better to keep things as they are now. My son cannot come from a humble background. He certainly cannot be raised by a woman. Besides, if they really come back, how should I explain it to my wife? I want to become the crown prince. I still need her family support. After the sound rang out, the golden token was handed to the old man, instructing him to deliver it. Then he closed his eyes, not knowing what was on his mind. Chapter 39, Enfeoffment. However, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. As he issued his command, the system's voice sounded at that moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. The bronze treasure chest has been successfully opened, and you have gained the loyalty of General Panphone. Physique, battle body, armor, high-grade spirit tool, phoenix scale armor, weapon, high-grade spirit tool, dragon carving battle axe, warhorse, cloud beast, a mythical beast, travels 7,000 miles a day. Cultivation, purple mansion, first layer. Please accept it, host. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu could not help but smile. It was indeed Panphone. Immediately, a tall figure appeared beside him, his red armor flickering with strands of flame. The mount stood at 2 meters tall, and combined with his similarly robust 2-meter stature, he looked like an iron tower when standing still. The battle axe in his hand had a blade larger than Chun Yaojin's Xianhua axe, definitely a fierce general. After appearing, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, I pay my respects to my lord. Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, Rise. From now on, the tiger and leopard cavalry will be under your command. Thank you, my lord. After receiving Lu Yu's acknowledgement, the excitement on Pan Feng's face was hard to conceal. After the heavenly sacrifice, Lu Yu had no intention of lingering at the border. He left behind some soldiers from the northern army to guard the area, and, after the handover, prepared to return with Xiao Taishu. After all, his mother and Xiao Hongling were still waiting for him in the city. At this moment, Lu Yu was already eager to go back. The return journey was much lighter. This time, whether in supplies or troops, everything was quite sufficient. Along the way, the Great Zhou had begun to establish military stations. After all, after reclaiming lost territories, there was still a need for construction and garrisoning, which would take some time. Another half-month later, they finally returned to the foot of Iron Blood City. Upon seeing the towering city ahead, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of peace. This time, the welcoming ceremony was grander than before. After all, everyone knew that Lu Yu had now been appointed as the general of the cavalry, commanding the armies of the world. Not to mention the northern frontier, even the troops from other regions had to obey Lu Yu's orders. It wouldn't be long before he would enter the capital to take office. Boom! At that moment, the city gate opened with a loud crash. Then, officials of all ranks, led by Xiao Tianyi, walked out, each revealing a look of reverence, rescuing the army on the battlefield and reclaiming lost territories. Any achievement like this would be earth-shattering for others. But now, Lu Yu had accomplished it all alone. Such astonishing deeds were hard not to be shocked by. At this time, Lu Yu's maternal grandfather was so astonished he didn't know what to say. He led his grandson and also knelt on the ground. However, Lu Yu did not pay attention to these matters. Now, he scanned his surroundings. No general dared to meet his gaze. Leading the army, the war horse passed through the crowd. Xiao Tianyi stayed by his side. If someone observed closely, they would find that this stabilizing figure of the northern frontier, General Xiao Tianyi, intentionally lagged half a body behind Lu Yu. This was a sign of respect and acknowledgement. Just after passing through the crowd, a group of palace attendants approached. The leading attendant had a fawning expression on his face as he looked at Lu Yu and said, "The king's decree is here. Please accept it, General." The word please already revealed the royal family's attitude towards Lu Yu. It should be noted that they would not be so polite to others. At this moment, Lu Yu dismounted and clasped his fists, saying, "Lu Yu accepts the decree." Before the queen, he did not need to kneel, let alone for a decree. The attendant did not dare to dawdle and immediately said, "The general of the cavalry has merits in protecting the royal family and expanding the territory of Great Zhou. Therefore, you are specially infeft as a first-class champion marquis, with a champion marquis mansion established within the royal city. You have the authority to establish offices and confer titles below the third rank. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly responded. It must be said that this queen was indeed generous with her rewards. The Marquis of Great Zhou was divided into 3 ranks. Ordinary marquises were all third-class marquises, and those noble marquises were only second class. Now, Lu Yu was directly infeft as a first-class marquis. This was a rare reward. After the decree was delivered, the eunuch quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, General. This marquis title is well-deserved." The courtiers approved of this enfeoffment. Hearing this, Lu Yu nodded. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyi tossed a bag of pearls he had prepared into the attendant's hands, smiling as he said, "General, how long did His Majesty grant you upon entering the capital?" Reporting to the general, His Majesty said that since the general has just returned, there must be matters to attend to. You can set off after half a month. Then, he obediently retreated. Lu Yu then looked at Xiao Tianyi and said, "General, my mother is still in the mansion. I'll go back to report my safety. I'll find you tonight." "All right, I will host a banquet at the general's mansion tonight. You must come." The general smiled and said. Lu Yu then rode towards his Zhenwu general mansion, leaving behind many officials from the northern frontier, their eyes filled with envy. Only this general of the cavalry could speak like that to the general. Lu Yu's maternal grandfather hurried away at this moment. His grandson had returned. He needed to show his face. At this time, Lu Yu was very excited to see his mother after many days. However, just as he arrived outside the mansion, he was taken aback. The entire general's mansion had undergone a significant transformation. It had been significantly expanded, and even the surrounding neighbors had been moved away. Moreover, 8 tall and strong guards stood outside, looking imposing. Upon seeing Lu Yu return, they quickly stepped forward and said, "Welcome back, General." Some even rushed into the mansion, shouting as they ran, "The general has returned home." Lu Yu smiled and waved his hand, signaling the guards to stand down, then walked directly into the mansion. At that moment, his mother, supported by Hong Ling, walked out. After this period of recuperation, his mother, who was not old to begin with, looked considerably younger now. Even her hair had turned black, appearing elegant and noble. Hong Ling stood beside her, looking like sisters. "I pay my respects to Mother." Liu just back, knelt directly on the ground. She was his only family. He could feel his mother's worry. Get up. You are the general now. There is no need for that at home. Liu Yu's mother quickly helped him up, her eyes filled with excitement. Her son was her pride. Just then, the guards outside came in again. Old madam, General Jingbian wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu's mother glanced at her son and then helplessly said, Let him in. After the voice sounded, the guards immediately retreated. Chapter 40. The Demon Clan. After the guards retreated, it wasn't long before Lu Hong walked in. At this moment, he appeared very spirited, wearing bronze armor that clanked as he walked, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Liu Yu, he stepped forward and said, I pay my respects to the general. His voice was strong and resonant, showing no signs of embarrassment despite being his grandson. Hearing this, Liu Yu waved his hand and said, Get up. No need for formality. When a person reaches a certain height, they will not dwell too much on past matters. Liu Yu's mother, upon seeing her father, felt a bit reluctant to treat him coldly. She stepped forward and said, Come, let us sit in the hall. When she spoke, Lu Hong did not refuse and directly entered the great hall. However, it was clear that he was being very cautious this time, more so than when he met the Grand Commander. Just as he sat down, Liu Yu slowly asked, I wonder why General Jingbian has come this time? His voice carried a hint of coldness. Back at the general's residence, he had suffered many disdainful looks and had even nearly lost his life. Not holding a grudge did not mean he would greet him with a smile. Not seeking revenge was already for the sake of his mother. Upon hearing his tone, Lu Hong naturally sensed Liu Yu's displeasure but still spoke up. I truly have something to discuss today. The matter is this. Liu Xin is now a young lady. It's not right for her to stay in the northern border. Therefore, when you go to the royal city, I hope you can take her along to see the world. It would also be good for her to find a good family to marry into. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu did not express his opinion, while his mother said, This is naturally no problem. Third brother has the best relationship with me. He left early, and Xin is his only daughter. I actually wanted to keep her by my side. Liu Yu's mother said happily. To this, Liu Yu had no objections. He knew Liu Xin, and during his time at the general's residence, she was the only one who did not look down on him. She would often share treats with him and his mother, always calling him Brother Yu. She was a very likable girl. However, since her father passed away early, her life in the residence was not easy. Now, her grandfather wanted her to follow him, clearly thinking that Liu Xin was the most suitable. If it were someone else, he might not have taken them along. Moreover, if Liu Xin followed him and later married, it would certainly be into a noble family. At that time, the Liu family would still be able to connect with a powerful relative. Although he understood the intention behind this, Liu Yu could not refuse, whether for his mother's sake or for Liu Xin's. However, he felt uncomfortable, and as he looked at Lu Hong, the disdain in his eyes became increasingly evident. Nevertheless, Lu Hong seemed very perceptive. After Liu Yu's mother agreed, he stood up and said, Since you have agreed, I will go back and prepare. Let Xin come to serve you tomorrow. After saying this, he left directly. Lu Hong's purpose had been achieved, and naturally, he would not want to make himself disliked here. If anything unexpected happened, he would be left with no tears to cry. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from outside. The Grand Commander has arrived. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu quickly stood up to welcome him. The Grand Commander was a pillar of the northern border and had helped him greatly. It was said that he had once argued with the princes on the battlefield for him, known for his integrity. Moreover, he was the father of Hong Ling, deserving of his respect. As soon as he stood up, the Grand Commander entered with Hong Ling. Today, the Grand Commander was not wearing armor, only a purple brocade robe, exuding both heroism and a touch of elegance. His gray hair was neatly combed back, making him look quite spirited. Hong Ling, on the other hand, wore a red long dress, her hair casually draped, with a crystal hairpin inserted at the back, making her look very pleasant. Once they entered, both sides greeted each other. Then, Hong Ling assisted Liu Yu's mother into the backyard. It was clear that the Grand Commander had something to discuss with Liu Yu. After they sat down, the Grand Commander got straight to the point. Given your relationship with Hong Ling, I am considered your elder. You will soon be heading to the capital, and I want to tell you some things before that. Please, Grand Commander, enlighten me. Liu Yu quickly replied. At this moment, Xiao Tianyi smiled and said, "There is no need to be so formal at home. Just call me Uncle Xiao." Uncle Xiao. That sounds much better. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, a smile appeared on Xiao Tianyi's face. His gaze fell on the spirited young general before him, and satisfaction was almost impossible to conceal in his eyes. He then slowly said, "Although your strength is quite good now, you must be cautious once you enter the royal city. There are many imperial businesses there, and some people are not easy to provoke. Even the emperor turns a blind eye to some matters. Additionally, there are powerful families that have existed for hundreds of years, some even longer than the Dazhou dynasty itself. Their influence spans the court and the people, such as the Li family where Duke Mayun is from, and the Zhang family where the Empress Dowager is from, both of which hold considerable power. So be careful. However, you need not worry too much. As long as others do not provoke us, there is always a way to negotiate. If they dare to provoke us, the combined strength of you and me could certainly extinguish those families." At this point, a cold glint flashed across the Grand Commander's face. The imposing aura of this iron-blooded noble made even Lu Yu feel a bit shaken. Feeling the Grand Commander's care, Lu Yu stood up and said, "Thank you, Grand Commander, for your guidance. I will remember all of this." After hearing this, the Grand Commander nodded. While they were discussing matters regarding entering the capital at that moment, in a certain cave in the southern wilderness, dozens of great demons were gathered. Some had tiger heads and human bodies, their amber eyes emitting a terrifying gleam. Their mouths were covered in blood, and a human finger bone was being moved up and down as if they were cleaning their teeth. Other demons had wolf heads and human bodies, their fur shiny and slick, all exuding powerful auras. After a moment, a dark green demon mist rose in the cave. The surrounding great demons did not dare to be negligent and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to the Demon King." The demon energy surged, and then a hoarse and cold voice echoed. "The Demon Emperor has decreed that the 1,000-year agreement has ended, and it is time for our demon clan to hunt. Starting tomorrow, we shall encircle and hunt the human race." As the voice rang out, a series of beast roars erupted in the entire cave, melodious and resounding, filled with endless ferocity. Chapter 41. The sudden change. The roar of the Demon King echoed continuously, casting a shadow over the entire southern border. At this moment, the lord of the southern town sat in his residence, frowning slightly. Dressed in a golden brocade robe, he appeared extremely noble, accompanied by beautiful women. He vaguely heard the roar and looked at the deputy beside him, asking, "Has this year's blood tribute been sent to the Yanmen Cave?" Yanmen Cave is a cave located near the territory of the town's South Marquis. It is said to be the lair of an Yanmen leopard that is cultivated into a spirit, possessing considerable strength and reaching the Golden Core realm. The leopard commands tens of thousands of minor demons. To preserve his own power, the town's South Marquis send 1,000 commoners every year as offerings to ensure that Yanmen Cave does not invade him. For many years, this arrangement has resulted in a peaceful coexistence, and the town's South Marquis is quite satisfied with the current situation. However, the beast roar heard today has left him with a sense of unease. He feels restless. After hearing the sound, the deputy commander quickly said, "My lord, we sent the offering last month. The master of Yanmen Cave was quite pleased and even mentioned wanting to drink with you sometime." Upon hearing this, the town's South Marquis nodded. As long as the does not invade, he is content. His town's South army has now grown to 100,000. Given time, it is not impossible for him to sit on the throne. His only concern now is the newly appointed general of the cavalry, who is said to be quite capable and has recently achieved great merits, leaving even the noble lord speechless. This has troubled him greatly in recent days, causing him to worry that his plans may need to be delayed. The anger in his heart is almost uncontrollable. Those barbarian tribes are truly useless. He has provided them with information, yet they have still been beaten to the point of losing their way. It seems he must rely on himself. Just as he was contemplating his next move, outside the southern border city that the town's South Marquis guards, a series of menacing figures appeared not far away. They were all densely packed. Leading them was of the Golden Core realm. As they charged forward, the ground trembled. The guards standing on the city wall turned pale upon witnessing this scene. The city commander exclaimed, "They are launching a large-scale attack. Light the beacon." His voice trembled slightly. As soon as his words fell, the soldiers atop the walls ignited the signal fire and simultaneously closed the city gates. It had been many years since the southern border had faced such a situation. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid in the face of countless attacks. Just as they closed the city gates, a transformed into its true form. It was a giant bear standing 10 feet tall, with red fur standing on end like steel needles. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity. With a single step, its massive paw struck down on the city gate. Boom! The entire gate was instantly shattered into pieces. A brutal aura permeated the entire city. Kill! A squad of soldiers rushed forward, but they had no strength to fight back against this giant. The bear's paw, like a giant door, swept through a 10-man team in an instant. This was the Black Wind, known for devouring human golden core experts and ruling over the Black Wind Mountain for 5,000 miles. Now, it had gathered with many to attack the southern border city. The brutal energy within it was completely unleashed at this moment. Seeing such a scene, others also joined the fray, flooding into the city. In an instant, the large southern border city, which had a permanent population of hundreds of thousands, became a hell on earth. At this moment, the town South Marquis received the news and donned his armor, rushing out with it in hand. When he saw the scene inside the city, his eyes nearly burst with tears. The accumulation of years had been shattered in a single day. Without the southern border city, how could he aspire to the throne? His bloodshot eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent as he roared, "Gather the town's South army to counterattack. Kill these." As his voice echoed, he charged into the battlefield without hesitation, targeting the Black Wind. The in his hand emitted a series of roars, as if an enraged dragon was converging with the blade's light. Coupled with the armor he wore, his golden core 5th-level cultivation exuded a powerful and imposing presence. However, the Black Wind, sensing the fierce wind around it, revealed a disdainful expression and said in a metallic voice, "Town South Marquis, you're here. The others are no match for me, but you might be." As the words fell, the giant bear's paw clashed directly with the boom. The collision produced a sound of metal clashing, and the Black Wind suffered no damage, while the town South Marquis was jolted back, his arms slightly numb. However, he did not hesitate. He kicked out, aiming straight for the Black Wind's chest. Bang! When his golden battle boot struck the Black Wind, it felt as if he had kicked a steel plate, causing the town South Marquis' expression to change. He then felt a piercing pain as the Black Wind's paw clamped down on one of his legs. In disbelief, he watched as the Black Wind grabbed both of his legs with its massive paws. With a tearing sound, the esteemed town South Marquis was torn in half before he could even scream, blood mist spraying everywhere. The Black Wind did not hesitate and swallowed his body in one gulp. In an instant, a surge of life essence coursed through its body, hinting at a potential breakthrough. The several golden core protectors who had followed the town South Marquis and were responsible for his protection looked on in horror. One of them shouted, "Retreat. We must report this to the queen." As the voice rang out, they began to retreat. However, with swarming everywhere, where could they go? Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air came from above, and when the two protectors looked up, they saw thousands of bats appear overhead, then crashing down. Such a force, even golden core experts could not hope to resist. The blood of humans is truly a supreme delicacy. A bat, with wings spanning several feet, emitted a sharp cry. One golden core protector's neck was caught tightly by it, and as its sharp teeth sank into the protector's throat, the protector's body instantly shriveled. The situation in the southern border city is now easy to imagine. By the next day, the news reached the queen's ears. The southern border city had been destroyed, and the surrounding villages and towns had turned into hell on earth overnight. Millions of commoners were captured by thee and reduced to food. Among the dead were 1 marquis and 8 third-tier and above military generals, along with 67 guards of 5th tier and above. The casualties among soldiers reached 180,000. Every number was shocking. Moreover, they did not stop their advance. They broke through checkpoint after checkpoint, causing the entire southern part of the dynasty to decay in an instant, becoming a paradise for the queen, who had just begun to relax after dealing with the barbarian tribes, instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the Wanshou Palace, The ministers were in a panic, unsure of what to do, as everyone knew that going to the southern border now meant a dead end. Meanwhile, Luo also received the news. He was currently discussing matters regarding the southern border with the Grand Commander and preparing to head to the capital as soon as possible. Just then, a knight, dusty and weary, holding a command token, rushed towards Luo Yu's residence. If anyone looked closely, they would notice that his mount was a mythical beast capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day. Upon arriving outside the Jinwu general's residence, he raised the token and shouted, "The order from Wang arrived. With urgent news from the southern border, His Majesty requests the general to enter the capital as soon as possible to oversee the situation." Upon seeing the soldier holding the imperial edict, the guards dared not stop him. The soldier directly entered the courtyard. At this moment, Luo Yu and Xiao Tianyi also stood up. When they saw the messenger, Xiao Tianyi could not help but be startled. Has the situation in the southern border become so urgent? As his voice sounded, the reporting soldier raised the imperial edict and declared, "Urgent news from the southern border. His Majesty requests the general to enter the capital quickly to discuss matters and oversee the situation." The urgency was evident in his tone. At this time, Luo Yu knew he could not afford a delay and immediately responded, "I obey." He took the edict. Chapter 42. Recklessness. The matter was pressing, and no one dared to be negligent. After taking the edict, Luo Yu promptly ordered Luo Cheng to organize the army and prepare to depart. As for his mother, she also needed to enter the capital. However, due to the urgent military situation, Luo Yu had to go ahead. Therefore, he left Cheng Yaojin to escort his mother to the capital with the Mo Dao soldiers while he led the cavalry ahead. There wasn't much to take from home. After organizing everything, Luo Yu set off. When Luo Yu arrived at the city gate, the Grand Commander and Hong Ling came to see him off in person. There were no excessive words exchanged. Luo Yu gazed at Hong Ling, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. At that moment, her eyes were slightly red, but she understood that national affairs were paramount, and she could not delay Luo Yu because of herself. After thinking this, she slowly said, "I will wait for you." Hearing her words, Luo Yu nodded and finally rode off on his warhorse. After his figure disappeared completely, Hong Ling looked at her father and slowly said, "Father, I also plan to go to the royal city this time. Have you thought it through?" Xiao Tianyi did not directly oppose her, but gazed at his daughter. If she truly went to the royal city, then Hong Ling would have to marry Luo Yu. Hearing his words, she firmly nodded. A smile appeared on Xiao Tianyi's face. "Father respects your choice. Remember this. No matter where you go, I will always be your strongest support." Upon hearing these words, Hong Ling could no longer hold back her tears. Meanwhile, in the Iron Blood City, the scene of a father-daughter farewell was unfolding. At this time in the royal city, the queen's face was extremely haggard. With the fall of the Duke of Southern Peace, the entire south was in turmoil. If no suitable solution was found, the great Zhou could be overthrown in an instant. Today in the Wanshou Palace, there was an unusual silence. The Empress Dowager had arrived, sitting beside the queen, her expression so gloomy it could drip water. Her aged hands tightly grasped the dragon-headed cane, trembling incessantly. The Duke of Southern Peace was her son, and now he had died in battle. The blow to this old woman was immense. She had come here today only to see how the high officials would discuss avenging her son. The envoy from the Yuhua dynasty also arrived. Dressed in a light yellow robe embroidered with blue bird patterns, he was a third-rank military inspector from the Yuhua dynasty. The purpose of the great Zhou, as a vassal of the Yuhua dynasty, was primarily to guard against the demon race. Now that the demon race had burst out from the southern border, even the dynasty was shaken. They had sent the military inspector overnight to urge the great Zhou to go to war as soon as possible. This young man had a proud look on his face and was said to be a direct descendant of the noble family of the dynasty. No one dared to show him disrespect. Standing at the very bottom were the officials of the dynasty. Once everyone had gathered, the queen slowly spoke. "You must have heard about the situation in the southern border. However, the reality is worse than expected. Everyone, look at the images obtained at the cost of our great Zhou warriors' lives." After her voice fell, she waved her hand. A huge black light mirror appeared in the great hall. Glimmering lights flashed within it, and images eventually appeared. These were captured from the battlefield. They saw countless demons besieging a city. The human warriors were filled with fear, yet they still fought desperately to resist. However, in the next moment, a giant bear appeared, shrouded in bloodlight. Its massive paw struck, and the city gate crashed open. Following that, a massacre ensued. Faced with endless demons, the entire city turned into a living hell in an instant. Countless civilians were devoured and died in the mouths of the demons. Though thousands of miles apart, the officials of the Great Zhou could still feel the bloodshed and cruelty emanating from the images. This is the Nirvana Pass. One minister recognized the city that had been breached by the demons. The Nirvana Pass was the last great gate of the southern border. Once breached, the path to the royal city would be clear. If this continued, the Great Zhou would be in danger. Upon hearing this, the court officials gasped in shock, their faces turning ashen. Some were even heartbroken, as certain families had significant businesses in the southern border. Now it seemed they were doomed. However, at this moment, the queen was unconcerned with their thoughts. As the images shifted, she slowly said, "You have all seen the situation in the southern border. Who has any ideas on how to fend off the demons? You may speak freely now." Her voice revealed no joy or anger, but her hands were tightly clenched. If they could not withstand the demons, not only would they hand over their beautiful mountains and rivers, but the dynasty would also face punishment. At that time, the Great Zhou royal family could be overthrown in an instant. Upon hearing her words, the lords below exchanged glances, and the atmosphere remained somewhat silent. The queen could not wait any longer. After a moment, she focused her gaze on Duke Muyun and slowly said, "Duke Muyun, what do you think of this matter?" Upon hearing her voice, Duke Muyun's expression turned bitter, but he still stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am powerless in this matter. There are no good solutions for the time being. We should wait for the general to arrive in the capital and see how he resolves it." Although Duke Muyun knew this was inappropriate, he had no choice but to pass this hot potato to Lu Yu, who had not yet arrived. After all, the southern border was already a dead end. Whoever went would be in trouble. The other lords did not dare to speak at this moment. Seeing the scene, the military inspector from the Yu Hua dynasty could not hold back any longer. He surveyed the surroundings and, before the queen could speak, took the initiative to say, "Is this all the Great Zhou has? A bunch of useless people. The dead are pitiful, but the living are even more incapable. The demon race is already here, and you are still wasting time." His voice rang out, and with a wave of his sleeve, he directly left. This scene left the officials of the Great Zhou with grim expressions. The queen's face darkened even more. How could someone be so audacious in the dignified Great Zhou court? But she had no choice. He was the envoy of the dynasty, and she could only be cautious. Finally, in desperation, she had to send out various lords. No matter what, resisting the demon race's attack was the most important thing. Although Duke Muyun and others were unwilling at this moment, they had no choice but to execute the orders. Just when everyone in the royal city was at a loss, Lu Yu was also encountering trouble. He was preparing to enter the royal city, but found that some cities along the necessary route had been occupied by the demon race. This should be a stealthy elite force of the demon clan, circling around to the back of the royal city. From a distance, one can sense the powerful aura emanating from within the city. Even faint cries for help from the human race can be heard. As they got closer, they discovered that the city walls were adorned with severed heads, and the ground below was covered with thick bloodstains. Living humans were bound on the city walls, left to be chosen and devoured by the demon clan. Lu Yu coldly stared at all of this, his anger instantly surging within him. After a moment, he slowly said, "Today, we must pass through Huangyan City, leaving no demons alive, and kill without mercy." After his voice rang out, he charged directly at the demons ahead without any regard for them. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Does the host wish to sign in at the bronze battlefield? Chapter 43, Anticipation. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have gained the loyalty of 3,000 tiger and leopard riders. Please accept. Upon hearing the voice, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. With 3,000 tiger and leopard riders, along with the original 2,000, the total number had reached 5,000. Coupled with the Xuanjiao army and the Yanmen 18 Riders, breaking the city should pose no problem. The sound of the army marching grew increasingly heavy at this moment. 8,000 heavy cavalry charged, their momentum not something an ordinary person could match. On the city walls of Huangyan City, the Black Wind Great Demon, who had just occupied the city after devouring a human leader at the Dan gathering stage, showed a satisfied expression on his fierce face. However, just as he was about to leave the city for a nap, he noticed a cavalry force charging towards him, instantly revealing a look of disdain. Then, he coldly said to the demon soldiers beside him, more blood food is coming to our door. Prepare for battle." After his voice sounded, he jumped down from the city. The other demons followed closely behind. This Black Wind Great Demon was extremely ferocious, one of the top existences among all demons. That's why this ambush mission was assigned to him. Now, facing Luo, he certainly wouldn't show any fear. A layer of blood mist enveloped him once again, making him appear exceedingly ferocious. However, just as he appeared, Pan Feng, who was rushing forward, wanted to showcase his strength in front of Luo. He rode his warhorse, charging ahead. With a dark golden giant axe raised, his imposing figure leaped off the horse, flying directly towards the Black Wind Great Demon. Using this powerful inertial force, he swung the axe down at the Black Wind Great Demon. Roar! Upon sensing the powerful aura from Pan Feng, the Black Wind Great Demon did not dare to be careless and let out a furious roar. His body instantly transformed into a Tinzhong giant. With huge bare paws raised, he met the giant axe head-on, even revealing a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He had once torn apart the bodies of the various lords of the Great Zhou with these giant paws. Although the leader before him was fierce, he did not take him seriously. Boom! However, when the bare paw collided with the giant axe, the Black Wind Great Demon's expression changed dramatically. Pan Feng's strength exceeded his expectations. A scorching energy emanated from the giant axe. The overwhelming axe light made the Black Wind Great Demon feel a tearing sensation in his bare paw. He wanted to retract it, but it was already too late. The entire bare paw instantly turned into a blood mist. Roar! He let out a mournful scream, his eyes filled with madness. Facing the humans, he had always relied on his powerful physique to challenge those above his level, never having encountered a rival. But today, the human before him had severely injured him with just one strike. How could he not be enraged? Although he had lost a paw, his towering Tinzhong body was like a hill. His enormous mouth opened wide enough to swallow everything. His sharp teeth, like blades, emitted a nauseating stench as they lunged towards Pan Feng. He was determined to fight back. Seeing this sight, Pan Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. However, just as he was about to attack again, Luo Cheng, who had been chasing up from behind, let out a howl at this moment. "Demon spawn, die." As the voice sounded, he leaped high into the air. The cold spear in his palm pierced out, emanating a chilling light. The Yanmen 18 Riders followed closely behind, dressed in black armor, leaping from their horses. Their blood-curdling curved blades slashed down from different angles. The sharp blade light flickered, tearing through space and landing on the Black Wind Demon King. A blade storm swept through. The once rampant Black Wind Great Demon instantly bore numerous blood streaks on his body. As the blood flowed down, it pooled on the ground, forming countless blood pits. It was a tragic sight. Roar! The surrounding demons, seeing their king injured, rushed forward. Tens of thousands of demons charged, creating a formidable momentum. If it were an ordinary army, they might have been scared to death under such pressure. However, the Xuanjia army and tiger and leopard riders showed no sign of fear. Their battle spears and long knives were raised high. Just after colliding with the demon army, thick blood mist splattered everywhere. A wild boar demon, with two sharp teeth extending from its mouth like blades, charged towards the Xuanjia army. He was skilled in breaking formations and relied on his massive body and impact to shatter human formations in battles. His strength was incredibly formidable. But today, he had taken a wrong turn. As he charged forward, a tiger and leopard rider knight slashed out with his giant blade. The sharp edge of the weapon collided with the wild boar in an instant, cleaving through its body from the head and dragging it to the tail. The enormous wild boar, propelled by inertia, continued to charge forward. However, its body was already split in half. Such slaughter was evident in every corner of the battlefield. In Luo's mind, the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xuanjiao army has gained 800 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Tiger and Leopard Riders have gained 700 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Yanmen 18 Riders have gained 500 experience points. As the voices sounded, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. As long as there was a battle, his subordinate strength could be further enhanced. He then turned his gaze to the demons. These demon beings were even more troublesome than the barbarian tribes. Fortunately, his army was not weak. Otherwise, if it were any other army, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the demons had perished on the battlefield. Only the black-winged great demon managed to break through the encirclement, leaving behind half of his body, conjuring a gust of demon wind and ultimately fleeing. This left Lu Yu feeling somewhat disappointed. However, it was not the time to count losses. He immediately said to Panfeng, "Check if there are any survivors in the city. If there are, take good care of them." Understood. After receiving the order, Panfeng retreated. Meanwhile, in the Wanshou Palace of the royal city, the queen gently rubbed her temples, the look of fatigue on her face growing more pronounced. She looked down at the eunuch below and slowly said, "What is the current situation of the battle? Has the Grand General sent any news?" As her voice sounded, the eunuch beside her cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, we have just received news. Marquis Muyun suffered a great defeat in Dongdu City, having his arm torn off by the spirit tiger great demon while retreating. He is now on his way back to the royal city. The unmatched Marquis has just returned from defeat, but he was slapped by the envoy of the imperial dynasty so hard that he lost some teeth. Now, that envoy from the feathered Ascension dynasty is stationed at the city gate, ready to beat anyone who returns in disgrace. The various lords are already filled with grievances. As for the Grand General, it is said that only the northern border of our great Zhou remains stable, so there should be no obstacles. He should arrive at the royal city in a day or two." Upon hearing this, the Queen of Great Zhou weakly nodded. Now, all hope can only be placed on Lu Yu. At this moment, inside the royal city at the city gate, the envoy of the feathered Ascension dynasty sat there. Opposite him were the bruised, unmatched Marquis and the recently returned Marquis Muyun, who had led the remnants of his troops back. The latter was also in a bad situation. Despite being injured, he still faced punishment and received 50 lashes. Currently, he stood outside the city gate, his eyes flashing with resentment. When had they, the honorable marquises, ever suffered such humiliation? Even if he was an envoy of the dynasty, this behavior was too despicable. The envoy, however, wore a proud expression and did not regard Marquis Muyun and the others at all. He coldly said to them, "2 days have passed since the 3 days you were given, and not only could you not stop the demon race's attack, but you also returned in a state of disgrace. The martial generals of the Great Zhou are truly the worst of the worst. Hitting you is too lenient. If I report back to the dynasty, with your kind, you 1T escaped the charge of national humiliation. Do you know what kind of punishment awaits you?" His voice carried a chilling tone. At this moment, even the usually smooth-talking Marquis Muyun could not hold back. He raised his head and said, "Envoy, we admit our defeat, and we can accept your words. However, the elite forces of Great Zhou have not yet arrived, and the Grand General is on his way. We may not be without the means to contend with the demon race. Is it not a bit excessive to insult us, the martial generals of Great Zhou?" His voice, laced with anger, was clearly being suppressed. The envoy's eyes instantly flared with anger. Marquis Muyun's retort made him feel humiliated. What Grand General? He was probably just a good-for-nothing. If he were here, I would say the same thing. However, just as his voice fell in the distance, a knight was seen rushing over. The Grand General had reached the surrounding cities of the royal city and would return shortly. The voice carried a hint of excitement and rushed straight into the royal city. Upon hearing this, Marquis Muyun's eyes flashed with excitement. Currently, Lu Yu was their only hope. Never had he looked forward to a person so much. Chapter 44. Surprise attack. While Marquis Muyun and the others were excited, Lu Yu was completely unaware of this. He had already left Huangyan City and was heading towards the royal city. As for the corpses of the demon race, he did not discard them. This was a great supplement. The demon race had undergone countless years of cultivation. Their physical bodies contained infinite energy, and their fur could be refined into magical artifacts. Among them were several golden core-level great demons and many condensing core demons. In the past, the entire dynasty had not gained much from them. Therefore, he had to take them along. Furthermore, with the demon race's current strength, Great Zhou was retreating step by step, and the common people were in extreme panic. If they could see so many demon corpses, it would undoubtedly boost morale. Thus, although Huangyan City was not far from the royal city, he couldn't move quickly due to the heavy load. This once again attracted the attention of the demon race. Besides the Black Wind Great Demon, the Bloodbat Great Demon was also one of the demons sent to ambush near the royal city. However, he did not choose to enter the city, but lay in ambush in a valley, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. At this moment, the Black Wind Great Demon arrived, looking extremely disheveled. His body was covered in bloodstains, and his bare paws were filled with flesh scraps, freshly grown. His face was filled with pain. After arriving, he looked at the Bloodbat Great Demon and said, "Bloodbat, avenge me. My subordinates have all been killed, and I myself am severely injured. If you don't take action, the plan cannot be completed. If the Demon King is angered, no one can bear the consequences." The Black Wind Great Demon spoke in a hoarse voice. After his defeat, he no longer had the past arrogance. The Bloodbat Great Demon, with his furry and fierce face, showed a hint of curiosity. The strength of the Black Wind Great Demon was not weak. He did not understand why he was now so pitiful. What happened? I encountered a powerful human character halfway, and he snatched Huangyan City from me. He even killed my little demons. All my injuries are their doing. These humans are fiercer than our demon race. I don't know where this army of Great Zhou came from. Your Bloodbat tribe can fly. They might not be able to handle you. You must help me take revenge. The Black Wind Great Demon's eyes revealed a hint of cruelty as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the Bloodbat Great Demon did not hesitate and nodded, saying, "Since you've asked, I naturally will take action. However, you must agree to one request of mine." "Say it. As long as I can take revenge, I will do anything." The Black Wind Great Demon quickly replied. At this moment, all he cared about was revenge. Everything else was secondary. Upon hearing this, the Bloodbat Great Demon revealed a smile and said, "All right, then after you help me take revenge, you must teach me the wind control technique." "No problem." The Black Wind Great Demon almost immediately agreed without hesitation. After the two demons discussed everything, they immediately set off. The sky was filled with bloodbats, resembling a sea of blood clouds. Their wings flapped, producing terrifying sounds, even scattering the clouds. At this moment, Luo was oblivious to all this. He led his army forward, still 1,000 miles away from the royal city, but he should be able to reach it today. However, just then, a piercing buzzing sound entered Luo's ears, causing him to frown involuntarily. At the same time, he felt a sense of dread in his heart. This was a sign of a great enemy approaching. However, as he looked around, he did not see a single figure. Nevertheless, Luo did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Fighting against the demon race was different from fighting against the barbarian race. The demon race had already surpassed the realm of ordinary people. Their attacks were strange and their strength formidable. In battles of the same rank, unless one possessed a special physique, otherwise in combat against the demon race, humans would inherently be at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to be cautious. As his voice fell, the surrounding warriors raised their weapons. At the same time, everyone felt the sky darken. Then, a terrifying scene occurred at that moment. In the sky, a dense swarm of bloodbats appeared. Each of their bodies was several meters long, with some even reaching over 10 meters. Their blood-red appearance, sharp teeth, and fierce faces, especially their claws flashing with sharp cold light, resembled weapons. At this moment, they were diving directly downwards. Even Luo was somewhat caught off guard by this scene. Then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, does the host wish to check in at the elite-level bronze battlefield?" "Check in." Luo spoke without any hesitation. The sky full of bloodbats posed a significant threat, and without an effective countermeasure, even the Xuanjiao army's tiger and leopard cavalry would likely suffer losses. The ability to fly was the enemy's greatest advantage. As soon as Luo issued the command, the system's voice sounded instantly. "Ding! Congratulations, host. for successfully signing in and receiving the loyalty of the Han Dynasty's Arrow Sound Camp. Strength, 9th level of Qi training. Secondary weapon, medium-grade spirit tool, 8-faced Han sword. Armor, medium-grade spirit tool, Qingniao Fuyun armor. Main weapon, medium-grade spirit tool, blood flood dragon swallowing cloud bow, Yuanling arrows, capable of shooting enemies from 1,000 zhang away. Quantity, 5,000. Please accept host. As the voice fell, a 5,000-strong troop appeared around Lu Yu. They wore dark armor adorned with blue bird patterns, carried 3-foot-long cold-edge 8-faced Han swords at their waists, held blood-colored double-horned dragon bows in their hands, and had a quiver of feathered arrows on their backs. Exuding a chilling aura, they knelt on one knee and addressed Lu Yu, "Greetings, Lord." Hearing this, Lu Yu waved his hand and said solemnly, "Stand up. Kill the enemies first." As the words fell, the 5,000 soldiers of the Arrow Sound Camp pulled back their bowstrings and aimed at the sky. Kneeling on one knee, they gazed upwards. The dragon bows in their hands instantly reached full moon status. Most terrifyingly, a gust of cool wind surged around their bodies, transforming into numerous green light orbs that gathered on the feathered arrows. Lu Yu could sense that this was wind attribute energy. Watching the approaching bloodbaths, he did not hesitate and immediately commanded, "Kill." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, terrifying sounds of breaking air resounded. Feathered arrows soared into the sky, using the wind to achieve unprecedented speed. In the air, they coalesced into a rain of arrows, directly charging at the bloodbaths overhead. Bang, bang. Then came a series of explosive sounds. The countless bloodbaths were directly pierced through their bodies. Instantly, a rain of blood poured down. Yet, the sound of the Arrow Sound Camp pulling their bowstrings continued unabated. At this moment, the bloodbat demon had not anticipated that Lu Yu's army possessed such an arrow formation, nor did he expect these soldiers to be so powerful. His wings flapped, creating a massive gust of wind that blew all the feathered arrows aimed at him aside. However, his subordinate bloodbats did not share his strength and were frequently pierced through their bodies, causing a look of helplessness to appear in his eyes. He thought to himself that since starting the attack on the human race, he had not encountered any formidable opponents, even drinking the blood of nobles. Yet, facing Lu Yu, the losses were unexpectedly severe. How could he suppress the rage in his heart? Looking at the black wind demon, he fiercely said, "Charge with me. Rush down and kill these archers. Otherwise, my kin will die in this arrow rain." His voice was filled with boundless fury. At this moment, the black wind demon could no longer afford to hesitate. It was a matter of life and death. After thinking this, he nodded and said, "All right, let's charge together." After the words were spoken, he swung his newly grown arms, generating a massive gust of wind that knocked down the rain of arrows, rushing towards the Arrow Sound Camp alongside the bloodbat demon. However, at this point, the Arrow Sound Camp was already protected by the main army. Just as the black wind demon charged forward, Pan Feng's axe had already been raised high, ready to strike. After letting the black wind demon escape last time, he was determined to keep the opponent this time. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Bang! Thus, just as the black wind demon approached the formation, Pan Feng's axe light soared into the sky. The cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm was now revealed. How could a black wind demon compete with that? Boom! With the sound of a rumble, the axe light directly shattered the newly grown arms of the demon, continuing to slash diagonally towards the demon's neck. Swish! In an instant, a large head was severed. When that massive bear head hit the ground, it still bore an expression of disbelief, clearly not expecting to die so quickly. Pan Feng, however, showed no mercy. His fierce gaze was fixed on the bloodbats, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Then, one of them drew a parabolic arc in the air and flew off into the distance. The demon race was fierce, but that did not mean they were not afraid of death. Facing such an attack, if they did not flee, they would only meet their demise. When the other bloodbats saw their leader fleeing, how could they hesitate? They scattered in all directions, leaving behind a ground covered in corpses. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's mind, the system voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Arrow Sound Camp has gained experience, and its strength has reached the second level of Dan formation. upon hearing the voice. A satisfied expression appeared on Lu Yu's face. He then said, "Clean up the demon corpses and leave immediately." The delay caused by the demon race had already taken quite a bit of time. What should have been a 3 to 4 day journey had taken a full 5 days. If they did not reach the royal city soon, something terrible might happen. After receiving the order, the surrounding soldiers naturally did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to tidy up the demon corpses. Some golden cores were directly extracted, and the bodies were packed up for transport. This flesh could enhance the warrior's cultivation, especially the corpse of the Black Wind demon, which must be carried. After all, this was a being that had roamed the human battlefield, killing nobles. It was also a testament to Lu Yu's military achievements and could not be discarded. Once everything was cleaned up, the army set out again towards the royal city. Just as Lu Yu was about to depart, at this moment, in the Wang Chao's Wanshou palace, the court officials gathered once more. The queen sat on the dragon throne, biting her lip tightly. Her somewhat frail figure beneath the royal robe trembled. She had just received news that the southern border had completely fallen, becoming a paradise for the demon race. The cities in the east and west of the dynasty had also suffered varying degrees of destruction, with only the north remaining relatively stable. Nearly half of the territory had been devastated by the demon race. If this continued, the Great Zhou would cease to exist in no time. Today, the Empress Dowager had also taken action. Her voice was somewhat cold. Ever since the death of the southern town marquis, she had become somewhat unhinged. At this moment, she coldly said, "Where is that general of the dynasty? It's already this late, and he hasn't entered the capital yet. Is he afraid of the demon race and dare not come to the capital?" Although her voice was criticizing Lu Yu, the real target of her ire was the Great Zhou Queen, as this general's position had been conferred by her. Hearing this, the queen's eyes displayed a stubborn look. The general had led troops north against the barbarians, fighting bloody battles multiple times, charging into the barbarian army of hundreds of thousands to save me and my fellow lords on the battlefield. If you say he is cowardly, then I see no one bold in this court. As her voice rang out, the Empress Dowager's face showed a look of astonishment, not expecting the Great Zhou Queen to retort her. Moreover, the lower-ranking officials, including Marquis Mu Yun, did not refute her, making her realize something and fall silent, causing the great hall to plunge into silence. However, just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from outside the hall. He is the envoy of that dynasty. His upright posture, supported by an official robe, appears extraordinarily noble. Upon seeing him enter, the lords in the grand hall couldn't help but shrink their necks. They had suffered defeats in battle these past few days and had received considerable reprimand from this supervising general. Now, a hint of fear inevitably arose in their hearts. At this moment, however, the envoy did not glance at them. He merely stared at the queen of the Zhou dynasty and spoke. "Your Majesty, the 3-day deadline has passed. Apart from seeing the defeated troops returning, I have not heard a single good piece of news. Moreover, your legendary and invincible general is also nowhere to be seen to manage military affairs, hiding away like a turtle. I see you must be too afraid to show up. If that is the case, and the queen cannot bear to make a decision, I am willing to take matters into my own hands and execute this cowardly general. Let him know that even if the dynasty cannot control him, there is still the imperial court that can suppress him." His voice carried a hint of malice and a warning tone. Clearly, his patience had run out by this time. After all, as a supervising general dispatched by the dynasty, if the Zhou dynasty were to suffer defeat in this battle, the Yuhua dynasty would directly face the demon race, which would result in significant losses. If that were to happen, this supervising envoy would also face punishment, and his career would likely be hindered. Therefore, he was naturally anxious. At this moment, he wished he could capture and execute all those who were afraid of battle. After thinking this, he spoke again before the queen could respond. "It seems the queen truly cannot make a decision. In that case, let's execute a few lords first. The defeated generals are not worth pitying." As his voice echoed, the faces of Lord Miyun and others instantly turned pale. The queen of the Zhou dynasty, however, trembled with anger. Ever since this envoy arrived, he had been pointing fingers in front of her, but due to the authority of the dynasty, she had turned a blind eye. Who could have thought that he would actually propose to execute the lords in the Grand Hall? That was simply too excessive. Just then, A sharp voice rang out from outside the hall. The great general of cavalry, first-class champion, Lord has arrived. As the voice echoed, Luo slowly stepped into the grand hall. Upon entering the palace gates, he could hear the roaring sounds from the Wanshou Palace. At this moment, his expression was as somber as water, and the next moment, his gaze locked onto the envoy of the dynasty. Chapter 46, Taking Action. Oh, so this is the legendary general. Huh? You really are late. I thought you would only show up when the demon race invaded the royal city. The envoy's voice rang out, carrying a hint of disdain and dissatisfaction. However, Luo paid him no mind. After giving him a cold glance, he stepped forward and cupped his fists towards the queen. I pay my respects to your majesty. Due to some matters on the way, this subordinate has arrived late. Please forgive me. The great general has traveled far and worked hard. How could I punish you? The Queen of Zhou quickly replied upon hearing Luo's voice. For some reason, upon seeing him, her heart instantly calmed down. However, at that moment, the envoy felt humiliated by Luo's disregard. He coldly looked at Luo and said, "Now that the great general is here, why don't you discuss how these generals should be dealt with? According to reason, they are all under your command. Now they have returned one after another defeated, bringing shame to the country. You also bear some responsibility." His voice carried a hint of coldness and oppressing demeanor. The official robe he wore shone with a dazzling light, serving to intimidate those present. This was custom-made for officials of the Yuhua dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Miyun and the others were at a loss. If they were truly to be executed, it would be a dead end for them. After all, they had indeed been defeated, and the one speaking was an envoy of the dynasty. This was a fatal blow for them, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Luo. As long as he nodded, they would undoubtedly die. At that moment, Luo's cold voice rang out. How to deal with the lords and generals of the dynasty is not for others to dictate. If you find us weak, the envoy can personally go to the battlefield to fight the demon race. Why bother to chatter here? His voice carried a hint of coldness. The surrounding lords and generals let out a sigh of relief at that moment, their gazes towards Luo filled with gratitude. To be honest, they felt very wronged. They had already suffered heavy losses on the battlefield against the barbarian race, and were now expected to confront the even more ferocious demon race. It was truly a case of having the heart, but lacking the strength. The queen watched all this without speaking. As the great general of Zhou, Luo was rightfully in command of the Zhou generals and had the authority to deal with them. At this moment, the queen had to fully support him. Otherwise, Luo's authority would be undermined. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Although the queen had grievances with these noble lords, that was an internal issue of the Zhou dynasty. Now, with an envoy from a dynasty here pointing fingers, it naturally displeased her. Meanwhile, the envoy was seething with anger. Having been in the Zhou dynasty for such a long time, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the Queen of Zhou had been very polite. Now, being humiliated by Luo like this, how could he not be furious? He immediately said, "Impudent. Do you know that rejecting my decisions means rejecting the entire Yuhua dynasty?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to use the dynasty to threaten Luo and instill fear in him. However, who was Luo? He was someone who dared to charge into the ranks of hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops with just a few dozen cavalry. How could he fear an envoy from a dynasty? He coldly replied, "No one can interfere in the internal affairs of my Zhou dynasty. This is the agreement established by the Yuhua emperor with the various dynasties back then. Do you intend to go against the will of the emperor?" Luo's voice was powerful, rendering the envoy momentarily speechless, yet he was also filled with rage. He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him, "Teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, two strong men stepped forward from behind the envoy. Swish! Their weapons were drawn at that moment. The bright blades glimmered in the grand hall, causing the officials of Zhou to change their expressions. They did not expect the envoy to really take action. However, thinking about it, it was not surprising. Which of these lords returning from the battlefield was not beaten black and blue? Now, with Luo not yet on the battlefield, the envoy would naturally not show mercy. However, just as his two subordinates drew their weapons, Luo's cold voice rang out, daring to draw weapons in front of Her Majesty, kill. As his voice echoed, Pan Feng, who had accompanied Luo, showed no hesitation. He stepped forward, the sound of his armor clashing ringing out with a crackling noise. His burly figure blocked Luo Yu, and at that moment he unleashed a punch. The weapons of the two subordinates of the envoy were shattered as they tried to draw them. Following that, Pan Feng advanced further, releasing energy from his fists, directly shattering the dantians of the two men. Two powerful figures at the Golden Core stage instantly lost their combat ability. However, Luo Yu had no intention of letting them off. Which dynasty's general is not overwhelmingly strong? It is only now that the Empress of the Great Zhou has just ascended to the throne that the imperial envoys would be so arrogant. Therefore, giving them a lesson is necessary. After seeing the two fall, Luo Yu continued coldly. Where is the general in front of the palace? Why haven't you dragged these two assassins out to kill them? If anyone dares to stop you, kill them without mercy. His cold voice rang out. The general in front of the palace, who could no longer contain his anger, immediately responded, "Yes, my lord." He then ordered his subordinates to drag the two out. Moments later, screams echoed outside the hall. This scene not only made the marquises and nobles of the Great Zhou aware of Luo Yu's strength, but also left the imperial envoy gaping in shock. He did not expect the other party to be so audacious, pointing at Luo Yu and saying, "You will regret this." At this moment, he no longer had the previous arrogance in his voice. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared in Luo Yu's eyes as he chose to ignore him. Although the dynasty is a subordinate of the imperial court, it must still maintain its own dignity. Unless the royal family arrives in person, no one can make a king bow his head. Although Luo Yu is not the king of the Great Zhou, he is the general and has the right to uphold the queen's dignity. After witnessing this scene, the Empress Dowager seemed to have found an ally to maintain her authority. She already had some connections with the Feather Transformation dynasty. Now that the general the queen relies on is so audacious and disregards her, she naturally has to speak up. Her old and hoarse voice rang out. "Luo Yu, as the general, do you only know how to show off your power in the hall? The imperial envoy can't say anything to you. But can I, the Empress Dowager, not say anything to you? The war has been going on for so long, and the demon race has been ravaging the entire southern border. The Marquis of Southern Guard fought bravely on the battlefield and was killed by the Black Wind Great Demon, dying for a just cause. And you? You could kill a demon and achieve some minor merit. Now you're here exercising your authority as a general. Who gave you the courage?" When her voice sounded, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Even some of the nobles who originally supported the Empress Dowager shook their heads involuntarily, showing disappointment in their eyes. Luo Yu's actions were to uphold the authority of the Great Zhou. His people could fight behind closed doors, but in front of outsiders, they must maintain unity, which is also key to the survival of the Great Zhou. Now, the Empress Dowager's obvious attempt to turn against them left them unable to persuade her. Such remarks were simply slapping their own faces. At this moment, the envoy seizes the opportunity to say, "The Empress Dowager is right. As a general, you avoid battle and hide when the demon race is powerful. I will definitely report you to our emperor." Just as his voice fell, Luo Yu's brows furrowed. "Who said I did not participate in the battle? Who said I did not kill demons? Anyone here who has killed more demons than me in this war can have me step down." His voice slowly rang out, causing everyone's expressions to change. The Great Zhou Queen spoke up, "General, do not be reckless." Even Marquis Mu Yun stepped forward, saying, "General, do not speak in anger. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill demons. You have not encountered demons on your way here. How can you kill those monsters? Besides, your achievements in the northern border are enough to secure your position as general. No one else can command respect like you." Marquis Mu Yun was genuinely anxious, sweating profusely as he spoke for Luo Yu. However, the envoy seized the opportunity and looked at Luo Yu, saying, "This is what you said. If you truly achieve merit, I will personally apologize to you and request our emperor to send another envoy." With a light statement and a heavy bet, he aimed to negate the words of Marquis Mu Yun and the others. Upon hearing his words, Luo Yu did not respond, but instead addressed Pan Feng behind him. "Take out the military merit Jade Talisman. It recorded everything that happened on the battlefield." Chapter 47. Choice. As Luo Yu's voice fell, Pan Feng did not dare to hesitate and directly presented a Jade Talisman. Glimmering light flowed from it. After Luo Yu took it, he said to the Great Zhou Queen, Your Majesty, on my way to the royal city, I was delayed by some matters, which is why I was a bit late. This is the account of the events. Please review it. As he spoke, he handed the jade talisman over. There were already eunuchs waiting nearby, who took the talisman and ran to present it to the queen. At this moment, the great Zhou queen furrowed her brows, worry evident in her eyes. Lu Yu's gamble was too great. Without military merit, anything said would be in vain. The envoy and the Empress Dowager would surely not let it go. However, just as she infused her spiritual power into the jade talisman, the frown on her face relaxed. Excitement sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Moments later, she addressed the ministers below. This is what the general has experienced along the way. Everyone, take a look. As her voice rang out, she waved her hand. A golden light burst forth in the hall, and all eyes were drawn to the image. The first scene showed Lu Yu breaking through Huangyan City, unstoppable. The tactical coordination was flawless, causing gasps of amazement to echo through the hall. Someone even exclaimed, "This is the Black Wind Great Demon, invincible on the battlefield." The Marquis of Southern Guard was devoured by him. Now, he was actually beaten to the point of fleeing in embarrassment. The demons killed numbered around 60 to 70,000. Marquis Muyan also spoke at this moment, revealing joy in his eyes after the shock. No matter what, Lu Yu had earned face for the great Zhou. This is a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, the imperial envoy's face turned grim. He had previously stated that he would return after Lu Yu's victory, but now, without any merit, his career would surely be affected. He was feeling restless. However, the scene then shifted to reveal an even more shocking sight. In the sky, bloodbats flew, showcasing endless bloodshed. The fierce aura could be felt even through the screen. Then, Lu Yu was seen arranging his troops. The archers unleashed a rain of arrows, directly bombarding the demons, with blood raining down from the sky. Following that was the scene of the great demon charging, and Panphone killing the Black Wind Great Demon. It was fierce and brutal. At this moment, the nobles and marquises of the great Zhou were completely convinced. Even the Empress Dowager stood up at this time. She looked at Lu Yu and slowly said, "You avenged my son very well." "Thank you." Tears unexpectedly fell from her murky eyes. Then, with the help of palace maids, she exited the hall. After 2 consecutive victories, Lu Yu led his subordinates to kill over 100,000 demons, which was undoubtedly a great achievement. Even the imperial generals could not do better. At this moment, Lu Yu's gaze was fixed on the envoy. He slowly said, "What else do you have to say?" The young man opposite him finally showed a hint of panic in his eyes. After a moment, he looked at Lu Yu and said, "I am the adopted son of the 3rd prince of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. I am also a direct descendant of the Li family, named Li Lin. Remember this name. You will definitely regret what you did today." His voice carried a threatening tone. Then he walked out of the hall. Lu Yu, however, did not take the threat of this person to heart at all. Back when he had nothing, he dared to argue with the eldest grandson of the Jingbian general's mansion. How could he be intimidated now? Although Lu Yu seemed calm on the surface, his inner self was fiercely resolute. He would never submit to the powerful. At this moment, the queen also spoke up. She fixed her gaze on Lu Yu until he felt a bit embarrassed, then slowly said, "General, the recent invasion by the demon clan has nearly annihilated the southern border. What are your thoughts?" Her voice carried a sense of urgency. This matter was too important for the great Zhou. If the southern border was lost, a careless mistake could lead to the demon clan invading the royal city. Moreover, Lu Yu had already angered the envoy of the imperial dynasty. It would be good if they could turn the tide, but if not, not only would the demon clan be aggressive, but the Yuhua dynasty would likely not spare them either. Upon hearing her words, all the ministers turned their gazes to Lu Yu, waiting for him to make a decision. After all, this general had experienced several fierce battles and had not yet been defeated. Such a figure naturally commanded their respect. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu slowly replied, "Your Majesty, there are over 100 cities in the southern border, which can be roughly divided into 4 regions. Fengdu City is the first to bear the brunt, and it is the closest to us. If we can capture Fengdu City, the dozens of surrounding cities will almost fall into our hands as well. Therefore, I suggest we advance from north to south. First, take Fengdu City, and once the situation stabilizes, we can attack Limai City, which is another major city adjacent to Fengdu. As long as we occupy these 2 cities, half of the southern territory will return to us. All right, let's proceed with that. The generals in the court are at your disposal. The only request from the king is to reclaim the southern border in a short time and keep the demon clan outside of it. If we can achieve this, we will have a good explanation for the imperial dynasty. Lu Yu quickly replied. The next period involved discussing the deployment of troops for the campaign. Although the elite forces of the various lords had suffered significant losses at this time, they no longer dared to hide their strength and reported the number of troops they could send into battle, which Lu Yu would then organize. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lu Yu's mother and Hong Ling arrived at the royal city, but they did not see Lu Yu. They only had Cheng Yaojin lead the Mo Dao soldiers to report to the military camp, as today was also the day Lu Yu would lead the army into battle. When the forces of the various lords gathered, there were as many as 200,000 troops. Although this was not a large number, it was the strongest force that could be assembled at this time. It was also Lu Yu's first time leading such a large army into battle. Looking at the vast army, Lu Yu, who had arrived at the city gate, turned back to see the queen personally coming to see him off. Her royal robe fluttered in the cold wind. Her slightly pale face revealed a hint of fragility, but her gaze was unwavering, and her voice was strong and powerful. I wish the general a victorious start, to bring glory to the great Zhou. As her voice rang out, she raised her wine cup and drank it all at once. At the same time, an inner servant handed a cup of wine to Lu Yu. After he drank it, he looked at the queen and said, I will definitely establish the dignity of the great Zhou in this battle, and prove our humanity's worth, never to return until the demon clan is defeated. After his voice echoed, he mounted his warhorse and rode forward, with the great Zhou generals following closely behind. Meanwhile, at the residence of the third prince of the Yuhua dynasty, Li Lin was kneeling in the hall, appearing very cautious. The third prince sat at the top, his eyes occasionally flashing with brilliance, dressed in a yellow brocade robe that made him appear noble and extraordinary. His long black hair was gathered at the top of his head, with a jade hairpin inserted at an angle. Although his demeanor was casual, he exuded an air of authority. He was quite satisfied with this adopted son, not only because of his good talent, but also due to the considerable power of his family, which could be a boost in his quest for the crown prince position. So he took it seriously. At this moment, seeing Li Lin's somewhat embarrassed figure, he slowly said, What happened? Why are you back so soon? This time, the opportunity to serve as a supervising general in the great Zhou was hard-won by your father and me. His voice was calm, but held a hint of sternness. Upon hearing this, Li Lin's face immediately fell. Looking at the third prince, he said, Adoptive father, I was doing quite well in the great Zhou. But who would have thought that the new General Lu Yu would show me no respect at all? He accused me of meddling and even killed my subordinate in public, leaving me with no face to stay. You have to stand up for me. Li Lin was quite articulate, directly omitting Lu Yu's contributions and only mentioning that Lu Yu looked down on him. Hearing this, the third prince furrowed his brow. He knew that Lu Yu was his son, and he was well aware that the Marquis's golden plan had his signature on it. Now, with one being his biological son and the other his adopted son, it put him in a difficult position. However, after a moment, he made his choice. The Li family had considerable influence in the Yuhua dynasty. Their ancestor was a divine body, and it was said that in this generation, Li Lin showed signs of reverting to an ancestral form. If a divine body truly emerged to support him, his claim to the crown prince position would be nearly certain. As for Lu Yu, although he was his son and not bad, it was nearly impossible for him to become a divine body, and his influence was limited, offering him no help. Therefore, gaining the support of the Li family was the most important thing for him. After thinking this through, he took out a jade talisman and said slowly, This is my prince's command talisman. Take it with you when you go back to the great Zhou. As long as you have this talisman, even the queen of the great Zhou must give you some face, let alone a mere general. But remember, you can vent your anger, but spare Lu Yu's life. Thank you, adoptive father, Li Lin said excitedly upon hearing this. He then stepped back. As he walked out of the hall, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He muttered to himself, Lu Yu, I will make you understand how formidable I am. With the prince's command talisman in hand, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Chapter 48. Counterattack. At this moment, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. He had already set out for battle. The Yanmen 18 Riders surrounded him, with the Xianjia army leading the way. The Hubao cavalry provided support on both sides, while the Mo Dao army followed behind, forming the central army. Although their numbers were not large, their combat power was formidable. The vanguard was led by the godly Marshal Marquis, although his godly martial corps had suffered tremendous losses on the northern battlefield. He still managed to gather 50,000 remaining veteran soldiers and newly recruited warriors to pave the way for the main army. On the left flank of the central army was the Mu Yun Marquis, who also assembled 50,000 Mu Yun troops, now advancing slowly. The family banner fluttered in the wind, and everyone wore a serious expression, as they understood that this battle was extremely important for everyone. A slight misstep could lead to annihilation. The right flank of the central army was led by the Wushuang Marquis, a young marquis who had come to respect Lu Yu. He wore silver armor, but his Wushuang army was newly formed, and it was too difficult to restore to 50,000 elite troops. With only a 20,000-strong army, their strength is not to be discussed for now, but their morale is quite good. The rear army is composed of noble figures such as the fierce Wen Marquis, the Fengdu Marquis, and the Liyun Marquis. Together, they have assembled a total of 50,000 troops. It can be said that this time, the Great Zhou has exhausted all its strength. If Lu Yu is defeated, he will have no choice but to retreat to the northern frontier. Looking at the vast army, after marching for several days and nearing Fengdu City, Lu Yu instructed a messenger to inform the troops to set up camp and summoned several generals to his tent for a meeting. Understood. The messenger immediately retreated upon hearing the command. Before long, the army came to a halt and began to establish their camp on the spot. Meanwhile, figures like the divine Marshal Marquis approached Lu Yu's tent, each with heavy hearts. Fengdu City was right in front of them, but how to break it required discussion among everyone. Although the troops appeared numerous, they could collapse instantly in battle, leading to a dead end. However, despite their anxiety, when they entered the tent to see Lu Yu, they did not dare to be negligent. They quickly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, General." This battle was extremely important for them. If they were defeated, it would mean death for all. Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "No need for excessive formalities. I summoned you here today to discuss how to attack Fengdu City. Everything will follow the general's arrangements." Several marquises spoke up. They had fought against the demon race before and had nearly crumbled at the first touch. Thus, all hope now rested on Lu Yu. The other party, hearing their words, did not hold back and said, "All right, since you let me arrange, I want to be polite. I believe we must capture Fengdu City as quickly as possible because the demon race in the southern border is continually reinforcing its numbers. Their strength will only grow stronger. Therefore, I propose we rest tonight and launch a formal attack tomorrow." Hearing this, the expressions of the marquises changed. The divine Marshal Marquis, known for his straightforwardness, directly asked, "General, how should we attack? Fengdu City has 4 gates. I will take charge of the main gate. The divine Marshal Marquis will attack the east gate, which is said to be guarded by a powerful demon. Regardless of victory or defeat, just hold him off for 3 hours. I will obey." The divine Marshal Marquis responded promptly after receiving the order. Lu Yu's voice then rang out again. "Mu Yin Marquis, you will be in charge of attacking the south gate. Also for 3 hours. As long as you can hold the northern gate's commander, it will be credited to you. If you fail, come back with your head." At this moment, Lu Yu showed no mercy. His armor clanked under the gusts of wind, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Wushuang Marquis, "Fierce Wind Marquis, you too will attack the east gate, also for 3 hours. I did not expect you to breach the city. Just hold the commander." Fengdu Marquis, "Liyun Marquis, you will be responsible for the west gate." "I will obey." All the marquises responded after receiving their orders. They were completely convinced by Lu Yu's arrangements. He led the smallest number of troops and was attacking the most difficult main gate. Who would dare to speak further? Seeing that none of the marquises had objections, Lu Yu coldly said, "Then go prepare. We will launch the attack at dawn tomorrow. Remember, my requirements must be met. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." "I understand." All the generals retreated at this time. This battle was extremely important for them, a chance to restore the reputation of the Great Zhou. The night passed in the blink of an eye. This day tugged at everyone's heartstrings. In the Wanshou Palace of the royal city, the queen stared intently at the Xin Guang mirror, watching the scenes within. Her palms were clenched tightly, nearly drawing blood. This battle was too important, concerning the life and death of the Great Zhou. At this moment, the Great Zhou army had completed its formation, surrounding Fengdu City with 200,000 troops. However, the demons within the city showed no fear. Currently, Fengdu City had gathered 150,000 demon soldiers, with 10 powerful demons. Even in open battle, they could kill twice the number of human soldiers. Not to mention that the enemy was attacking the city. Under normal circumstances, 50,000 demon soldiers would be enough to defend the city. Thus, the scene on the city walls was incredibly lively. The various powerful demons wore expressions of disdain. The Black Tiger Demon King, leading Fengdu City, stood atop the city wall, his eyes flashing with a green glow. Surrounding the city were the heads of human soldiers. The defeated warriors of the Great Zhou hung after being killed. Blood dripped down, leaving blood pits on the ground. The scene was gruesome. A cool breeze swept through, carrying a salty and bitter scent. Even seasoned veterans were filled with shock at this moment. Just then, the Mu Yun Marquis's face revealed anger and fear, as he recognized a familiar face among the heads on the wall. His own nephew, his favorite junior, who had gotten lost in the last battle and unexpectedly became food for the demons. At this moment, he wished to tear all the demons apart. However, Liu Yu did not speak. He could not give the order to attack. The two sides stood quietly. When the sun slowly rose and the first ray of sunlight fell on Liu Yu, he unhesitatingly issued the command. Everyone attack the city, like a tiger's roar. It shook the area for 100 miles. In the next moment, the surrounding human army almost simultaneously charged forward. At the same time, a voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in at the King level bronze battlefield? As the voice fell, Liu Yu's eyes lit up. Each level of battlefield is divided into ordinary, elite, and king level. Needless to say, the king level should be the highest. He was quite curious about what kind of rewards would appear. Thinking of this, Liu Yu almost immediately said, "Sign in." Chapter 49. Great victory. As soon as Liu Yu issued his command, the system's voice rang out instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the title of Divine Body, Overbearing Blood Divine Body, and the next level, Ancient Overbearing Blood Divine Body. With the sound of the announcement, Liu Yu felt a tremendous change occurring in his body. The blood within him boiled, his bones became stronger, and he felt a tingling sensation all over. Yet it felt incredibly comfortable, as if he had boundless strength. His body grew taller and more robust. His hair turned a light purple, exuding an air of majesty and nobility. Even his cultivation level unknowingly increased, reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core. This transformation was felt by everyone around him, and their gazes were filled with awe. Although this time he did not sign in for a powerful army, Liu Yu showed a satisfied expression. The true strength lies in one's own power. All of this, though it seemed laborious to describe, was completed in an instant. After the breakthrough, without the slightest hesitation, Liu Yu roared, "Attack the city." In the next moment, the Xuanjia army and the tiger and leopard riders simultaneously dismounted. Although they were cavalry, they were also highly proficient in foot combat. As soon as they dismounted, they charged towards the city wall, each person's body like a cannonball, leaping skyward with a stomp. At the same time, the soldiers of the Arrow Sound camp drew their bows to the full moon, suppressing the demon clan on the city wall. Their cooperation was seamless. Pan Feng was the first to land on the city wall. When his gaze fell on the Black Tiger Demon, he swung the giant axe in his hand downwards. Crack! As the sound of breaking air echoed, the axe light carried the sound of wind and thunder, incredibly powerful, making the Black Tiger Demon hesitate. He had once roamed the battlefield, skilled in various combat techniques, and his golden pattern battle knife met the axe directly. As the blade sliced through the air, a series of tiger roars resonated, shaking the eardrums. Countless knife energies enveloped his body, indicating he had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. No wonder he was so fearless. However, this time he was up against Pan Feng. When the giant axe collided with the golden pattern knife, a loud rumble erupted. Then, The Black Tiger Demon's weapon was knocked away. Facing the fierce Pan Feng, he fell into a disadvantage in just one move. Yet at this moment, the Black Tiger Demon King became even more frenzied. Roar! He let out a furious roar, wanting to fight Pan Feng to the death. Demons easily become mad in battle, greatly enhancing their combat power. However, Pan Feng held an absolute advantage and showed no fear. He leapt into the air, kicking towards the Black Tiger Demon King's head. Bang! With a sound of metal clashing, the Black Tiger Demon King's head exploded at that moment. The surrounding greater demons, upon seeing this scene, all rushed over. The Shadow Wind Leopard was extremely fast, wielding a battle spear, trying to ambush Pan Feng. But Luo Cheng's cold spear thrust out, his silver armor gleaming, with cold serpents roaring around him, resembling a war god. After deflecting the Shadow Wind Leopard's spear, he pulled the hooked spear, turning the sharp blade into an arc, directly slicing through the leopard's neck, decapitating him on the spot. Under the suppression of the arrow's sound camp, more Shuangguang troops, tiger and leopard riders, and Mo Dao soldiers surged into the city. On the main gate's battlements, mountains of blades were set up. Blood flowed like rivers as the demons suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has increased to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Shuangguang army has increased to the 8th level of the Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger and Leopard Riders has increased to the 9th level of the Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Sheng Yaojin's strength has increased to the 6th level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has increased to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao army's strength has increased to the 8th level of the Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has increased to the 3rd level of the Purple Palace. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Arrow Sound Camp strength has increased to the 5th level of the Condensed Core. With the announcement of these upgrades, the strength of Lu Yu's army had greatly improved. The entire main gate was almost occupied by the Great Zhou army. At the same time, battles at other gates were also extremely intense. However, Great Zhou was subtly gaining the upper hand, as the Demon Clan's 150,000 troops had 100,000 concentrated at the main gate, while the remaining 50,000 were scattered across other gates, with about 10,000 at each gate. Given the strength of each marquis, although they were powerful, they were not unbeatable. At this moment, at the southern gate, Marquis Mu Yun, clad in light golden armor and wielding a cloud-patterned sword, charged to the front. Though cunning, he understood there was no retreat. Lu Yu's orders had been given, and he did not believe that his head would be any more secure than that of someone from the imperial court. So he fought desperately. The demon facing him also became fierce at this moment, never expecting that the human race would fight so desperately, as they had almost collapsed in past battles. But now, the reckless charge made it hard for him to cope, especially against a marquis whose swordplay was relentless, leaving him somewhat flustered. Is it worth fighting so hard? If this continues, your subordinates will be wiped out. The demon stationed to the southern gate let out a sharp voice. It was a wolf demon, and even as it spoke, it swung its wolf fawn club. However, its arrogance was not as strong as at the beginning. Just then, Marquis Mu Yun spoke coldly. The Demon Clan is the mortal enemy of our human race. If we cannot kill you today, it will be my death. As his voice rang out, he seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword into the wolf demon's abdomen. Awoo! The wolf demon let out a mournful cry. Its wolf fawn club struck fiercely against Marquis Mu Yun's shoulder, instantly turning the noble lord's face pale. But thinking of his family and Lu Yu's military orders, he dared not hesitate, enduring the pain as he thrust his sword upward. Swoosh! With his strength, the wolf demon's body was instantly split in half, dying on the spot. Upon seeing the demon's death, a hint of disbelief appeared in Marquis Mu Yun's eyes. He had actually killed a great demon. Those around him noticed a change in him. If he had previously resembled a pampered official, now there was a trace of iron-blooded aura about him. Following the death of the wolf demon, the demon forces at the southern gate could hardly form a strong resistance. Other gates were also experiencing similar bloody battles, but with heavy losses. However, after 3 hours, the entire Fengdu city was shrouded in blood mist, and the human race once again occupied the city. Lu Yu's bravery inspired the surrounding troops, making the noble marquises of Great Zhou realize for the first time that their strength was not weak. When this great city was taken, the royal city was now blurred by the dazzling light mirror, almost covered by blood mist. Unable to see what was happening on the battlefield made the queen extremely anxious. At this moment, the imperial envoy Li Lin re-entered the palace. This time, he held a command token and walked straight into the hall. Looking at the queen, he said, "I wonder if your majesty recognizes this token?" The prince's token. Upon seeing the token, the queen furrowed her brow slightly and stood up to bow. As a gesture of respect, Li Lin, on the other hand, revealed a smile. "I heard that Great Zhou has sent troops, and the commander is General Lu Yu." The third prince said that if he fails this time, his marquis title will be revoked, and he will be demoted to commoner. "Your Majesty, I have heard that Fengdu City has as many as 150,000 demon troops. Do you really think your mere 200,000 can break through? It's simply wishful thinking. Such a disparity, not even my father, the Thunder God Marquis of the Imperial Court, could achieve. Lu Yu is simply being reckless. He is ruining our human elite." As his voice fell, it carried a hint of ruthlessness, determined to make Lu Yu pay a price this time. However, the queen coldly replied, "How things will turn out still depends on the outcome. Has the envoy forgotten the bet from the last time? It won't feel good to be slapped in the face." The great Zhou queen rarely rebutted Li Lin. However, she was extremely nervous, her back almost drenched in sweat. Just then, an inner servant from the council rushed in anxiously. After meeting the queen, he shouted, "Your Majesty, great victory! The general has killed 150,000 enemies in Fengdu City and has now recaptured Fengdu City. The recapture of Fengdu City and the killing of 150,000 enemies is not just a merit for the Great Zhou dynasty, but a contribution to the human race. The human race has been living in a corner of this continent, struggling for survival among various ethnic groups. Historically, in battles against foreign tribes, they have always been at a disadvantage. Now, Lu Yu's battle has shocked the world, killing 150,000 demon clan members. For the human race, this is undoubtedly uplifting news. In the past, there was a dynasty that killed 100,000 demon clan members and received imperial rewards. Now, Lu Yu has killed 150,000. This is an enormous achievement. Thinking of this, the queen's gaze focused on Li Lin, and she said slowly, "Does the envoy have anything else to say?" Li Lin's expression was grim, and upon hearing the queen's voice, he coldly replied, "He says he killed 150,000. Is that really 150,000? Reporting false military achievements is a grave sin." Clearly, he was holding on to his last insistence. But the queen of the Great Zhou laughed. "The military merit jade token has already been transmitted. Do you want to see it?" After her words, Li Lin fell silent. Oomph. With a cold snort, he left. The queen would not be negligent and immediately had the jade token sent to the dynasty. This was Lu Yu's opportunity to show himself in the dynasty and also an opportunity for the Great Zhou to gain respect in front of the dynasty. She would not give it up. After the military merit was transmitted, the queen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. He was counting the number of people. In this battle, everyone fought very hard. The army under Duke Shimul lost 10,000 men. Duke Miyun was seriously injured, and over 10,000 of his men also died. Other armies also suffered significant losses. In total, more than 30,000 men died in this battle. But the achievements were extraordinary. Even Duke Muyun couldn't hide the smile on his face. Yet, Lu Yu had no smile. So many people had died, and he felt responsible. If this continued, after recapturing lost territories, there wouldn't be many of the 200,000 troops left. Thinking of this, he spoke, "Duke Fengdu, this Fengdu city was originally your fief, so you shall garrison here now. The others should recover from their injuries and begin the attack on the small cities around Fengdu. We must recapture them in a short time." I plan to continue my march tomorrow and attack Limai City. Once the city is taken, Duke Liyun will support us from the rear and be responsible for guarding the city. Go and make arrangements." When his voice rang out, the surrounding dukes showed difficult expressions. They were convinced of Lu Yu's arrangements. He had been lingering in the most challenging areas, while they could only assist but still couldn't keep up with his pace, which was quite embarrassing. Thinking of this, Duke Shenwu spoke at this moment. "General, you have just experienced a fierce battle. Wouldn't it be too exhausting to attack Limai City now? Perhaps we should rest for a while and go with you?" His voice carried sincerity. These dukes were now fully convinced of Lu Yu. Even Duke Muyu nodded at this moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu slowly said, "Recapturing lost territories cannot be delayed. The demon clan is still increasing their troops, and the people of the dynasty keep pressing us. Every victory we achieve will lessen Her Majesty's pressure. Therefore, I must break Limai City in a short time." After hearing this, the various lords said no more, because what Lu Yu said was the truth. If they really lost, the title of the Great Zhou would likely be revoked by the dynasty, and everyone would be in trouble. In the following time, Lu Yu planned their offensive route for them, telling them to recapture the entire Fengdu city before heading to Limai City to rendezvous with him. After all, once the territory was taken, someone still had to clean up the aftermath and guard the city. The dukes all nodded in agreement. After arranging everything, Lu Yu set off. The Yanmen 18 Riders, Xianjiao Army, Tiger Leopard Riders, Mo Dao soldiers, and Xishang camp made up all his subordinates. In total, there were more than 20,000 people. Although their numbers were not large, they were all elite and could accompany Lu Yu to fight to the ends of the earth. Limai City was several thousand miles away from Fengdu City. However, Lu Yu and his troops moved very quickly, able to travel 1,000 miles a day. Therefore, a few days later, they arrived outside Limai City. Along the way, they encountered many demon clan members, and while killing the enemies, he reaped significant rewards. Upon signing in before 3,000 demon clan troops, he obtained the high-grade spirit weapon, the stunning dragon bow. Upon signing in before 5,000 demon clan troops, he obtained the ice dragon bloodline. This time, Lu Yu did not hesitate and directly had Luo Cheng consume it. After obtaining the ice dragon bloodline, Luo Cheng's physique was directly upgraded to a low-grade divine body. Even his strength saw an astonishing increase, directly rising to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. At this moment, he appeared even colder. On his silver armor, misty cold pythons were swirling, which was astonishing. When standing still, ice shards would appear on the ground. Although it was not a top-grade divine body, it was definitely extraordinary. It is worth noting that throughout the history of the Yuhua dynasty, the number of divine bodies that appeared could be counted on one hand. Now, they had established large families and left behind deep foundations. And currently, the only divine body was the Emperor of Yuhua, which was merely a middle-grade Yuhua divine body. If anyone knew that Luo Cheng had obtained a divine body, it would undoubtedly shake the entire dynasty. As for Lu Yu's blood dominance divine body, such a top-tier existence goes without saying. However, at this moment, Lu Yu had no thoughts to consider these matters, nor did he care about Luo Cheng's divine body. These were just means to enhance his strength. At this time, his gaze was fixed on Limai City, with astonishing light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly said, "Notify the army. Today we attack the city." As his words fell, the few generals behind him tensed up. Then, the orderlies behind them went to notify everyone. At the same time, Luo Cheng also spoke up. "Looking at Lu Yu, my lord, there are 200,000 demon clan members stationed in Limai City. Is it a bit reckless for us to attack directly?" This was the first time someone dared to question Lu Yu's orders. However, it was also because Luo Cheng was worried about him. So, upon hearing this, Lu Yu glanced at him but did not get angry. He merely said slowly, "We must attack the city today. Otherwise, the demon clan's arrogance will only grow. Prepare yourselves." After his voice rang out, Lu Yu rode his warhorse, slowly moving forward. Behind him, the 20,000 troops followed closely. Just as they were approaching the city, the system's voice suddenly rang in Lu Yu's mind. "Ding, does the host wish to check in at the king-level bronze battlefield? Check in." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu directly responded. Chapter 51. Astonishing combat power ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in, gaining the loyalty of the trap camp. Strength. Second level of condensed Dan. Shield. Middle grade spirit weapon. Black scales gold pattern shield. Weapon. Middle grade spirit weapon. Golden scales city breaking spear. Armor. Middle grade spirit weapon. Step in the sky armor. Physique. Top grade spirit body. Quantity. 10,000. Please accept it. As the sound faded away, a roar erupted. Behind Luo, a large army appeared at that moment. They were clad in black armor that enveloped their entire bodies, resembling iron beasts. In their left hands, they held shields that were as tall as a person, radiating a metallic luster that gave a sense of heaviness. In their right hands, they wielded spears, exuding a sharp aura. Each warrior was extraordinarily robust, towering at nearly 2 meters. Truly, they were the fearless soldiers of the battlefield, one of the most elite infantry in the history of Huaxia. At this point, Luo did not hesitate. He immediately issued an order, Arrow Rain Battalion, suppress with arrows. Following his command, the soldiers of the Arrow Rain Battalion almost simultaneously knelt on one knee, drawing their bows into a full moon shape. Release. With Luo's command, an endless rain of arrows shot up into the sky and fell towards the city wall. Many of the demon tribe atop my city had just discovered Luo's army's arrival and were still unaware of what was happening when they felt the sky darken. When they looked up, what greeted them was an infinite rain of arrows. Swish! A vanguard of the demon tribe was pierced through the mouth by a sharp arrow. The arrowhead emerged from the back of his head, and amidst the gushing blood, his massive body fell to the ground. In an instant, the demons on the city wall were thrown into chaos, their eyes revealing signs of fear. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Arrow Rain Battalion did not cease their attack. They quickly drew their feathered arrows and fired them in one swift motion. The rain of arrows covered the sky. As the demon tribe was completely suppressed, Luo's voice rang out again. Assault Battalion, scale the city. The Mo Dao army held the rear. The Xianjia army and the tiger and leopard cavalry maneuvered outside the city, killing any fish that slipped through the net. With his orders being issued in an orderly manner, the soldiers of the assault battalion stomped heavily on the ground, propelling their entire bodies skyward. Shields blocked their bodies, while their battle spears simultaneously thrust forward, converging in midair to form a copper wall and iron bastion, smashing towards the city wall. How could the demon tribe withstand such an assault? A great demon let out an angry roar. It was a wild boar wielding 2 massive axes, and it swung them directly at the front. Bang! When the sharp axe blades struck the shield, a deafening sound echoed. The wild boar's arms went numb from the impact. Then, behind that shield, a series of battle spears thrust out, causing his pupils to constrict. At this moment, wanting to evade was already too late. His body was instantly pierced by a battle spear, blood spraying out. His massive body fell to the ground in bitterness. At this time, Pan Feng also appeared on the battlefield. The giant axe in his hand swung out. Crack! A thunderous sound rang out. Wherever the axe light passed, those demons were instantly cleaved in two. Such a battle was something the demon tribe had never encountered before. In the past, whenever the human race set up formations, they would charge forward. No matter how powerful the formation, it would be broken through in an instant. But this time, facing Luo's army, they discovered that the opponent's formation was a copper wall and iron bastion. They were utterly powerless to resist. However, Luo paid no heed to this. As the battle atop the city wall raged fiercely, he too charged towards the city. His long hair flew in the wind, and the blood-refining dragon spear whistled. As he swept through, an endless sharpness erupted. A large demon from the demon tribe charged at him. It was an old elephant with yellowed tusks, not weak in strength. Having once devoured 5 generals of the Golden Core realm on the battlefield, instilling fear in the army. The entire human population in Limai City had suffered greatly at its hands. Its cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and it was now the defending great demon of this city, possessing extraordinary strength. Its dark green body stood at a height of over 10 feet, wielding an iron rod, and it swung it down towards Luo. As it passed through the air, it produced an astonishing whistling sound. Upon seeing this scene, Luo did not hesitate and directly met it with his spear. Bang! When the two collided, an incredible energy erupted, visible to the naked eye. Luo's hands went numb from the impact, and he was taken aback. The demon's physical body was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had acquired the blood tyrant body, which made his own body immensely powerful. Otherwise, he might not have been able to kill this old yellow-tusked elephant. The force of this strike was too overwhelming. However, he was not afraid. After the collision, he couldn't retract the spear in time, and his left fist roared out. Roar! The sound of a ferocious beast's roar emanated from his fist aura. Then he saw that the blood-red fist aura surged towards the old elephant fiercely. Yet the great demon was not weak either. Facing Luo's fist aura, it extended its trunk and collided directly with the fist aura. Boom! With the sound of a thunderous explosion, this time, Luo gained the upper hand. The elephant's trunk was directly smashed into a mist of blood. Then, Luo kicked out. His golden battle boots, at this moment, contained boundless energy. As he propelled himself into the air, he landed directly on the old elephant's head. Bang! One of its teeth was shattered by this kick, followed by its skull. Under this kick, it was turned into a mist of blood. The mighty body fell to the ground, causing a thunderous sound and kicking up clouds of dust. At this moment, the myriad demons were filled with fear. The invincible old yellow-tusked elephant in their minds had been killed. How could the other demons not be afraid? Just then, within the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, the Feather Transformation Emperor received news of Luo killing the demon tribe. In a resplendent hall, streams of golden smoke rose elegantly. On the dragon throne, the Feathered Transformation Emperor sat at the highest point, his divine body enveloped in golden mist, emanating an unfathomable aura. He slowly spoke at this moment. This time, the demon tribe's attack took the Great Zhou as a breakthrough point. However, what I did not expect was that the Great Zhou actually has such an excellent general. Their Grand General, just days ago, recaptured a great city, killing 150,000 demons. This is something worth celebrating for the entire human race. What do you all think should be the reward? Upon hearing these words, the officials in the dynasty showed expressions of astonishment, especially the third prince, who stood in a prominent position, his eyes revealing an incredible look. Luo killing the barbarian tribe and being granted a title in the Great Zhou was not something he cared about. But killing the demon tribe was a different matter altogether. After all, the demon tribe was the true great threat to the dynasty. Chapter 52. The silver battlefield. At this moment, the officials exchanged glances. Then, the national teacher of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty stood up. He was an old man with graying hair, dressed in black court robes, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence. It was said that he had reached the transformation realm, his strength unfathomable, and he was one of the pillars of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. As he stood up, all eyes were fixed on him. Then, the old teacher's deep voice rang out, "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou Dynasty belongs to the branch of our Feathered Transformation. To defeat 150,000 demons is something that hasn't happened in 100 years. Moreover, although the demon tribe has emerged this time, swallowing the entire southern region of Great Zhou, we have also made a strong resistance. Although, at the beginning of the Great Zhou, it was the most difficult among the several dynasties close to the demon clan, this battle was enough to make up for everything. Why not reward some spirit stones?" After hearing the voice, the surrounding ministers had no objections to them. It was just a general of the dynasty. Although many demons were killed, they didn't take it to heart. As for the third prince, after a moment of adjustment, his expression became calm, like an old monk in meditation. At this time, the feathered emperor naturally would not refute the national teacher and immediately said, "All right, then reward him with 100,000 spirit stones, truly worthy of a dynasty," as the first move was 100,000 spirit stones. "Your Majesty is wise," the national teacher quickly replied. Following that, the dynasty began to discuss how to deal with the demon clan. After all, this time was different from others. It was a 1,000-year calamity for the demon clan. For now, it was just minor skirmishes. The real danger was still to come. However, at this moment, Luo was unaware of all this. He was crazily slaughtering on the battlefield above Limai City. The soldiers behind him followed closely, slashing the demons in place, shocking everyone. It was unclear how much time had passed. The demons on the battlefield had all been killed, and Lu Yu and his subordinates were enveloped in a thick mist of blood. They had killed too many demons in this battle. Even though they were powerful, their faces were somewhat pale. However, at this moment, Lu Yu's mind heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has been upgraded to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xuanjiao army has been upgraded to the 9th level of the Condensing Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry has been upgraded to the 1st level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has been upgraded to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Mo Dao army has been upgraded to the 9th level of the Condensing Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has been upgraded to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xishang camp has been upgraded to the 6th level of the Condensing Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xianzhen camp has been upgraded to the 4th level of the Condensing Core. With the sound ringing out, the entire battlefield was illuminated by vast divine light. Colorful rays of light broke through the blood mist, enveloping endless energy. The surrounding soldiers all experienced an increase in their cultivation. However, before Lu Yu could rejoice, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host has gained experience value from his subordinates, reaching the breakthrough conditions. Would you like to break through? Breakthrough! After hearing the voice, Lu Yu almost hesitated not at all and directly spoke. In the next moment, a vast energy spread from his body. Behind him, a phantom of an emperor appeared, faintly visible, exuding an endless aura of iron and blood. Bang! Moments later, with a loud bang, the bottleneck within Lu Yu was instantly shattered. Following that, purple chi enveloped his entire body. He had actually reached the Purple Mansion realm at this moment. If combined with his powerful physique, he could now fight and win against those at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. When everything returned to calm, Lu Yu's voice rang out again. How many days until the reinforcements arrive? Upon hearing the voice, Luo Cheng, who had been guarding nearby, did not dare to delay. He quickly stepped forward and said, "General, the Marquis of Liyun and others will arrive tomorrow. It is said that His Majesty has supplemented a lot of troops this time. Although they're new troops, they are sufficient to defend the city." After hearing this, Lu Yu nodded and then looked at Luo Cheng. In that case, inform them to rest for 2 days. The army has been in continuous battles recently and should have a break. Following his words, Luo Cheng retreated to begin notifying the army to rest. At that moment, in a bamboo forest not far from Limai City, a figure emerged. He was enveloped in black demon mist, floating in the air, giving off a feeling of oppression and fear. Moreover, the aura on his body was extremely powerful. If there were experts of the same rank present, they would know that this was a high-level demon king of the Purple Mansion realm. Behind him followed an astonishing number of great demons, densely packed, with their eyes flashing with incredible light. The leading demon king held a green pearl in his palm, with fierce dark green demon flames rising and falling, making it hard to gaze upon. At that moment, a hoarse voice sounded, "I really didn't expect that a mere great Zhou would have such strength. In a short time, they have killed over a dozen of my great demons. Since this is the case, don't blame my demon clan for being ruthless. Once I turn Limai City into a demon domain, I will notify all demon soldiers. Whoever wants blood and food will kill for this king. Those killed will be enjoyed by themselves." As the voice rang out, the surrounding great demons revealed expressions of excitement. "We will comply with the demon king's decree." At the same time, without any hesitation, the demon king threw the pearl in his hand. Instantly, a thick demon mist enveloped the area within hundreds of miles around Limai City. Above them, infinite demon clouds appeared, exuding an oppressive pressure. Anyone would feel a tightening of their breath. Roar! Then, almost endless demons charged into the mist. When they arrived at the city gate, they did not attack, but merely roared. At the same time, within the royal city of the Great Zhou, the head of the Astronomy Bureau, whose gaze had been murky, suddenly shone with light. He then focused on the nearby Zhan Tian mirror, only to see the usually crystal-clear copper mirror undergoing violent changes. A deep green color, dense demon mist, almost enveloped it completely, as if it were about to overflow from the mirror. This scene made his body tremble, and he hurriedly ran towards the Wanshou Palace, not even noticing that he had lost his shoes. When he arrived in the main hall, the attendant was about to announce, but was pushed aside by him with a slap, rushing directly into the hall. "Your Majesty, it's bad. A demon domain has appeared in Limai City, and the heavenly demon pearl has reappeared." As the voice fell, the queen, who had been feigning sleep, turned pale instantly. The demon domain is the territory of the demon clan. Fighting inside would greatly increase their combat power. The key to forming a demon domain is the heavenly demon pearl. It is said to be a treasure that suppresses the luck of a demon nation. Once used, it possesses earth-shattering power. When the demon domain is just opened, it may only cover hundreds of miles, but the demons inside will devour the living beings in the demon domain to nourish the heavenly demon pearl. At that time, the demon domain will become even more terrifying and will continue to expand. This is an invincible treasure for the expansion of the demon clan. When encountering a demon domain, humans of the same level often choose to retreat because the demons are almost invincible within the demon domain. Moments later, the queen finally reacted and stared at the head of the astronomy bureau, saying, "Limai City is far from the royal city, so there shouldn't be any of our human army there. In that case, it's not so bad." However, just as her voice fell, an attendant from the Hall of Affairs rushed in, running and shouting excitedly, "Your Majesty, great news." After the general broke through Fengdu City, he marched rapidly for several days. And today he bloodily battled Limai City. Now he has already broken through it, killing 200,000 demons and 12 golden core great demons. The sound rang out, which should have been a joyous occasion. However, the queen of the great Zhou, sitting on the dragon throne, suddenly became stiff. Her originally pale face turned crimson in an instant. Spit, a mouthful of fresh blood, was coughed up when it landed on the memorial on the dragon table. It appeared strikingly red. "Your Majesty." At this moment, the chief supervisor and the eunuchs both stepped forward, their eyes revealing signs of tension. However, the queen waved her hand and said, "I am fine. Immediately notify the Yuhua dynasty and tell them that the great Zhou has encountered the demon realm. They must find a way to rescue us." By this point, her voice was extremely weak. The chief supervisor, however, urgently called out, "Your Majesty, if the dynasty sends troops, the great Zhou will be essentially finished." Throughout history, there has been a rule. Once a dynasty sends troops to aid a subordinate dynasty, that dynasty is almost doomed to exist in name only. The royal family will have no power and can only become a puppet of the dynasty, which is the last means of survival for the royal family members. This was also the reason why, when the barbarians nearly overthrew the great Zhou, the queen's father did not seek help. Upon hearing this, the queen's eyes sparkled with remarkable light. If the great general dies in battle and the demon realm is fully formed, swallowing all of our great Zhou's people, do you think we will still be able to stand in this world? The queen's voice was unusually cold. At this moment, the eunuchs retreated. Everyone understood the severity of the situation. In a short time, the queen issued several orders. All troops near Limai City are to withdraw. All lords retreat to the Yellow Sand City, hundreds of miles away, and wait for the imperial reinforcements to arrive. Prepare the palanquin. She intends to personally go to the battlefield. After the orders were given, they shook the entire dynasty. In the great general's residence, Hong Ling received the news. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, and they finally slipped down her crystal-clear face like beads from a broken string. At this moment, her heart felt as if it were about to fly to the southern frontier. Just as she felt the darkness before her eyes, she fainted. In the residence where Li Lin was, upon receiving the news, a complex expression appeared on his face. Liu Yu could break through Limai City and kill another 200,000 demon tribesmen, prompting the Demon King to take action. He expected that. It must be said that the other party really had strength. However, soon a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The other party had once humiliated him, and now trapped in the demon realm, there was no doubt he would die. However, after the last lesson, he learned to endure. Now was the time for his transformation into a divine body, and he couldn't withstand any disturbance. So he didn't kick him when he was down. He simply set out fine wine in his residence to celebrate alone. Within the Yuhua dynasty, after receiving the news, the Yuhua emperor did not dare to hesitate and summoned his ministers for a meeting. If the great Zhou turned into a demon nation, they would directly face the demon race. Even the Yuhua dynasty had to take it seriously. The Yuhua emperor on the dragon throne looked at the ministers who had just gathered and slowly said, "The great Zhou dynasty's General Luo Yu has killed 200,000 demons in Limai City, provoking the demon king to take action. The demon realm has been set up, and the great Zhou queen has helplessly sought our assistance. This matter also concerns the fate of our Yuhua dynasty, who will take responsibility for it. After all, dealing with a mere demon king shouldn't require the Yuhua emperor to act personally." As he finished speaking, the head of the Li family stood up. He held the position of the chief priest of the Yuhua Academy in the Yuhua dynasty, with a prestigious status, and was also Li Lin's grandfather. Although his figure was somewhat stooped and his dark golden robe appeared oversized, no one dared to underestimate this elder. He slowly said, "Your Majesty, the third prince is in charge of the dynasty's affairs. I suggest we let him take charge of this matter. Clearing the demon realm may be troublesome, but if successful, it would be a great achievement. For the third prince, it would be extremely beneficial in the competition for the crown prince position, since the other party was the adoptive father of his grandson. Helping greatly with the great Zhou issue would secure Li Lin's career." Naturally, this chief priest of the academy wanted to repay the favor. After he spoke, the other eager princes could only reluctantly step back, knowing that the words of the Li family head were usually not contradicted by the Yuhua emperor. Sure enough, the next moment, the emperor said, "All right, then let the third prince be in charge." As the voice echoed, he vanished from the spot. The ministers also began to retreat. Some showed helpless expressions, shaking their heads and sighing, while others approached the third prince to congratulate him. The third prince maintained his humility and courtesy, smiling and giving a feeling of warmth like a spring breeze. After everyone dispersed, he first thanked the head of the Li family and then returned to his residence to start making arrangements. After all, Luo Yu was his son. Now that he faced a life-and-death situation, if possible, he still wanted to save him and make the situation look good, not to waste this opportunity. However, at this moment, Luo Yu had no idea of the magnitude of the events unfolding. He stood on the city wall of Limai City, gazing at the surrounding demon mist, his eyes sparkling with remarkable light. At this moment, he was incredibly radiant. Although he could hear the howling of the demon race in his ears, he remained unafraid. He simply ordered all the troops to ascend the city wall. At this moment, the system in his mind also emitted a sound. Ding! Would the host like to check in at the silver battlefield? Check in. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Yu spoke directly. Chapter 53, Blood Battle Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and gaining the loyalty of 40,000 assault camp warriors. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The number of assault camp members is complete, and the host has obtained a ground-level military formation, the Fallen Formation. Note, as long as the strength does not exceed one major realm above the assault camp warriors, anyone who falls into the formation will undoubtedly die. Following the sound, 40,000 assault warriors instantly appeared behind Luo Yu. In an instant, an astonishing, almost visible killing intent spread out. The overwhelming military might would suffocate anyone who felt it. Luo Yu's side city defense power instantly reached a new level. Although the surroundings were shrouded in demon mist, every warrior showed no fear at all. They raised their weapons and were even eager to try. Below the city, the demon king, shrouded in dark green mist, let out a sinister voice. "Who will attack the city?" As his voice echoed, a figure stepped out. It was a woman in a red long robe that outlined her proud figure. She was stunningly beautiful, but her legs were replaced by a long, serpentine tail. This was the Crimson Flame Great Demon, an absolute powerhouse under the Demon King. "Demon King, I am willing to take on the battle." After her voice rang out, the Demon King gazed at her for a moment and said, "All right, in that case, this task is entrusted to you. If you succeed, I will report to the Demon Emperor and ask for a reward for you." "Thank you, Demon King." Upon hearing the words, excitement flashed in the eyes of the Crimson Flame great demon. She then gathered her kin to prepare for the city assault. The Crimson Flame clan members were formidable. As their tails swiftly glided, they wielded weapons, their eyes shining with a cold light. Fighting in the demon mist was like a fish in water for them, especially against the weak human race. No one would take them lightly, even letting out roars to show their strength. When Lu Yu saw tens of thousands of the Chilean demon tribe charging forward, his brows furrowed. Not because of the opponent's power, but because the stench was overwhelming. A foul smell wafted through the air, extremely pungent. However, this was not the time to hesitate. When he saw the Chilean tribe approaching the city walls, he immediately ordered, "Archers, free to hunt." As soon as his command was issued, the soldiers of the archers stood up. The bows in their hands were drawn back to a full moon, shooting directly downward. Whoosh! A series of whistling sounds echoed. A Chilean warrior, just as he approached the city wall, was struck by an arrow that pinned his tail to the ground. Just as he tried to struggle, more arrows fell from the sky, covering him instantly. Even though the Chilean tribe had strong vitality, they were directly shot dead. In a short time, thousands were killed or injured. This was something the Chilean demon king had not anticipated. She originally wanted to be the first to achieve merit and show off in front of the demon king. Unexpectedly, she ended up embarrassing herself, immediately infuriated. At this moment, she roared, "Charge! We must storm the city today." As her voice rang out, sinister winds swirled around, and red poisonous mist drifted out, causing fear. Just then, Lu Yu on the city wall looked at the Chilean warriors charging recklessly and coldly said, "Cheng Yaojin, come out of the city to meet the enemy. If we win this battle, I will appoint you as the general of the mysterious armor, 3rd rank." Hearing the voice, Cheng Yaojin was filled with excitement. The flesh on his body trembled continuously. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Yes, my lord." Then he jumped off the city and landed on his warhorse. He shouted to the waiting mysterious armor army below, "All mysterious armor soldiers, follow me into battle." Just as his voice fell, rumble, the massive bronze city gates opened in an instant, startling the Chilean warriors. Then, one by one, they showed excitement. The city gate had actually opened, which was definitely an opportunity for them. In an instant, a vast number of Chilean warriors charged toward the city gate, eager to enter. However, at that moment, they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Thud, thud. Then, the sound of hooves echoed, and they saw a burly man, all in black and covered in muscles, riding a war horse that resembled a giant beast, charging out. The axe in his hand swung, stirring up gusts of wind. Behind him were a group of soldiers covered in black armor. Beneath their mounts, dark clouds swirled, mysterious beyond belief. As they charged out, the ground shook irregularly. Then, Cheng Yaojin let out a roar, death trample, rumble. This time, the sound of the mysterious armor army's hooves hitting the ground was even more deafening. With each charge, the ground shook violently, and the space twisted irregularly. When they reached the side of the Chilean warriors, the opponents could hardly stand, let alone attack. Some even fell directly to the ground. Cheng Yaojin showed no mercy, and the mysterious armor army was equally merciless. As they charged past, their weapons swung simultaneously, instantly killing the Chilean warriors. Their experience points also increased. However, the scene before them sent the Chilean demon into a rage. How could she not be furious seeing her kin slaughtered? She let out a sharp cry, and her body suddenly expanded several times. Her silver snake tail resembled a jade pillar. Holding a sharp sword, she charged directly into the battlefield. Her tail swept across, crashing into the mysterious armor army in an instant. Bang! Several mysterious armor soldiers raised their swords to block, but their bodies were still sent flying. Although they did not die, they spat out blood. This was the first time the mysterious armor soldiers encountered such a situation. However, seeing the scene, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate. He urged his warhorse to charge, swinging his battle axe down at the Chilean demon. Rumble! As the axe swung, a thunderous sound erupted. Then, it collided directly with the Chilean demon's twin swords. Visible energy sent the surrounding soldiers flying. The Chilean demon was forced to retreat, a hint of fear in her eyes. Nevertheless, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate. he continued to swing his giant axe. Chaos Demon Axe. As the shout echoed, the axe descended. The Chilean demon's sharp sword could hardly withstand it. Bang! The axe struck the Chilean demon's shoulder, blood gushing out instantly. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Luo heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! The host receives feedback on the experience points of the subordinates. Would you like to break through? Chapter 54. Purple Mansion Breakthrough. As the voice fell, an immense energy erupted from Luo's body. At that moment, he began to break through. Energy rolled within him like the mighty Yangtze River. Above his head, an emperor's figure flashed. A pressure spread out, making people feel a shiver. A faint purple light flickered around his body. At this moment, he officially broke through to the first level of the Purple Mansion. Reaching this realm, he could ride the clouds and use some powerful means. Feeling the surging energy within his body, a smile appeared on Luo's face. At the same time, the battlefield below intensified. After Cheng Yaojin struck the Chilean demon with an axe, she unleashed powerful combat strength in desperation. The long sword in her hand radiated brilliant light, striking directly at Cheng Yaojin's body. Bang! Although protected by armor, his body was still knocked back. He spat out blood. However, after being injured, Cheng Yaojin became even more frenzied. He roared and then swept the giant axe. This time, he used all his strength. The aura on the axe surged, creating a whistling sound in the air. The Chilean demon could not resist this time. Rumble. Her body was directly cleaved apart. Meanwhile, the other warriors of the Chilean tribe were also mostly slaughtered by the mysterious armor army. The ground was littered with corpses and blood. The battlefield was terrifying. After the battle ended, Cheng Yaojin did not dare to linger and directly led the army back, preventing anyone from taking advantage of the situation to attack the city. Luo also ordered archers responsible for support. Cheng Yaojin's injury was something he had not anticipated. The demon race was indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder even the dynasty treated them cautiously. Just as Luo's voice fell, a figure flew out from the distant demon mist. This was a great demon trying to take the opportunity to break the city. Its body shimmered with golden light, dazzling in the demon mist. It was a golden eagle, with wings spread out to a size of several dozen feet. Sharp claws gleamed with a sharp light, like weapons. Upon seeing this scene, the archers on the city wall dared not hesitate. At that moment, the bows and arrows in their hand were released. Whoosh! As the feathered arrows made a piercing sound and shot towards the golden eagle, the brilliance on the opponent intensified. Its sharp claws swung, and the arrows were instantly knocked down. However, that also hindered its attack. Bang! When the last warrior of the Xuanjia army entered the city gate was completely closed. The golden eagle flashed with reluctance in its eyes before turning and disappearing into the demon mist. The scene fell silent once again. The demon king, who had been hiding in the black mist, emitted a deep voice. To think that there are such brave generals in the Great Zhou, I underestimated them. In the demon realm, they can even annihilate the Chilean clan. They have some skill. Rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will launch an attack at all costs to take Limai City. After his voice fell, the surrounding demons all nodded. Then, the dense demon mist fell into silence. At the same time, in a small city not far from Limai City, a large army was gathered. Not only was there the army of the dynasty, but also reinforcements from the imperial dynasty. This time, the imperial dynasty sent 100,000 troops, led by General Fuyan, a third-ranked general and the most capable person under the third prince. With long white hair and silver armor adorned with cloud patterns, it is said that his cultivation technique, called Shengyun Gong, produces mist during battle, quite mystical. His 10,000 Fuyan troops were also elite forces of the imperial dynasty. Though somewhat arrogant and looked down on the dynasty's generals, he stood atop Huangsha City, gazing at the dark, sprawling demon realm, slowly speaking. This demon realm has expanded several dozen miles overnight. It must have experienced a fierce battle. Many lives must have been devoured to achieve such an effect. I estimate the number of dead to be no less than tens of thousands. As he said this, a serious expression appeared on his face. When he arrived, the third prince had instructed him to protect Luo's name if possible. But on the very first day, so many had died. He was somewhat worried that Luo would not hold on. After all, the strongest general he knew, had only lasted 3 days after the demon realm opened. How long Liu could hold on, he really did not know. What he did not know was that the reason the demon realm expanded was due to the annihilation of the Chilean clan, not by Liu Yu's subordinates. If he knew, not only would he be shocked, but even the third prince would be taken aback. Just then, Marquis Muyun wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "General, should we enter the demon realm now and rescue our grand general?" There was a hint of urgency in his voice. After all, the current great Zhou relied on Liu Yu. If Liu Yu truly died inside, there would be no hope left. This was related to the future fate of great Zhou. Hearing this, General Fuyun stared and pondered for a moment before slowly replying, "Tomorrow. Your queen is also arriving tomorrow, right? At that time, we will combine forces and see if we can rescue your grand general. It all depends on whether he can hold on until tomorrow." General Fuyun's voice was calm, revealing no joy or anger. In fact, if it weren't for the third prince's previous instructions, he would not have chosen to save anyone, as doing so could come at a great cost. This was something he did not want to see. Hearing this, Marquis Muyun knew there was nothing more to say. At this point, all he could do was hope that Liu Yu could hold on a little longer. However, while they were discussing, Liu Yu in Limai City was gazing intently at the battlefield below and made a significant decision. He looked at the generals around him and said, "Cheng Yaojin leads the Xuanjia army and the Xixing camp to defend the city. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Modeo army, and the assault camp will follow me out of the city for a night raid. The demon race is powerful and has just fought a bloody battle with us. They definitely expect us to raid their camp tonight." Understood. After receiving the order, Luo Cheng and Pan Feng stepped forward and respectfully replied. At this moment, powerful auras emanated from them as they looked down at the dense fog beneath the city, seemingly poised to pierce through it. After Liu Yu's command was given, the generals went down to prepare. At the base of the city gate, all the soldiers held their weapons, the sharp cold light flickering, making it hard to look directly at them. As night gradually fell, he leaped down from the city, the blood-refining dragon spear appearing in his palm, his eyes radiating a cold light. "Open the city gate." A deep voice rang out. Boom! The city gate opened instantly. Clop, clop, without any unnecessary sounds. Looking at the dark night sky outside, Liu Yu was the first to rush out, followed closely by the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Then came the assault camp and the Modeo army. The latter, although infantry and clad in armor, found these armors did not burden their strength. In a short time, their speed was not slower than that of warhorses. Meanwhile, the demons, including the Demon King, truly did not expect Liu Yu to dare to launch a night raid, as their numbers far exceeded those of the human side, and they were in the demon realm. Therefore, even the Night Watch demons were drinking, completely oblivious to the outside. When Liu Yu led his army to attack, the drowsy guards merely felt a whirlwind rush past them. Then they felt a chill in their chests before losing consciousness. If someone were watching from a distance, they would see the leader of the Night Watch demons just standing up when Liu Yu's blood-refining dragon spear pierced through his chest. With a gentle flick, the demon's body was sent flying. When it hit the ground, it was almost reduced to mush. Anyone witnessing this scene would be horrified. Just as Liu Yu killed the first demon, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry raised their weapons at the same time. Whoosh! The dazzling blade light swept through the crowd. The demons screamed in terror in the night sky as their bodies were split in half. Blood mist erupted, shocking everyone. This fight was breathtaking. The Night Watch demons were instantly killed, and under Liu Yu's leadership, the army charged straight in, heading for the demon's camp. At this time, many of the major demons were meditating, trying to reach their peak strength for the battle tomorrow. They had no idea that the human race was even more eager. Upon hearing the shouts from outside, they rushed out, only to find themselves surrounded by flames of war. The Modeo soldiers, wielding their battle knives, formed formations amidst the demon army. The blades in their hands slashed, and the massive demons of the Elephant Clan led their fellow demons in an attempt to break through the formation. However, when they encountered the Modeo soldiers, their enormous bodies were instantaneously cleaved in half. The previously foolproof method of charging through was rendered ineffective at this moment. However, the speed of the Modeo soldiers was limited as they needed to form their ranks. But the assault camp was terrifying. They ran in groups of 5 on the battlefield. Whenever encountering the demon race, the figure would leap high at this moment. At the same time, the spear in hand would pierce out instantly, producing a sharp sound as it broke through the air. Then, one could see the demon's head or neck being directly pierced through, a sight of utter misery. Roar! A tiger demon charged forward, its sharp claws shimmering with a metallic sheen, striking toward a warrior of the frontline camp. This strike was powerful and heavy, and when its huge mouth opened, it brought forth a gust of bloody wind. However, just as it approached the frontline warrior, the soldier, clad in black armor, raised the shield in his hand. Bang! The tiger claws struck the shield, making a sound of metal clashing, even sparking. The frontline warrior's body first retreated, and then a dark spear shot out from behind the shield. Swish! It pierced directly through the tiger demon's head. Blood splattered, and the towering body crashed to the ground. Such scenes were happening continuously on the battlefield. The fighting was incredibly intense. In Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice sounded directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has risen to the 5th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Riders has risen to the 2nd level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 9th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao Army's strength has risen to the 1st level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has risen to the 5th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The frontline camp strength has risen to the 5th level of Condensing Core. On the battlefield, beams of energy shot into the sky. These were caused by the breakthroughs of Lu Yu's subordinates. By this point in the battle, the intensity was shocking. Under the charge of such strong warriors, the demon race had become disarrayed. After all, they were completely unprepared. Moreover, the strength of Lu Yu's generals exceeded everyone's expectations. In such a fighting mode, how could the demon race resist? Not to mention the demon warriors. Even the great demons of the demon race suffered significant casualties in this battle. After a night of bloodshed, Lu Yu's gains were not insignificant. As the dawn began to brighten, his voice rang out. Everyone retreat. The army, disciplined and precise, instantly retreated like a tide, following Lu Yu's command. When they reached outside my city, the city gates were already open. Without hesitation, Lu Yu entered the city directly. After a moment, a roar like a dragon's cry came from the battlefield behind, mixed with endless rage. The demon mist around the Demon King was now in complete chaos. The great demons around trembled in fear. 200,000 troops in the vanguard camp had been reduced to less than 30,000 remnants overnight, and I want to know, are you all useless? The Demon King's low voice echoed, filled with endless fury. At the same time, in Huangsha City, the carriage of the great Zhou Queen slowly entered. Her stunning face bore signs of fatigue. After learning that Lu Yu was besieged, she set off. Now, she had finally stepped into Huangsha City. When she saw General Futian, her first words were, "I do not know when the general will dispatch troops to rescue my great Zhou's cavalry general." Her voice carried concern. Just as her words fell, before General Fuyun could speak, Li Lin, who had followed her, spoke up. He, being shrouded by the demon domain for 2 days already, it's impossible to survive. I think it's better to control the demon domain and not let it expand. As he spoke, he looked towards the demon domain. The dense demon mist swirled, causing Li Lin's figure to shudder involuntarily, as if he had an epiphany. Then his body underwent a tremendous change at this moment. Divine material pulsated, and waves of cold air coiled around his body, appearing incredibly extraordinary. Upon witnessing this scene, General Fuyun's expression changed. Ignoring the queen beside him, he shouted to the soldiers around him, "Protect young Master Li." At the same time, he took out a jade talisman to send a message to the third prince. "Your Highness, young Master Li is undergoing a transformation into a divine body, and he suggests not to rescue the great Zhou's cavalry general. Please give your orders." After sending the message, General Fuyun appeared extremely nervous. Chapter 56, the beginning of the Great War. At this moment, the third prince was sitting in his residence, and the communication jade talisman in his hand lit up instantly. Then, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Li Lin is actually going to transform into a divine body. For him, this was a significant event. Whether or not he could become the crown prince depended critically on the support of a divine body. After thinking about this and looking at the message coming from the communication jade talisman, he took a deep breath and then made a response. Do as the young master wishes. Li Lin is his adopted son, and usually, when the residents, others also referred to him as the young master. Clearly, the third prince was willing to give up his biological son Lu Yu to satisfy his adopted son. Meanwhile, in Huangsha City, when the great Zhou queen saw the experts of the dynasty gathering around Li Lin, a look of tension appeared on her face. She then gazed at General Fuyun and asked, "General, is it time to rescue my great Zhou's cavalry general?" After her words fell, General Fuyun couldn't help but furrow his brows. His knife-like brows shot up like a soldier's spear, and he coldly said, "Young Master Li is undergoing a transformation into a divine body. This is the most important matter. As for the demon domain, I've already received orders. Just stop others from entering and do not let the demon domain continue to expand." After his voice fell, he ignored the great Zhou queen, infuriating her to the point where her lips turned purple. Even the Marquis of Mu Yun and the Marquis of Divine Marshal beside her revealed anger in their eyes at this moment. After a moment, the great Zhou queen coldly said, "Fine, since you refuse to rescue, then I will go save him. But the dynasty's assistance, my great Zhou will not acknowledge." As her voice rang out, an imperial pressure spread from her, causing General Fuyun's pupils to constrict. His assistance this time was not only to deal with the demon domain, but also a task to take over Great Zhou. Now, this queen was using the rescue of Lu Yu as a threat. If a proper handover could not be made, it was likely that a dynasty would fall into chaos. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of malice and said fiercely, "Queen, you have no say in this. Since my dynasty's army has arrived, everything must follow my orders. If you wish to backtrack, that would be deceiving the emperor, and that crime is something you cannot bear." His voice carried a threatening tone. The great Zhou queen's expression turned extremely cold at this moment. General Fuyun then said to his deputy beside him, "Keep an eye on Her Majesty the Queen. If I do not give the order, she is not allowed to leave the city." As his voice rang out, the archers around instantly drew their bows to full moon, aiming at the people of Great Zhou. Such a scene made a sense of helplessness rise in the queen's heart. Meanwhile, Li Lin was also reaching a critical moment in his transformation at this time. Cold air surged around his body, and tiny points of cold light flickered. The whole person resembled an ice sculpture, making General Fuyun beside him extremely nervous. At the same time, a significant event was unfolding in the demon realm. After the annihilation of the demon clan's vanguard camp, the demon king understood that he must quickly kill Lu Yu. Otherwise, unforeseen changes might arise. With this thought, he gathered all the demon clans together and slowly advanced towards the city. Even the demon king appeared personally, still shrouded in a mass of demon mist, appearing exceedingly gloomy. As they approached Limai City, he uttered a low voice. "Today, my king wants to see you all ascend this Limai City. Go kill. Endless blood and food await your taking." As his voice fell, countless demons charged forward at that moment. They released a thick aura of demon energy. The leader of the Golden Eagle clan soared into the sky with thousands of golden eagles rushing towards the city walls, a dark mass of golden feathers like steel wings. Their sharp claws resembled weapons, showcasing their power. Below the city, there was an army composed of hundreds of thousands of demons. Their momentum during the charge was astonishing. Above them, thick demon mist enveloped the area, emitting a foul stench that even Lu Yu frowned at. Upon seeing the situation on the battlefield, he did not hesitate and coldly commanded, "Shooting camp. Intercept the Golden Eagle clan. Do not let them land on the city. Trap formation camp. Arrange at the front. Do your utmost to prevent the demons from reaching the city walls. Mo Dao camp. Arrange behind the trap formation camp. If any demons break through the defenses, kill them." His voice was icy, filled with intense killing intent. When the entire army was in position, Lu Yu's low voice echoed again. "If we win this battle, you will be considered elite even within the dynasty. If we lose, I will stand with you." As his voice resonated, The blood-refining dragon spear was raised high. At that moment, the demon's attack began, starting with the Golden Eagle clan. Led by their great demon, they dove towards the city walls, their wings flapping, creating gusts of wind. Unfortunately, this time they encountered the shooting camp. Whoosh! As the Golden Eagle demons entered the shooting range, arrows shot out. A golden eagle, with wings spanning several meters, was instantly pierced and fell to the ground. More golden eagles met the same fate, making it seem as if blood was raining from the sky. At that moment, if someone were watching from a distance, they would see warriors of the human race standing on the ancient stone city, clad in armor and orderly. Surrounding the city were wisps of green demon energy that even covered the sunlight. Within the hazy demon mist, countless demons surged forth, including giant apes, tigers, leopards, and wolves, all standing upright, wielding weapons, exhibiting a ferocious scene as they charged towards the city walls, roaring intermittently. Faced with such a scene, most people would likely be overwhelmed. However, Li was not. As the battle progressed, astonishing light radiated from his eyes. His mother and Hong Ling were still waiting for him. He could not fail the trust of the queen of the Great Zhou. If he died in battle, the Great Zhou would be overturned in an instant. Moreover, there was also his father, whom his mother had always been thinking about, even though she had never mentioned him in front of Lu Yu. But Lu Yu knew this was her heartache, and as her son, he had to seek justice for her. One thing after another compelled him to survive, and he had to live well. The premise of all this was his victory and the annihilation of these demons. Only in this way could he have the leverage to negotiate with various parties. With this in mind, how could he hesitate? He stepped forward and joined the battle. The war spear swiftly struck down on a giant ape that had just climbed onto the city wall, cleaving its body in two. The battle officially began at this moment. Chapter 57. Breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Yu dared not be careless. The demons in this realm were fiercer than usual. They fought without regard for their lives. Fortunately, he led the top warriors of the Huaxia clan, who had once swept across a region. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to contend with these demons. Roar! Luo Cheng let out an angry roar, and the cold spear in his palm swept out. As the blazing light surged forth, it wrapped around endless cold energy, nailing a great demon directly. The advantage of his divine body was evident at this time. It seemed tireless, with cold air swirling around him like a cold dragon. Whenever someone approached, they would be instantly frozen. The shooting camp pulled back their bowstrings, showering down arrows repeatedly. A large number of demons were instantly killed, but this only made them more ferocious. The giant ape clan beat their chests and roared, charging towards the city walls. The trap formation camp was already prepared. As their war spears thrust out, blood holes appeared on the bodies of the giant apes, and they died on the battlefield in a short time. Even the demon king below frowned as he watched. In a brief period, a large number of demons had perished on the battlefield, causing him great distress. However, he understood that if they could not break through Limai City, his demon kingdom would also perish. Now that the demon realm had already unfolded, if he could not control it, the consequences were unimaginable. But Liu did not care about these matters. He did not know how long it had been. After blocking the first round of bloody combat, his entire body was covered in blood. His armor was no longer recognizable. The warriors around him showed signs of fatigue. But at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yanmen 18 Rider strength has increased to the 6th level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Tiger Leopard Rider strength has increased to the 3rd level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng strength has increased to the 1st level of Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao Army strength has increased to the 2nd level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has increased to the 6th level of Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Trap Formation Camp strength has increased to the 6th level of Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained the additional experience of your subordinates, and your cultivation has reached the breakthrough standard. Would you like to break through? With the sound echoing, Lu Yu did not hesitate at all and directly said, breakthrough. Then, a vast light surged from his body at that moment. Purple radiance instantly enveloped him, allowing his cultivation to make tremendous progress in a short time, directly reaching the second level of Purple Mansion. Such cultivation was already top tier within the dynasty. It should be noted that the former king of the Great Zhou was only at the Purple Mansion level. Even in the dynasty, he could be considered a local lord. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was a divine body with limitless potential and formidable combat power. Although he is at the second level of the Purple Mansion, he can still fight and win against someone at the third level of the Purple Mansion. Just as he had just broken through, Cheng Yaojin, despite his injuries, walked over. Upon seeing Lu Yu, he hurriedly said, "My lord, I want to join the battle." His voice was a bit stubborn and also had a hint of flattery. It turned out that after being injured, he noticed that those who were at a similar cultivation level to him had made tremendous progress in the past few days, especially the Yanmen 18 Riders, who were almost catching up to his cultivation, which made him anxious. Unable to hold back, he made a request to Lu Yu. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yu smiled. Looking at Cheng Yaojin, he asked, "Are you sure you can go to the battlefield?" In fact, given the other party's cultivation level, although he was still injured, he was not someone an ordinary person could compare to. Lu Yu just didn't want any accidents to happen. Hearing the words, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate and immediately replied, "General, no problem. Moreover, I believe that once I am on the battlefield, my injuries will heal faster." After saying this, Lu Yu no longer hesitated. At the same time, he wanted to see if Cheng Yaojin's injuries would immediately recover after gaining experience points from the battle. After thinking this, he said, "All right, since that's the case, I agree to you. As you command," Cheng Yaojin said excitedly upon hearing the words. At this moment, the demon clan below launched another attack. Watching this scene, a flicker of disdain flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. If they want to seek death, then let them. With this thought, he shouted, "Prepare for battle." At the sound of his voice, the soldiers on the city walls raised their weapons. While Lu Yu's strength was greatly enhanced in the battle, a day had already passed in the outside world. Li Lin had now completely transformed. He radiated a powerful aura, and with the might of the divine body, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the golden core. Now, General Fuyun stood respectfully beside him. Li Lin's transformation had greatly increased his status in the dynasty, not something an ordinary general could rival. Gazing at the demon realm ahead, Li Lin revealed a smile. But there was also a hint of complexity and some disappointment in his eyes. Because he had transformed into a divine body, but could not personally deal with Lu Yu, which made him quite uncomfortable. After a moment, he slowly said, "How long has that proud general been in the demon realm?" His voice carried a hint of arrogance, as he felt that Lu Yu no longer had any possibility of comparison with him. The two individual statuses were worlds apart. General Fuyun did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied, reporting to young Master Li, "It has been nearly 3 days. How long has the longest station army in the demon realm stayed?" After hearing the response, Li Lin asked again. General Fuyun did not hesitate and said, "Less than 3 days. Then that means this general is doomed. Since that's the case, we have no need to go in. Just seal off the demon realm and prevent others from entering. For now, this is the best course of action. As you command," General Fuyun said respectfully and then retreated. In their question and answer, they decided Lu Yu's fate. However, they did not know that Lu Yu was now stronger than before and was creating a miracle. Chapter 58, Slaying the Demon King on the battlefield of the Demon Realm. Beneath Limai City, the ground was already covered with corpses, piled up to nearly half the height of the city. The soldiers under Lu Yu were drenched in blood, their armor covered in bloodstains, with coldness flashing in their eyes. At this moment, no one was afraid. Only endless killing intent filled the air. The number of demons below had decreased significantly. The Demon King stood in place, his eyes flashing with anger. He had never encountered such a difficult human. He decided to personally take part in the battle, because if he could not break through Limai City, the impact on him would be too great. Stepping forward, a thick black mist enveloped his entire body, and then he let out a roar, revealing a massive form. It was a giant python, its body over 100 feet long, with tightly packed black scales glinting like metal. Each scale was the size of a normal person. Its amber eyes showed no emotion. Raising its triangular head, half of its body stood upright, nearly as tall as the city walls. Its giant mouth opened, releasing a foul odor that filled the air, making people feel horrified. Roar! Upon seeing the Demon King reveal itself, the other demons rushed forward recklessly. At this moment, Luo frowned. This Demon King was a divine beast. Although it was only a low-grade divine beast, it was not easy to deal with. He coldly said, "Luo Cheng, you are responsible for defending the city." As his voice sounded, Luo's figure soared into the air, wielding the blood-refining dragon spear and directly smashing it towards the Demon King. Seeing this scene, a flash of disdain crossed the Demon King's eyes. Then, its massive tail swept out like a heavenly pillar. Luo raised the spear to block, but the tail was too enormous to withstand. Bang! His entire body was sent flying backward. The spear clashed against the giant python's tail, sending sparks flying. At that moment, the giant python coldly spoke, "Human, you are not my opponent. If you withdraw from the demon realm today, I can give you a chance to live." His voice was filled with endless gloom. Luo was too difficult to deal with. Although he was confident of victory, defeating these humans would come at a great cost. Therefore, the Demon King prepared to negotiate with Luo, suggesting they both take a step back to let the other leave. However, just as his voice fell, Luo's eyes shone with a chilling light. His deep voice rang out, "I will not rest until the demon race is annihilated." As his voice echoed, his entire body soared into the sky. Due to his speed, the armor on his body collided with the air, creating sparks and ringing sounds. Then, Luo's roar resounded. Divine Dragon Extending Claw. Roar! In the next moment, endless spiritual energy gathered around his body, and 100-foot giant dragon formed of clouds appeared in the air. Luo was faintly visible within it, seeming to merge with the giant dragon. Then a cold and authoritative voice sounded, "Left Divine Dragon Extending Claw." As the words fell, the cloud dragon in the air extended its left claw, powerful and mighty, like the hand of heaven. When it descended, even though the Demon King's strength was considerable, he couldn't help but be taken aback as his body collided with the dragon's claw. Bang! However, that dragon claw was incredibly powerful, and dragons had a natural restraining effect on snake-like demons. The dragon claw directly pressed the Demon King's head down. The opponent let out a roar. At the same time, the massive body struggled and writhed, trying to break free from its bindings. Bang! A hill was struck by that giant tail, shattering into rubble. Dust and debris erupted, resembling the end of the world. This scene left the other demon clans in shock and horror. They never expected such a thing to happen. However, Luo showed no mercy. He was a fierce warrior on the battlefield. At this moment, he naturally had to pursue victory. A commanding voice emerged from the mouth of the cloud dragon. "Right Dragon Claw." As the words fell, another dragon claw descended. This time, the target was the giant python's 3-inch area. Hiss! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out. The swaying body of the Demon King suddenly froze at this moment. His 3-inch area was directly pierced open. Blood gushed forth. Yet, the cloud dragon above showed no signs of stopping. The left claw tore forcefully, as if aiming to obliterate everything. Ripping, the giant python's head was directly torn off. Blood sprayed, splattering across the entire battlefield. Only then did Luo descend, as the cloud dragon gradually dissipated. In this moment, the demon clan was stunned. The immensely powerful Demon King had fallen. Looking around at the fallen comrades, both great demons and demon soldiers retreated like a tide. However, Luo would not let this opportunity slip by. Seeing the demon clan retreat, he immediately roared, "All cavalry out of the city, hunt the demons. Break through this demon domain." As his voice rang out, rumble, the massive city gate opened in an instant. Then, the Xuanjia army rushed out first. The stampede of death caused the entire ground to tremble. Some demons, unable to retreat in time, stumbled and fell, confused about what was happening. A wolf demon, just about to stand up, saw a warrior in dark armor, covered in blood, charging towards him with a spear. He tried to defend himself, but the next moment, the spear pierced his neck, lifting him up. Then he lost consciousness. In this battle, the demons were almost completely unable to fight back. Meanwhile, Luo's mind heard the system voice once again. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Yanmen 18 Rider strength has been upgraded to the 7th level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Tiger Leopard Rider strength has been upgraded to the 4th level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Luo Cheng strength has been upgraded to the 2nd level of Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. Modeo Army strength has been upgraded to the 3rd level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Panfang's strength has been upgraded to the 7th level of Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. Xianzhong Camp strength has been upgraded to the 7th level of Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Chung Yaojin's strength has been upgraded to the 9th level of Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained experience points from your subordinates, reaching the breakthrough standard. Would you like to break through? Upon hearing the voice, a flicker of joy flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately said, "Breakthrough." Chapter 59. Despicable as the voice fell, a purple radiance erupted from Lu Yu's body, rippling like waves. One pattern after another spread out around him, making him feel an immense power within. Then, he completely broke through, reaching the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. With such cultivation, he would rarely encounter an opponent in a realm of Purple Mansion. Even facing a king, he would be strong enough to win. At this moment, however, a major event was occurring outside. Grand Commander Xiao Tianyi, upon learning of Lu Yu's incident, personally led 30,000 Northern Town Army troops, along with his daughter, to Huangsha City. Upon seeing the queen under house arrest, dangerous glimmers flashed in his eyes. His dark golden armor clinked under the gusts of energy. The moment he stepped through the city gate, his aura erupted. 8th level of Golden Core, an absolute top-tier powerhouse in the dynasty. He fixed his gaze on General Fuyun atop the city wall and coldly said, "Our great Zhou has sent an aid letter to have the dynasty's people come to our great Zhou to rescue and kill enemies. Not to have you enjoying our dynasty's provisions while wielding power here. Therefore, I ask General Fuyun to immediately send troops for rescue." His voice carried a hint of rigidity and chill. Upon hearing the details from his daughter, Xiao Tianyi's anger flared, especially after seeing the queen also under house arrest. He could no longer contain himself. Following his words, both General Fuyun and Li Lin's expressions changed. Then at that moment, Li Lin stepped forward, looking down at Xiao Tianyi and said, "You are bold. No matter what status your dynasty holds, do you know who you are speaking to?" His voice was laced with threats and warnings. However, Xiao Tianyi paid no mind. He glared at Li Lin and said, "What are you? Are you the commander of this army? What qualifications do you have to speak to a veteran of a dynasty like this?" Xiao Tianyi was a fierce general in the army, not someone easily intimidated by nobles. As his voice echoed, the 30,000 troops behind him stepped forward. Although the Northern Town Army was not as strong as Lu Yu's subordinates, they were still elite forces. The killing intent they exuded was shocking. Even General Fuyun frowned at that moment. Yet Li Lin could no longer hold back. After transforming his divine body, he received personal communication from the Feathered King and the Third Prince, and his attitude was very warm. In front of him, General Fuyun was especially cautious. Even the dynasty's queen was imprisoned by him, yet now a marquis from the dynasty dared to lecture him. It was simply a death wish. Thinking of this, Li Lin coldly said, "You are outrageous." As his voice rang out, a stream of cold air emanated from his body. Moreover, a layer of mysterious ice condensed on his palm. Then he directly slapped towards Xiao Tianyi. The fiery palm print erupted in the air, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Xiao Tianyi's brows furrowed at this moment. Then he slowly said, "Divine body." He did not expect Li Lin to be a divine body. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he was not afraid. The sword light in his palm sliced out to meet it. Bang! Li Lin's palm print was shattered by his sword strike. Although the opponent's strength was not weak, having reached the 9th level of Golden Core, one realm above Xiao Tianyi, and possessing a divine body, his battlefield experience could not compare to Xiao Tianyi's. Therefore, defeating him in one strike was impossible. At this moment, after Xiao Tianyi deflected the palm print with his sword, he did not pause and continued to launch a fierce attack. He understood that Li Lin's advantages were too strong. If he fought against him, he only had a short time to defeat Li Lin. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Approaching Li Lin, he kicked out. The battle boots shimmered with brilliant light, momentarily catching Li Lin off guard. However, the opponent was indeed powerful. With a quick turn, he dodged the strike. Boom! At this moment, the energy from Xiao Tiany's feet landed on the city wall, creating a large pit. However, he showed no mercy and continued to raise his sharp sword to strike. The azure sword light instantly filled the sky. At this moment, Li Lin was also furious. Staring at Xiao Tiany, he shouted, "Outrageous!" His dignified divine body was forced into a position where he couldn't retaliate by Xiao Tiany, which made him furious. At this time, he pushed out his palm, channeling all his magical power into it. A vast energy of cold ice instantly froze the sword light, filling the sky. Then, his palm imprint landed on Xiao Tiany's chest. Bang! Xiao Tiany's body trembled and finally fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Great General, the Queen, who had been under house arrest, along with Marquis Mu Yun and others, gasped upon seeing this scene. Hong Ling's expression changed drastically. She cried out, "Father," and rushed forward, wanting to help Xiao Tiany up. Looking at his graying hair and the blood in his mouth, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. However, at this moment, a cold light spread in Li Lin's eyes. Xiao Tiany had almost made him lose face, and now, in his heart, the level of hatred was second only to Lu Yu. Then he kicked out, sending the already prepared to stand up Xiao Tiany back to the ground. "I'll fight you to the death." At this moment, Hong Ling was extremely agitated, standing up and wanting to confront Li Lin. But how could she be his opponent? Bang! Li Lin's palm imprint surged and directly sent Hong Ling flying. Although injured, she was not in danger of death. Then, a fierce expression appeared in Li Lin's eyes as he stared at Hong Ling and said, "I heard you were Xiao Tiany's daughter and Lu Yu's fiancée, So what?" Hong Ling said stubbornly, looking at Li Lin with a desire to tear him apart. Meanwhile, the smile on Li Lin's face grew even more pronounced as he coldly said, "Kneel and kowtow to me until I'm satisfied, and today I will spare your father. Who knows, I might even lead my troops to rescue Lu Yu. Otherwise, I will kill Xiao Tiany right now." His voice was filled with boundless pride, causing the faces of the great Zhou ministers to change dramatically. The great Zhou queen said, "Is this how a dynasty behaves? To humiliate the pillars of my great Zhou? It's simply despicable." At this moment, her voice trembled slightly. However, just as her words fell, Li Lin coldly replied, "Shut up. Do you still think you are a queen? Right now, you are merely a puppet of my dynasty. If I go back and suggest to His Majesty to marry you off to me as a concubine, do you think His Majesty will agree?" As his voice rang out, the great Zhou Queen's face instantly turned pale. She had never felt so powerless. Hong Ling looked at her father being stepped on and the city of Limai covered by the demon realm, and slowly said, "I will kneel." As her voice sounded, she bent her legs, preparing to kneel. However, at this moment, a loud rumble erupted from the distance. When everyone looked over, they saw clouds of dust rising from the direction of Limai City, as if something had shattered. A tremendous energy had directly sent many warriors in Huangsha City flying out. After an unknown amount of time, as the dust settled, countless figures stood under the ruined Limai City. They were covered in blood, holding weapons, surrounded by demon corpses, and blood stained the ground, even forming a river flowing outward. Beneath the ancient city, a large number of bodies were piled up like hills. However, the great Zhou battle flag stood tall, fluttering in the fierce wind. Chapter 60, Miracle. The great general is actually unharmed. Not only did he kill demons, but he also broke the demon realm. Marquis Mu Yun's voice trembled with excitement. The queen, who had always been calm, was now overwhelmed with joy, her feelings difficult to describe in words. Although Xiao Tiany was injured and stepped on by Li Lin, his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. "Ha! Great General is mighty!" His roar echoed, and blood spewed from his mouth and nose again, but he still shouted loudly, appearing extremely excited. Hong Ling stood straight, feeling that as long as Lu Yu was there, she had a towering mountain to rely on, even if the divine body in front of her would be crushed. The already furious great Zhou warriors, upon hearing the Grand Commander's voice, also howled, "Great General is mighty." Their voices rose higher and higher. Even the leaders of the dynasty showed expressions of astonishment. forgetting everything else at this moment. Breaking the demon realm was something that had never happened before, not to mention the royal family. Even the nobility had never heard of it. Lu Yu had created a miracle. At this time, he was rushing over. Due to the expansion of the demon realm, it was now very close to Huangsha City. Lu Yu continued his slaughter without stopping, and unknowingly, he had also arrived near Huangsha City. When the demon realm was broken, he naturally saw the great Zhou Queen's royal flag. Therefore, without hesitation, he led the 18 knights of Yanmen towards Huangsha City. The speed was incredibly fast. Moments later, they arrived at the city below. However, when he saw the scene in the arena, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Xiao Tianyi was being stepped on, and Hong Ling was crying in distress, having naturally suffered grievances. The great Zhou Queen and the marquises were also being controlled. He never expected that after bathing in blood for days in the demon realm, such a thing would happen. The anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable at this moment. His knife-like eyes instantly focused on Li Lin. A breeze blew past, and he emanated a strong smell of blood, making people frown. "Let go of the Grand Commander." Lu Yu's voice was calm, but it carried an astonishing killing intent. The temperature of the surrounding space dropped again. The once lush vegetation in the southern border turned the leaves instantly yellow. He had fought his way out of the demon realm, slaying demons for several days, with nearly 1,000,000 kills, exuding a vast killing aura. At this moment, it erupted forth. Even experts felt goosebumps rise on their bodies, let alone ordinary plants. Upon hearing the voice, Li Lin instinctively wanted to step back, but after realizing it, he was enraged. Who did he think he was? The divine body of the dynasty, a scion of a great clan. How could he be scolded like this, as if he were being ordered around? It was a blow to his face and a loss of dignity. He immediately shouted angrily, "Outrageous! A mere leader of a dynasty dares to chatter in front of me? Seize him." Yes. As soon as his command was given, an expert responded. These were 5 golden core experts sent by the Li family after Li Lin successfully transformed into a divine body. Such a lineup was indeed formidable, sufficient to deal with ordinary people. If they were within the dynasty, they could walk sideways. At this moment, they stomped hard on the ground and charged towards Lu Yu like cannonballs, full of power and carrying a terrifying destructive aura. Seeing this scene, Hong Ling exclaimed, "Be careful." Even the others felt a bit nervous. After all, these were experts. Normally, they were hidden beside Li Lin, not revealing their prowess. But now a momentum has erupted, showcasing astonishing energy, comparable to the lords of dynasties. How can one not be surprised? However, before they could charge forward, the 18 riders of Yanmen simultaneously dismounted and approached. Clad in black clothing and armor, they usually concealed themselves among the army. Yet now they moved. The blood-drenched crescent blades in their palms erupted with brilliance, slicing towards the golden core masters of the Li family from different angles. The fierce blade light was dazzling, tinged with a hint of crimson aura. Hiss! As the two sides clashed, the sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh instantly resonated. Then, one could see that the golden core master of the Li family was swiftly cut open. Blood gushed from his neck, a single strike proving fatal. As the 18 riders landed, blood dripped from their blades, subtly surrounding Li Lin. In that moment, even though the opponent possessed a divine body, his expression changed involuntarily. But soon after, he roared, "What a general of the great Zhou dynasty, daring to lay hands on me. Since that's the case, I want to see if you can do anything to me." As his voice rang out, a layer of ice armor enveloped him. Under the sunlight, it shone brilliantly. In his hand, a cold spear appeared. The ice divine body was revealed at this moment, exuding considerable might. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu laughed, though it was chilling and filled with murderous intent. What a cold, ice divine body. Do you really think you're the only one with a divine body? Luo Cheng, go to battle. With the sound of his voice, Luo Cheng leaped out in an instant. At this moment, changes also occurred on his body. Ice mist spiraled around him, eventually transforming into an ice dragon, roaring from time to time, appearing majestic and terrifying. Hiss! Upon seeing this, General Fuyun gasped in cold air, because Luo Cheng was also a divine body. Although it was also a low-grade divine body, it seemed even more extraordinary than Li Lin's. The queen of the Great Zhou, on the other hand, revealed an expression of excitement on her face. She never dared to dream that a divine body would appear in the Great Zhou. This was something beyond the imagination of an ordinary person for the development of a dynasty. Just as everyone harbored their own thoughts, Luo Cheng moved. The hooked lance in his hand pierced out cold light flashing. The ice dragon coiled around him, roaring. Upon seeing Luo Cheng's attack, Li Lin's pupils constricted. He raised the weapon in his hand to meet it, wanting to defend. However, both in cultivation and combat experience, he was far inferior to Luo Cheng. How could he be a match? Bang! In their first clash, the weapon in Li Lin's hand was knocked away. Then, Luo Cheng's blade swept across, slashing. The armor on Li Lin was instantly torn apart. A gaping wound opened at his waist. Blood flowed incessantly, appearing utterly tragic. Yet Luo Cheng showed no signs of stopping, stabbing towards him again. This strike was cold and domineering, causing Li Lin's pupils to constrict. Without hesitation, he produced a jade talisman in his hand and crushed it. This was a teleportation jade talisman purchased by the Li family at a great price. It could transport Li Lin to a safe location in an instant. After seeing him disappear, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. It was too fast. He didn't have time to stop it. General Fuyun, however, dared not hesitate. He took out a communication jade talisman and directly transmitted a message to the third prince. Lu Yu has a divine body, stronger than young Master Li. After the message was sent, he found that Lu Yu's gaze had already fallen upon him. Chapter 61. Overwhelming at this moment, General Fuyun's expression was somewhat unsightly. When facing Lu Yu's gaze, his body involuntarily trembled. He felt unprecedented pressure as a general of his dynasty before Lu Yu. Even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, Lu Yu slowly lifted the blood-refining dragon spear in his hand. The spear was entirely blood-colored, with mysterious black patterns, especially when the sharp light flickered. It gave an eye-catching feeling. Moments later, his icy voice rang out. 18 riders of Yanmen, charge through with me. As his words fell, the originally soaring 18 riders of Yanmen suddenly appeared behind Lu Yu. The blood-drenched curved blades were raised, shimmering with a cold light under the sun. General Fuyun, who had previously been very aggressive and disregarded the queen of the Great Zhou, now turned pale. He immediately spoke, I have not offended anyone from the Great Zhou. You cannot do this. As a seasoned general, he could sense the astonishing aura radiating from Lu Yu and the terror of the 18 riders of Yanmen. If a battle truly broke out, even if his 100,000 men could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, there were warriors rushing towards them from below Limai City, capable of breaking the demon domain. He was no match. However, Liu did not listen to his explanation. Just the fact of detaining the queen was enough to sentence him to death. Just then, the queen of the Great Zhou spoke up. She looked at Lu Yu, suppressing her excitement, adjusting her emotions before slowly saying, General Fuyun is the reinforcements of the dynasty. You cannot kill him without reason. Let them leave. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. But after a moment, he replied, As you command. After his voice fell, he fixed his gaze on General Fuyun and said, Scram. As long as the royal family of the Great Zhou exists, and as long as I am here, no one can act recklessly here. His voice rang out, radiating a strong, killing intent. Meanwhile, General Fuyun's face revealed difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I am here on the Emperor's order to assist the dynasty, stationed in the Great Zhou. What have you done for the Great Zhou? What have you sacrificed for the Great Zhou? To think you can let the entire dynasty do as you please. Who gave you the guts? As Lu Yu's voice echoed, the shocking dragon Bao suddenly appeared in his palm, the arrow drawn to a full moon. At this moment, it was shot out directly. Ong! As the golden feathered arrow broke through the air, it resonated with the dragon's roar upon colliding with the air. Although General Fuyun was also at the Purple Mansion realm, when he attempted to defend, he realized that he simply could not withstand it. Hiss! The feathered arrow pierced through his right shoulder, but did not stop. It continued until it impaled dozens of soldiers behind him before finally coming to a halt. The feathered arrow lodged into the ground, its tail swaying incessantly, producing a buzzing sound. This made General Fuyun's expression turn extremely ugly. because he saw Lu Yu's bow being drawn once again. At this moment, he dared not hesitate. He shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Retreat." After issuing the order, he led his troops to retreat towards the rear, not daring to hesitate for a moment. At this time, he understood that the Queen of the Great Zhou might be wary of him. However, this general was too overwhelming. He was a being capable of breaking the demon domain. He would not care about him at all. If he did not flee, he would either die or be severely injured. With this thought in mind, how could he not feel fear? And just as he was fleeing, Lu Yu also dismounted, looking at the Queen of the Great Zhou, and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty." "General, please don't be so formal." When a voice sounded, the Queen actually walked down from the city wall herself. At this moment, Xiao Tianyi, with the support of his daughter, came to Lu Yu's side. Only after seeing that he was fine did he let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, the satisfaction in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. If it weren't for Lu Yu this time, it would have been a big problem. The dynasty could change in an instant. One must say that his daughter indeed has good judgment. At this moment, the Queen also descended with a group of generals. She first scrutinized Lu Yu for a long time, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she completely relax. Then she looked at Hong Ling and said, "So this is Sister Hong Ling. I've heard so much about you. It's just that the general has been busy with state affairs, so we haven't met." The Queen spoke with a smile, as if she were trying to see flowers blooming on Hong Ling's face. However, Hong Ling did not expect the Queen to inquire about her, and so warmly. Not daring to hesitate, she bowed and said, "I pay my respects to your majesty." "Sister, there's no need to be so polite. Today is a day of great joy, so there's no need for formality." As for Lu Yu, he was still worried about the soldiers nearly my city. Thus, he looked at the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, Limai City has now been captured. Please review it. At the same time, I believe we should have Duke Shunwu and others immediately attack the nearby cities. The demon realm has been destroyed, and the demon king has been slain. This is the best time for us to reclaim lost territories." Upon hearing this, a serious expression appeared on the Queen's face. After a moment, she said, "The general is right. You can issue orders here. The military matters are under your command." As the Queen's voice fell, Lu Yu did not hesitate. "Duke Shenwu, you are the vanguard of the army. Immediately organize the troops and advance towards the southern frontier city. The demon experts have already been killed. With your strength, you can defeat the remaining demon remnants. Duke Mu Yun, you are responsible for supporting Duke Shenwu. As you command." With the orders given, the two dukes did not dare to delay, immediately bowing to accept their orders and retreating to organize the army. Just then, the Queen slowly spoke. "This time, I will personally go to the southern frontier. General, please protect me." When the voice sounded, Lu Yu wanted to go to the front, but he could only accept the order. After all, the Queen had already entrusted the power to him. If he refused her command, it would likely cause the royal family to suspect him and undermine the Queen's authority. Therefore, he immediately replied, "As you command." Then he led the way, taking the Queen and the officials toward Limai City. As they approached, a strong stench of blood suddenly wafted through the air. Before their eyes lay the massive corpses of demons. An old elephant was pinned to the ground, blood flowing from beneath it, seemingly forming a river. As they continued forward and reached the base of the city wall, they were utterly shocked. The tall city wall was piled high with demon corpses like hills, almost level with the city wall. Blood seeped from below, forming streams, leaving the officials of the great Zhou dumbfounded. At the same time, within the Yuhua dynasty, the third prince, upon receiving news from General Fuyun, stared at the jade tablet, seeing the words "Lu Yu has a divine body," and could not help but furrow his brows. Chapter 62, Bloodline. At this moment, the third prince never expected that there would actually be a divine body in Lu Yu's army, and it was even stronger than Li Lin. Another point was that Lu Yu had broken through the demon realm, which was simply a miracle. His eyes sparkled with bright light. He was at a loss for what to do. Li Lin and Lu Yu were now like fire and water. He could only choose one. Who should he choose? As he thought about this, after much consideration, he ultimately chose Li Lin for 3 reasons. First, the divine body did not belong to Lu Yu, but to his subordinate, which meant there was much more maneuverability, such as transferring Luo Cheng into the dynasty to serve under him. Second, he did not want to offend the Li family. especially since once Li Lin became a divine body, he would inevitably become his powerful assistant. Third, there was his wife, whose family was strong. If he chose Lu Yu, both the Li family and his wife would turn against him, a cost he could not afford. After he came to terms with all this, a series of bells began to ring. This was the assembly bell of the Yuhua dynasty. Its ringing indicated that something significant was happening. Thus, the third prince did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly walked outside the residence. A palanquin was already waiting for him. After he boarded, he headed toward the palace. When he arrived, the other ministers had already gathered. Upon seeing the third prince, the head of the Li family first glanced at him slowly, seemingly with other implications. The third prince nodded, said nothing further, and stood in his position. Just then, the emperor of Yuhua appeared on the dragon throne. He gazed down, sweeping his eyes around before slowly saying, "What do you all think about the matters concerning the Great Zhou dynasty?" Clearly, he already knew about the events in the Great Zhou. General Fuyan was also on his way back, but a report was definitely necessary. Just as he finished speaking, the head of the Li family, who is also the dean of the academy, immediately said, "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou not only failed to fulfill their agreement and hand over power, but also expelled our Yuhua dynasty's reinforcements and harmed our dynasty's generals. I believe we must give them a thunderous response to let them know the consequences." As his voice fell, an astonishing killing intent flashed in his murky eyes. Regardless, his grandson had suffered grievances in the Great Zhou, and as a grandfather, he must seek justice. Otherwise, people would surely look down on the Li family. After his words, a large number of officials stood up at this moment, respectfully speaking, "Please, Your Majesty, punish the Great Zhou and demonstrate our Yuhua's might." These are all officials from the Li family lineage, naturally standing up for the Li family. However, at that moment, the National Master stood up. With a sturdy build, he stared at the head of the Li family and slowly said, "Your Majesty, I believe the Great Zhou has not only done no wrong, but has even rendered service. This time, the Imperial Army was sent to support the Great Zhou, but our army merely stayed in the Great Zhou for a few days, not killing a single demon. Instead, we watched as the Great Zhou army fell into the demon realm and did not come to their aid. Why should they hand over power? This does not comply with the agreements of the past. Moreover, and most importantly, the Great Zhou has now produced a commander with extraordinary potential who can break the demon realm, which shows his talent in military matters. He also has a subordinate who has become a divine body. If we were to confront the Great Zhou now, it would be tantamount to stifling talent. Everyone, do not forget, the current Great Zhou is a vassal of our Yuhua dynasty. Their talents are also our Yuhua dynasty's talents." His voice was firm and resonant, plunging the hall into silence. The dispute between the National Master and the Grand Sacrificial Wine was beyond their ability to intervene. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Yuhua also did not express his stance. In the golden mist enveloping his body, his eyes sparkled with bright light as he once again scanned the room below. Then, his gaze unexpectedly fell on the third prince. He then slowly spoke, "Third, what do you think?" Upon hearing the voice, the third prince couldn't help but shudder. After a moment, he nervously replied, "Father, I think the Grand Sacrificial Wine is right. Regardless of anything, Li Lin is one of our dynasty's people. How could the generals of the Great Zhou dare to injure him and even harbor murderous intent? They must be punished." Hearing this, the golden mist surrounding the body of the feathered emperor became somewhat chaotic. Then, the hall fell silent again. No one knew what their majesty was thinking. Looking at the body enveloped in golden mist on the dragon throne, the awe in their eyes deepened at that moment. After a moment, a deep voice finally sounded. "The matter of the Great Zhou will be discussed again tomorrow. Li Lin has obtained the divine body. Let it be conferred as the Marquis of Xianbing." As the voice echoed, it disappeared from the spot, leaving the ministers looking at each other in confusion. Then, they retreated outside the hall. Their feathered emperor had always been inscrutable, not something they could fathom. However, they could only leave for now. Just as the ministers stepped out of the palace, Li Lin approached them. After all, he had considerable cultivation, and after returning, he had various spirit herbs to consume. Therefore, his injuries had healed significantly, but his complexion was still somewhat pale. When he saw the head of the Li family and the third prince coming out, He immediately rushed forward and anxiously said, "Grandfather, adoptive father, how is it? Did His Majesty agree to send troops?" As he spoke, a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He had never suffered such a great loss. Now he had almost died in the Great Zhou. How could he not be furious? If he couldn't take revenge, his thoughts would be hard to calm. Hearing his words, the head of the Li family shook his head. "There's no rush for revenge. His Majesty said to discuss it again tomorrow, and we can also send people to take action. Right now, the most important thing is your title as Marquis." Upon hearing this, Li Lin became excited, and disbelief showed in his eyes as he looked at his grandfather. "Did His Majesty confirm me as a Marquis?" His tone was filled with urgency. "Naturally. Do you think a divine body is easy to find?" The head of the Li family couldn't help but say proudly. With this grandson, their family could remain prosperous for hundreds of years. Just then, the feathered emperor entered a secret chamber. As soon as he stepped inside, he spoke. "What have you found out about Luo Yu?" Clearly, this feathered emperor had begun paying attention since he first learned that Luo Yu had killed over 100,000 demon tribes. As a ruler, one must not only cultivate oneself, but also understand their subordinates. The reason he did not choose to suppress the Great Zhou this time was also to prepare for handling the situation after understanding it better. Careful planning is a necessary principle for a ruler. However, if there were no significant reasons, he was already prepared to eliminate Luo Yu. A capable person who does not obey must not be tolerated, especially since this time not only had the military inspector of the dynasty been killed, but General Fu Yin had also been injured. As a ruler, he preferred not the dazzling talents but the loyal ones. Since he ascended the throne, he had not seen a divine body perish at his hands. It was precisely because of his methods that the ministers of the dynasty held him in great awe. If he did not see any worthy qualities in Luo Yu that could be cultivated, he might choose to eliminate him. In what Luo Yu had done, he did not see the respect for the royal family. He disliked overly arrogant geniuses and found them very irritating. Just as his voice fell, a black-robed elder with the pattern of a tianting appeared behind him. Looking at the feathered emperor, he raised both hands, presenting a jade talisman. "Your Majesty, this is all the information on Luo Yu. As far as I know, he seems to be of your bloodline." Upon hearing this, the feathered emperor raised an eyebrow and eagerly took the jade talisman. Even the golden mist became extremely chaotic. Chapter 63. A passing strongman. After carefully reading the information within the jade talisman, the golden mist around the feathered emperor dissipated in an instant. It was an elder with golden hair, wearing a red royal robe, but he did not seem old at all. Standing there, his robust figure exuded a fierce pressure. His eyes were pure white, appearing both eerie and imposing. This was a manifestation of having cultivated the feather divine art to a very high realm. At this moment, he slowly said, "I didn't expect that this third prince, usually timid and cunning, lacking the royal family's courage, would actually have a good son. He has left a genius for our feathered royal family." "Very good, very good. From now on, you won't need to do anything. Just be responsible for protecting my grandson. And remember, this matter must not be known to anyone. Erase all traces." "As you command," the black-clad man replied respectfully. However, he then showed a hesitant expression. Seeing him like this, the feathered emperor impatiently waved his hand. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. There's nothing we can't talk about." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man breathed a sigh of relief and then spoke. "Your Majesty, are you worried about the heavenly dynasty?" As the voice sounded, a flash of astonishment crossed the feathered emperor's eyes, and he stared at the black-clad man. "Yes. Wasn't it because of such concerns that the founding ancestors split off the branches, leading to the current dynasties? If it weren't for this, with our feathered royal family as strength, we might have been able to challenge the imperial dynasty by now. Although 1,000 years have passed, I've had a constant feeling of unease lately. It's better to be cautious." The feathered emperor said with heartfelt seriousness, a hint of worry flashing in his pure white pupils. The black-clad man, at this moment, did not hesitate. Looking at the feathered emperor, he immediately said, "Regardless of what happens, my Tianting camp will definitely fight to protect the safety of the imperial grandson." His voice carried a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, the feathered emperor nodded. "If Luo Yu can injure Fu Yun with one arrow, His strength must have reached the Purple Mansion realm. I don't know if he possesses a divine body, but at this age, with such cultivation, even if he doesn't have a divine body, his future achievements will surely be extraordinary. In the next generation of the feathered royal family, I have not seen such talent. Perhaps he can lead the royal family to further heights. After the voice fell, it seemed like he was entrusting the black-clad man, and also seemed to be sighing. He then waved his hand, signaling the other to retreat. The black-clad man did not dare to delay, and could only bow and leave. Just as the feathered emperor was arranging everything at that moment, Li was unaware of all this. Currently, he was following around the queen's palanquin, heading towards the direction of the southern border city. The ones responsible for protecting the queen were the soldiers under Lu Yu's command. As for Hong Ling, she had now returned to the royal city with Xiao Qiani. After all, this was a battlefield, and they were at war with the demon tribes. Lu Yu would not allow her to be in danger. As they walked along, the sight was filled with devastation. From time to time, fleeing commoners anxiously evade the army. They are poorly clothed and starved. All of this is brought about by the demon tribe. The queen has wept several times. At this moment, sitting in her palanquin, she softly said, "General, our dynasty has suffered such a heavy blow this time. It may take decades to recover. I don't even know if the demon tribe will invade again. After all, she is a woman, and now the great Zhou dynasty has been left in tatters. It is inevitable that she feels worried. Your Majesty, this time the demon tribe will certainly not let it go easily. It is said that several other dynasties close to the demon tribe have also been attacked simultaneously. From this, it can be seen that this is certainly not something that a single demon country can cause. There might even be a demon emperor behind this. However, these matters will naturally be handled by the rulers. What we need to do is to prevent the demon tribe from breaking in again." Upon hearing this, the queen nodded and did not speak further. Just then, they approached the south border city. At this moment, atop the city wall, Marquis Mu Yun and Marquis Shunwu were leading their troops in a fierce battle. Due to the fall of the Demon King, although South Border City is a stronghold, there are only a few major demons stationed there. Therefore, under the attack of the Marquises, they're no match at all. When Lu Yu and the others arrived at the foot of South Border City, the city had almost been breached. A large number of demons were suppressed. Even now, the screams from the city wall are still incessant. After witnessing this scene, the queen's spirit lifted. She then took a deep breath and said, "We have finally regained lost territory." Then, she walked towards South Border City. Because the battle had just ended, the strong smell of blood still lingered. Corpses were everywhere, both of demons and Great Zhou soldiers. This made the queen feel pained. When she ascended the city wall, Marquis Mu Yun and the others quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. We have met the general." Their voices sounded exceptionally respectful. Now, with Lu Yu's rise and the demon tribe's attack, the entire structure of the Great Zhou dynasty has undergone tremendous changes. Lu Yu could be said to be a truly deserving power minister. Even these noble marquises dare not be presumptuous in front of him. And the queen now possesses the dignity of a ruler. Upon hearing their voices, the Great Zhou queen nodded, signaling them to rise. Then, she looked towards the other side of the city. That was the territory of the demon tribe. The dense forest blocked out the sunlight, and all around was a shade of dark green. Occasionally, the sound of beasts roaring echoed, creating an incredibly harsh sound wave. After seeing such a scene, a flicker of fear crossed the queen's eyes, as if great terror was hidden within. Even Lu Yu wore a face full of caution. He could sense that there were powerful beings within. Even with his current strength, it would be extremely difficult to step into that place. However, fortunately, powerful demon kings generally do not appear easily. Otherwise, with the strength of the Great Zhou, it would indeed be very difficult to withstand the opponent. Then, the queen prepared to leave. There were many injured soldiers in this battle, and since she was here, she naturally needed to comfort them. But just at that moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the dense forest in the distance. It was a woman with long hair, cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with holy light like the stars. She wore a white robe that sparkled with colorful hues. She looked like a fallen celestial, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. As she flew by like a startled swan, everyone present felt an urge to kneel in reverence. Just as the woman reached above the city, another figure broke through the forest, dressed in a white long robe. With an exceptionally handsome face, holding a folding fan, he appeared extraordinarily elegant. However, the demonic patterns on his face revealed his identity. This was a demon. As soon as he appeared, he waved the folding fan in his hand. Roar! In an instant, endless demon souls surged out from the fan, and the originally clear sky instantly darkened, filled with boundless, malevolent energy. Not only did it envelop the fleeing woman, but the energy also spread over the entire south border city. Chapter 64. Terrifying power. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen's expression changed drastically. She could clearly feel how insignificant she was before this energy, as if she would be devoured by the beast's souls at any moment. Lu Yu's forehead also bulged with veins. He did not expect such a situation to occur. He roared, "Archer camp, protect the carriage. Smash those beast souls." As his voice fell, the archer camp soldiers did not hesitate and immediately raised their bows. At that moment, they shot their arrows. Whoosh whoosh. As the arrows pierced through the air, the descending beast souls were directly shattered. After witnessing this scene, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it worked. Otherwise, with these countless armies caught in the battle between the two in the air, they would have turned to ashes. Thinking of this, he could not help but clench his fists. Strength is still needed. Otherwise, a few powerful beings could easily kill him. He did not like the feeling of having his life controlled by others. And this was still the demon tribe, which was mainly targeting not him, but merely the energy that was diffusing. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand it. Just as Lu Yu had just relaxed, an ethereal voice rang out. "You Qingqiu lineage dare to be so presumptuous. When I return, I will not spare you." This was the woman speaking. The veil on her face was blown away, and in a fleeting glimpse, Lu Yu saw an unparalleled beauty. As she spoke, she struck out with her palm, and a palm print broke through the air, obscuring the sky. Bang! It directly shattered the beast's soul. "Hee, you have already been hit by my yin-yang bone transformation powder. If I do not help you, in another hour, you will likely turn into a puddle of foul blood." Upon hearing this, the woman trembled with rage. She drew her sword, pointing it at the sky, and spoke in a cold voice, "Divine celestial decree, with my blood, I shall suppress all evils." As her voice rang out, the long sword passed through her palm, and drops of blood flowed out, with divine substances pulsating ceaselessly. The sky instantly changed, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled above. Crack! The next moment, endless thunder struck down towards the demon man, causing his expression to change. He immediately shouted, "Good. I want to see just how strong your power is." He raised the folding fan in his hand, intending to block the heavenly thunder from above. Bang! The next moment, they collided. The demon man did not fare well. Puffed. He spat out blood, and his whole body was sent flying. Watching the thunder still gathering in the sky, his expression changed. Although his eyes revealed reluctance, he ultimately retreated backward. After seeing him leave, the woman in the sky could no longer hold on. Puffed. At this moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her veil red. Then, she turned her gaze towards South Border City. In her beautiful eyes, a look of reluctance also flickered, as if she were in the midst of a fierce psychological struggle. Finally, she closed her eyes, extended her hand, and with a look of pity, reached towards the city. At this moment, Lu Yu dared not hesitate and immediately stood beside the queen, because that hand was pointing directly at her. In the next moment, he felt himself being lifted into the air, as if someone had grabbed him. Then, he instantly disappeared from his original spot. When everything returned to calm, madness appeared in the queen's eyes. She looked around at the lords and said, "Find the lone king. If you cannot find the general, bring me your heads." This was the first time the courtiers had seen the queen so furious. They dared not hesitate and immediately retreated. At this time, although Lu Yu could not move, he could feel the fragrant breeze blowing around him. He didn't know how long had passed. Bang! He felt himself being thrown to the ground. At this time, the woman also looked at him. In the next moment, her pupils constricted, revealing an expression of disbelief. She had clearly intended to grab the woman below and was preparing to use a secret method to transfer the poison in her body to her. Although this was not a proper method, she could not care about anything else now. But who would have thought that she had actually captured Lu Yu? All the way, Because she had to suppress the toxicity, she had not realized she had grabbed the wrong person. Now, even if she wanted to go back and catch the right person, it was too late. At this thought, a trace of killing intent emerged in her eyes. However, in the next moment, in her fury, the poison had completely taken over her body. Her complexion turned red, and her eyes became increasingly dazed, even trembling. She had no time to think further. Swish! Countless white silks flew out, covering the surroundings. This Yin-Yang bone transformation powder was a secret medicine of the Qingxiu clan. Once consumed, regardless of how powerful one's cultivation was, if one did not dual cultivate within a certain time, death was inevitable. Therefore, her only choice now was to dual cultivate, and, at this moment, her consciousness was not very clear. As for Lu Yu, with his cultivation level, even if the woman was injured, it was impossible for him to stop her. Naturally, the following events cannot be described in detail. After everything happened, it was unclear how long had passed. The poison on the woman gradually dissipated. The colorful silk robe reappeared on her body. At this moment, she gazed coldly at Lu Yu, as if the sword in her hand could be crushed. She had not expected that with her status, she would allow someone as insignificant as Lu Yu to take such a huge advantage. She even had the thought of killing him. Lu Yu also sensed the killing intent. He slowly said, "This is not what I wanted. If you need it, I will take responsibility. If not, I will leave. If you want to kill me, feel free to do so." After his calm voice fell, Lu Yu stood up and began to walk away. After walking a distance, he no longer felt the sharp killing intent. Lu Yu threw a communication jade talisman behind him, which landed at the woman's feet. "If you need anything, you can find me." His voice was cold. For some reason, the killing intent that had been suppressed within the woman erupted again due to Lu Yu's indifference. Streams of black, evil energy spread above her head. The long sword in her hand emitted a blazing light. The silk robe on her body reflected countless rays of light, resembling a heavenly maiden. In the next moment, her body soared into the air, and she slashed toward Lu Yu with her sword. Wherever she passed, even the air was filled with infinite sword intent. Upon sensing the killing intent, Lu Yu frowned. He did not expect this woman to truly want to kill him. Moreover, her strength was terrifying and unfathomable. In fact, he was not trying to be indifferent. It was mainly because the woman had acted too aloof. Even if he wanted to take responsibility, she might not be willing. Furthermore, she had Hong Ling, and if this woman were to marry over, she could only be a concubine. Given her status, she might not be willing. After much consideration, he could only leave. He did not expect to anger her. Just as the woman's long sword was approaching, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. "Ding! Does the host want to check in at the king-level golden battlefield?" Hearing the voice, he was momentarily taken aback. This woman was too terrifying. One person was comparable to a king-level golden battlefield. How abnormal was that? But he did not dare to hesitate and quickly responded, "Check in." Chapter 65. Heavenly level formation. Lu Yu did not hesitate at all and spoke directly. As soon as his voice fell, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in and obtaining the heavenly level formation, 10 encirclements. Note, once the formation is set up, it can create endless illusions, causing enemies within the formation to mentally collapse and defeat without battle. Although he received something good, if it were in the past, Lu Yu would have been so excited he couldn't sleep. But now, it was of no use at all. However, he was not someone who would just give up. As the woman's long sword was about to strike, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the blood-refining dragon spear, and he prepared to block the blow. But at that moment, the woman's long sword unexpectedly came to a stop. A trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, she disappeared from sight. Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, even feeling his back become damp. The woman's aura was too strong. That last strike had nearly suffocated him. When he glanced down, he found the jade talisman was also gone, clearly taken away by her. Lu Yu did not take this to heart. As long as the woman came looking for him, she would be willing to take responsibility. After determining the direction, he headed toward the south border city. As a general, his disappearance would surely cause a huge uproar. He needed to return quickly. However, when he exited a bamboo grove, he realized he had been brought hundreds of miles away. But this was not difficult for him. After all, He was a master of the Purple Mansion. Although not as fast as the woman, hundreds of miles were nothing. He immediately headed towards South Border City. His body shimmered with purple light. If any passers-by saw him, they would be greatly astonished. Just as Luo was preparing to return, a day had already passed within the Yuhua dynasty. At this moment, the court meeting began again. This time, the head of the Li family had gathered many officials to assist him, wanting to sentence Luo to death. Only in this way could he resolve his hatred. The Yuhua emperor sat on the dragon throne, watching everything. No one knew what this emperor was thinking. Then, a low and dignified voice echoed, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you have anything to say, just speak it out. Today we will discuss the issue of the Great Zhou." No one could detect the emperor's anger or joy. Naturally, the head of the Li family would not hesitate. He was the first to stand up today, slowly saying, "Your Majesty, although Luo's talent in leading troops is extraordinary, he has harmed our dynasty's generals, which shows no respect for our dynasty. I believe such a person should be executed as soon as possible." With his words, many officials in the hall nodded in agreement. Even the national master did not stand up, clearly indicating that the head of the Li family had paid a considerable price overnight to achieve the current result. Moreover, the other party is very familiar with the Ascendant Emperor. Saying anything else is pointless. Showing disrespect and disloyalty towards the dynasty is enough to provoke the Ascendant Emperor's killing intent. In the past, he had done such things many times. Therefore, he is fully confident in killing Luo this time. However, at this moment, the Ascendant Emperor still has not expressed his stance. Instead, just like yesterday, he gazes at the third prince and says, "What about you, third? Father, I also believe Luo must die. Even if the Ascendant dynasty can let him go, he must pay the price." Clearly, this third prince is prepared to go all the way for the support of the Li family, even willing to abandon or even kill his own son. Upon hearing this, disappointment appeared in the eyes of the Ascendant Emperor. His third son, who had abandoned Luo and his mother for the sake of his future back then, shows no responsibility. Now, he wants to kill his own son for the same reason, which is even more excessive. Is the royal bloodline something anyone can kill? Thinking of this, the cold voice of the Ascendant Emperor rang out at this moment. So many people gathered here. Is it really to kill a general of the dynasty? Or is there another meaning? I see you're not here to kill Luo, but rather to force me and show off your power. Go ahead and display your strength. Upon hearing this, the head of the Li family broke out in a cold sweat. He had paid a huge price last night, seeking many ministers to help him speak. Unexpectedly, he angered the emperor. After all, ministers acting in unison is a major taboo for a ruler. Now, focused on removing Luo, he forgot this. Not daring to be negligent, he immediately knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, my Li family is loyal and has never dared to harbor a second thought." His voice carried a hint of pleading. However, at this moment, the Ascendant Emperor coldly responded, "Get out. Do not embarrass yourself in front of me." After these words, the head of the Li family dared not say more and immediately walked towards the outside of the hall. All of this was witnessed by the ministers. At this moment, they naturally realized what it meant to be unpredictable in the face of imperial power. They had no idea what the Ascendant Emperor was thinking, so they could only retreat, and no one dared to mention punishing Luo anymore. However, the opposing side no longer cared about these things. He had already returned to southern Jiang City. When he saw Luo's return, the usually indifferent Empress of Great Zhou was visibly excited, her eyes turning red. After all, in the past, there had been incidents where people from the court were abducted by passing beings and never returned. Now that Luo had returned, it was certainly worth celebrating for everyone. She immediately approached and looked at Luo, asking, "Are you all right?" Her voice carried a hint of concern. Luo did not dare to be negligent and immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm fine, just thrown out a few hundred miles away." Naturally, he could not divulge too many details. Upon hearing this, the queen let out a sigh of relief and slowly said, "That's good." However, at that moment, a huge change occurred in the wild forest ahead. A series of beast roars echoed, the sound waves causing people's eardrums to vibrate. Looking out, one could see endless demon creatures emerging from the wild forest. This time, the demon creatures were different from before. They were actually arranged in an orderly manner, and they wore armor. The weapons in their hands emitted a chilling light. Such a scene caused the queen's expression to change. She placed her palm on the battlements. The atmosphere in the area instantly became oppressive. Then she slowly said, "This is the Demon Emperor sending troops." Her voice was filled with bitterness. The Demon Emperor is a being that can rival a dynasty. Now, they are launching an attack on Great Zhou. Anyone would feel fear. Meanwhile, Lu Yu stared at the endless demon creatures, and at that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. "Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite silver battlefield?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback. The Demon Emperor's army is the silver battlefield. Just how terrifying must that woman be? Chapter 66. Tenfold Ambush Sign In. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu spoke directly. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, gaining the loyalty of Yin Liang. Strength, 6th level of Purple Mansion. Physique, War Body, Thunder Light Body. Weapon, Superior Spiritual Tool. Wind and Thunder Slashing General's Blade. Armor, Superior Spiritual Tool, Blazing Flame, Thunder Armor. Mount, Thunder Beast. Can travel 8,000 miles a day." After the voice fell, a figure appeared beside Lu Yu. This person was about 2 meters tall, robust and strong, exuding a destructive aura, clad in thunder armor that radiated a blue-golden light, adorned with wind and thunder patterns. He held a battle knife, its sharp glow flashing. However, at this moment, everyone was focused on the city wall below and did not notice his presence. At the same time, a change occurred below, in the dense mass of demon creatures. All the major demons parted to create a path. Then, a figure stepped out from the demon crowd. He stood a full stature high, donned in green armor, with a lion's head and a human body. His eyes shone with a fierce light, and the mane on the back of his head was fluffy. Golden glimmers flickered all over his body, and his blood vitality was astonishing. As soon as he appeared, he roared, "Human race! I am the Huangshi Demon King under the Demon Emperor. Open the city gates immediately, or else I will show no mercy." His voice resonated, creating a sound wave that spread out, causing many soldiers on the city wall to stagger back. Marquis Mu Yun's expression turned grim as he slowly said, "It is said that this Huangshi king is extraordinary, possessing a trace of divine beast bloodline. In the last great calamity, he was the vanguard of the demon race, leading demon soldiers to annihilate a dynasty. He is one of the most capable demon kings under the 10,000 Beasts Demon Emperor." After his words fell, Lu Yu already understood that this Huangshi demon king was likely stronger than the demon creatures encountered before. After all, the previous battles were led by major demons. But now the demon king himself had come to the field. This signified that the battle had escalated. In fact, Lu Yu was not wrong in his thoughts. After such a long period of fierce fighting, although both the human and demon races had suffered losses, the demon emperor had grown impatient. He was now preparing to launch a full-scale war, to plunder enough blood and food, and if possible, to occupy more territory. After all races were like this. Only by obtaining enough land could they sustain more clans. Therefore, besides the Great Zhou dynasty, the other dynasties under the Ascendant dynasty, such as the Longyuan dynasty, Zhenwu dynasty, and Huayan dynasty, were also facing enhanced attacks from the demon race, led by demon kings. However, regardless of what others thought, Lu Yu certainly would not be afraid. At this moment, he looked at the queen beside him and said, "Your Majesty, please give the order." As his voice fell, the great Zhou queen gradually regained her composure and then slowly said, "Since we are in a state of war, let the general command." With her words, Lu Yu did not hesitate. He immediately replied, "As you command." Then, he gazed downwards. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, the shock dragon bow had already appeared in his palm. At this moment, he slowly began to draw it back. At this moment, a powerful energy gathered towards the dragon bow, ultimately transforming into a feathered arrow. Whoosh! In an instant, it shot towards the Lion King. The strike tore through the void, producing a deafening sound of breaking air. After witnessing this scene, the Yellow Lion King did not dare to hesitate. He raised his battle knife and directly slashed at the feathered arrow. Bang! When the blade collided with the arrow, a sound like metal clashing echoed, deafening. Then, the feathered arrow was directly knocked away. As for the Yellow Lion King, he was not feeling well either. His palm was slightly numb. In a fit of rage, Without any hesitation, he ordered his troops behind him to attack the city. Immediately, countless demon soldiers surged forward. Lu Yu also hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. System. Transmit the heavenly level formation. The next moment, the warriors under Lu Yu felt a massive memory enter their minds. This was a military formation, and they felt as if they had operated it countless times before, able to use it effortlessly. Upon seeing that his soldiers had received the formation, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then called out, "The army is on the move, 10 directions ambushed." Ghostly winds cry. As his voice echoed, the soldiers under Lu Yu did not rely on the city walls to resist the demon race. Instead, they actively jumped down. At this moment, their weakest cultivation was at the condensed Dan realm. As they fell, their momentum was magnificent. One could imagine thousands of people in black armor, wielding weapons, leaping out, their bodies lingering in the air, blocking the sky completely. A dense black cloud rose around them, with the army appearing indistinctly within the mist like celestial soldiers. Each one was a heavily armored, sharp-bladed warrior. It should be noted that when the Han army executed the 10 directions ambush, even the unmatched Xiang Yu was ultimately defeated at Wu River, demonstrating its power. The army led by Lu Yu today may not be as powerful as the Han army that swept through the world back then, as they had not yet regained their peak. However, let us not forget that the demon race below was not the all-powerful Chu overlord either. Therefore, as the formation was set up, mysterious energies spread among the army. The once ferocious demon soldiers seemed to lose their direction, running chaotically in place. At this moment, the formation surprisingly emitted sounds of crying, accompanied by howling winds and wailing, evoking deep sorrow. The surrounded demons, preparing to charge the formation under the leadership of the Yellow Lion King, were suddenly enveloped by endless illusions. Some demons saw the people they had killed in the past now come back to life to seek revenge. Others faced endless deities, their bodies radiating divine light, ready to suppress them, appearing incredibly terrifying. Inside the formation, roars and screams echoed continuously. In the distance, several figures in black clothing watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock, especially the elder at the forefront, who incredulously said, This is a heavenly level formation, said to be a national defense technique only possessed by the top nations. The royal grandson actually has it. His voice carried an air of disbelief. He then took out a jade talisman, carefully recorded everything, and transmitted it out. At this moment, Lu Yu's voice rang out again. Holding the command flag, he issued a cold command, 10 directions, ambush, slaughter chapter. As the order was given, the heavens and earth changed once again. Chapter 67, Exterminating the Demons. As Lu Yu's voice fell, the archers in the front lines of the army drew their bows to full moon shape. Then, an endless rain of arrows fell like shooting stars. The sound of breaking air was terrifying. How could the encircled demons withstand such an attack? Whoosh! One by one, powerful demon warriors were killed on the spot. They were still caught in the illusions, completely unaware of what was happening, as arrows pierced their chests. Countless fell in battle. The demon king was suddenly awakened, then fell back into despair, nearly breaking down as he watched his subordinates fall one after another on the battlefield. The horror in his eyes almost impossible to conceal. He could never have imagined that this time the human race would launch such an attack. However, just as he was horrified, Lu Yu's army did not give him a chance to think, pressing down at this moment. The assault troops and the Mo Dao army pushed forward. The encirclement grew smaller. With so many demons, as long as they swung their weapons, demons would be instantly killed. Blood mist splattered everywhere, creating an overwhelming sense of horror. Meanwhile, the Xuanjia army and the tiger and leopard cavalry frequently charged into the center of the battlefield, dominating it. These demons were still trapped in illusions, fighting against themselves, completely oblivious to the dangers from the outside. It was a feast of slaughter. For Lu Yu's subordinates, it was a banquet of indulgence. As long as they killed, they could gain enough experience to break through. This was what everyone desired the most. Such a scene not only shocked the queen of the Great Zhou, but also left Marquis Mu Yun and others wide-eyed. Lu Yu's strength had exceeded their expectations. Although, With their perspective, they could not recognize what kind of formation this was. They saw the mist rising, the dark light bursting forth, and the atmosphere of battle permeating the air. Anyone who witnessed it would be terrified, let alone them. At this moment, the Yellow Lion King within the formation was also under attack. Yan Liang's thunderblade came crashing down. His armor crackled with lightning, and with a battle knife in hand, he resembled a thunder god. As he launched his assault, a sound like the splitting of the heavens echoed. Crack! As the sound rang out, his weapon reached the Yellow Lion King. At that moment, the Lion King was just regaining consciousness. A fierce light shone in his eyes as he raised his weapon to block the blow. However, Yan Liang's desperate strike was not something he could withstand. Bang! The weapon in his hand was instantly severed. Then, the blade of the Yellow Lion King fell upon him. The blade sliced from head to tail. Roar! The Yellow Lion King could only let out a reluctant roar of anger before his body was turned in a blood mist, dying on the battlefield. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be filled with shock. Meanwhile, the system voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The archer camp has gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Xuanjiao army has gained 2,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry has gained 2,800 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng has gained 3,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cheng Yao Jin has gained 2,900 experience points. As the voices rang out, a smile appeared on Liu Yu's face. As long as he could kill all these demons, the strength of his subordinates should increase. After the death of the Demon King, the destruction of the other demon clans was only a matter of time. At this moment, the people from the listening camp observing from a distance were also stunned. The leading old man in black slowly spoke. If the prince can grow up, he will surely have a place among our human race. His voice carried a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, within the Feathered Ascension dynasty, the Feathered Emperor sat on the dragon throne, and the atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. The Demon Emperor had made his move, and no one in the dynasty dared to be careless. All the generals in the dynasty understood that a storm of blood and carnage was about to begin. Even they might not be able to escape unharmed. It should be noted that during the great catastrophe years ago, the entire dynasty had undergone a significant reshuffle with countless casualties. Now it was starting again. How could they not feel suppressed? At this moment, the Feathered Emperor finally spoke. The Demon Emperor has launched an attack. I have decided to actively support the vassal dynasties and turn each dynasty into a fortress to prevent the demon clans from entering our dynasty. Each prince will lead 2 marquises into battle and choose a dynasty to support. We must ensure the safety of the dynasty. As his voice echoed, the generals below exchanged glances. Then, the eldest prince stood up at this moment, dressed in a python robe, his tall figure exuding an aura. There were traces of white light flickering in his eyes, clearly a sign of having practiced the feathered divine skill to a profound level. He then said slowly, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead Marquis Deng Yun and Marquis Qi Yun to the Longyuan dynasty. Both marquises supported him. The Feathered Emperor's intention for the princes to go was clearly to evaluate their capabilities, so they were all very enthusiastic. Upon hearing his words, the Feathered Emperor nodded. Subsequently, other princes also stood up one after another. After all, aside from the Feathered Emperor's examination, going to rescue the dynasties could also earn them favor from those dynasties. If they were supported, that would be the best outcome. It should be noted that from a status perspective, a more powerful royal family was much higher in rank than an ordinary dynasty marquis. After all, the title of king was something every dynasty marquis longed for. However, as other princes stood up one by one, all the major dynasties received support, while the Feathered Dynasty had no one volunteering. This change made the Feathered Emperor's expression shift. He then slowly said, Is nobody going to the Dazhou Dynasty? His voice carried a hint of inquiry. But as he finished speaking, no one opened their mouth. After all, going to the Feathered Dynasty meant offending the third prince and the Li family, who had a divine body. No prince wanted to increase their enemies on the path of seizing the throne. Seeing that no one spoke, the Feathered Emperor said again, If you don't want to go, then so be it. This time, I plan to reward the Feathered Legion. Whoever can first quell the demon clan in the dynasty they are rescuing will have the Feathered Legion under their command. As soon as his words fell, excitement appeared in the eyes of the princes. The Feathered Legion was the most powerful army within the Feathered dynasty. Whoever obtained the Feathered Legion would indirectly gain the position of Crown Prince. How could they not be excited? At the same time, in the south border city, Luo heard the voice in his mind again. His subordinates' army had finally broken through. Congratulations, host. The Yanmen 18 Rider strength has been upgraded to the 8th level of Golden Core. Congratulations, host. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry strength has been upgraded to the 5th level of Golden Core. Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has been upgraded to the 3rd level of Purple Mansion. Congratulations, host. The Mo Dao Army's strength has been upgraded to the 4th level of Golden Core. Congratulations, host. Panfang's strength has been upgraded to the 8th level of Purple Mansion. Congratulations, host. The Xianjin Camp's strength has been upgraded to the 8th level of Condensation Core. Congratulations, host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has been upgraded to the 1st level of Purple Mansion. As the voices rang out, a look of excitement appeared on Luo's face. The increase in the strength of his subordinate warriors coincided with the slaying of the demon army. At this moment, the Dazhou dynasty was safe. However, at this moment, a cold glimmer flashed in Luo's eyes as he gazed into the Mang forest. He then slowly spoke, "Your Majesty, the demon clan is plundering our human territory and killing our people. Should we counterattack against the demon clan?" As he spoke, his eyes burned with fervor. There were powerful demon clan warriors roaming in the Mang forest. Since they could plunder the human race, why couldn't he seize from them? With this thought, the killing intent emanating from him grew stronger. Upon hearing his words, the Dazhou queen showed a look of surprise on her face and said, "Isn't such an approach too risky?" She hesitated to agree, as there were too many experts in the Mang forest, and a slight misstep could lead to annihilation. Luo had unknowingly become her reliance, making it difficult for the queen to make a decision. Hearing her voice, Luo replied, "I believe that if we adopt a passive defense, our losses will be significant." His voice rang out, but the queen still showed a troubled expression. "General, in my heart, your safety comes first." As she spoke, Luo was moved. He had not expected the queen to say such words. Then, the scene fell into silence. However, just as they were speaking, Luo Cheng suddenly let out a furious roar. "Who dares to spy on my army?" As his voice echoed, a furious dragon made of cold mist roared around him, and his entire body shot into the sky. Behind him, the Yanmen 18 Riders followed closely, their 19 figures shimmering in the air. A chill spread out at this moment, and the sky within 1,000 miles was filled with a deep blue color, mixed with a chilling, killing intent. At this moment, the people from the listening camp were filled with panic, especially the leading old man, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Not good. The Emperor's subordinates have discovered us." His strength was not weak. He could even fight against the lords of the dynasty and win. However, at this moment, he was covered in goosebumps, as if facing a great terror, and his face was filled with bitterness. He had not expected that he would be unable to complete his protection mission. The Emperor's subordinates were too powerful and had discovered them from afar, even tried to cut off their escape route. At this moment, Luo Cheng's weapon came slicing through the air, making the leader of the listening camp dare not be slow. He pushed out a palm at this moment, boom. As the palm print was pushed out, a giant listening beast appeared behind him, roaring. However, Luo Cheng was incredibly powerful. The weapon in his hand directly shattered the leader's energy, leaving the opponent with no hesitation. He shouted to the people from the listening camp behind him, "Retreat." As his voice rang out, they retreated into the distance. Luo Cheng was too powerful. He was not their match, and if the fight continued, he might fall. Moreover, he could not expose his identity. Thus, in the next moment, the powerful members of the listening camp fled. At the same time, one couldn't help but marvel at how impressive this royal grandson truly was. Not only was his own strength formidable, but more importantly, his subordinates were also exceptionally powerful. After Luo Cheng saw them leave, he did not continue to pursue them. After all, protecting Luo was the most important task. Looking at their departure, Luo's eyes glinted with cold light as he slowly asked, "Who are they?" The recently returned Luo Cheng hurriedly replied, "My lord, I don't know their origins, but I can confirm they are of the human race and possess considerable strength. They have no killing intent, so they should only be probing, not assassins." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt relieved. He then looked at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I suggest you return to the royal city as soon as possible. Although we have regained lost territory, the invasion of the demon race has led to rampant strong figures everywhere. As the ruler of a nation, you would be safest within the royal city." When his voice fell, the queen pondered for a moment before responding. "If that's the case, then let us return together. The Grand General has fought for a long time and deserves to rest." After her words, her gaze fell upon Lu Yu, clearly worried that he might take the initiative to attack the demon race. Upon hearing her voice, he could only smile helplessly and replied, "All right, in that case, I shall accompany you back to the royal city." After receiving his response, the queen also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, while Lu Yu's strength was indeed great, venturing deep into the demon territory was ultimately too dangerous. The following time was spent reorganizing the army. It was finally decided that the divine martial marquis would lead the army to garrison South Border City while the others would return. At that moment, in a grand hall filled with divine aura, a woman sat inside, holding a jade token, seemingly lost in thought. This woman was stunningly beautiful, captivating those who beheld her, exuding an air of nobility. Beside her was another beauty, dressed in a luxurious and enchanting black brocade robe. At that moment, she spoke to the woman holding the jade token. "Cousin, the person I introduced to you this time must be reliable. He hails from the Holy Land, unmatched in nobility. Being his partner will surely bring you happiness. Cousin, let's not talk about this for now. I'll go pour you a cup of water." As her voice sounded, she walked toward the other side, clearly not wanting to continue the topic. The elder cousin glanced at the jade token that her younger cousin had casually placed aside, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes. Ever since her younger cousin returned from the wild forest, she had been holding the jade token and had become incredibly quiet. In the past, she had been quite invested when discussing the Holy Sun, but now, seeing her cousin's demeanor, she couldn't muster any interest. After considering this, a cold light flickered in her eyes. After a moment of thought, she picked up the jade token and sent a message. "Who are you?" The moment the message was sent, Lu Yu, who was preparing to return to the royal city, furrowed his brows. He did not expect to receive a reply so quickly. Initially, the other party had been intimidating and filled with killing intent, but now they were so unreserved. Chapter 69. The Demon Race's Revenge. After reading the message, Lu Yu felt some resistance. He disliked the woman's condescending attitude. But in the end, he replied, "I am the general of the cavalry of the great Zhou dynasty. If there is anything you need help with, I will do my best." Lu Yu thought that perhaps the woman, who had a fleeting connection with him, regretted and wanted to inquire about his information. Meanwhile, the woman on the other side, her eyes flashing with cold light, did not expect that a mere general of a dynasty could catch her younger cousin's eye. This was unacceptable. If that were the case, she would lose the support of the Holy Sun, and how could she still become a core disciple of the Holy Land? Moreover, such a heavenly darling as her younger cousin absolutely could not marry an ant. After thinking about this, a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. At the same time, after remembering the coordinates of the communication jade token, she returned to her original place. When her younger cousin came back, a smile reappeared on her enchanting face. She felt a deep envy, even jealousy, towards her younger cousin, who not only possessed great talent and a high-grade divine body, the purple seal divine body, but was also extraordinarily beautiful, exuding a sense of purity untouched by the slightest dust, with an outstanding aura that she could not compare to. Otherwise, having her marry the Holy Sun would be the most appropriate choice. However, while this woman was lost in her thoughts, Lu Yu was somewhat bewildered. The woman on the other side had only said a couple of sentences before falling silent. What was this all about? Just as he was pondering, a war horse came galloping from afar, with a knight on it looking extremely disheveled, covered in blood, his face pale, and the battle knife in his hand broken. While running, he shouted, "Urgent report from the border. South Border City has been destroyed, and the divine martial marquis has been killed." As the voice echoed, the queen's palanquin came to a stop, and Lu Yu's figure also trembled involuntarily, revealing an expression of disbelief. It had only been a day since they left South Border City. Even if there was a demon army attacking, it shouldn't have been so quick to breach the city. Bang! Then, the reporting knight fell to the ground, looking at Luo Yu and the queen, who had leaned out from the dragon palanquin and said, "Your Majesty, it was just half a day after you left that a giant demon descended upon South Border City, spewing flames from its mouth. The entire South Border City was instantly turned into a hellish inferno. No one escaped." The voice carried an infinite sense of despair. In response, Luo Yu's eyes flickered with cold light. This was definitely a retaliation from the demon race. At that moment, the queen's face turned red and then became ashen. She immediately spoke, ordered the army to turn back. Her voice contained a hint of anger. Just then, Luo Yu stepped forward and looked at the queen, saying, "Your Majesty, this must be the work of the demon race's strong figures causing chaos. I can go suppress them. You should not take risks with your precious life. Please turn back." As he spoke, he conveyed a sense of determination. At the same time, the Marquis of Muyun, who had rushed to get the news, also looked pale as he addressed the great Zhou Queen, saying, "Your Majesty, you cannot go. If anything happens to you, the dynasty will be overturned in an instant. Let me accompany the general." His voice carried a pleading tone, and other lords also gathered around at this time. Upon hearing their words, the queen's gaze finally fell upon Luo Yu. In the end, she slowly said, "I entrust this to the general. Please be sure to return safely." Then she returned to her palanquin. At that moment, the queen was somewhat angry, not at others, but at herself. She didn't want to put Luo Yu in danger, yet she had no better solution. After hearing her words, Luo Yu's eyes flickered with cold light as he looked at Marquis Muyun and the others, saying, "You continue to escort Her Majesty back to the royal city." After his words fell, he turned and left, followed closely by his army. At that moment, the admiration in the eyes of Marquis Muyun and the others grew even stronger. However, Li was not concerned about that. He sped away. After half a day's time, he returned to South Border City. From a distance, he saw that the once prosperous city had now almost turned into scorched earth. Yet the flames still burned fiercely. It was demon fire, spreading with immense energy. At this moment, Luo Yu's face was extremely grim. The divine martial Marquis had supported him since his humble beginnings, repeatedly fighting for his interests in the Grand Hall. After he became the Grand General, the Marquis was even more closely by his side. Now he had fallen like this. Thinking back to the moment he was captured, he finally realized the cruelty of this world. It was even scarier than the battlefield. Without the protection of the strong, the human race was like weak, small beings. Perhaps a passing eagle could easily carry them away and eventually devour them. After thinking of this, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Looking back at the army behind him, which had already raised their weapons, he did not hesitate. He spoke immediately, "Today we have lost our fortress, and the only way to protect our dynasty behind us is through slaughter, charging into the demon tribe. Only through the fiercest counterattack can we let everyone know that our human race is not to be trifled with." Roar! As his voice fell, the army behind him let out a furious roar. "Let us go." Luo Yu did not hesitate and directly rushed out. The army followed closely behind, not daring to hesitate for a moment. The war horses galloped, their killing intent revealed. The battle flags of the great Zhou fluttered in the air. In this battle, Luo Yu was not only fighting for the great Zhou, but also for the human race, making the demon tribe understand that they were not the only ones who could retaliate. When the human race was bullied, they too would launch the most violent attacks. As Luo Yu charged into the wild forest, on the other side, the princes responsible for supporting various dynasties were evidently under the same attack. The first prince, tasked with supporting the Lonyuan dynasty, was still occupied by the demon tribe despite the presence of the dynasty's army, which had taken half of the territory. Countless commoners were devoured, turning into vengeful souls in the demon tribe's belly. The second prince, in charge of supporting the Huayan dynasty, was even burned by demon fire, leaving only a royal city still standing, isolated like an island in the sea. The third prince, responsible for the Heishui dynasty, managed to fend off the attacks but lost a trusted marquis. At this time, he could only grit his teeth and hold on, let alone launch a counterattack. He could only desperately defend his fortress. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied, considering he was one of the more outstanding ones compared to his brothers. All of this was said to be caused by a fire crow, a powerful figure under the demon emperor, who was also said to be the commander of this demon tribe's attack on the human race. Not only was he strong, but he was also full of tricks, leaving these princes in a state of embarrassment with no way to counter him. Inside the feathered emperor's palace, the feathered emperor looked at the kneeling commander of the listening camp below, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Slowly he said, "You have never failed in the tasks I assigned. Tell me, why did you fail this time? Protecting the royal grandson is of utmost importance, and you actually ran back." Although his voice did not reveal murderous intent, it carried a hint of coldness. As the feathered emperor's voice echoed, the commander of the listening camp, fearing he might show any sign of negligence, quickly spoke up, "Your Majesty, the royal grandson's subordinates are too powerful. I was discovered several miles away. The cold spear attacked me, freezing the area for 1,000 miles. I was no match for them and had to retreat." As he spoke, his face turned a bit red. After all, he had once boasted about his incredible strength. Now being defeated, he truly did not know what to say. However, upon hearing his words, the feathered emperor became interested, the royal robe on him rustling as he moved. Then he turned his anger into joy, smiling as he said, "Good, very good, as expected of my grandson. His ability to command subordinates is quite impressive. Such a strong figure would willingly come under his command. That is the charm of a ruler." At this point, the commander of the listening camp couldn't help but tremble slightly. He gleaned a lot of information from this. The feathered emperor seemed intent on handing over the entire dynasty to Luo. However, the emperor did not care what he was thinking. He slowly said, "All right, since there are experts protecting the royal grandson, you need not go. But remember, you must constantly gather information about him. Try to report back daily." After the order was given, the commander of the listening camp revealed It was said that the bond between generations is often closer, but he had not experienced it before. Now, seeing his emperor, it truly was the case. Upon hearing that Luo was powerful, the emperor's wrinkled face broke into a smile, and most importantly, he wanted daily reports, which showed how much he cared. However, he did not dare to say more and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I have already left some personnel. They are not strong and do not attract attention, but they are quite clever and have left escape talismans, so gathering information will not be a problem." After hearing this, the feathered emperor nodded. However, at that moment, an inner servant entered. The next moment, the commander of the listening camp disappeared from his spot, hidden in the shadows of the grand hall. The inner servant, who already had a pale face, looked even more ashen at this moment. As soon as he entered the hall, he trembled and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, something major has happened. The affiliated dynasties are under fierce attacks from the demon tribe, losing vast territories. The reinforcements sent by our dynasty have also suffered heavy losses, and several princes are now carefully defending against the demon tribe, but they are also in grave danger." His voice was tinged with panic. The feathered emperor's expression instantly turned cold. "Useless. None of the princes are capable. Do they even know who is leading the demon tribe? It is said to be the Fire Crow King." Upon hearing this, the feathered emperor's expression finally changed. The Fire Crow King was no weakling. He was on par with his national master and might even be stronger. Now, he had personally intervened. He then said, "I understand. You may leave now." The Fire Crow King was very tricky. If not resolved quickly, there would be significant consequences. However, he was also reluctant to intervene directly. After all, every time the demon tribe attacked the human race, although the battles were fierce below, the emperor typically did not participate in combat, just as the demon emperor never fought. Just as he was contemplating what to do next, the commander of the listening camp, seeing the inner servant leave, also emerged with a grim expression. "Your Majesty, I just received news that the southern border city of the Great Zhou was burned down by the Fire Crow King, and the royal grandson is furious. He has personally led the army to launch an attack, and is said to have already charged into the 10,000 mountain range." Hiss! Upon hearing this, the feathered emperor couldn't help but gasp. How many human experts dare not enter? How does he have such courage? This kid, doesn't he know how many lives he has? The feathered emperor shouted angrily, but then he calmed down. He waved his hand, signaling the commander of the listening camp to retreat. He turned to the inner servant waiting outside the hall and said, "Inform the national master that the army fighting in various dynasties will be dispatched by him. But I have one requirement. Kill the Fire Crow King for me in the shortest time possible, at any cost." He gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Now, it was too late to stop Luo. The only way was to take the initiative and kill the Fire Crow King first. After hearing this, the inner servant did not dare to hesitate. His body shook, and he quickly retreated. Although the feathered emperor knew that doing so, the loss would be substantial, even shaking the very foundations of the dynasty. But he had no choice. To save this exceptional grandson, this was the only way. He had researched the opponent's information piece by piece. Luo's talents in cultivation and his ability to command troops far exceeded those of his other juniors. He was even not weaker than the pride of the empire. This was also why he was so agitated. The revenge for his ancestors must eventually be taken, and the Yuhua dynasty must ultimately break out of its current predicament. It couldn't possibly remain in this desolate land for a lifetime, and Luo was his hope at this moment. He absolutely could not afford to lose him. However, while the Yuhua emperor was calculating everything, Luo was unaware of it. He was now deep within the wilderness. Towering trees with lush branches and leaves obscured the sky, their dark green foliage blocking out the sun, leaving it dim and shadowy. The undulating hills were filled with demonic aura, and roars of giant beasts could be heard from time to time. He had just received a report from his scouts that the Fire Crow King was now stationed on Fire Crow Mountain. However, he was still 3,000 miles away from Fire Crow Mountain. This journey would take him through many territories of demon kings, all of whom would be his enemies. "Lord, there's a place called Bullhead Mountain within 100 miles, rumored to be the territory of the Python Bull clan. The leading Python Bull King is powerful, having reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. However, if we take a detour, it will add 3 more days to our journey. What should we do?" Luo Cheng stepped forward and asked, a serious expression on his face. Hearing this, Luo smiled and said, "They say a gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late, but I believe that we iron-blooded men should retaliate from dawn till dusk. We will definitely encounter many demon kings along the way. If we take detours, it will take us until the next year to arrive. Let's charge forward. The demon race has harmed our southern border. Today, we will annihilate their mountain stronghold and kill until we are satisfied." Understood. Luo Cheng naturally did not dare to hesitate at this moment. He immediately followed behind Luo and proceeded forward. When they arrived at the foot of Bullhead Mountain, they saw that the mountain was shrouded in demonic aura. At the foot of the mountain, piles of corpses lay scattered, within a radius of several dozen miles. It was covered in blood and mixed with the remains of human bones. From the mountain peak, sounds of human screams and the wild laughter of demons echoed, creating a piercing noise. This Bullhead Mountain had evidently become a demon kingdom, feeding on humans, and this attack on the human race must have yielded great rewards. Otherwise, how could there be such a scene before them? Luo's eyes were about to burst with rage, and the killing intent surging within him made him feel like tearing everything apart. Even Cheng Yaojin and other generals showed expressions of compassion and anger in their eyes. The demon race had gone too far. Luo looked at the army behind him and slowly said, after a moment, "Follow me up the mountain." He was the first to head toward Bullhead Mountain. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite level silver battlefield? Chapter 71. Sign in successful sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of Li Guan. Strength. 9th layer of the Purple Mansion. Main weapon. Superior spirit weapon. Dragon carving wind chasing bow. Secondary weapon. Superior spirit weapon. Dragon pattern 8-faced sword. Mount. Golden scale beast. Travels 7,000 miles a day. Armor. Black scale wind dancing armor. Physique. Title battle body. Please accept host. As the voice fell, a joyful expression appeared on Luo's face. Li Guang's strength was formidable, especially his archery skills, which were unmatched. With him around, the assault on Bullhead Mountain would be much easier. Then, a figure appeared behind him, with a bronze face and a muscular body, as solid as granite. He was 2 meters tall, resembling an iron tower, and his dark armor made him look even more imposing. A scarlet cloak fluttered in the demon wind, making a rustling sound. His eyes glinted with fierce light. Holding a bow in one hand and resting his sword in the other, he knelt down as soon as he appeared, looking at Luo. "Greetings, my lord." His voice carried a sense of reverence. After he finished speaking, Luo waved his hand and said, "Get up. We are on the battlefield now. Let's deal with the enemy first." As he spoke, he looked toward Bullhead Mountain, his eyes radiating a cold light. Then his voice rang out again. "Li Guang, listen up. At your command." Li Guang quickly stepped forward in response. After Luo scrutinized him for a long while, he slowly said, "From today onward, I appoint you to lead the Arrow Sound Camp. Can you seal off Bullhead Mountain?" After hearing this, Li Guang stepped forward and said, "This subordinate will ensure not a single demon escapes." His voice carried a hint of killing intent, and there was a metallic resonance in his words that made one's eardrums tremble. Seeing this scene, a look of satisfaction grew even stronger on Luo's face. "Good. Then let us begin the assault. The Arrow Sound Camp will be responsible for the initial suppression and later sealing off. The rest will follow me up the mountain." As his voice rang out, the army followed behind him as they advanced toward Bullhead Mountain. There were hundreds of thousands of Python Bull Clan members stationed here, and tonight was destined to witness a fierce battle. Halfway up the mountain was a massive city gate, evidently built by the demons to guard against enemies. However, the Python Bull Clan members above did not take their guard seriously because they had never believed anyone would dare to attack them. After all, in the hearts of all demons, humans were merely their prey. In this world, how could prey actively attack? What they did not know was that this time they were facing a troublesome enemy, and that was Luo. Therefore, while those demons were drinking and some dozing off, whoosh, whoosh, at the foot of the mountain, a volley of arrows shot up into the sky, instantly raining down upon the city wall. A Python Bull Clan leader heard the unusual sound and looked up into the sky, his pupils contracting. He saw the sky filled with arrows. At this moment, there was no way to evade. The next moment, the city wall was covered in arrows. The defending demons instantly fell dead on the spot. And Luo, watching all of this, revealed a smile. "Break the gate." With the order given, Chung Yaojin stepped forward and his giant axe came crashing down. Crack! The already flimsy gate was smashed to pieces in an instant. Luo led his subordinates into the city. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Some demons, rushing from a distance, were about to approach when the Xuanjia army had already stepped into the city gate. Their spears thrust forward. Sounds of sharp weapons piercing flesh echoed. The demons were directly sent flying out. Even if there were a few stragglers, they were trampled into a pulp beneath iron hooves. Roar! A great demon of the Python Bull Clan soared into the air, ready to fight to the death. It had a human body and a python head, but on top of its head were a pair of bull horns. Holding a war hammer, it exuded an aura of fierce bravery. However, just as it took flight, Li Guang, who was chasing from behind, had already drawn his bow. Whoosh! Then there was a sound of something breaking through the air. The arrow struck the great demon of the Python Bull Clan, dragging it backward and crashing into the ground. Bang! The moment the opponent's body was nailed to the cliff, the battle grew fiercer. In addition to the cavalry, the infantry followed suit and charged forward. Any that got close faced the overwhelming force of the soldiers. The air was filled with the scent of death. Which typically preyed on the human race, now showed a vulnerable side. They were howling and screaming, never realizing that the strength of the human race could be so formidable. Black armor, cold eyes, weapons that could tear through anything in a precise military formation. Even if their own strength was superior, they were instantly slaughtered upon crashing into the military formation. As Luo led the army forward, when they reached the mountaintop, the leader of the Python Bull Clan stepped out with his subordinates. Upon seeing the humans storm into their cave, a cold light shone in his eyes. He gazed at Luo and slowly said, "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" However, as his voice fell, a look of disdain flashed across Luo's face. He replied coldly, "No need for nonsense. I came here today only to kill you." As his voice rang out, he directly swung the spear in his hand at the Python Bull leader. His body leaped high, the weapon raised above his head, descending with the force of a mountain. Behind him, a faint golden emperor's phantom appeared, flickering in and out of visibility. At the same time, the army behind him charged forward, attempting to wipe out the Python Bull clan in one go. The Python Bull leader couldn't help but narrow his pupils. In the past, when they fought the human race, they were usually the ones to initiate the attack. He despised the humans' verbosity. But today he found that this human general before him was even more ferocious and volatile than himself. As the sound of air being torn echoed, he had no time to hesitate. He raised a mixed iron staff to block this strike. Boom! The next moment, Lu Yu's spear collided with it. There was a loud roar, and visible energy spread outwards. Then he saw the Python Bull leader's feet sink deep into the ground from this strike, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yu's strength was too powerful beyond his expectations. Then he saw the opponent's foot kicking towards him. The force was immense, the wind howled, and the battle boots shone with brilliant light, dazzling against the backdrop of the bright moon. At this moment, a system voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind, indicating that his soldiers had gained enough experience points to break through. Chapter 72. Great gains ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has increased to the 9th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Riders has increased to the 6th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has increased to the 4th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao Army's strength has increased to the 5th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Panfang's strength has increased to the 9th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Xianjun Camp's strength has increased to the 9th level of Condensed Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has increased to the 2nd level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Xishang Camp's strength has increased to the 8th level of Condensed Core. As the voices sounded, a smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. Following that, the powerful kick landed on the head of the Python Bull leader. The horns on his head shone with a fierce light, and he let out a furious roar. Moo! The sound echoed, resonating around. However, Lu Yu's foot had already landed on his head. Bang! In an instant, the Python Bull leader's head was kicked into a mist of blood, leaving only a massive body collapsing to the ground, blood spilling out and staining the earth. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's soldiers unleashed unprecedented strength. The remaining members of the Python Bull clan were completely wiped out on the battlefield. The entire mountain was filled with a thick aura of killing intent. Blood covered the ground. Lu Yu walked forward, splashing blood as he stepped. Finally, he arrived at a square where a large number of ragged human beings had gathered. Upon seeing Lu Yu's arrival, excitement appeared on their faces. They had thought they would become this food, but unexpectedly, a human general had stormed into the territory. The joy in their hearts was indescribable, especially the leader, an old man with a face full of wrinkles, who smiled like a chrysanthemum. Trembling, he stepped forward and looked at Lu Yu, saying, "Thank you for saving us, General." As he spoke, he was about to bow down, but Lu Yu stopped him. "I merely did what I could. I will be leaving soon, but I will have a team escort you out of the wild forest. Once you return, you can settle down again." As he spoke, muffled sobs arose from the crowd. They had suffered greatly. During the city's fall, they were captured and most of their family members had already become this blood food, now dead without a trace. After that, Lu Yu said no more. He arranged a team of Xianjia soldiers to escort them away. After all, if he left, these human citizens would likely become food for others again. After everything was arranged, Lu Yu led the army onward. After a night of bloody battles, they were covered in thick blood. Blood dripped from their black armor, and a stench permeated the air. Even in the territory, they seemed quite out of place. By dawn, they had already traveled over 100 miles. Their goal was only the Fire Crow Mountain. This time, Lu Yu intended to exact the most ruthless revenge. The aura he emitted attracted nearby. Just as Lu Yu led the army forward, a tiger rushed out. This was a peak Golden Core. It roared, its black tiger head and massive body standing out as a sinister wind swirled around it. It boldly charged out, demonstrating that the truly looked down on the human race. Amir dared to attack a human army. However, this time, it faced Lu Yu's forces. No one would be lenient with this tiger. As the creature leaped forward, Li Guang jumped up, standing on his mount. He drew his bow to its full moon shape. The sound of the bowstring being pulled was terrifying. Energy from all around gathered towards him, finally transforming into golden light that enveloped Li Guang, while his soaring blood and energy rose like morning sun. Whoosh! The feathered arrow shot through the air, cutting through space. Just as the tiger leaped, it was pierced through its right eye. Its body fell, crashing to the ground. At that moment, soldiers had already rushed forward to skin the exposed tiger and extract its core, clearly familiar with this process. Upon witnessing this scene, even the usually silent Luo Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, "General, your archery is exceptional. I have never seen such skill." After he spoke, a smile appeared on Li Guang's face. A flash of pride involuntarily crossed his mind. After all, who could he really respect when it came to archery? This was just a small episode. Along the way, such things happened quite a bit. Many powerful demons emerged to clash, but faced with the generals under Lu Yu, they could only provide a feast for the army. As Lu Yu and the others moved forward at the same time, the national master of the Feather Transformation Dynasty led his army into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After receiving the order from the Feathered King, he reorganized the troops from various dynasties. Even several princes were brought along at this time. Whether those dynasties could withstand the invasion of the demon race was not within his consideration. Their only task now was to eliminate the Fire Crow King in the shortest possible time. However, their marching speed was not as fast as Lu Yu's. Along the way, they were hindered by the demon race, resulting in many casualties. To save time, they also chose to pass through the mounts of some demon kings. But at each mountain peak, a large number of soldiers perished. The intensity of the carnage was beyond words. Therefore, even with all their might, their speed was still very slow, far inferior to Lu Yu and the others. The 3,000 miles were covered by the enemy in just 3 days. Along this journey, Lu Yu's gains were substantial. He signed in at the Silver Battlefield's Spirit Python Valley, gaining the loyalty of 40,000 archers of the voice, completing the Voice Archers. The system rewarded him with a ground-level military formation, the Annihilating Arrow Rain. At the Silver Battlefield's Black Tiger Mountain, he signed in and gained the loyalty of 40,000 Unknown Blade soldiers, completing the Unknown Blade Camp. He was rewarded with a ground-level military formation, the Reverse Chaos Blade Formation, which was said to possess the power to reverse yin and yang when wielded. At the Silver Battlefield's Cloud Talking Mountain, he signed in and gained the loyalty of 30,000 Tiger Leopard Riders, completing the Tiger Leopard Riders. He was rewarded with a ground-level military formation, Death Charge, rumored to have the power to break through the sky when reaching a certain realm. This greatly increased the strength of Lu Yu's subordinates. They charged all the way to the foot of Fire Crow Mountain. This was a mountain range stretching thousands of miles, with red vegetation above and fine flames bursting from the earth, resembling flowers but even more resplendent, exuding a terrifying aura. On the ground, various demon races patrolled. In the sky, fire crows flew, distinctly different from other demon kings. It was evidently a powerful demon kingdom. An overwhelming sense of pressure radiated from it. And beneath the city stood a demon city. Even Lu Yu's face showed a solemn expression. He had to admit that this was the strongest enemy he had encountered. Chapter 73. Powerful military formation, however. Although the enemy was strong, it was not insurmountable for Lu Yu. Moreover, he had come for revenge this time. Although the Fire Crow King was a top-tier existence, it could not deter his desire for vengeance. At this moment, Lu Yu slowly advanced on horseback, with an endless army densely following behind. The armor was cold, and the blades were sharp. Apart from a sound of marching, there was nothing else. All were battle-hardened soldiers, and even facing a fierce battle, their hearts remained calm and unperturbed. Just then, Lu Yu gave the order. Li Guang, command the archers of the voice to kill the fire crows in the sky and the enemies on the city walls. The rest of you, charge the city with me. As the voice rang out, an astonishing killing intent spread at that moment. Understood. After receiving the command, no one in the surrounding army dared to hesitate. At this moment, a powerful aura emanated from them. Tens of thousands of archers of the voice immediately stepped forward, half squatting on the ground. Li Guang stood at the forefront, his tall figure pulsating with energy. He immediately roared, "Shoot!" As the voice fell, countless arrows soared into the sky, darkening the heavens and blocking the sun. Each arrow was infused with powerful energy, producing a sharp sound as they pierced the air. This was sheer terror. Even the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, revealing infinite phenomena. The attack launched by 50,000 archers of the voice was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even Liu Yu did not expect such might. The strength displayed after the army was completed far exceeded his expectations. Then he saw powerful demons within the demon city letting out unwilling roars. Some demon kings who had reached the Purple Mansion realm soared into the sky. However, they were immediately suppressed by the rain of arrows, their protective shields shattering, their bodies becoming porcupines. This was the power of the annihilating arrow rain. Liu Yu thought that it would be enough to suppress the enemies on the city walls with one wave. However, he did not expect that as the rain of arrows flew through the sky, it was utterly destructive. When a rain of arrows fell upon a demon city, the entire city fell into an eerie silence. The dark clouds in the sky grew heavier, creating a sense of oppression. Not only Liu Yu, but even the other generals around him were left dumbfounded. They had originally planned to storm the city, but now it seemed unnecessary. This was the once mighty Han Dynasty's archers of the voice, the most elite army of an era, indeed different in impact. No wonder in the world he lived in back then, the human race could dominate all directions, becoming the masters of the heavens and suppressing everything. Under such might, who could withstand it? Moments later, Liu Yu's voice finally rang out. "Let's go in and take a look." After his words fell, he guided his horse into the demon city. The army slowly followed behind. When they reached the city gate, Pan Feng raised his axe. Bang! The tall city gate was instantly shattered. Then, crimson blood flowed out from the city gate, forming a long river. As Liu Yu stepped into it, the scene before him made his pupils constrict. The once prosperous demon city was now eerily silent. Within the city, various demon races lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies nailed to the ground by arrows. The sight was extremely tragic. Even some demons hiding in the houses did not escape the attack. Their roofs were pierced, with some even collapsing. The ground was littered with arrows, leaving no place to step. At that moment, the surrounding generals looked at Li Guang with changed expressions. Leading such an army was indeed an unparalleled killing machine. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Liu Yu's mind once again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The archers of the voice have gained experience points, and their strength has risen to the 9th level of the condensed Dan realm." Upon hearing the sound, Liu Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was just the cultivation of the condensed Dan realm. If they reached the golden Dan realm, how terrifying would their attacking power be? Most importantly, the Tiger Leopard Riders and unknown blade soldiers had already reached completion. How powerful would their formations be? At this moment, Liu Yu was eager to see just how strong the attacking power of his subordinates truly was. He then continued to move forward. Since the city had been destroyed, the next step was to attack Fire Crow Mountain. The real fierce battle was likely still ahead. After all, the Fire Crow King was one of the strongest under the Demon Emperor. To confront him, one had to be cautious. Leading the army, they crossed the entire city and arrived at the foot of Fire Crow Mountain. At this time, the experts of Fire Crow Mountain had clearly sensed the events in the city. They were also encountering such a troublesome opponent for the first time, their eyes flashing with a hint of apprehension. When Liu Yu arrived at the foot of the mountain and looked at the dark mass of the army, the demons responsible for guarding the mountain gate could not help but narrow their pupils. This human army is unlike any I have seen in the past. The formation is imposing, and most importantly, their momentum is astounding. Looking at myself feels like looking at mere grass. Cold and ruthless, even fiercer than the demon race. At the forefront stands a vanguard legion, clad in black armor, one hand holding a shield and the other wielding a spear, their armor stained with blood. The mountain winds carrying a strong smell of blood as they pass. Behind them are the soldiers with large blades raised in their palms, glinting brightly. The sharpness of the blades is rare in the world, resembling a mountain of swords. In the rear are the archers, their bows drawn to a full moon, ready to unleash deadly attacks at any moment. Then, on either side of the army are the cavalry, The sheer size of the army, numbering over 100,000, is striking. Anyone facing them would feel an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the leading demon race powerhouse gazes down at Luo and says, "If you humans retreat now, I can spare your lives." His voice trembles slightly, and he involuntarily swallows his saliva. The pressure is immense, with a cloud of killing intent gathering around him, making it difficult to speak, especially with strange phenomena occasionally flashing above some troops. The air is thick with the aura of battle, making him nearly unable to resist the urge to flee. However, Luo does not take his words to heart. He simply stares coldly. Then, Li Guang leaps into the air. As he pulls back the bowstring, a series of tiger roars sound out, and a golden feathered arrow gathers in his palm. Cold and sharp. Crack. This time, when the feathered arrow flies out, it makes a thunderous sound. Swift and dazzling, the surrounding clouds of dawn rise, showcasing an invincible presence. Whoosh! It instantly pierces through the head of the Demon King, who just spoke. Extremely domineering. Then, Luo slowly says, "Vanguard Legion, advance." As the command is given, the system voice rings in his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite level silver battlefield? Chapter 74, Terrifying Battlefield. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and gaining the loyalty of the purple-faced Heavenly King, Xiong Kuai. Strength. First level of Transformation. Weapon. High-quality Spirit Tool. Earth-shaking Demon Vanquishing Staff. Armor. High-quality Spirit Tool. Purple Gold Heavenly King Armor. Mount. Fire Dragon Steed. Exotic Beast. Travels 8,000 miles a day. Physique. Low-quality Divine Body. Purple Gold Divine Body. Please accept host. After the voice faded, a fierce general appeared before Luo. This man was robust, over 2 meters tall. His purple gold armor made him appear even more imposing. Even his face was purple. A cold light radiated from his eyes. He held a copper staff as thick as an arm. A faint purple mist enveloped him, giving him a mysterious and powerful aura. However, upon seeing Luo, he did not dare hesitate and immediately knelt on the ground. "I pay my respects to my lord. Get up. There's no need for excessive formality on the battlefield." Upon hearing the voice, Xiong Kuai stood up. He guarded Luo's side, his gaze directed forward. He saw that the Vanguard Legion had begun to assault the Fire Crow Mountain Gate. Because the guarding Demon King had already been killed, this battle was rather simple. All the Vanguard Legion soldiers stomped their right feet, their figures shooting up like cannonballs in an instant. Upon reaching the city wall, they directly pushed through. The demons could not withstand it all. When their weapons attacked, they faced a heavy shield. Other than sparking a few sparks upon impact, there was no other effect. However, when the Vanguard Legion soldiers thrust their spears, they could directly pierce through the bodies of the demons and eliminate them in an instant. Such scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Moments later, the demon soldiers at the city gate were cleared out. Even the larger demons had no chance to escape. Meanwhile, the system voice rang in Luo's mind again. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Vanguard Legion has gained 800 experience points." Upon hearing the voice, Luo raised his eyebrows and continued moving forward. Today, he aimed to push through the 3,000 miles of Fire Crow Mountain and vindicate the human race. At this moment, the Fire Crow King, who had already received the news in the Fire Crow Palace, wore an extremely grim expression. He stood up, his red robe fluttering, making a rustling sound. His head of red hair flew wildly, and even his eyes were blood red, with a silver-hooked nose that gave a deep impression. At this moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I've been stationed at Fire Crow Mountain for tens of thousands of years, experiencing 10 demon hunts. Yet, never has a human dared to enter Fire Crow Mountain to oppose me. A mere human commander actually has the audacity to be so bold. It's simply seeking death. Are you all useless? You let the humans into Fire Crow Mountain. Do you not know that even if we win this time, Fire Crow Mountain will become a laughingstock?" When his voice echoed, several Purple Palace demon kings below trembled in fear. While others may not know the might of the Fire Crow King, they certainly did. There have been instances where demon kings spoke back, only to be devoured by him. Seeing no one speaking below, the Fire Crow King's expression darkened even further. After a moment, he slowly said, "Gather all the demon soldiers in the mountain and come down with me." I will tear that human commander apart." His voice brimmed with endless killing intent. The surrounding demon kings dared not delay and quickly retreated to relay the order. Meanwhile, within the Feather Transformation Palace, the current Feather Transformation King was even more furious. He had received news from the listening camp that today, Luo led an army straight to Fire Crow Mountain. It was said that both sides had already engaged in battle. However, because the people from the listening camp did not dare get too close, they still did not know the specific situation. With such news, how could the Feather Transformation King not be anxious? At this moment, the golden mist beside him trembled. In the vast hall, his angry voice echoed. What a national teacher, what a Zhang Yan. Is he useless? Leading so many troops of a dynasty. Yet he can't even arrive before Luo. If something happens to Luo this time, everyone will die, all will die. His roar echoed like a dragon's roar, causing the leader of the listening camp to prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear, with terror in his eyes. He had never seen His Majesty so angry before. In fact, it was not surprising that the Feather Transformation King was anxious. In recent days, the listening camp had reported daily news. Luo was marching through the 10,000 great mountains, directly pushing through. As long as there was a mountain in the way, not a single demon king would be spared. However, if it was a human, they would be careful to protect them and send them back. He wielded both thunderous tactics and the benevolence of a ruler. Moreover, his strength and talent were top-notch. It was said that the princes and noble young talents of the imperial dynasty would undergo rigorous training upon reaching adulthood, each leading an army deep into the 10,000 great mountains to experience bloody battles. To advance 1,000 miles was considered qualified, and 2,000 miles was absolutely remarkable. Even in the imperial dynasty, they would have the stature of a prince. And Luo? He charged through 3,000 miles in just 3 days. More impressive than those princes and talents. This left the Feather Transformation King both worried and excited. But who would have thought that the national teacher could not keep up with Luo? With hundreds of thousands of troops, dozens of marquises, and 3 princes. With the addition of a Transformation Realm National Master, he surprisingly could not outrun a Luo. However, he also knew that no matter how angry he was, it would be of no use. After a moment, he looked at the leader of the Diding camp and said, "Continue to investigate. Let your subordinates approach the battlefield where the imperial grandson is located. Even if they are discovered and killed by Luo's army, they must understand the situation on the battlefield. If the imperial grandson is in danger, inform me immediately." Understood. Upon hearing the command, the leader retreated. After he left, the Emperor of Ascension carefully took out a jade talisman from a dark chamber, which radiated a crystal clear and sacred glow. This was a great teleportation talisman he had acquired at a high cost, capable of moving thousands of miles in an instant. It was also a life-saving item. But now, for the sake of Luo, he had no choice but to take it out. If the other party was indeed in danger, he would not hesitate to tear his face with the Demon Emperor to rescue this grandson. At this moment, his expression was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it. Just then, Luo encountered the Fire Crow King. Over 1 million demon clansmen densely covered the area, with fire crows flying in the sky. On the ground, beast-like demons raised their weapons, flags fluttering, and the air was filled with the sounds of battle. The thick demonic aura obscured the sky and sun. Occasionally, the roars of giant demons echoed. It was truly a chaotic scene of demons dancing. The Fire Crow King stood atop an ancient bronze war chariot, coldly staring at Luo, letting out a sinister voice. "Human race, I will rip your flesh apart and then burn your soul, making you suffer for eternity." As his voice fell, a crimson cloud appeared overhead, exuding immense power. At this moment, Luo simply watched him quietly. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, is the host signing in at the king-level silver battlefield?" Chapter 75, Breakthrough Sign In. Luo replied without hesitation. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of 50,000 Vanguard warriors." "Ding, congratulations to the host. Vanguard camp is complete, gaining the formation Heaven and Earth Collapse." As the voice fell, a smile appeared on Luo's face, and within the Vanguard camp formation, 50,000 warriors had suddenly appeared. In an instant, the momentum became even more grand. Lu Yu then gazed at the Fire Crow King and slowly spoke. What a big mouth. Today, I will flatten your demon mountain, so you can know the consequences of opposing the great Zhou. His voice was cold and carried a hint of ruthlessness. As his words fell, the army behind him simultaneously raised their weapons. As the overwhelming might surged forth, the Fire Crow King's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Yu could indeed charge directly into Fire Crow Mountain, showing he had some capability. Following that, Lu Yu did not hesitate. His cold voice rang out. Kill. Since they had deployed troops, he would carve a path for the human race. If the demon race dared to hunt humans, they must be prepared to be killed. With his words falling, there was no more unnecessary chatter. The army surged forward in an instant. The vanguard camp stepped forward, advancing toward the demon race. Though there were only tens of thousands of them, the might they exuded was not weak at all. They held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. When they pushed forward, it gave an invincible feeling. Even the space was distorted as they advanced. The sky became extremely oppressive at this moment. As they moved forward, the archers at the back also drew their bows. Whoosh! A rain of arrows filled the sky. Those Fire Crow clan members who were just about to dive down from above to ambush the vanguard camp were directly pierced through their bodies. Blood splattered, resembling a rain of blood. At this moment, the brutality of battle was fully manifested. Ordinary Golden Core experts, under such a slaughter, would perish, and even Purple Mansion Demon Kings would find it hard to escape once caught in it. Just as the battle between Lu Yu and the demon race was just beginning, the National Master of the Ascension Dynasty led his army to the outskirts of the demon city below. At this moment, they appeared extremely cautious. After all, they had suffered heavy losses along the way, even losing 2 marquises. 1/3 of the army bore injuries, looking extremely disheveled. If it weren't for the Emperor of Ascension issuing a death order, their first priority would be to escape this wild forest immediately. It was simply too terrifying. Now, facing a demon city, they certainly had to be more careful. However, as they approached, the scene before them nearly left everyone dumbfounded. A strong smell of blood wafted out. The entire city was covered with the corpses of demons, filled with arrows nailed to the ground. Some even exclaimed at this moment. The Crown Prince pointed at a demon king in surprise and said, "That is the Unicorn Demon King, who once tore apart the Wind Cloud Marquis in the Lonyuan dynasty. And now he is dead here." His voice was filled with incredulity, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Even a usually formidable national master felt a sense of weakness in his legs at this time. He did not know what these demons had experienced, but he understood that there must be a terrifying presence here. Just as everyone was somewhat at a loss, distant shouts and cries of battle echoed, causing the national master to frown and then say, "Go take a look." They cautiously moved forward. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was unaware that someone from the Ascension Dynasty was coming. Now, the battle between them and the demon race had completely escalated to a fever pitch. As the shooting camp launched their attack, the vanguard camp also charged into the demon army. Shields and war spears repeatedly pierced through the demons, displaying an invincible stance. After the vanguard camp was complete, the terrifying power that erupted even surprised Lu Yu. He saw them pushing forward, distorting the space and ground, forming a field in their battlefield. They were nearly invincible. With every step they took forward, countless demons were killed. Seeing such a scene, others did not lag behind. The MO Blade soldiers joined in after the vanguard camp engaged in battle. Tens of thousands of MO Blade soldiers gathered together. Their manifestations were the most shocking, as mountains of blades occasionally erupted within the formation. Nearby demons, during the fight, would be directly pulled into the fray. Upon witnessing such a scene, a demon king couldn't hold back. He wanted to use his cultivation to break the military formation, seeking a glimmer of hope for his tribe. Roar! He let out a furious roar, revealing his true form, a massive wild boar, its fur sharp as steel needles, with 2 tusks gleaming with a sharp light. His body, over 10 zhang long, charged forward. Boom! Wherever he passed, the ground shook, and even a hill in front of him was smashed to pieces. Just as he approached the MO Blade soldiers, he regretted it. For in the next moment, 100 zhang mountain of blades smashed down towards him. Slash! The cold blades sliced through the wild boar king's armor-like body. His two terrifying tusks were severed. Then his massive body was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Bang! Finally, he fell on the battlefield. With the fall of a demon king, the Fire Crow King's expression turned grim. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. He slowly rose from his war chariot, surrounded by swirling flames. At this moment, looking at Luo, what a human indeed has some strength. Today, I want to see who among you can stop me. As his voice echoed, he drove the war chariot forward. After witnessing such a scene, Luo remained as steady as a mountain, showing no intention of moving. However, behind him, Xiong Kuai made his move at that moment. Golden purple armor shone brightly. Roar! He let out a furious roar, raising the rod in his hand and smashing it towards the Fire Crow King. In an instant, a tremendous energy erupted. Meanwhile, a system voice sounded in Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Mo Dao army has been upgraded to the 6th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xianzhen camp has been upgraded to the 1st level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xishang camp has been upgraded to the 1st level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained experience boosts from your subordinates. Would you like to break through? Upon hearing the voice, a smile appeared on Luo's face. He then said, without hesitation, breakthrough. In the next moment, a tremendous change occurred in his body. Chapter 76, The Fallen Fire Crow King. As the voice fell, a rich energy surged from Luo's body. At this moment, thunderous sounds echoed from within him. Outside his body, vital energy transformed into radiant clouds, shimmering with purple light, illuminating the surroundings. Powerful energy permeated the heavens and the earth. Boom! With a loud rumble, the vast experience converted into energy directly broke through the bottleneck. Then, his cultivation continued to rise. In a short time, Luo reached the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. After Luo's breakthrough, the battle on the battlefield became increasingly intense. In the sky, Xiong Kuai and the Fire Crow King fought fiercely. Below, Luo's subordinates were overwhelming the demon race. With the addition of the Mo Dao soldiers, others did not rest either. Cheng Yaojin, wielding a giant axe, roared, Xianjiao army, follow me into battle. As his voice rang out, it carried boundless killing intent. The demonic clouds rolled around him as he charged into the battlefield. When the giant axe struck down, it sounded like thunder. The army behind him galloped forward, military formations flashing, trampling down death. The army transformed into a torrent, sweeping forward. Any demon race that blocked their path was crushed into blood mist, dying on the spot. The roar of the demons echoed. The once massive demon race felt for the first time that the human race was truly invincible. In the next moment, the tiger leopard cavalry also moved. Death charge! They roared as their army charged forward, their target clearly the main force of the demon race. A sharp light faintly appeared on their weapons. As their charging speed increased, that light became even more grand. Finally, it transformed into a vast battle spear, enveloping the army as they charged forward. At this moment, the heavens and the earth shook. Just as they approached the demon army, boom, the entire demon army was directly pierced through. Wherever they passed, it turned into blood mist. At this moment, not only were the demons affected, but even the hills in their path were directly crushed by the tiger leopard cavalry, creating a sense of landslides and earthquakes. In a short time, the demon army became disorganized. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing, like the end of the world. In this battle, they could not exert their strength and could only be hunted down. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. The Fire Crow King, who was fighting Xiong Kuai, also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect such a situation to occur. The strength of the human race exceeded his expectations. After all, this was an army of nearly 100,000, yet they could not resist Luo's forces. But it was too late to say anything now. His demon soldiers were being slaughtered. The leading general looked on coldly, showing no intention of intervening. Just then, Xiong Kuai let out a furious roar. Presumptuous! You dare to divide your attention while fighting me. As his voice sounded, the rod, with a whoosh, reached the Fire Crow King. A fierce wind howled. The force emanating from it felt like blades. Upon seeing this, the Fire Crow King dared not hesitate and retreated backwards. Boom! The rod smashed down onto the war chariot. Although it was a precious item, how could it withstand Xiong Kuahai's immense strength? The chariot was instantly shattered into pieces, exploding outward. Then, Xiong Kuahai gave the Fire Crow King no chance to catch his breath and charge again. His powerful body radiated a purple glow from his armor. Behind him, a purple violent bear seemed to materialize. It roared to the heavens, exuding a terrifying might. Then, the rod continued to smash down. As the cracking sound echoed, the Demon King only saw a purple light shining towards him. At that moment, he did not dare to hesitate. His form flickered, revealing his true self. It was a crow engulfed in red flames, with wings spread wide, reaching over 100 feet in size. Wow! It let out a shrieking sound, and then unleashed a column of fire to meet Xiong Kuahai's attack. Boom! The rod in his hand collided with the fire column, producing a tremendous roar. Then, the fire column was directly smashed apart. Roar! At the same time, Xiong Kuahai threw a punch. A vast fist aura rippled through the heavens and the earth, also radiating purple light. The Fire Crow King attempted to dodge, but as he passed by, one of his wings was struck directly. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The Fire Crow King let out a terrible cry. Meanwhile, Xiong Kuahai's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The rod swept horizontally. Bang! The Fire Crow King, whose speed had decreased, was directly struck on the back. His body collapsed at that moment, splattering blood mist, appearing extremely tragic. Upon witnessing this scene, a fierce look appeared on Xiong Kuahai's face. He lunged forward again with another punch. This time, it landed on the Fire Crow King's head. At that moment, the massive Demon King could not hold on any longer. His head was smashed into blood mist, completely obliterated. The colossal body fell down, smashing a mountain peak into pieces. Debris flew, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky, terrifying beyond measure. Then, blood flowed from the dust, forming a river, horrifying to behold. This scene left the surrounding demon soldiers on the verge of collapse. They never expected such a thing to happen. With their Demon King dead, what meaning was there in continuing to fight? The demon soldiers, who were already no match for their opponents, scattered and fled. However, the soldiers under Luo would not give them that opportunity. In their eyes, these demon soldiers were the foundation of their strength. Especially the cavalry, moving swiftly, now swept across the battlefield. They slaughtered the demons, leaving them with no way to retreat. Just then, Luo heard the system's voice in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has been upgraded to the first level of the Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry has been upgraded to the 7th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has been upgraded to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has increased to the 1st level of Transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has increased to the 4th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Xiong Kuahai's strength has increased to the 3rd level of Transformation. As the sounds echoed, the warriors under Luo burst forth with boundless life, energy, completely breaking through their limits. At this moment, the national master of the Feather Transformation Dynasty also led everyone to appear outside the battlefield. Upon seeing the massive corpse of the Fire Crow King and the blood flowing like rivers from the slain demon army, everyone stood in place, their eyes filled with shock, especially when their gazes fixed on the great Zhou battle flag and the general's flag. They trembled. The third prince in the ranks narrowed his pupils, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 77. Temporary Guardian. The army of the Feather Transformation Dynasty never expected that Great Zhou would possess such strength to directly annihilate Fire Crow Mountain. Although Luo sensed the arrival of the Feather Transformation Dynasty's army, he did not take it seriously. With his current strength, he was capable of contending against the dynasty. As long as they stood still, it was fine. If they wanted to fight, he would let them know what destruction meant. However, the people of this dynasty were very perceptive this time. After witnessing Luo's strength, they not only refrained from speaking, but even dared not move. Watching Luo's subordinates dominate the battlefield, The apprehension in their eyes was impossible to conceal. After what seemed like an eternity, when the battle on Fire Crow Mountain finally ended and the blood of 1,000,000 demons flowed like rivers, Lu Yu sensed the lingering air of slaughter and the thick smell of blood, revealing a hint of a smile. He then spoke, organized the supplies, and retreat. Fire Crow Mountain had been managed for so many years, and various resources were certainly not lacking, combined with the flesh and golden cores of so many demons. It could be said to be a mountain of treasures. After receiving the command, the surrounding warriors naturally did not hesitate and immediately began to clear the supplies. At this time, the national master of the dynasty cautiously approached with several princes. He looked at Lu Yu and said, "I wonder which general of great Zhou led this team to achieve such a great feat for the human race." His voice carried a hint of excitement. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Yu rode forward and said in a deep voice, "Champion of great Zhou, Lu Yu." As his voice fell, he approached closer. Feeling the imposing aura emanating from Lu Yu, even the national master couldn't help but choke on his breath. He then smiled and said, "I have long heard of your great name, but have never had the chance to meet you. It is truly an honor today." The national master's voice was tinged with respect. After all, although Lu Yu was a person of the dynasty, his strength was undeniable. This was a form of reverence in the face of a strong opponent. As his words ended, the first prince stepped forward, saying, "My father has praised brother Lu Yu countless times. This time, the annihilation of Fire Crow Mountain has breathed a sigh of relief for our human race. If there are no urgent matters in the future, you can come to the Imperial City to find me. I truly admire brother Lu Yu." The first prince certainly would not miss the opportunity to win over such a strong ally. With Lu Yu capable of destroying Fire Crow Mountain, if he supported which prince, the chances of that prince becoming the crown prince would greatly increase. How could these princes afford to be negligent? As the first prince spoke, the second prince also chimed in, "Haha, it is a great honor to witness brother Lu Yu's divine might today. It has saved us the trouble of taking action. You have helped us greatly." The two princes immediately referred to Lu Yu as brother, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, the third prince felt a bit awkward. While others were unaware, he knew that Lu Yu was his son. Hearing his brothers call him little brother made his mouth twitch. Even more frustrating was that he didn't know how to greet Lu Yu. If he also called him little brother, it would disrupt the hierarchy, and he wasn't that shameless. But if he didn't greet him at all, that would also be inappropriate. He was at a loss for what to do. After much contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to step forward. However, before he could speak, Lu Yu slowly said, "You must be the third prince. Your adopted son has had some dealings with me. He has caused me trouble several times, so it's better for us to say less. Without any connections, it will be easier to do things when I see your adopted son in the future." His voice carried a hint of menace, and, at this moment, Lu Yu was certainly not being polite. The third prince was a supporter of Li Lin, and Lu Yu was not magnanimous enough to joke with his enemy. Although the other party hadn't directly targeted him, they had participated in the conflict. Upon hearing this, the national master pretended not to hear. The first and second princes, however, were all smiles. The first prince even said, "Li Lin, as a junior, was disrespectful to my brother and must be taught a lesson. After returning to the dynasty, I will find a way to deal with him." At this point, he was clearly standing firmly on Lu Yu's side. After all, compared to Lu Yu's elite army, Li Lin and the Li family's influence appeared quite weak. Moreover, the other party was not someone from their camp. Taking this opportunity to suppress the other side was also justified. The second prince also spoke at this time. "What Big Brother said is right. After returning, we will teach this ignorant junior a lesson." At this point, the third prince's complexion turned pale. He regretted immensely. He had not expected Lu Yu to develop to such a degree. Had he known earlier, he would have given his full support to Lu Yu. Now, it was all too late. For the sake of an adopted son, he had given up his own son, only to find that the latter would have been a greater help to him. The anguish in his heart was unimaginable. However, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. Now that the battle had ended, he nodded in thanks to the two princes and bid farewell to the national master. He didn't even glance at the third prince as he led the gathered army toward the direction of Great Zhou. This time, they had obtained a large amount of supplies. Once they returned, it would be enough to enhance Great Zhou's strength and even hope to make up for past losses. However, not long after Lu Yu led the army away, his brows furrowed. He sensed a faint killing intent. Luo Cheng, along with the 18 riders of Yanmen, closed in. As a battlefield warrior, he was most sensitive to killing intent. At this moment, dozens of figures appeared around them. A total of 30 people, all wearing black, cloud-patterned armor. Their faces concealed by Shura masks. Each held a battle knife, appearing exceptionally fierce. Most importantly, their strength inadvertently released an aura that reached the transformation realm. Currently, they stood in front of the army without speaking, slowly approaching. All were battle-hardened warriors, and they did not regard Lu Yu and the army behind him at all. "Who are you?" Lu Yu's voice was low, seemingly an inquiry. However, the figures opposite still did not respond, merely continuing their advance toward the army. Their target was Lu Yu. As they gradually approached, another man in a black robe appeared. Long hair draped over his shoulders, a handsome face, and purple eyes shining with brilliance. He appeared incredibly profound as he looked down at Lu Yu, full of disdain despite the large army arrayed behind him. Meanwhile, Lu Yu furrowed his brow, feeling that he had not offended such a powerful person, not to mention this unfathomable man before him. Even the dozens of transformation experts behind him could easily destroy countless forces. Whether a dynasty or an empire, they would have no power to resist in front of the opposing side. At that moment, the man floating in the air spoke up. "Remember, in your next life, be self-aware. Don't be a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Some people are not someone you can touch." As his voice rang out, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to kill Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu understood everything, judging by the man's tone. It should be related to the woman with whom he had a fleeting connection. However, these people should not have been sent by her. As if she truly wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have waited until now. Back then, even in her rage, she had reigned in her killing intent. And so much time had passed, how could she send someone now? However, after witnessing such a scene, Luo Cheng dared not hesitate. He and Xiong Qua high charged forward, wanted to confront these people. The surrounding army also closed in. However, the opposing force was too strong. Upon seeing Xiong Qua Hai and Luo Cheng, the leader's eyes flashed with impatience. "Oomph." He snorted coldly and waved his hand, unleashing a beam of light. Bang! Xiong Qua Hai and Luo Cheng were directly sent flying. When they crashed to the ground, they spat out blood, looking quite disheveled. They tried to get up, but found themselves unable to move. At the same time, those black-armored death warriors rushed up. The battle knives clashed, and when the Yanmen 10 riders charged in to resist, they were instantly repelled. At that moment, the killing intent was astonishing to everyone. It seemed Lu Yu had fallen into a deadlock. A smile appeared at the corner of the mysterious man's mouth. But at this moment, Lu Yu's mind suddenly echoed with the system's voice. "Ding. Would the host like a check-in at the Golden Battlefield?" "Check-in." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yu said directly. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in, receiving 1 temporary guardian card, which allows you to temporarily gain the protection of a powerful figure from Huaxia. Would you like to use it?" "Use," Lu Yu said without hesitation. "Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the temporary protection of Li Yuanba. Weapon: purple gold earth-shaking hammer. Power: unknown. Armor: iron water flowing cloud armor. Mount: wind-chasing 10,000-mile dragon steed. Guardian time: 2 hours. Please accept it." As the voice fell, just as the black-armored death warriors slowly approached, a figure appeared before Lu Yu. With a sharp, monkey-like face, a head of yellow hair tied up, wearing a 5-metal crown, and a face like a sick ghost. He was as thin as a twig. However, the pair of purple gold hammers in his hands were as large as grinding discs. The moment he appeared, a gust of bloody wind swept through. A fierce and brutal aura filled the air. It was none other than the Western Court, Zhao, King Li Yuanba. At this moment, looking at the charging black-armored death warriors, a somewhat sinister smile appeared on his face, as if he had found a beloved toy. Chapter 78. The invincible fierce general, the black-armored death warriors across from him, could not help but narrow their pupils. They could feel the fierce and cruel aura emanating from Li Yuanba. However, these black-armored death warriors were clearly well-trained and formidable. Upon seeing Li Yuanba charging, They all leaped into the air from different directions, heading towards him. After witnessing this scene, the smile on Li Yuanba's face grew even more pronounced, and the purple gold hammers in his hands rippled. Crack! As they rolled, they produced a thunderous sound. Around the hammers, strong winds howled. Then, centered around Li Yuanba, the area within 100 feet began to warp. Bang! A black-armored death warrior was struck by his heavy hammer, and despite being at the transformation realm, their body instantly shriveled. Then came the second, the third. In battle, it was as if he were slaughtering dogs. Blood mist erupted, billowing up in clouds. Those death warriors, who appeared powerful to others, were like weeds before this invincible, fierce general. Almost one hammer per warrior. In a short time, those death warriors were smashed into blood mist. Swirling around Li Yuanba, the acrid smell of blood wafted out, even making battle-hardened elites feel a bit shaken. Li Yuanba was too strong, and his method of killing was brutal, instilling horror. The man floating in the air also frowned, looking at Li Yuanba. Who are you? Just because you talk a lot and fly up, do you think you're above me? First, take a hammer from me. As the voice rang out, he leaped directly from his horse, swinging the giant hammer down in an instant. A cracking sound echoed. The leading man, however, did not hesitate. A golden long sword appeared in his hand, meeting the attack head-on. Bang! But at the moment of their collision, something unexpected happened. The sword in the man's hand snapped instantly, followed by the sound of bones shattering. One of his arms was actually broken at that moment. A look of disbelief crossed his face. He was a noble of the Celestial Empire, a figure of extraordinary talent, and had never been defeated before. Now, he encountered such a powerful opponent who left him without the ability to resist. It was truly humiliating. However, Li Yuanba continued forward with ferocity. The heavy hammer in his hand was like a cannonball, whistling as it struck the man's chest. Bang! Another dull sound echoed, and the man was blasted away, his chest caving in as he coughed up bright red blood. He never expected to be caught off guard. Li Yuanba was too fierce. Beside him, Liu was also taken aback. This man's strength was formidable. Fortunately, he had Li Yuanba's protection. Otherwise, he feared he would not be able to withstand it at this stage. After all, there were very few who could survive a hammer from Li Yuanba. Just as he sighed in his heart, the man roared, disregarding his injuries. His purple eyes flashed with brilliance, and purple mist spread across his body. Purple seal, divine power. The roar sounded, and the purple mist around him condensed into a large purple seal, shimmering with flowing light. Suspended in the air, it gave a heavy feeling, making people feel alarmed. Then, it smashed directly towards Li Yuanba. At this moment, he felt some regret. He had promised a friend to kill a general of the dynasty, thinking it would be very easy, even believing he wouldn't need to act personally. He only came to take a break. He never expected to encounter such a powerful opponent in a moment of carelessness, forcing him to use his innate divine power. However, upon seeing the purple seal, Li Yuanba's eyes revealed a look of disdain. He swept the giant hammer once more. Boom! As the thunderous sound erupted, it smashed down onto the seal. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to shatter, and the purple light-shining seal was instantly broken apart. Sizzle! The mysterious man spat out blood once. Li Yuanba then dove down. This time he did not use his hammer, but directly reached out with his bare hands to grab the man's legs. Suddenly, with a tearing sound, he forcefully ripped them apart. No! The man let out a scream, but it was just a single sound. His entire body was directly torn apart. Blood mist filled the air. Li Yuanba bathed in the enemy's blood, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. After the battle, Liu drove his warhorse forward. When he reached Li Yuanba, the latter knelt submissively on the ground and respectfully said, "I pay my respects to the Lord." With the system's intervention, no matter how fierce this unparalleled general was, he was still very respectful in front of Liu. Upon hearing the voice, Liu nodded. Satisfied, he said, "Get up." He then ordered someone to check the items left by the assassins. The result showed that, apart from the broken weapons, there was nothing else of value. This left Liu somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly moved on and led the army forward. Since they had already cleared a large number of demon tribes on their way there, this time coming out of the mountains was very convenient. No demon dared to obstruct them. When they exited the wild forest, they found that the south border city was being rebuilt. The official in charge of the reconstruction hurriedly approached Lu Yu upon seeing him return and cautiously said, "I pay my respects to the general." His voice was extremely careful. After seeing the family emblem on him, Lu Yu slowly asked, "You are from the Mu Yun Marquis' residence." "I am a Marquis' nephew." At this point, the official appeared somewhat anxious. Lu Yu sighed, noting how proactive the Marquis was when it came to taking advantage. However, who built the city did not matter to him. He wanted a strong city. Therefore, he slowly said, "Since you are the Marquis' nephew, do not bring shame to your family. Build the city well. Once it is completed, I will send someone to inspect it. If it is not up to standard, not only you, but your Marquis will also be punished. I will ensure the general is satisfied." The official quickly replied. Lu Yu nodded and continued walking forward. As he left, the official hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Speaking to Lu Yu was incredibly stressful. Just as he continued towards the royal city, within the palace of the Yuhua dynasty, Emperor Yuhua was already extremely anxious. There was still no news from the battle ahead, and he had no idea what was happening. Just then, the leader of the Diding camp rushed in. Upon seeing Emperor Yuhua, he quickly said, "Your Majesty." The forces that followed the crown prince perished in the jaws of the demon tribe in the wild forest some time ago. However, new troops have already caught up. This is the news just received. It seems something significant has happened. As he spoke, he handed over a jade talisman. Emperor Yuhua nervously took the jade talisman. At this moment, he was already prepared to head to the Shirwanda Mountains. Chapter 79. The Wisdom of the Empress Dowager when holding the jade talisman. Emperor Yuhua felt somewhat tense, but soon energy was input into it. In the next moment, an image appeared before his eyes. On the Fire Crow Mountain, there were demon corpses everywhere, lying on the ground. Blood had almost pooled into rivers. Even though it was just an image, the cruelty of the battlefield could be felt. Today, Fire Crow Mountain had become a dead zone, surrounded by flocks of crows and vultures. The leader of the Diding camp continued cautiously, "Your Majesty, when our troops arrived, we saw this scene. The crown prince has already disappeared. We are currently tracking him. However, we encountered the National Master S troops on the way. From them, we learned that the crown prince led the army to break through Fire Crow Mountain, leaving no demons alive. Even the Fire Crow King was killed by them. When the National Master led his troops there, the battle was already over. The crown prince should have returned to the great Zhou dynasty now." At this point, he even showed a hint of excitement. Pushing through 3,000 miles, annihilating a demon king's territory that has existed for many years. This is not only a major event for the Yuhua dynasty, but also worth celebrating for the human race. Most importantly, the crown prince is safe. At this moment, Emperor Yuhua was already overjoyed. Looking at the scene in the Jade Talisman and listening to his subordinate's report, he quickly said, "Good, very good. As expected of my grandson." His voice became exceptionally cheerful. After all, this was no easy feat. Lu Yu had steadily dominated that imperial dynasty's pride. Moreover, judging from the fact that they could annihilate Fire Crow Mountain, even he might not be able to suppress this grandson. If it were someone else, Emperor Yuhua would surely find a way to eliminate them. However, this time, it was unprecedentedly satisfying. But just then, the leader of the Diding camp cautiously said, "Your Majesty, there is one more piece of news." Quickly say it all. Emperor Yuhua, in a good mood today, directly spoke. The leader dared not hesitate and immediately said, "It seems that the crown prince has a significant issue with the third prince." When the crown prince's strength was not strong, he was once harmed by the divine body of the Li family, leading to enmity. The third prince, in order to gain the Li family's support, colluded with them. Upon hearing this, a surprising murderous intent flashed in Emperor Yuhua's eyes. Then he coldly said, "Then let's destroy the Li family. You will be responsible for this matter. Try not to leave any traces." "Understood." The leader of the Diding camp quickly replied and then retreated. However, Lu Yu was unaware of all this. After a long journey, he had already arrived outside the royal city. His return held extraordinary significance for the entire Great Zhou. The queen personally came out to welcome him, with officials standing on either side. It could be said that the streets were filled with people. As soon as Lu Yu approached the city gate, a wave of cheers erupted. However, they did not dare to be negligent. He quickly dismounted and bowed to the queen, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty." After all, from the beginning until now, this queen had given him ample trust and had always supported him, which made him quite grateful. The appropriate attitude had to be maintained. However, the queen smiled and said, "General, there is no need for such formalities. Today, you shall ride back in my palanquin." As she spoke, she pulled Lu Yu towards the palanquin. For a moment, Lu Yu felt somewhat awkward. However, he could not disobey the queen's order and could only sit alongside her in the palanquin, slowly making their way into the royal city. Next, of course, was the celebration. Lu Yu, the protagonist, was busy until midnight before he made his way to his general's residence. As soon as he stepped into the residence, he saw that Hong Ling was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Lu Yu return safely, her eyes instantly turned red. After a long time without seeing each other, Lu Yu felt that Hong Ling had become much thinner. "Thank you for your hard work." When a voice sounded, tears could no longer be held back from Hong Ling's eyes. Lu Yu was fighting on the battlefield, and she lived in fear every day while having to comfort his mother. When she learned that Lu Yu was deeply trapped in the demon domain, she was worried to death, but still had to hide it from Lu Yu's mother. "Everything is finally past now. You're back. That's all that matters," Hong Ling said softly. Then, she instructed the servants to remove Lu Yu's armor. Looking at the armor that exuded a strong smell of blood, Hong Ling felt a wave of discomfort again. How many bloody battles had it gone through to become like this? Just as Hong Ling was feeling upset, Lu Yu spoke in a gentle voice, "Let's get married." When the words were spoken, Hong Ling's body trembled, and then her eyes showed a look of surprise. However, she was not shy. Instead, she vigorously nodded her head. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lu Yu smiled and said, "Then we'll discuss it with my mother tomorrow, and once we set the date, we'll get married." The entire general's residence finally had a touch of warmth after Lu Yu returned. At the same time, in the palace, the queen of the Great Zhou, who had just completed the celebration for Lu Yu, was sitting in the main hall. The surroundings were quiet, revealing a hint of chill. The old Empress Dowager hobbled in. Upon seeing the queen, a complex look appeared in her eyes. At that moment, the queen, upon noticing the old Empress Dowager's arrival, did not dare to hesitate and quickly stood up, saying, "Empress Dowager, you haven't rested yet? How can I sleep? The external enemies are temporarily under control. But what are you planning to do about Lu Yu, this general?" After hearing this, a hint of confusion appeared in the queen's eyes. After seeing this scene, the old Empress Dowager sighed and said, "Lu Yu is powerful, with a vast army under him. He can even kill the Demon King. Do you think our great Zhou can let go of such a formidable figure?" After her words fell, a hint of panic appeared on the queen's face. Recently, she had become accustomed to relying on Lu Yu. Upon thinking of this, she asked, "Are you saying that Lu Yu will leave?" "I don't know. In any case, even if he doesn't leave, he may not necessarily remain under the royal family's control. You must understand that such a person is a talent no matter where he is. I observe that he is also a person who values loyalty and is quite grateful to you. If that's the case, it avoids the talk of rebellion and can also preserve the lives of our royal family. But to let such a person remain as a general of a dynasty, that would show our lack of understanding." The old Empress Dowager's words made the queen even more anxious, her hands unconsciously clutching her clothes, as this was indeed the truth. The room fell into silence. After a moment, the old Empress Dowager continued, "You are also at the age to get married. Originally, according to the rules, you should find a royal descendant within the dynasty to continue the bloodline. However, if you do not dislike Lu Yu, you might not be a bad choice. As for the dynasty, having Lu Yu means offending some people, but you should think for yourself." After her voice fell, the old Empress Dowager left. The queen fell into deep thought. Chapter 80. The queen's decision the next day. The queen appeared somewhat fatigued. Clearly, she had thought a lot last night. However, Li was in high spirits. Just after he got out of bed, the communication jade talisman beside him lit up at that moment. A voice came from it, making him frown. "Where has Z phone gone? What have you done to him?" The voice carried anger. Lu Yu recognized that this was not the voice of the woman he had previously interacted with. He instantly realized that the one speaking was likely a family member of hers. The person who sent someone to kill him was probably sent by the one he had spoken with. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and slowly spoke. He's a guest of mine. If you are not at ease, you can come and find him yourself. He was eager to know the identity of this woman, wanted to kill her. Allowing someone to come and kill him was something he could not let go. After his words fell, the woman on the other end fiercely threw the jade talisman to the ground, a cold expression appearing on her stunning face. Last time, after obtaining the coordinates of the communication jade talisman from her cousin, she wanted to contact Luo to warn him not to let a toad wish to eat swan meat. But in the end, she abandoned this decision and directly sent someone to kill him. Thus, she informed one of her pursuers, Zifeng. He was a prodigy from the Zine celestial dynasty, and without thinking, he agreed. But who would have thought that after such a long time, he had not returned, and even his soul jade talisman had shattered. Zifeng had been raised and heavily cultivated by their family since childhood. Now that he had fallen, many elders in the family came to find her after learning of her contact with him, making her feel miserable. Now, she was furious. After contemplating for a moment, she picked up the jade talisman again and coldly said, "No matter what method you use to cause Zifeng's downfall, this matter will not be let go. Zifeng's identity is not something you can meddle with." Her voice carried a hint of murderous intent. After receiving the news, Luo's expression remained calm as he directly blocked the message. "Zian, that name is not bad." After closing the communication talisman, Luo murmured to himself. In the following days, he rarely fell into tranquility. Each day, apart from accompanying Hongling, he would just stroll around the royal city. However, during this period, Hongling frequently went to the palace. Every time she returned, it seemed she had something to say to him, which surprised Luo. Finally, on the day they were to set the wedding date, Hongling asked Luo, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course, no problem." Luo smiled, feeling that Hongling was being overly polite in her speech. However, she cautiously said, "What do you think of Sister Jiyu?" Her voice carried a hint of inquiry. Luo furrowed his brows and replied, "Who is Jiyu?" He was somewhat surprised and did not understand why Hongling would ask such a question. Upon hearing his response, she smiled and said, "It's the queen. Her name is Jiyu." After her words fell, Luo suddenly realized and then smiled, saying, "The queen is naturally good. She has always supported me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have achieved such strength in such a short time." His voice carried a hint of gratitude. As soon as he finished speaking, Hongling stomped her foot and said, "Why are you so thick-headed? I meant, how do you evaluate a woman?" "Well, there's nothing to say. The queen is indeed a breathtaking beauty, and she is gentle on the outside but tough on the inside. Broad-minded, a good woman." Luo did not understand why Hongling was saying so much. Upon hearing his response, she smiled and said, "Then how about I marry you together with the queen?" Upon hearing this, Luo's body first trembled. Then he hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I only want you. Besides, the queen's status is noble. How could she possibly marry me?" "Hongling, you're being too mischievous." Upon hearing this, Hongling pretended to be angry and said, "Still calling me sister, am I that old? I tell you, marrying you is agreed upon by me and Sister Jiyu. You have no right to refute. She has worked so hard over the years. After marrying you, you just need to take the helm of the great Zhou." At this point, Luo frowned. "Are you serious? Is this what the queen told you?" "Of course." Hongling replied. His Majesty was afraid you wouldn't agree, so she discussed it with me first to gauge your attitude. However, Luo felt a pang of heartache. He looked at Hongling and said, "The queen didn't threaten you, did she? If that's the case, I'll have a word with her." In Luo's mind, how could a woman be willing to share her man with others? The first thing that crossed his mind was whether the queen had threatened Hongling. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Seeing his attitude, Hongling was first touched, then said, "How could that be? When Sister Jiyu talked to me, she was very careful. Besides, I originally planned for you to find a few more sisters. My father has 8 wives. As the great general, how could I monopolize you alone? It's more important to expand the family." Upon hearing this, Luo felt helpless. The women in this world truly left him with no complaints. When he fell silent, Hongling continued, "All right then, it's decided. We'll get married together. I'll go find Sister Jiyu, and after we set a date, I'll let you know. The royal decree should arrive tomorrow." After saying this, Hongling left. At this moment, Luo did not oppose. He understood that the main reason Hong Ling agreed was to consider him. As for himself, he indeed would not be a general for life. He wanted to pursue a stronger battlefield, where he would make his own decisions. With this thought, he headed towards the military camp outside the city. He had never been apart from his army for such a long time. After leaving the residence, he hurried towards the city gates. However, just as he exited the city, he once again sensed a chilling, murderous intent. Shadows flickered in the woods on both sides of the road, causing him to frown. There were many people, no less than 100, and all had reached the Purple Mansion realm. Such strength was enough to sweep through a dynasty. Yet they were lying in wait here to ambush him. This made him realize that these were likely the subordinates sent by the woman who had spoken to him. Thinking of this, a sharp killing intent burst forth in his eyes. Then, he saw over 100 figures flying out from the woods. They were all dressed in black, carrying black triangular battle flags on their backs, looking formidable and clearly seasoned warriors. The weapons in their hands were aimed at him. This time, there was no hesitation, only a fierce intent. An intense, murderous aura erupted. Then, Liu heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in at the king-level silver battlefield? Sign in. Without any hesitation, Liu replied directly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You have received a 10-fold critical hit card. After use, your strength can increase 10-fold for a short time, and after 1 hour, it will revert to your original cultivation without any side effects. Does the host wish to use it? Upon hearing the voice, a gleam of excitement flashed in Suju's eyes. Without any hesitation, he said, use. The next moment, Liu felt a powerful aura surging within his body, filling his entire meridians. He had never felt so powerful before. Behind him, an emperor's phantom flickered, giving off an overwhelming pressure. Then, in the next moment, he struck. He soared into the sky, and the spear in his hand came crashing down. Crack! The black-clad man at the forefront was killed by his strike. Golden energy rippled around his body. The ground trembled. Just after landing, Liu stomped down on the ground. Boom! The hard earth instantly cracked. His right hand swept the spear. Slash! Several black-clad men were sent flying again, and then Liu's right leg swept out. Golden light radiated from his battle boots, dazzling and breathtaking. Then he smashed down on the black-clad man in front of him, directly sweeping away half of his body. As blood mist-soared, Liu swept through. His face was extremely grim at that moment. However, the black-clad men did not retreat. They continued to advance, their battle flags fluttering in the howling wind, like emotionless beasts. If others were to see this, they would recognize it as the battle flag army of the Purple Seal Heavenly Dynasty under the command of the National Master. Known for their formidable strength, having destroyed countless empires and achieved great feats for the Purple Seal Heavenly Dynasty. Now a small squad had appeared, capable of killing those at the transformation god level. Even though they saw Liu's strength rapidly increasing and their companions falling one by one, they still showed no fear. The leader opened his mouth and commanded, form up. The next moment, 5 men grouped together and charged at Liu again. Their figures were agile, like leopards in the clouds. Seeing this, Liu's eyes gleamed coldly. Roar! His left hand reached out, and the true dragon's claw was unleashed. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky. A powerful dragon claw descended from the clouds, showcasing an invincible stance. Bang! One 5-man group was directly crushed down, turning into blood mist. Combined, Liu attacked once more. His body soared into the air. Kill! The battle spear fell. At this moment, he resembled a war god, the great sun behind him shining brilliantly. As the spear descended, it also carried golden threads. In the instant it pierced the air, the space was directly torn apart. Then, the black-clad men below were instantly struck. Blood mist spread rapidly. They fell unwillingly. The ground was left with a massive chasm, unfathomable. Watching this scene, a hint of gloom flashed in Liu's eyes. Without hesitation, he continued towards the military camp. However, he hadn't walked far before he encountered his army. His subordinates felt the battle in the area and came to check. Seeing Xiong Kuai standing at the front, Liu smiled and said, everyone return. It's fine. With his words, the army began to retreat. They only sent a small number of people to clean up the battlefield. Liu understood that he had stirred up a hornet's nest this time. There would likely be trouble, and he needed to improve the national strength in a short time. Otherwise, encountering such assassins repeatedly would be quite bothersome. Once he entered the military camp and felt the faintly oppressive atmosphere around him, a satisfied look finally appeared on Lu Yu's face. In the following days, he spent almost every day in the military camp, returning only at night. Life became incredibly easy. Even the demon clan did not launch any attacks. It was said that after the destruction of the Fire Crow Mountain, the demon emperor had gathered all the demon clans, giving up on attacking the Feather Transformation dynasty. However, Lu Yu did not care about this. As long as the demon clan dared to come in, he would dare to kill them all. One day, just as he returned to his residence, the sky was already dark. Upon stepping into the door, he saw a palace servant waiting cautiously outside the courtyard, holding a royal decree. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The palace servants were notorious for being overbearing once they left the palace. Even some marquises greeted them with smiles. Unexpectedly, this time it was indeed so respectful. When the inner servant saw Lu Yu arrive, he was filled with excitement. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "I pay my respects to the general." Then, he carefully took out the royal decree and said, "My lord, this is His Majesty's decree. In half a month, you will move into the royal palace and marry the emperor." His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. After he finished speaking, Lu Yu nodded. Then, looking at the carriages behind him, he asked, "What is inside?" The inner servant quickly replied, reporting to the general, "That is His Majesty's reward." After the words were spoken, Lu Yu looked at the carriages that were still radiating various precious lights in the night sky, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He then said, "I know you can go back now." After his words fell, the inner servant did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The general was to marry the queen, and from now on, the inner servants, would be under the control of the other party. How could they not be cautious? One must know that in the past, when the queen sought marriage, it was to choose a husband. The queen occupied an absolute dominant position, but this time, it was the general marrying a wife. In other words, with this general in charge, how could he not feel fearful? At the same time, within the Yuhua dynasty, the emperor sat in his great hall. The leader of the listening camp stood carefully below. "Your Majesty, I just received news. The crown prince is to marry the queen of the Great Zhou." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on the emperor's face. That girl from the Great Zhou is not bad, quite capable, and her looks are impeccable. Marrying my grandson is also her blessing. When is their wedding date set? Reporting to your Majesty, it is half a month later. Good, then I will personally go to congratulate them in half a month. At this moment, the emperor rarely showed a hint of warmth on his face, and then waved his hand to signal the leader to retreat. After the other party left, the emperor entered a secret chamber alone, pulling open one hidden compartment after another, selecting gifts. These were all his treasure collections over the years, which he usually couldn't bear to touch. Now, however, he felt they were not precious enough, lamenting that he hadn't left good things for his grandson. Finally, his gaze landed on a box that made his eyes light up, as if he had made a choice. Chapter 82. The Wedding. However, Lu Yu was unaware of the emperor's entanglement. In his comfortable life, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the wedding arrived as scheduled. On this day, the entire royal city was festooned with lights and decorations, filled with festive cheer. Lu Yu, dressed in a red brocade robe, entered the royal palace. Hong Ling and the queen were already waiting inside, both feeling somewhat nervous on this day. Especially the queen. She did not oppose marrying Lu Yu. In fact, she felt a bit pleased in her heart. However, it was somewhat sudden for her. Hearing the noisy sounds from outside, she was unsure of how to respond. It was her first time feeling this nervous. Fortunately, the veil above her head concealed her appearance, preventing others from seeing her facial expressions. When Lu Yu entered the main hall, the surrounding lords approached him. Particularly, Lord Mu Yun was dressed especially spirited today and appeared very respectful upon seeing Lu Yu. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, General." As the voice sounded, Lu Yu nodded. Although Lord Mu Yun was a bit cunning, he was relatively loyal to the Great Zhou and could be useful in the future. From now on, Lu Yu had to stand in the position of a ruler and consider matters. He could no longer act as he did in the past. Following that, Other marquises also stepped forward, and Luo nodded to each of them. However, when he arrived in front of the Grand Marshal Xiao Tianyi, he slightly bowed. "Treat Hongling well," the Grand Marshal said with a smile, clearly very satisfied with Luo. Although the sudden appearance of a queen left him somewhat helpless, this was already the best outcome. Luo certainly did not dare to hesitate and nodded in agreement. He held great respect for Xiao Tianyi, who had helped him a lot. While Luo was greeting the surrounding generals, the Empress Dowager, sitting in the elevated position above, had a somewhat grim expression. Every ruler of a dynasty, when marrying, would invite the surrounding royal families to participate, as they could be considered relatives. Moreover, the royal family would also offer congratulations. However, today, while people from other royal families had arrived, the royal envoys were still delayed, which made her feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the envoy from the Longyuan dynasty spoke up. In the past, whenever our dynasty had a queen, we would select a husband from the royal family. This time, the great Zhou chose its own general, which can be considered a precedent. I hope it won't anger His Majesty. His tone was somewhat sarcastic. This time, when attacking the demon tribe, the great Zhou had shown its face and overshadowed other dynasties. Especially since previously, the Longyuan dynasty had always ranked first among all dynasties. Now, no one even mentioned it, which naturally made him unhappy. As the envoy's words fell, the envoy from the Huayan dynasty also smiled and said, "Yes. Although I must admit that this general has some strength, his foundation is ultimately lacking. For people like us from the royal family, it is more suitable to choose nobles that can match. I heard that this general came from the slums, right? This time, it's truly a step to the heavens." Their words made the Empress Dowager grit her teeth in anger, but she could not express her frustration. After all, today was a significant day. Moreover, the royal family had not sent anyone, which left her without the confidence to get angry. At this moment, she felt some regret, wondering if it was her mistake to let Ji marry Luo. Would it really anger the royal family? However, the financial strategy she had given them was approved. As she thought about this, a hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. At this moment, she could only listen to the sarcastic remarks of the envoys from surrounding dynasties. Just then, another voice spoke up. It was a royal elder from the Heishui dynasty, who looked at the envoy from the Longyuan dynasty and said, "If I remember correctly, the last royal wedding was when the Longyuan king married a royal noblewoman, right? I remember the crown prince even went in person. That was quite impressive. We all envied it." He intentionally brought this up, his voice carrying a hint of laughter, making the Empress Dowager feel extremely frustrated, as if her lungs were about to explode. It was truly infuriating. At this moment, a voice came from outside the square. "The groom's mother has arrived." Then, Luo's mother was seen slowly walking in under the service of palace maids, dressed in a red floral long robe. Her long hair was pinned up with golden hairpins. After staying in the royal city for a while, she was no longer timid. However, just as she entered, the envoy from the Heishui dynasty spoke again. General's mother. Although her background is not good, she has a touch of nobility. Achieving this step is already quite remarkable, although it was a compliment. It sounded off in the ears of the Empress Dowager. However, these old men were the highest ranking in the royal family. They were not only rigid, but also only recognized royalty. Some of them might even be of a higher generation than her, which made her unable to speak. However, as the messenger from the Longyuan dynasty continued speaking, she felt an urge to spit blood. She saw the other party gently sip some tea, then said, "Yes, it's already quite good, but I remember when the Longyuan king got married, the mother of that royal lady came. Just standing there made everyone from all directions bow in submission. It is said that she was the cousin of the crown prince, with an unmatchable status. Alas, compared to today, the scene was magnitudes grander." As the words fell, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, making the Empress Dowager nearly wave her sleeves and leave, her anger unable to dissipate. Just when she didn't know what to do, another voice rang out from outside the square. "The crown prince has arrived, bringing a pair of Eastern Sea dragon pearls." As the voice echoed, a man dressed in a golden python robe strode in, imposing and dignified. It was indeed the crown prince of the Yuhua dynasty. As soon as he appeared, he exclaimed, "Haha, congratulations to Brother Luo on your wedding. I came uninvited. I hope you won't mind." The moment his voice fell, Several royal elders on the platform gasped. Lu Yu had actually not invited the crown prince. He had come on his own. Moreover, the gift was too precious, the Eastern Sea Dragon pearls, which were probably rare even in the dynasty. Before Lu Yu could respond, another voice sounded. The second prince has arrived, bringing a cloud brocade jade by. The elders, still recovering from their shock, trembled even more violently this time. Crash! The teacup in their hands accidentally fell to the ground. But the announcements were not over yet. The national master of the dynasty presents a pair of top-grade spiritual artifacts, the flying phoenix hairpins. At that moment, the Empress Dowager felt as refreshing as eating an ice-cold watermelon on a hot summer day. However, what they didn't know was that outside the royal city, the Yuhua Emperor was standing on his palanquin, slowly approaching. He looked at the eunuch beside him and said, "The palanquin is moving a bit slowly today. Go ahead and urge it to speed up." The eunuch showed a puzzled expression, as this speed was already much faster than usual. Nevertheless, he didn't dare hesitate and walked ahead to urge the palanquin to go faster. Chapter 83. Gifts. While the Yuhua Emperor was still on his way, the atmosphere at the wedding had already reached its peak due to the arrival of the two princes. At this moment, the Empress Dowager finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the messenger from the Longyuan dynasty, saying, "I wonder how many princes attended your king's wedding?" When her voice rang out, the old man with a bad temper also fell silent. After all, the Dazhou dynasty had taken too big a step this time. Moreover, it seemed that General Lu Yu's connections were very impressive, having two princes come uninvited. It was truly surprising. At this time, Lu Yu certainly wouldn't be negligent. Upon seeing the two princes arrive, he immediately went to greet them. "Thank you both for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my wedding. I am truly honored." In fact, Lu Yu hadn't expected the two of them to come, as he wasn't familiar with them and had only met them once. However, he knew that after marrying the queen of the Dazhou, he would henceforth be the king of the Dazhou and held a powerful army in his hands. Who would dare to slight him? It could be said that now, as long as Lu Yu supported someone, that prince's ascension to crown prince would not be a dream. Thus, it was natural for the two princes to come rushing in. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound echoed above the square. Then, a golden palanquin appeared before everyone's eyes, with armored guards clearing the way and palace maids scattering flowers. It was indeed the Yuhua Emperor arriving. This scene would astonish anyone. No one could have anticipated such an event. It should be noted that the Yuhua Emperor had never attended anyone else's wedding. The envoys from various dynasties were so unsteady that they nearly fell to their knees. At this moment, they felt utterly embarrassed. Recalling how they had just mocked the Empress Dowager, this was a huge slap to the face. Just a moment ago, they had claimed that no one from the royal family would come, and now not only had the princes arrived, but even the Yuhua Emperor himself. As they prepared to pay their respects, a deep voice rang out from the palanquin. "Today is a day of great joy. No need for formalities." Saying this, the Yuhua Emperor stepped down from the palanquin, enveloped in a golden mist, yet his authority was even more pronounced. After stepping down from the dragon palanquin, he approached Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu didn't dare to be negligent and immediately clasped his fists, saying, "I have seen His Majesty." Hearing this, the Yuhua Emperor nodded, then focused his gaze on Lu Yu. Feeling the vigorous aura emanating from him, he became increasingly satisfied. This was indeed his grandson. After a moment, he realized he had lost his composure and slowly opened his mouth, saying, "I have almost memorized the name of the Dazhou champion marquis. Very good, very good. Today, I present you with a gift. I hope you will like it." As he spoke, he took out a jade box and handed it to Lu Yu. "Quickly open it and see if you like it." When the voice rang out, the two princes beside him couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Their father had never spoken to them this kindly, let alone given them gifts. However, at this moment, Lu Yu's status in their eyes rose even higher. Even their father had come to attend the wedding, which must have been for a reason. In their hearts, the only reason was that Lu Yu was powerful, and their father was courting him. Thus, their gazes toward Lu Yu became increasingly friendly. Meanwhile, Lu Yu did not hesitate and directly opened the jade box, discovering a purple seal lying inside. Even he was taken aback, for it emanated a purple glow with the characters Yuhua inscribed on it. Just as he was astonished, The Yuhua emperor smiled and said, I once said during the campaign against the demon race that whoever first defeats the demon race would gain command of the Yuhua Legion. You not only were the first to repel the demon race, but also entered their territory and killed the Fire Crow King, bringing the war to an early end. Therefore, I entrust you with the command of the Yuhua army. From now on, they will only heed your orders. As the words fell, the two princes beside him gasped in shock. Their eyes on Lu Yu grew increasingly fervent. Although they were surprised as to why their father would entrust such an important army to Lu Yu, they did not think too much about it. After all, the Yuhua emperor had indeed made such a promise, and one could not go back on their word. What was most important now was that Lu Yu had obtained the Yuhua Legion, which meant that as long as he had their support, the position of crown prince would be almost assured. At this moment, not only were the two princes stunned, but even Lu Yu felt it was somewhat unbelievable. He hesitated, unsure whether to accept the command token. Just then, the Yuhua emperor smiled and said, Take it. Every dynasty is actually a branch of Yuhua, similar to some feudal lords. All are subjects of Yuhua. It's just that the territories controlled by the royal family are a bit larger. In the past, this Yuhua Legion was originally the loyal army of the dynasty. When the voice sounded, the national master beside him also smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. The champion marquis will be the king of the Great Zhou in the future, and it is most appropriate for you to lead the Yuhua Legion. Although he said this, the national master was extremely shocked in his heart. He had seen some rare text from the dynasty that recorded that in the past, the throne was elected among the kings of various regions. Whoever became the crown prince could control the Yuhua army, equivalent to the crown prince's guard. However, almost no one knew about this now. This was a rule from the early days of the dynasty's establishment. Now, the Yuhua emperor was handing this army over to Lu Yu, which seemed to be a coincidence and a natural progression. After all, the Yuhua emperor had indeed mentioned rewarding the Yuhua Legion, and Lu Yu had indeed killed the demon race. But he always felt that something was off. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu did not think too much and did not hesitate, directly accepting the military token. Next came various tedious rituals. When everything was over, the sky darkened, and at this time, the Yuhua emperor and the two princes had already left. Only some royal envoys and the lords of the Great Zhou were drinking. As for Lu Yu, he naturally could not care about them anymore because he was going to enter the bridal chamber. At this moment, he still felt a bit nervous. After all, Hongling was the person he loved most, and they were now finally together. As for the queen, she was even higher up, but now she had become his wife. Excitement was inevitable. Just as Lu Yu stepped into the palace, on the other side, at the border of the Yuhua dynasty, a team was slowly approaching. When they arrived outside the checkpoint, the leader said slowly, We are the envoys of the Longyu dynasty, here to pay our respects to your majesty. Please open the city gates. As the voice sounded, a pass document suddenly tore through the night sky and shot out. The thin paper was nailed to the city tower, its tail trembling incessantly. What no one noticed was that in the dense forest behind them, shadows flickered, as if a million soldiers were ambushed within. Chapter 84. Ascension, the commander on the city wall, who could sit at the border, of course, was not a fool. After taking down the pass document and reading it carefully, he said coldly, It is already late today. You should camp here and enter the city tomorrow. His voice carried a hint of coldness. This was the Jinbian Marquis of the Yuhua dynasty, stationed at the border for over 100 years, and he knew the dangers of the border well. A single mistake could lead to utter destruction. Upon hearing this, the leader below said, Is this how your Yuhua dynasty treats guests? We have traveled a long way, and you actually refuse us at the gate. Not even a cup of water? Do you look down on our Longyu dynasty? As the voice sounded, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He was the general of the Longyu dynasty, the golden armor marquis, and his voice was powerful, resonating like metal. As his words fell, the Jinbian marquis on the city wall laughed and said, Haha, of course there is water, and not just water, but wine as well. I will have someone bring it down to you. After his words fell, he instructed people to prepare the items. Moments later, a young officer leaped down from the city and placed a bundle on the ground, which contained food and fine wine. But his gaze scanned the surroundings, as if trying to find a flaw among this group of people. After a moment, he slowly retreated. It seemed he had discovered something, and the light in his eyes flickered unpredictably. At that moment, the golden armor marquis of the Luo Yu dynasty shouted, "Do not let him leave." Nearby, soldiers had already rushed out, killing that young officer. The Jinbian marquis of the Yuhua dynasty saw everything clearly and shouted angrily, "Dare you!" The Luo Yu dynasty people, however, revealed a fierce expression on their faces and said with a smile, "I originally wanted to use wisdom to outsmart you, but I didn't expect you to be so cautious. Then we can only attack forcefully." As his voice fell, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Whoosh! The next moment, endless troops surged out from the dense forest, all wearing golden armor, resembling dragon scales. Even in the night sky, they shone brightly, armed with shields and battle blades. They charged towards the city wall, their shouts echoing through the heavens. Upon seeing this scene, the Jinbian general did not dare to be careless and immediately ordered the archers to shoot the enemy and conveyed the message to the Yuhua emperor. After the war with the demon race ended, all human dynasties that were close to the demon race would suffer significant losses. If they wanted to survive the next 1,000 years, they had to plunder the surrounding dynasties. Only in this way could they quickly grow stronger and restore their power. Therefore, whichever dynasty first blocked the demon race would launch an attack on the surroundings. Obviously, the Luo Yu dynasty had already resolved their problems with the demon race, hence their boldness. Under the night, the battle was exceedingly fierce. It wasn't until dawn that the sounds of battle gradually diminished. However, at this moment, Luo Yu was unaware of all this. Today, he was incredibly happy. Not only did he gain Hongling, but he also gained the queen. When he woke up in the morning, he was radiant. However, he did not dare to be careless today, because he was about to ascend the throne and officially become the king of the Great Zhou. Due to Luo Yu's insistence, there was no grand ceremony held. Today's morning court was his ascension. Therefore, even though the queen was extremely tired and seemed a bit unwell, she insisted on walking into the Wanshou palace. When she sat on the dragon throne, she slowly said, "From today onward, Luo Yu will become the king of our Great Zhou. The lonely king will voluntarily abdicate." As her voice sounded, she stood up and personally assisted Luo Yu to sit on the dragon throne. There was no hint of reluctance on her face, but rather a sense of relaxation. The grand hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. At this moment, all the officials of the Great Zhou knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "We pay our respects to your majesty." Hearing this, Luo Yu nodded and then spoke, "All rise." As his words fell, the officials stood up. Then, Luo Yu's voice sounded again. "Recently, our Great Zhou has suffered serious losses in national strength. I have decided to appoint officials to fill the gaps." As the voice sounded, the surrounding ministers were cautious. They understood that Luo Yu was about to appoint his trusted aides. However, they also knew that a new emperor brings new ministers, and the previous Great Zhou king was still the wife of the current queen. The two must have already discussed this. Sure enough, when looking at the queen, they found her smiling as if she already knew. Then, Luo Yu began to speak. "I appoint General Luo Cheng as the Xianbing Marquis, leading the Yanmen 18 Riders. I appoint Cheng Yaojin as the Zhenmao Marquis, leading the Xuanjiao Army. I appoint Li Guang as the Xinjian Marquis, leading the Shisheng Camp. I appoint Pan Feng as the Nirvana Marquis, leading the Tiger Leopard. I appoint Xiong Kuahai as the Juling Marquis, leading the Moding troops." As Luo Yu appointed one after another, his generals stepped forward and respectfully said, "The subordinate obeys." Looking at these generals, each radiating powerful auras, the remaining marquises of the Great Zhou did not show any signs of discontent. After all, these people have been following Luo Yu and have experienced numerous battles, so their military achievements go without saying. Moreover, even the emperor of Yuhua attended Luo Yu's wedding, and Jinsa must have already communicated the approval. The current king of the Great Zhou is likely to be unprecedentedly powerful, beyond their speculation. Then, Luo Yu spoke again. "Now, since the emperor of Yuhua has entrusted the Yuhua Legion to the Lonely King, the frontline troops and the Yuhua army will be personally led by the Lonely King. Luo Cheng will assist and hold the position of Grand General of the Imperial Guards." Understood. At this moment, the several generals of the Great Zhou had all been officially appointed. However, Luo Yu did not stop there. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Marquises Li Mai and Dong Du From now on, you will be responsible for guarding the newly built south border city. Understood. Upon hearing this, the two marquises hurriedly stepped forward to speak, not daring to make any other sounds. After all officials had been reassigned, the morning court had ended. At this moment, the great Zhou seemed like a rising sun beginning to ascend. Nothing could obscure its brilliance. And at this time, within the Yuhua dynasty, the emperor of Yuhua had already learned of the dragon language dynasty's attack. He sat on the dragon throne, his expression gloomy. Although he understood that after repelling the demon race, the surrounding dynasties would do their utmost to plunder others to strengthen themselves, this time was somewhat different. Because, as far as he knew, it was not only the dragon language dynasty. The Golden Scale dynasty and the Heavenly Stone dynasty had also mobilized troops, and their target was his Yuhua dynasty. There was an invisible hand trying to crush him. How could he look good? Chapter 85. Major reorganization. The emperor of Yuhua's expression was not good, reflected in the chaotic fog around him. The ministers below did not dare to speak. Ever since the Li family was exterminated overnight, this emperor had shown a calm demeanor, and everyone understood what was happening. The awe of the emperor of Yuhua had reached its peak, especially for the third prince, who had been close to the Li family. Now that the Li family had been wiped out, the fear in his heart was unimaginable. At this moment, the emperor of Yuhua spoke. His voice was somewhat cold as he gazed down at the people and slowly said, "How should we respond to the dragon language dynasty's attack?" When his voice sounded, it carried a hint of gloom. Just as he finished speaking, the third prince was the first to stand up and said, "Father, I am willing to lead a large army to the border and suppress the dragon language dynasty's forces." Upon hearing this, the emperor of Yuhua revealed a playful smile. Then he slowly said, "Do you know that the dragon language army is the elite of their dynasty? Especially the dragon language formation, which is said to be a ground-level formation. When used, is not to be underestimated. Even seasoned generals like the border town marquis rely on the city to fend off the enemy, and even so, they're struggling to hold on. Do you really want to go?" After hearing this, the third prince's face changed. Then he replied, "I am willing to go," although he knew the dangers involved. His performance had been too poor recently. Moreover, he had noticed the emperor of Yuhua's emphasis on Luo, making him feel desperate. If he did not seize the opportunity to perform this time, he would truly have no hope left. Upon hearing this, the emperor of Yuhua nodded. "Well, since that's the case, then go ahead. Remember, do more work and play fewer tricks. Only then can you walk further on your path." After hearing this, the third prince's face turned pale, while the first and second princes revealed smiles. The surrounding ministers seemed to understand something as well. However, just as they were discussing, the border was already on the verge of being broken. After a day and night of attacking, the dragon language army had finally become agitated. The dragon language general roared at this moment, "Dragon language formation, activate." As his voice sounded, the army behind him instantly formed a line. They began murmuring, and a mysterious brilliance surged above their heads. Roar! In the next moment, endless light converged into a golden dragon, which roared and measured over 100 feet in length. Its densely packed scales sparkled with golden light, and its powerful dragon claws gleamed with sharpness. Surrounding its body were clouds and mist, obscuring it, evolving an infinite killing intent, carrying destructive power. As it roared, it charged towards the city. Upon witnessing this scene, the border town marquis's face changed dramatically. He never expected such a thing to happen. He exclaimed, "A ground-level high-grade formation. The dragon language formation has actually advanced. No wonder you dare to act so boldly." Previously, the dragon language formation was merely a ground-level low-grade formation, projecting a giant python. But now, it had transformed into a dragon. The border town marquis realized he could hardly withstand it. As the dragon swooped down, countless arrows struck its body, sparking flames but causing no harm whatsoever. Then, the dragon claws pressed down. Bang! Countless warriors were directly crushed, and even the city wall was broken off. The border town marquis, surrounded by purple chi, held a thick-backed battle knife and soared into the air, slashing at the dragon. This strike was extraordinarily powerful. The energy of the purple mansion erupted at this moment, creating a series of booming sounds. However, upon seeing this scene, The dragon looked on with disdain in its cold eyes. Roar! It let out a furious roar, and a golden energy beam instantly shattered the void, crashing towards the border town marquee. In the next moment, his body was blasted away. Bang! He fell to the ground, crushed into a pulp by the golden dragon claws, dying on the spot. Such a scene would leave anyone who witnessed it utterly shocked. The border was breached at this moment. The Yuhua dynasty was about to face an unprecedented crisis. At this time, Lu Yu was still unaware of all this. He needed to enhance the strength of his dynasty as quickly as possible. In this way, the reserves obtained from killing the demon race would come into use. He sat in the Wanshou Palace, looking at the current structure of the Great Zhou dynasty's military, aside from his own troops, and couldn't help but frown. Most of the army's strength was merely at the body refinement stage, which was too weak. There were two main reasons. The ordinary troops did not have their own cultivation methods, and they were only eating ordinary meals, making breakthroughs extremely difficult. Even the most elite northern town troops had a very low prevalence of blood transformation, with only 1/10 in the army. Thinking of this, he took out a jade talisman. This was a yellow-level high-grade cultivation method he had signed for, called the Iron Blood 8 Forms, which could be practiced using knives or battle spears. It was not only a combat technique, but also a body refinement technique. If he had this method, he could definitely enhance the strength of the soldiers in a short time. After considering this, he instructed the inner servant beside him, summon Marquis Mu Yun. Currently, Marquis Mu Yun was responsible for managing the internal affairs of the dynasty. There were some matters that he needed to handle. After receiving the order, the inner servant did not dare to hesitate and immediately withdrew. After a brief moment, Lord Mu Yun cautiously entered the Great Hall. Upon seeing Lu Yu, he hurriedly bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "I greet your majesty. I wonder what command your majesty has for me." Seeing Lord Mu Yun's careful demeanor, a satisfied expression appeared on Lu Yu's face. He then slowly said, "Currently, our Great Zhou's army includes your Mu Yun army, the Lihua army from the southern frontier, and the eastern capital army. Then there is the northern Jinbei army. The losses have been significant. Although we have replenished our forces, each legion now has nearly 100,000 men. Their strength is still too weak. Therefore, I plan to strengthen them. At the very least, we need to reach the level of the Yuhua army, where every soldier achieves the blood-moving realm, possessing a tremendous strength of over 10,000 pounds with just a shake of their arms. Only then can we consider it qualified." Upon hearing this, Lord Mu Yun was taken aback, not expecting His Majesty to have such grand ambitions. However, reaching such cultivation levels across so many troops would be extremely difficult. It requires vast resources and, most importantly, suitable cultivation techniques. It must be noted that every powerful force has a suitable cultivation method for their army. Although the level of such methods may not be very high, they are invaluable. For instance, the Yuhua dynasty has remained strong precisely because it possesses a popular yellow-level cultivation technique. Therefore, he hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, we do not have a popular cultivation technique. The collections of various families and the royal family are targeted and cannot be cultivated by everyone." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu smiled and said, "I have already solved this problem." As he spoke, he tossed a jade talisman into Lord Mu Yun's hand. This is a yellow-level superior cultivation technique called the Iron Blood 8 Forms, which is truly a popular technique. Anyone can cultivate it. You will spread it. And besides the major legions, the city guard forces in various regions must also practice it. Any soldier in the army who breaks through first can be directly promoted by 1 rank. After hearing this, Lord Mu Yun was completely excited, not for any other reason, but because of this technique. He was confident that if what Lu Yu said was true, given a year, the combat power of the Great Zhou army would see a qualitative improvement. While the qi cultivation might be a bit mysterious, if everyone could reach the blood-moving realm, it shouldn't be a problem. If they truly reach that point, Great Zhou could perhaps compete with the Imperial Army. At that moment, Lu Yu spoke again. "There is one more thing. Didn't I bring back a large amount of demon blood and flesh last time? Distribute it to every army, letting them brew the blood and flesh elixirs. I want every army in Great Zhou to reach at least the cultivation level of the Yuhua army." Upon hearing this, Lord Mu Yun did not dare to hesitate and immediately said, "I obey." He then retreated. At this moment, his eyes revealed a passionate gleam, and his heart was filled with fighting spirit. He had never admired anyone as much as he did this new king. Perhaps this new ruler could indeed lead Great Zhou to a peak. Chapter 86. Changes in the following time. The Great Zhou dynasty entered a period of cultivation. It must be said that Lord Mu Yun's efficiency was very high. In just a few days, not only were all the resources distributed, but the techniques also fell into the hands of the soldiers. The 100,000 city guards in the royal city were the first batch to receive the cultivation resources and techniques. Every day, they consumed the great elixirs brewed from demon blood and flesh, along with practicing the Iron Blood 8 forms. It can't be denied that it was truly remarkable. In just a few days, the spirits of all the soldiers changed. Some soldiers who had long been at a bottleneck even broke through directly. Moreover, another point was that Lord Mu Yun discovered that this technique could only be cultivated by designated individuals. If others tried to seize it without specialized targeted practice, they would directly explode. This effectively prevented the technique from spreading. One day, Liu Yu stood on the city wall of the palace with Ji Yu and Hong Ling. Feeling the overwhelming vitality around them, a satisfied look appeared in his eyes. Ji Yu exclaimed, "Great Zhou really is suited for you to lead. In just a few days, even soldiers have changed." At this moment, she looked out and saw the city guard soldiers on the city wall, their life energy surging. It seemed that wisps of mist were entwined around them. Their vitality was clearly much stronger than before. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if these armies all stepped into the blood-moving realm. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yu smiled and said, "Actually, our goal is to have them all step into the Qi cultivation realm within a year. Just 3 days ago, I ordered Li Guang to lead the Shishang camp to hunt great demons in the southern frontier, brewing their blood and flesh to replenish the vitality of our great Zhou soldiers." When Ji Yu heard this, she gasped. Won't this provoke the demon emperor into launching another attack? If so, it could be a problem. Remembering the previous chaos caused by the demons made the queen feel uneasy. A hint of worry appeared on her beautiful face. Hearing her words, Liu Yu smiled and replied, "In this world, the weak have always been devoured by the strong. As for those strong ones, they are often audacious. Moreover, the demons have plundered from us for so many years. We are only doing this once. What dissatisfaction could they have? Besides, the outer demons are enough for our great Zhou army to consume, and they want to venture deep." After receiving Liu Yu's explanation, the queen finally felt relieved. However, the next moment, to her astonishment, she saw a soldier actually breaking through at that moment, directly reaching the blood-moving realm. This scene shocked her. In fact, even Liu Yu was somewhat taken aback. However, what he didn't know was that the Iron Blood 8 forms was created by a dynasty in Huaxia that once exerted dominance over the seas. Although it was merely a technique for ordinary troops, it was still quite extraordinary. It could rapidly enhance a person's vitality and strength in a short time. And combined with the elixirs brewed from the demon flesh, it would be strange if their cultivation did not improve. Although they couldn't be compared to elite armies like the Xiantanian, it was enough to place them above other dynasties and even empires. After calming down, Ji Yu pondered for a moment and said, "What about the academy? If the students from the academy come out and are not as strong as the soldiers in the army, wouldn't that be a bit of a pity? After all, they all possess various physiques to enter the academy, and it would be no problem for them to become regional leaders after they graduate." Realizing the importance of cultivation techniques, Ji Yu quickly said, "After all, the academy is also a place that provides strong individuals for Great Zhou." Upon hearing her words, Liu Yu's smile grew even brighter. "You've thought of the same thing as me. The academy has already distributed the techniques. It's a superior technique of the Xian level, the breaking army 9 turns. If the students have top-tier talents, they can even cultivate the refined version of the breaking army technique, which is a go-level technique. Moreover, the meat supplied daily by the academy is brewed from demons above the Qi cultivation realm. After a year, the strength of the army should greatly increase." These were all silver-level rewards he had obtained after delving deep into the wild and conquering various peaks. Upon hearing this, Ji Yu was taken aback. She looked at Liu Yu and said, Where did you get so many good things? It's more than the palace's foundation. Hearing her words, Liu laughed and said, Haha, naturally there's secrets. Otherwise, how could I have become the king of Great Zhou and married you? He didn't elaborate further, and neither Ji Yu nor Hong Ling asked more questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets, not to mention a legend like Liu Yu. A few people chatted and laughed as they walked down the city wall. However, at that moment, Liu Yu's expression changed. He then said to Hong Ling and the other girl, You two go back first. I have something important to do. The two girls nodded and left. Liu Yu then headed towards the Wanshou Palace, taking out a jade talisman. After inputting energy, a message came through. Aunt, you dare to kill my battle flag army. Do you know the consequences of your actions? It was a woman's voice, cold and vengeful. After receiving the message, Liu Yu coldly replied, Get lost. Don't be so long-winded. The woman you mentioned is not what you think. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. After being continuously assassinated, Liu Yu felt a surge of anger. If he knew where the enemy was, he would probably charge straight in. Upon hearing the voice, the woman's tone became increasingly hysterical. I will definitely make you die, and it will be soon. You aunt, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. After her words fell, the communication jade talisman was directly shut down. In fact, the woman had been under a lot of pressure recently. Her clan's elders were pressing her, and even her father had inquired about the whereabouts of a team from the battle flag army. But she had no way to respond. Moreover, her cousin seemed to be increasingly distracted and had lost interest in the holy son of the Kaiyang Holy Land. She believed her cousin had feelings for Liu Yu, so she swore to kill him, thinking that was the only way to sever her cousin's emotional ties. Therefore, she sent assassins again this time, spending a huge cost to hire people from outside. Just as her voice fell, countless dark clouds appeared above the palace, thick and oppressive, blocking out the sunlight. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a sky-blocking phenomenon. Shadows flickered within, and weapons glimmered. Liu Yu's heart sank. The people who could ride the clouds had strength above the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, the imposing manner was terrifying, and the numbers were considerable, likely not comparable to the last time. However, fortunately, the army was now around the royal city. If they formed a battle array, they might not be unable to fight back. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. Does the host want to sign in at the Golden Level battlefield? Chapter 87 Unexpectedly Sign In. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, gaining the loyalty of Chao Zhengshun. Strength. Second layer of Transformation God. Physique. Inferior In Sha Divine Body. Technique. Earth Level Upper Grade. Heavenly Gang Youth Technique. Please accept host. As the system's voice fell, a figure appeared behind Liu Yu. It was a man with silver hair, but a youthful face, dressed in a black-patterned inner servant outfit. As soon as he appeared, a sharp voice rang out, Greetings, Your Majesty. Get up from now on, follow me and do my bidding, Liu Yu said slowly, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Chao Xingshun did not dare to hesitate, and quickly stood up. He also looked up into the sky, and his expression immediately darkened. Anyone who dared to be enemies with the Majesty was his enemy. However, before he could speak, a large number of soldiers from the military camp rushed into the royal city, raising their weapons. In an instant, a strong atmosphere of slaughter filled the air. Liu Yu then said slowly, Assault the camp, defend the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Strange soldiers meet the enemy. Everyone else, patrol the outskirts. Notify all citizens to return home and not go out. The city guards are responsible for maintaining order on the streets. Liu Yu's commands were issued in an orderly manner. The entire royal city was instantly under his complete control. Aside from some marquises and military generals leading their own troops out, everyone else was hiding in their homes, cautiously watching. The dark clouds in the sky were too abnormal. It was so thick that it seemed like it would come crashing down at any moment. The pressure was becoming increasingly intense. Then, they saw black-clad figures emerge from the sky. One of them held a blood-colored battle flag. Whoosh! It was thrown down directly. The sound of it slicing through the air echoed. Then it pierced through a piece of bluestone on the ground. Bang! It directly penetrated a stone slab. After landing, the flagpole continued to tremble. Looking closely, one could see that the battle flag was blood-colored, adorned with flames wrapping around skull. The pale white skull's face seemed to smile and cry at the same time, which was somewhat terrifying. The Marquis Mu Yun, who had come to the rescue, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. He even trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, this is the Black Demon Army. They are said to be a mercenary organization. Wherever the blood flag falls, that place becomes their next target. There was once someone who hired them to annihilate a dynasty. In one night, everyone in a royal city was killed, leaving not a single one behind, with rivers of blood flowing. At this moment, he felt somewhat desperate. He had heard that the commander of the Black Demon Army was immensely powerful. Even ordinary monarchs would meet their doom if they opposed him. Upon hearing this, a glint of killing intent flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Looking at Marquis Mu Yun, he said, "Prepare to attack." As soon as he finished speaking, although Marquis Mu Yun felt fear, he did not dare to say more at this moment and could only retreat to prepare. Just then, the clouds in the sky began to roll more frequently. Finally, someone could no longer hold back and dove down. There were as many as 1,000 people, all in black inner armor, wearing long robes and their faces covered by bronze azure masks. They held battle knives that glinted coldly. As they descended, their black robes fluttered, resembling a flock of vultures. The aura they exuded was powerful and shocking. Lu Yu felt a bit regretful. If the Arrow Sound Camp were here, this wave could have killed quite a few people. However, he was not afraid now. He immediately spoke, "Strange soldiers, prepare. Roar." The next moment, beneath those black-clad figures, the strange sword army, clad in heavy armor and wielding huge blades, let out a roar. Their strength might be somewhat lacking, but their powerful formation was enough to make up for it. One must know that once the appropriate formation was set up on the battlefield, it could play an invincible role. Even if the enemy's cultivation was a level higher, without a corresponding formation to resist, they would only meet their doom. Thus, the strange sword soldiers were capable of showing some of those diving enemies what they were made of. Just as their roar faded, the strange swords in their hands shimmered with sharp light, and waves of sword energy shot up into the sky. Eventually, they converged above their heads into a transparent mountain of swords, as if forged from glass. Under the sunlight, it was incredibly eye-catching and gleamed brilliantly. However, that sharp aura could tear through the void. Bang! When the first Black Demon Army expert dove down and collided with the mountain of swords, the battle knife in his hand was directly severed. Then, his body fell into the mountain of swords, sealing his fate. A small cloud of blood mist-spread, signifying a life extinguished. Following that, a large number of black-clad figures also fell into the formation and were quickly slaughtered. Some of the smarter ones avoided the formation and landed outside of it. However, as soon as they hit the ground, boom, it felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking, as if a giant beast was charging forward, and there was no time to be careless. Raising his weapon, he prepared to defend himself. But in the next moment, he realized he was unsteady on his feet, and then he saw a group of black-armored cavalry charging towards him. They wielded their spears like a torrent of steel. As they led the charge, the spears were thrust out one after another. This method of attack left the black-clad figures with no time to evade. With a hiss, just after landing, they were pierced through their bodies. Their bodies were lifted high. At that moment, they knew they had been too careless. They had thought they were only dealing with a dynasty, something easily handled. Who would have thought they would fall directly into a quagmire, unable to move? So many companions had fallen. This was something that had never happened before. Mainly, this dynasty was somewhat bizarre, its foundations deeper than those of an ordinary dynasty. At this moment, the leader of the Black Magic Army was also unable to maintain his footing. He hovered in the air, watching his subordinates struggle in various formations, one by one being killed, his eyes revealing a startling light. He was heading towards Lu Yu, his primary target. As long as he could kill him, he would have a good explanation when he returned. This employer was not only of noble status, but also generous. No matter what, he had to complete the task. With this thought, he focused on Lu Yu, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Upon seeing this scene, a hint of disdain flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Chao Zhengchun, who had just appeared servile beside him, suddenly changed his demeanor when he saw someone approaching his majesty. His entire aura shifted dramatically. His palms turned blood red, with a crimson mist swirling around him. Arrogant, he let out a sharp cry, then soared into the air, charging towards the leader of the black magic army. Chapter 88. A year at this moment, a tremendous killing intent surged. Marquis Mu Yun and others looked on in shock. Their respect for Lu Yu had reached another level. Unbeknownst to them, such a powerful inner servant had been arranged beside him. At this moment, Chao Zhengchun and the leader of the black magic army had already clashed. Crack! Their first encounter produced a thunderous sound. The collision of fists and palms was explosive. After the initial clash, Chao Zhengchun kicked out. The boots woven with golden thread shimmered with a brilliant aura. Bang! The speed was at its peak, landing directly on the leader's neck, causing him to stagger, surprise evident in his eyes. Chao Zhengchun's strength was greater than that of an average monarch. This was something he hadn't anticipated. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. This was no mere dynasty. It was clearly an empire. Its strength was overwhelming, shattering his worldview. Yet, Chao Zhengchun did not dare to hesitate. His fingers curled into claws, blood-red light flashing as he reached for the leader. His methods were ruthless and vicious. Anyone who dared to threaten his majesty's life was, in his eyes, a mortal enemy. Under a series of attacks, the leader of the black magic army grew anxious. Upon seeing Chao Zhengchun's blood claws, he dared not hesitate and charged forward. Crack! But in the next moment, those claws actually shattered the battle knife. Then they clamped down on the shoulder of the leader of the black magic army. Bloodlight erupted in an instant. The leader howled, appearing extremely tragic. Half of his body was torn apart. Blood mist filled the air, exposing even his entrails, a horrific sight. It was only due to his immense strength that he was not doomed to die. If not for that, he would have undoubtedly perished. Yet, Chao Zhengchun did not stop. His favorite thing was to take advantage of someone's weakness. He leaped high into the air, and then the blood claws descended from above. In a panic, the leader raised his hand to block. Bang! Then they saw his arm being torn apart by the blood claws. Finally, the claws landed on the leader's head. In an instant, the leader's head was crushed, blood mist exploding. Such a scene not only left Marquis Mu Yun and others pale with shock, but also stunned the other members of the black magic army. Their leader had actually died at this moment. This was simply unbelievable. Looking around at the powerful army formations, they felt as if they were on the verge of collapse. On the battlefield, blood mist still lingered, each wisp a reminder of their fallen comrades. At this point, everything was already predetermined. The army's overwhelming force left no one alive. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice sounded. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanmen 18 Riders has been raised to Purple Mansion 3. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry has been raised to Golden Core 9. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of Luo Cheng has been raised to Purple Mansion 8. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of Panfeng has been raised to Transformation God 2. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of Cheng Yaojin has been raised to Purple Mansion 7. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of Xiong Kuahai has been raised to Transformation God 4. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Mo Dao soldiers has been raised to Golden Core 8. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Xianzheng camp has been raised to Golden Core 5. Although the opponent's strength in this battle was extremely formidable, the benefits gained were undoubtedly immense, allowing the soldiers of the Great Zhou to achieve a significant leap in cultivation. Standing atop the city wall, Lu Yu looked at the scene below with an icy gaze. Then, he turned to the now-returned Chao Zhengchun and said, "Notify everyone to return to their camps." As soon as the words fell, Chao Zhengchun did not hesitate and immediately shouted to the troops below, "His Majesty commands, return to your respective camps." With the command given, the army dared not delay. "I obey." Xiong Kuahai led his Mo Dao soldiers away. Cheng Yaojin led the Xuanjia army to retreat as well. Only the Yanmen 18 Riders, led by Luo Cheng, remained in the palace. Once everything was over, Xiao Hongling and Ji Yu finally emerged. They'd just been watching everything from the Great Hall, nearly losing their minds with worry for Lu Yu. They understood that going out would only distract him further. So they waited inside. Now that they saw he was unharmed, they finally felt relieved. "Are you all right?" Hongling approached Lu Yu cautiously. Though she knew marrying him would mean enduring such anxious days, she couldn't help but shed tears now. On the side, Jiyu, maintaining her dignity in front of former subjects, could not express her concern as openly as Hong Ling, but her face was filled with worry nonetheless. Hearing their voices, Liu smiled and said, "I'm fine. With these people, they can't hurt me." However, a tremendous killing intent surged within him. That woman had been too presumptuous. He then accompanied the two women back into the Great Hall. In the following days, the Great Zhou remained relatively calm. However, Liu felt a sense of urgency, not only because of the recent attack, but also due to news that the Yuhua dynasty was embroiled in a great war, and the situation seemed dire. Therefore, he had to think of ways to enhance the strength of the Great Zhou. In the eyes of others, the terrifying 10,000 great mountains became his treasure trove. The Xuanjia army was dispatched, and the Tiger Leopard cavalry was also sent out. The summoned troops were almost all heading towards the territory of the demon race at this time. Their mission was to hunt down the demon race and supply enough demon blood and flesh to the Great Zhou. At the same time, they aimed to gain experience points and make breakthroughs for themselves. Such a decision destined that in this year, the strength of the Great Zhou would see a tremendous increase. The battle broke out at this moment. The Great Zhou army pushed through the demon domain, and no one expected that the place everyone avoided would be where Lu Yu would send his forces to launch the fiercest attack. A year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, both the Yuhua dynasty and the surrounding kingdoms underwent significant changes, especially the Yuhua dynasty, which showed signs of fatigue after a year of fighting. On many battlefields, they found themselves at a disadvantage. It was said that even the Yuhua emperor had taken action, but the effects were minimal. At this moment, the army dispatched by Lu Yu had already penetrated nearly 10,000 miles into the Mang forest, almost overturning a demon emperor's territory. Most importantly, the local army, after training and receiving countless blood and flesh elixirs, had seen a tremendous increase in strength. In Chapter 89, the strength increased greatly. Almost all the soldiers under the various lords had reached the Qi refining realm, and the effects of the cultivation methods were now evident. However, it would be very difficult to improve further in the future. The Iron Blood 8 forms were suitable for anyone to cultivate, but without talent. The limit would be at the Qi refining realm. As for the students in the academy, with the assistance of a large number of blood and flesh elixirs and cultivation methods, many experts in the Dan formation realm emerged and were now assigned to the military as mid-level commanders. As for Marquis Mu Yun and others, they also benefited greatly. After all, such a large supply of blood and flesh elixirs was not something one could obtain any time, and a year's supply allowed them to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, which was quite impressive. The army heading to the Mang Forest had achieved even more remarkable advancements. Their cultivation levels had greatly increased, especially today, as Lu Yu was preparing to recall the army. The system's voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yanmen 18 Riders' strength has increased to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Tiger Leopard cavalry strength has increased to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has increased to the 1st level of the Transformation God. Ding, congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's strength has increased to the 3rd level of the Transformation God. Ding, congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has increased to the 1st level of the Transformation God. Ding, congratulations to the host. Xiong Kuahai's strength has increased to the 6th level of the Transformation God. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Mo Dao Bing's strength has increased to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Trap Formation Camp's strength has increased to the 9th level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Xishang Camp's strength has increased to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, the host has gained experience point bonuses from subordinates. Would you like to break through? Break through. Lu Yu did not hesitate and spoke directly. Then a magnificent purple light flickered around his body, almost covering him, noble and overbearing, with a hint of mystery. As the aura spread, even Xiao Zhengshan beside him felt a chill and involuntarily retreated. He then prostrated on the ground. Although his realm was slightly higher, he felt that if he faced this existence, he would be the first to die. Just as Chao Jingchun's heart was racing, Lu Yu completely broke through at this moment. Boom! With a loud roar, he stepped into the first level of the transformation god. After taking a long breath, he felt an unprecedented strength. The army summoned by Lu Yu had increased to an unimaginable level after a year of battle. They had destroyed a demon emperor's territory. This strength had far surpassed the Yuhua dynasty, and it had also led to multiple enhancements in Lu Yu's own power. Although he was still a bit behind the imperial dynasty, it was not by much. A smile appeared in Lu Yu's eyes at this point. The great Zhou finally had a bit of self-preservation power. After a moment, he turned to Chao Jingchun and said, "Order the army to return." Yes, Chao Jingchun, upon hearing the command, immediately responded respectfully. He then retreated. After a moment, an inner servant rode out holding the royal decree, clearly to relay the message. However, at this moment, Chao Jingchun re-entered the hall. Upon seeing him, Lu Yu's face showed a look of confusion, and he spoke. What happened? His brows furrowed, realizing that something must have gone wrong. Just as his words fell, Wei Zhongxian cautiously said, "Your Majesty, the imperial messenger has arrived. They wish to see you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu did not refuse. After all, aside from the third prince, the Yuhua dynasty had been quite friendly towards him. Moreover, they were the main branch of Jiyu, so he certainly could not disregard them. Therefore, he immediately said, "Let them in." After his words, Chao Jingchun stepped back. After a moment, a figure walked in. It was an old man who, in front of Lu Yu, tried to maintain a kind and benevolent demeanor. If Lu Yu recognized him, he would know that this man was the leader of the listening camp. Now, looking at Lu Yu, he respectfully said, "I have met the king of Zhou. What brings you here?" Lu Yu asked slowly. He knew that something must have happened in the Yuhua dynasty. Otherwise, the imperial messenger would not have come. As his voice fell, the messenger naturally did not dare to hesitate, and quickly spoke. A few days ago, the Jinlin dynasty, the Tianshi dynasty, and the Longyu dynasty advanced towards the imperial city along 3 routes. After a year of battle, the elite forces of the imperial lineage have been exhausted. Therefore, Your Majesty has ordered all royal households to immediately protect the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu stood up and said, "This king will lead the army at once." Regardless of the situation, if something happened to the Yuhua dynasty, he, as the king of the great Zhou, must lend his strength. However, upon hearing this, the messenger looked a bit troubled and said, "Your Majesty, please do not rush. His Majesty did not mean for you to go immediately. Moreover, I am only taking half of the Yuhua guards this time. I will leave half for you." Then he took out an ancient map, the material unknown, and handed it to Chao Jingchun to present to Lu Yu, saying cautiously, "This map indicates a suitable refuge. His Majesty's intention is for you to quickly lead the elite of the dynasty to seek refuge. Do not worry about anything else." After the words fell, Lu Yu furrowed his brows. He did not understand what this meant. Was the Yuhua emperor protecting himself? It felt somewhat unbelievable, as they were not related by blood. It was surprising that they were treating him so well. At this moment, the leader of the listening camp said, "His Majesty said that this is a great enemy of the dynasty, wanting to crush your lineage here. That is why there is this imperial dynasty attacking. What he can do now is to hold back more people within the imperial city and then strive to give you a chance to survive. Therefore, I ask the king to leave. I will take away half of the feathered guard. After all, this army is too famous. If no one dies on the battlefield, it will still raise suspicions." However, just as his voice fell, Lu Yu stood up and slowly said, "Although I don't know why your Majesty is like this, I appreciate your Majesty's good intentions. But since I lead the Feathered Legion, the loyal army, I must go to the battlefield. This is my responsibility. There is no need for further discussion." As his voice rang out, he was ready to summon the army. The commander of the listening camp changed his expression upon hearing the voice. He initially thought Lu Yu was unaware of his relationship with the royal family. He believed that Lu Yu would agree to his persuasion to leave. Unexpectedly, this person was so stubborn and insisted on going. What he didn't know was that overturning a demon emperor's territory would allow Lu Yu to reap great rewards. Now, with 3 empires involved, the strength of the army would increase. Even if he signed in, he could gain enormous benefits. How could he let this opportunity slip away easily?